Chapter 1121. Yi Yuxuan calmly fed Wei Wei Bai. It was as natural as feeding a small animal. Wei Wei Bai felt that she should pull herself together. She couldn't let the other party control her rhythm. 30 days of life points did increase, but it didn't increase. She didn't move. The days of lying down and being fed life points were gone forever. Wei Wei Bai was already tired enough in this world. In fact, she really wanted to live peacefully with Yi Yuxuan. She didn't want to cause so much trouble. But the reality was that if she didn't cause trouble, her life points wouldn't increase. Wei Wei Bai silently pondered. Suddenly, she said, "Yi Yuxuan, do you have experience?" Yi Yuxuan was cleaning up the dishes. She looked like a good wife and mother. Although she looked a little cold, she was a little handsome. But the things she did were very virtuous. When he heard Wei Wei Bai's question, he was a little slow. When he understood what she was saying, there was a slight fluctuation on his face. She didn't know if it was shyness. Anyway, that expression flashed by. Wei Wei Bai didn't have Yi Yuxuan's ability to observe people, so she tacitly agreed that she didn't see it. Yi Yuxuan pushed the dishes to the side and then sat beside Wei Wei Bai. He was wearing casual clothes, so he felt more relaxed. His voice was faint, like the leaves on the tree. "Are you asking about the experience of sharing a bed?" Wei Wei Bai choked, and then ate a piece of fruit after eating. Then she said seriously, "Sharing a bed, making love." If Yi Yuxuan naively thought that sharing a bed was just for sleeping, it wouldn't be good. Yi Yuxuan looked at her silently. There was a gentle emotion in his eyes. Then Wei Wei Bai heard him say, "Yes." "Huh?" Wei Wei Bai asked this question purely to tease Yi Yuxuan. Who didn't know that Yi Yuxuan lived like a robot? There was a time when Wei Wei Bai even thought that this man was an alien. He was just wearing the skin of an earthling, so he looked at humans as if they were ants. Can a human and an ant share a bed together? No. Could aliens share a bed with humans? No. So would Yi Yuxuan have the experience of sharing a bed with other women? It shouldn't. Bai Weiwei was still holding a half-eaten apple in her hand. She stared at him in a rare daze. Yi Yuxuan actually had experience? Bai Weiwei didn't know if it was an accident or something else, but she suddenly felt an uncomfortable, sour feeling in her heart. She forced a smile and said, "I can't tell. When did this happen? When was it?" During the time when they were engaged, it should have been impossible. Even if she didn't pay much attention to Yi Yuxuan, she knew that Yi Yuxuan didn't have any female animals around him at that time. Yi Yuxuan looked at her quietly. He seemed to see the subtle changes in her expression. He smiled gently. He had never felt this way before. She was unhappy. He actually felt happy. Human emotions were really complicated. Once again, he felt an unfamiliar surge of emotion. He did something that he wouldn't do logically. Yi Yuxuan said softly with a relaxed tone, "Recently." "Wei Wei Bai, recently?" Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. "How recently?" "Yi Yuxuan, these few days." "Wei Wei Bai," she asked the system softly, "is this considered cheating?" The system was very careful. It said almost in a whisper, "You broke off the engagement." Wei Wei Bai thought about it and agreed. She couldn't increase her life points just because Yi Yuxuan liked her. // save button to record this reading. Chapter 1122. She would have to be blind to not notice his gaze. The more indifferent a man was, the more impactful his gaze was when it was burning. Wei Wei Bai was also someone who had experienced big scenes. She swallowed this damn apple that was especially hard to swallow. She almost choked herself to death. Yi Yuxuan suddenly held the picnic cloth with his hand, leaned forward, and reached out to touch Wei Wei Bai's lips. It stained. Wei Wei Bai immediately caught the flaw and sneered. "The apple isn't stained. I've already eaten it." It wasn't a cream cake. If there were really apple crumbs on it, how could she not know? This was a clumsy way to take advantage of her. Yi Yuxuan blinked calmly, and his expression was very puzzled. "Your lips are stained with saliva." Wei Wei Bai, wasn't it disgusting to say this? Yi Yuxuan said calmly. "Also, you can't wipe your fingers clean." Wei Wei Bai frowned. Just as she was about to reach out and wipe it herself, the arm that she had just raised was pressed down by him. He had already leaned over and kissed her lips. There was a faint apple fragrance on his lips. Wei Wei Bai felt that her experience of big scenes was not reliable. Without the emotional shield, Her heart did not belong to her at all. She could not control the speed of her heartbeat. She could not control the stiffness of her body and the instinctive reaction of not being able to dodge. He kissed her quietly and gently. The contact between the lips and teeth was careful and affectionate. This kiss had the taste of fruits and the fragrance of trees. There was also the faint and cold aura on Yi Yuxuan's body. Just like that, he took away all her rights to struggle. Wei Wei Bai did not even know when it would end. She looked at him blankly and saw that his eyes were gentle and smiling. Yi Yuxuan rarely smiled, but every time he did, it made people feel that this man was glowing. His breath brushed past her lips, and his voice came slowly. My experience is all from dreams. After all, men have needs, but they don't want to scare you, so they can only do whatever they want to you in the dream to satisfy their needs. Surprisingly, there was an unnoticeable smile in his words. Wei Wei Bai, Yi Yuxuan reiterated, my body is still a virgin. You can test it. I'm very young. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had been won over by Yi Yuxuan. The rhythm of the battle had been completely taken away. The opponent's skill level was too high. For the first time, she realized that she was actually a weakling without a cheat. Yi Yuxuan completely crushed her. She shifted her hips and distanced herself from Yi Yuxuan. I believe that you are inexperienced. There is no need to verify it. This was the first time she had been so cowardly. Facing Yi Yuxuan, she actually couldn't bring herself to be tough. When she didn't have feelings, she was like the sun, the earth, and the air. When she had feelings, she didn't dare to be with Yi Yuxuan for days. Wei Wei Bai felt that she wasn't scumbag enough. She should be so scumbag that she could kick Yi Yuxuan away, even if he was a freeloader. She was scared and wanted to retreat, but Yi Yuxuan was closing in on her. Why did you treat others like that just now? His voice was clearly calm, but it gave people a deep sense of questioning. Wei Wei Bai even felt that if she didn't answer well, Yi Yuxuan would become evil. She observed Yi Yuxuan and found that he was still extremely calm. She couldn't see any other emotions at all. The robot's description was not wrong at all. Wei Wei Bai laughed dryly. It's just a joke. Yi Yuxuan didn't answer and looked at her deeply. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click. Chapter 11:23. She felt the strength of his tongue between his teeth and finally couldn't help but say, I think a normal life is quite good. Excitement is not good for the heart. She was going to have a heart attack. Yi Yuxuan's fingers gently touched her neck. His tone finally changed. You know that your heart is not good. Don't look for excitement anywhere in the future. Wei Wei Bai quickly nodded. He seemed to like her obedience very much. The cold darkness in his eyes faded, and he gently let go of her. I'll get someone to clean up the villa here, then we'll go back. Yi Yuxuan touched her hair, then got up and walked to the assistant, calmly giving orders. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was completely suppressed by Yi Yuxuan. Even when he approached her, goosebumps appeared on her back. In the past, she was so ignorant and fearless to get close to him and flirt with him. She felt that ever since she had a slightly different feeling towards Yi Yuxuan, she could completely feel the turbulent undercurrent of his calm temperament. The more she interacted with Yi Yuxuan, the more she felt that this man could let her do whatever she wanted in the past. It was because he indulged her. Thinking of this, Wei Wei Bai felt that she was really very perfect. Even Yi Yuxuan, who was so strong, was willing to tolerate her. The system heard Wei Wei Bai talking to it about how perfect she was. It really didn't want to remind her about her life points. But Wei Wei Bai was not so easy to fool. How much is your life points? The system said, it's full 1,500 plus the 20 days you got from the strategy. It's a total of 150,000 in 20 days. Wei Wei Bai said, I've been in the strategy for so long, risking my life, abandoning my integrity, my face and my soul have been tarnished, so I only have 20 days of life points after so many worlds. And the days Yi Yuxuan gave her was already 1,500. She suddenly wondered why she was in such a miserable state. The system stroked his hair and said, that's also a strategy. Isn't the strategy to defeat Yi Yuxuan also a strategy? This was also the host's ability. Originally, it thought that its host would shamelessly praise it like before, and at the same time, praise itself to its heart's content. But this time, Wei Wei Bai was silent. Then she said, "Let's go." The system said, "Aren't you in too much of a rush? You're entering the next realm so soon?" The host was getting more and more anxious. Wei Wei Bai had a rare, melancholy look on her face. "I can't always face Yi Yuxuan." The system asked, "Are you afraid that he'll absorb your life points?" Wei Wei Bai, "Am I the kind of person who only thinks about HP?" The system replied, "Yes." Wei Wei Bai, she couldn't deny it, so she simply didn't respond. Instead, she softly voiced her thoughts. "I have to complete the strategy before I have any shameless thoughts about Yi Yuxuan. Otherwise, I might not be able to transmigrate in the future." The system asked, "Why?" "I'll always be here. At most, I'll be interrupted when you do those shameless things with Yi Yuxuan. I can still bring you there when you transmigrate." Wei Wei Bai slowly shook her head. "That's not the reason. If I really like a man, then wouldn't it be cheating if I go after another man? If I really like Yi Yuxuan, I won't transmigrate anymore." Cheating was something that Wei Wei Bai couldn't tolerate, whether it was her partner or herself. Right now, she only had some vague thoughts about Yi Yuxuan, but it wasn't enough for them to truly love each other. She couldn't go any deeper. /txt download to make it easier for you to read next time. You can click save below to record this reading record. Chapter 1124. The system had never thought about this problem. It had seen too much of Wei Wei Bai's behavior in this world. It thought that Wei Wei Bai was a person who would be alone for life. Whoever she fell in love with would be unlucky. Of course, it felt that Wei Wei Bai was the kind of person who was so narcissistic that she would not love anyone, except for her own family. That was why it had been encouraging Wei Wei Bai to be with Yi Yuxuan, except for getting close to Yi Yuxuan and being able to get a considerable amount of life points from him. It felt that Wei Wei Bai would not be moved by Yi Yuxuan. The system's expression was a little ugly. Indeed, if Wei Wei Bai was really moved with her personality, she would not allow herself to transmigrate to another man. It knew that those children of the world were all Yi Yuxuan. But Wei Wei Bai did not know. It could not tell Wei Wei Bai this secret. So at that time, it could only watch Wei Wei Bai die early because of her lack of life. This was something that it could not tolerate. The system said in a low voice, "Okay, let's go." Wei Wei Bai was sharper than it. She was right. She could not be moved by Yi Yuxuan. It would rather she be heartless than lose her life because of being moved by Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai slowly closed her eyes and leaned against the tree trunk. Suddenly, she said softly to the system, "Tongzi." The system said, "Yes." Wei Wei Bai said, "How much life points do I need to live until I'm 82 years old?" The system said, "More than 20,000 days." Wei Wei Bai said, "Then I'll quickly farm for 20,000 days, then I'll have a good relationship." When she was done with her strategy, her life points would be around 80 years old. She would try to open up her heart and mind to like him. Yi Yuxuan had just finished giving the order when she sensed something and abruptly turned around. He saw Wei Wei Bai quietly leaning against the tree trunk, her long hair scattered in front of her chest. She lay under the shade of the tree and fell asleep again. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds before quickly walking over. Yi Yuxuan crouched down and gently stroked her fair cheeks, sighing. So fast this time. There was no sign of joy or sorrow on his face. There was only a kind of gentleness that had always been in his eyes. Then he carefully lowered his head and kissed her lips. Sweet dreams. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, she had a splitting headache. It was different from the pain in the past. This time, the pain was unusually strong, making her feel uncomfortable and disgusted. There was too much noise around. She propped up her tired eyes and heard someone say, "Make way, put her on the stretcher." Then, she was carried onto a stretcher. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to open her eyes and look around. She found herself in front of a stage, and on the screen, there were the subtitles of the 21st Shenghua Award ceremony. Next to her, there were people throwing shoes and cursing at her. "How did someone like you get in? You're a kept woman. Why didn't the Shenghua Award ceremony ask you to leave? You're dragging down the entire ceremony. Why did you give the tickets to a woman like her?" There were all kinds of insults. There were also hats and shoes. Wei Wei Bai felt that her role this time was not very good. She called out to Tongzi. The system did not delay this time. It said, Wait until you're stable before transferring your memory. You have a slight concussion. Wei Wei Bai thought of the scene just now. She must have been hit in the head by someone's leather shoe. It was not easy for her to be escorted to the hospital. There was a group of paparazzi following behind her. Wei Wei Bai, I heard that you gambled and lost all your money, right? For the sake of fame, you used despicable means of framing others for plagiarism. You leached off the popularity of the little queen, Jiangro. Don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 1125. Are you harassing Ojin Ma because you like him too much? I heard you're pregnant. What a lunatic. Wei Wei Bai hadn't felt such a warm welcome in a long time. In the past, the target would only have a negative impression of her. Why did it feel like the whole world had negative impression of her? The doctor didn't seem to have a good expression either. He shouted angrily, "What do you think the hospital is? Get out. Who can take responsibility if something happens to the patient?" The doctor was a tall man with a handsome face. He looked very decent. Did Wei Wei Bai think that this was the target? She couldn't help but look at his name tag. Su Yehua. After a series of tests, she was hospitalized. The paparazzi were also blocked outside the hospital. During this time, no one came to see her. The system had transmitted memories because she had a concussion. It would cause headaches and aggravate the symptoms of the concussion. So it didn't transmit the information. It simply explained her identity in this world. She was a mediocre singer who wanted to enter the entertainment industry and hadn't debuted yet. The specific memories hadn't entered her brain yet. Wei Wei Bai was also happy to rest. After resting for about a day and a half, the nurse prepared porridge and side dishes for her. The nurse's attitude was very bad. Although her actions were normal, her expression was very dark. It seemed like she hated her very much. Bai Weiwei was very calm about other people's supercilious looks. Supercilious looks were on other people's faces. She couldn't dig them out. She lowered her head and quietly ate the porridge. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened. Wei Wei Bai looked up casually. She saw a man wearing sunglasses. His expression was very cold. His exposed jaw was tense and had a murderous aura. He wore tight black pants and a large black crane jacket. He even carried a guitar bag on his back. His whole person was like an unsheathed sword. His clean and neat beauty had a charm that directly hit people's hearts. The system finally reminded her. This mission is to obtain Ojin Ma's love. Target, Ojin Ma. Completion, 0. Time, 12 months. A year's time was very generous. Wei Wei Bai felt a familiar feeling of memories entering her mind. She was already used to this kind of pain, so Wei Wei Bai watched calmly as Ojin Ma walked in. After she finished looking through the memories, she wanted to curse him but kept it in her mouth. In the end, she choked up with a pitiful voice. Jinma. Ojin Ma took off his sunglasses, revealing his amber eyes. Her eyes were as beautiful as honey flowing under the sun. The media once wrote that if there were angels in this century, then this angel must be Ojin Ma. Ojin Ma was a true international superstar, a man who had completely turned the weak music industry in the country upside down and changed it. He had beautiful skin that was as cold as snow. His flawless appearance was so exquisite that it made people gasp in amazement. Clearly, because of his overly exquisite facial features, he had incomparably cold offensive power, but because of a pair of overly warm eyes. He was like an angel that had fallen into the mortal world. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was the most perfect man in the world. It wasn't that Wei Wei Bai wanted to use such a disgusting and lengthy description to fill up the word count. But in her memory, there were even more shameless descriptions than this. This Ojin Ma was simply the darling of the media, the savior of the music industry. The memories of him in her mind were all these crazy and immoral praises. Her mind had never been stuffed with so many praises. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had indigestion because they were all praises for others. Chapter 1126. With so many praises for this man, her relationship with Ojin Ma didn't seem so obvious. Ojin Ma walked over. His amber eyes didn't have the warmth of the media's praises. There was only a layer of ice. Wei Wei Bai, that's enough. You framed my sister and exposed our relationship. You're crazy for fame. Wei Wei Bai still had a mouthful of porridge in her mouth. To not ruin her acting, She immediately swallowed it. Then she put on a serious expression. Believe me, I didn't frame her. She really plagiarized. Oh, Jinma frowned impatiently. That's enough. I'm here to tell you that my relationship with you is over. Ding. The male lead's favorability is -35. The familiar formula, the familiar favorable impression points. Wei Wei Bai laughed. Her relationship with Oh Jinma was like this. Oh Jinma's character was set up by someone. His character was an angel of the music industry. For a grown man to stick to such a character, he was simply crazy. This illness started when he was young. The original owner and Oh Jinma were neighbors. At that time, she was called Wei Wei Bai, and her nickname was Xiaohua. Oh Jinma was called Oh Dashu, and his nickname was Big Tree. Yes, they were the village flower and village grass, respectively. Oh Jinma was beautiful when he was young. The village grass was prettier than the village flower. Because he was fostered, he used his beauty to pretend to be sensible and cute to survive. Because of this, he lived well. With his character of pretending to be obedient, when he grew up, he pretended to be pure in the music industry and didn't understand the world. One didn't understand the world, but was overflowing with talent. His voice was like being kissed by God. He was also a singer who could write his own songs. He was simply a rare treasure. Oh Jinma especially enjoyed the convenience and vanity of his character. He was addicted to pretending to be an angel. Almost no one knew how hypocritical his character was. But at this time, a woman who knew about his past appeared. She was the original owner, Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua was a fan of Oh Jinma. Because of their relationship when they were young, she went to the fan meeting. That was the first thing he said. Big Tree, you've grown up. Oh Jinma. It was not easy for him to give himself such a tall and Western-sounding name, Big Tree. At that moment, the angel's gentle smile was about to crumble. Bai Xiaohua tried her best to get close to him. I like your songs very much. When you were young. At that moment, Oh Jinma wished he was dead. He must not let this village belle say that when he was a child, he stole fish from the fish pond naked. He had climbed up a tree to steal a bird's nest and sneaked in her kitchen to steal sweet potatoes. Moreover, Opudashu's name was extremely violent. It must not be leaked. He wanted to kill her on the spot. Even though Oh Jinma hated Bai Xiaohua so much at that moment, it was to the point of exploding. However, he had never killed anyone before. He was afraid that he would fail, so he didn't do it. He was afraid that Bai Xiaohua would reveal his tragic childhood. Therefore, he met with Bai Xiaohua alone. Xiaohua was excited. Big Tree. Oh Jinma showed a disgusted expression. Don't call me that in the future. Also, don't tell anyone about us. I'm not Big Tree. I'm Oh Jinma. He loathed his ugly and inferior childhood. He hated it even more when he saw his childhood neighbor. Only then did Bai Xiaohua realize that she had met an old friend in a foreign land. Oh Jinma looked at her coldly. He was not an angel at all. What conditions do you have? I heard that you can write songs yourself. Do you want to enter the music industry? I'll let you debut. Chapter 11:27. Bai Xiaohua didn't expect Oh Jinma to be so cold. She was stunned. Oh Jinma was afraid that she would ask for too much. He immediately said, this opportunity is very rare for an outsider with no talent. If I take this opportunity, we won't have anything to do with each other in the future. We won't know each other even if we meet. Bai Xiaohua shook her head and said hesitantly, I have a request. If you fulfill it, I will pretend that we don't know each other. Bai Xiaohua was also confused. She really liked that Oh Jinma was threatening her. Oh Jinma gritted his teeth and said, don't push your luck. Bai Xiaohua said, I want you to date me for a month. Oh Jinma. Oh Jinma didn't want to agree to this condition at all. But Bai Xiaohua wasn't a pushover either. She exposed it on Weibo that night. I have a big brother Tree. This sentence didn't have any meaning. Besides Oh Jinma, no one would understand. So Oh Jinma agreed to it. When they were dating, they wouldn't have any physical contact. They would only meet once a week, and there wouldn't be any photos. When Wei Wei Bai saw this, she felt that Bai Xiaohua was dating a ghost. Oh Jinma treated dating like air, and the image of Bai Xiaohua as a scheming girl was fixed in Oh Jinma's heart. Then, during this month, Bai Xiaohua did everything she could do. Because of Oh Jinma, she came into contact with Oh Jinma's half-sister, Jiang Ro. And Bai Xiaohua was considered to have some talent. She even wrote a very good song. This song was her stepping stone to enter the entertainment industry. But before it could be published, Jiang Ro stole the original manuscript. With this song, Jiang Ro went from being a mediocre singer who could only rely on Jinma's reputation to survive. She didn't have any representative songs. She completely exploded. The song was good, and Jiang Ro had a sweet voice. Most importantly, she was Jinma's younger sister. His sister actually knew how to write songs. This was simply a family of geniuses. That was why the news about the family of geniuses had been spreading like wildfire. As for Bai Xiaohua, she was unwilling to let her results be stolen. She exposed it on Weibo, but because the original manuscript was missing, she was scolded by Jiang Ro's fans to the point that she almost committed suicide. Later on, Jinma even called her and scolded her for being disgusting. Bai Xiaohua was so angry that she went to drink. When she got drunk, she actually revealed her relationship with Jinma to the public. But because the two of them really didn't have much interaction, there were no photos or anything. Jinma did not respond either. Bai Xiaohua was once again on the hot search list, and Jinma had completely stopped contacting her. Bai Xiaohua really liked Jinma, so she heard that he was going to the Shanghua Award ceremony. After racking her brains, Bai Xiaohua got a ticket and went in. In the end, in less than 10 minutes, she was recognized by Jinma and Jiang Ro's fans. Then, it was the scene when Wei Bai woke up. Jinma appeared again, and the annoyance in his eyes was obvious. "You're too much. I've never seen such a scheming woman who would do anything to become famous." After sorting out those memories, Wei Bai quickly adjusted her state of mind. She clutched her clothes tightly and looked at him with a haggard and pale face. There was vulnerability and fear in her eyes after being hurt. Jinma was indifferent and couldn't be bothered to look at her. "I'll pay your hospitalization fees. This is the last time." After saying that, he turned and left. It was as if he was afraid of getting into Wei Bai's bad luck. Chapter 1128. Wei Bai suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Did you know that Jiang Ro stole my original work?" Jinma. This was the first time she had called him with such a cold voice. Jinma's footsteps paused, and his voice turned cold. "How can you be so thick-skinned? How can someone as evil as you create good works?" Wei Bai finally could not hold back her sobs. "Jinma, don't you know what kind of talent Jiang Ro has? If she was really talented, she would have been famous long ago. How could she only become famous after meeting me?" Jinma turned his head, his eyes indifferent. "So what?" Wei Bai looked at him blankly, as if she could not understand his words. Jinma's angelic appearance finally had a hint of evil. "Anyway, you're hated by everyone now. No one will believe anything you say. The village child in the quagmire should obediently go back to farming. Don't come out and make a fool of yourself." Bai Wei seemed to react. "You let me be slandered just to make me become a rat crossing the street. No one will believe me. Now, even if she said that she was Jinma's neighbor, no one would believe her." Jinma smiled coldly, turned his head, and returned to his gentle expression. He left without saying a word. Wei Bai's expression also changed after he left. Then she lowered her head and ate her porridge. "Tongzi, this person is too hypocritical and shameless. I feel like I'm going to die from looking at him." The system said, "Me too." "All right, your side reward is here." Wei Bai said, "This is the first time you're so eager to give me a reward. What's wrong with you?" The system found a one-time reward in the trash and happily sent it to Wei Bai. "Ding! The host is rewarded with the animal transformation skill." Wei Bai, the system said, "This skill allows you to transform into any animal. Do you want to try? When you're asleep, your soul can cross over into an animal's body." Wei Bai, "Haha, thank you." Why did she turn into an animal? Should she turn into a wild boar and kill Jinma? Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Can this skill be used on others? Yes, but it can only be used on one person. Wei Bai's eyes lit up, and then she slowly revealed an evil smile. Jinma returned to his own house, which was very luxurious. There were all kinds of expensive musical instruments, and the floor was covered with sheets of musical scores. There were also all kinds of gold ornaments that were not suitable but were very expensive. Ojima thought about how he had finally gotten rid of that scheming woman, Wei Wei Bai. He was in a great mood. He put down his guitar and began to write a song on a sheet of music. This song was very pleasing to the ears. He was talented and even had a musical sensitivity that far surpassed others. But unlike what the outside world said, he didn't write music as if it was a game. To maintain his image as a peerless genius who could become a god, even if he did not work hard. Basically, he lived a relaxed life during the day, and when he returned home, he would desperately write songs, learn songs, and practice his voice. He did it to get everything he had today, to get everyone's praise. He did it with all his might. That was why he hated Wei Wei Bai so much. He was clearly so different from when he was young. No one knew about his childhood, but Wei Wei Bai appeared. And now that Wei Wei Bai's reputation was ruined, no one would believe her words. Ojima could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He poured himself a glass of wine, shook it pretentiously, drank it, and smacked his lips. It did not taste good, but one bottle cost tens of thousands. It was not even as good as the soup base of the spicy hot pot. He was the little angel prince, so the food he ate had to be elegant. He even had a small character who liked to eat sweet things. This character had won over a large number of young fans. But in reality, he was a rough man who liked extremely spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, bean noodles, fried meat skewers, and the like. He especially hated sweet things. Ojima took a relaxing shower and went to bed early. After dealing with Wei Wei Bai, he was the elegant little angel again. After closing his eyes for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was it so cold? Did he open the window? He immediately opened his eyes and realized that he was lying outside. It was so dark. Did he transmigrate? Suddenly, he felt that he seemed to have become shorter. He raised his hand and saw that his furry and sharp little claws were moving. Ojima was so scared that he trembled, and the fur on his body stood up. He shouted loudly what was going on, but what came out was, meow. Ojima was stunned. He did not expect that one day he would grow fur on his body. It was not the wings of an angel. It was cat fur. He turned into a cat. Ojima was greatly shocked. He hugged his head with his two little claws and had a silly look on his face. He must not have woken up yet. He should continue sleeping. Ojima curled up into a ball and trembled as he closed his eyes. But in the next second, he suddenly flew into the air. Someone grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face appear. He immediately stiffened. It was Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai looked at him and slowly revealed a witch-like smile. // Chapter 1129. Wei Wei Bai was shocked and reached out to grab him. Ojima swung his claws at her. His claws scratched the back of her hand. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath, and there were a few bloody scratches on the back of her hand. Ojima smirked and landed on all fours. He almost lost his balance. He staggered a few steps as if he was drunk. He was afraid of being caught by Wei Wei Bai and walked forward with his hands and feet. Kitten, come back. Wei Wei Bai suddenly shouted at him. Ojima looked at her arrogantly. Did she really think that he was a cat that would listen to everything she said? The strong headlights shone on Ojima. Ojima's eyes were dazzled, and he jumped back. But it was too late. A sports car that was huge for Ojima was heading towards him. He had just transmigrated into a cat. He thought that this was the most bizarre and tragic thing in the world. But he was wrong. The most tragic thing was that on the first day he transmigrated into a cat, he was crushed into a meat patty. At this critical moment, a figure jumped out from the side and scooped him up, hugging him into a warm embrace. Ojima was stunned. His nose was filled with Wei Wei Bai's light and warm scent. Her heart was beating fast, and her body was trembling, but she still hugged him tightly. The sports car sped past them. He didn't notice that a woman was hugging a cat. If Wei Wei Bai hadn't rushed out to hug him and shifted their position, Ojima would have died. Ojima retracted his claws and released them. He tilted his head and looked at Wei Wei Bai with a complicated expression. But he realized that she was squatting on the ground. Her face was pale and her breathing was heavy. She helplessly tugged at the corner of her mouth and revealed a bitter smile. Don't run around. There are traps and dangers everywhere. No one will save you. Ojima narrowed her eyes, her mouth drooping. Her expression was blank for a moment. It was as if he felt that she was different from what he had imagined. Wei Wei Bai squatted for a while before she forced herself to get up. Ojima realized that her legs were weak. Thinking back to when the car rushed over, he thought he was going to die. In reality, even if a person was killed by a car, no one would help. Not to mention that he was now a cat. Who would be willing to take the risk to save him? He curled up in Wei Wei Bai's still warm embrace. His little cat paw rested on her arm and silently retracted his paw. Maybe Wei Wei Bai wasn't going to cook him. Was it because she actually liked cats? Ojima would never admit that his opinion of her had changed. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -30. Wei Wei Bai walked to the roadside and picked up a shopping bag. Ojima realized that he was in a garbage dump, and Wei Wei Bai only saw him when she came out to buy things. Wei Wei Bai carried the shopping bag, hugged the cat again, and walked into the nearest store. She asked if there was any cat food and some things that the cat needed. But there wasn't. Wei Wei Bai didn't have a trace of impatience. On the streets in the middle of the night, she hugged him and asked at least 3 stores. Finally, she asked the right place. Ojima's expression changed from disdain to silence. She didn't need to care about him, but she walked to buy the things that the cat needed. Wei Wei Bai bought some pet supplies. Then she walked back to her rented house. It was already late at night. She opened the door. The rented house was very simple, but Wei Wei Bai decorated it very cleanly and warmly. On the wall, there was a poster. Ojima took a look. Wasn't this his poster? /download address. Chapter 1130. He felt disgusted at the thought that this woman was his fan. After doing so many shameless things, she still had the cheek to hang up his poster. Wei Wei Bai put him down and went to boil some water. Ojima looked at the poster and tried to use some strength to jump up. He had never been so light before. Without much thought, he scratched the poster with his claws. He wanted to take the poster down, but his claws were not accurate and destroyed the poster. Seeing that there were a few more scratches on his handsome face, he unhappily used his soft cat paws to wash his face. Halfway through, he looked at his claws in shock. Would humans use their own hands to wash their face? No, only cats would. He had only turned into a cat for 1 or 2 hours, but he had already learned how to use his hands to wash his face. Ojima was so frightened that he immediately put down his claws and sat down obediently. Although he was sitting, he couldn't help but look around. He saw that there was a photo frame at the head of the bed. It was actually a magazine photo of him that Wei Wei Bai had cut out and put in. Beside his photo was a photo of Wei Wei Bai smiling brightly. There was an obvious white gap in the middle. The style and color of the photo were different. Ojima snorted. How much did she like him? How could she do such a lowly thing? Ojima was not happy at all to be liked by a woman he hated. There was a rush of movement from the bathroom. Bai Wei Wei came out and reached out to pick him up. Ojima looked stubborn and proud. His cold cat face and amber eyes looked at Wei Wei Bai disdainfully. Wei Wei Bai liked him. Although he hated her, he felt a sense of superiority when he saw her. People who were liked were always fearless, and cats who were liked were the same. Wei Wei Bai put him next to the basin and said gently, "You've been wandering outside for too long. I'll give you a bath." Ojima turned his head away. He didn't know why, but his legs turned to jelly when he saw water. He suddenly saw himself in the mirror. It had a round pancake face and drooping mouth. Its hair was so messy that it looked like a ball of wool that had been in the garbage for 100 years. What was even more frightening was that he thought that a handsome soul like him could be considered to have transmigrated. Shouldn't it be a handsome cat? How could it be such a dirty, horrible, dull-faced, and ugly, demented cat? Ojima was frightened by its reflection in the mirror and let out a meow. Fuck, this isn't me. He quickly jumped into the water and used his cat paws to wash his face. He must be too dirty. He shouldn't be so ugly. He had never looked so ugly before. Wei Wei Bai was splashed with water and couldn't help but laugh. I've never seen a cat that likes bathing so much. You're so cute. Ojima looked at her with round eyes. Under the light, she had a happy smile on her face, and her eyes were sparkling because of her smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -25. Ojinma stared at her for a few seconds with a face full of water before turning around. Its cat face looked like it had nothing to live for. What was wrong with him? Why did he think that such an annoying woman was beautiful? After he became a cat, even his sense of beauty wasn't human anymore. Yes, in his eyes, such an annoying Wei Wei Bai wasn't a human anymore. Wei Wei Bai finished bathing him and quickly picked him up with a large towel. Ojima looked at himself in the mirror. Because his hair was wet, it was messy like needles exploding. He was even uglier. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1131. He transmigrated into an ugly cat. Life was hopeless, and the cat life was hopeless. Wei Wei Bai wiped him clean and used a hairdryer to carefully dry him. She finally saw what this stray cat looked like. It was actually a blue-gray short-haired cat. It was so hungry that it was barely left with a round face. This skill could only allow Ojinma's soul to enter a cat nearby at random. Wei Wei Bai had been looking for Ojinma for a long time. Wei Wei Bai unwrapped the cat food for him. When Ojinma saw such a deranged thing, his whole cat group exploded. He crawled on all fours and jumped from her lap onto the blanket. Then, he used his paws to pull the blanket over his head, revealing 2 orange eyes. He looked at Wei Wei Bai in horror. Eat cat food. Was this something a human should eat? Even if he were starved to death, he would definitely not eat a mouthful of cat food. Wei Wei Bai smiled gently, as if she was coaxing a child. Eat something, okay? Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep if you're hungry. Ojinma, meow. Get lost. Wei Wei Bai patiently coaxed him. It's not good for your body if you don't eat. Ojinma snorted coldly and rolled away with his back facing Wei Wei Bai. He would rather die than eat. Let him die. Wei Wei Bai looked at this skinny, flat-faced cat. He was so arrogant. It was funny but cute at the same time. She felt that if she forced Ojinma to eat cat food from the start, he would definitely fall out with her. She could only go to the kitchen and cook some white meat for him without any seasoning. Then, she cut it into small pieces and put it in a bowl. She found a can of salmon in the fridge. Then, she took out some and put it on a small plate. Then, she fed it to Ojinma. Ojinma actually didn't want to eat, but his body didn't know how long he had been hungry. The cat food made him determined to go on a hunger strike. However, once he saw food that resembled humans, he couldn't help but lower his head to eat meat and fish. It actually tasted pretty good. Wait a minute, he ate with his mouth. Ojima looked at the half-eaten food in shock. He, a dignified human, had actually given up on the dignity of a human. He ate with his mouth. He stared blankly at the dried fish. Sadness surged in his eyes. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. The sadder he felt, the more he felt. Why does this dried fish look so delicious? Then, Mr. European Cat endured the humiliation and finished everything. After eating, he spread out his limbs and occupied Wei Wei Bai's bed, snoring comfortably. A warm and comfortable bed, a clean body, and a full stomach. Ojima started to feel sleepy as he savored the taste of the dried fish. Suddenly, he saw Wei Wei Bai looking up at the wall. He suddenly thought of something and immediately turned his head to look. It was his poster. This woman, was she thinking about dirty things while looking at his poster in the middle of the night? Ojima's expression was cold and disdainful. That was all she could do. Anyway, she definitely wouldn't be able to get close to him in the future. She could only look at his poster and live the rest of her life in regret. Just as he was thinking about this, Wei Wei Bai stood up and nimbly pulled the poster off the wall. She was so nimble that there wasn't a trace of hesitation. Ojinma stared at her with wide eyes, only to see her expressionlessly tearing the poster apart, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into the rubbish bin. Wei Wei Bai complained helplessly, "Sigh, there's too much rubbish. We have to take out the rubbish tomorrow morning." Rubbish? That was his poster. Wei Wei Bai looked around and flipped through some magazine photos of Ojima. There were also some newspaper photos. They were all things that groupies would collect. Wei Wei Bai threw them away expressionlessly. Ojima looked at her as if she was throwing rubbish. Not only did she not hesitate, but she also looked at him with disdain. She threw away a bunch of his things. Ojima's heart twitched as he looked at her. Suddenly, he saw a picture frame at the head of the bed. Bai Weiwei also caught a glimpse of it. A man and a cat looked at it silently. Just as Ojinma thought that Weiwei Bai missed him and couldn't bear to throw it away. Weiwei Bai frowned. How can I make such a lowly thing? It's disgusting. Ojinma's fur drooped. He didn't know why, but when he saw Weiwei Bai throw his things at him, his mood soured. He didn't like it when she chased after him. Weiwei Bai was very calm as she threw the picture frame into the rubbish bin. Then she turned off the lights, got on the bed, and hugged Ojinma. Go to sleep. Her voice was muffled. Ojinma felt warm. His round face was pressed against her chest. Although it was comfortable, wasn't this taking advantage of her? He hesitated and wanted to push her away with his cat paws. But in the next second, the cat fur on his head suddenly became wet. He looked up in a daze, and a few drops of water hit his forehead. He belatedly realized that it was Bai Weiwei crying. Her crying was suppressed, and it made one's heart ache. Her body was also trembling because of the immense pain that she was suppressing. I won't do it again. Ojinma heard her cry softly. I won't like that scumbag anymore. Ojinma was dazed for a moment before he reacted. Was the scumbag she was talking about him? Ojinma suddenly reflected on himself. Did he go too far in making her shout at him? Ding, the male lead's favorability is -20. Chapter 1132. You can search for Transmigration System, Adonis, come to Sashu. Come in Baidu to find her. He did not know how he fell asleep, but after a night of strange things, he finally woke up. He stretched his limbs and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and found that he was a human again. Ojinma jumped up in surprise and checked his body. He was really back. Was last night a dream? Ojinma thought about it, his hands unconsciously bent as he washed his face. After washing his face, Ojinma wanted to chop off his human paws. What was wrong with him? He had a dream and woke up as a cat. He quickly went to wash himself, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered how it felt to be bathed by Weiwei Bai last night. Her hands were soft as she gently washed the dirty fur on his body. She was afraid that he would catch a cold, so she wrapped him in a towel. It was very warm and very comfortable. Ojinma quickly stopped his memories. It was just a stupid dream. What was he thinking about? He opened the fridge and wanted to eat breakfast, but when he saw a can of fish, he reached for it. When he started cooking the white meat, he realized that he was a human, not a cat. What was the point of eating this? But since it was already cooked, he could not waste it, so he ate it. The taste was very light, but it was delicious when he was a cat. Why was it not delicious when he was a human? Ojinma silently warned himself that it was just a dream. Weiwei Bai woke up and was face to face with a big-faced cat. The cat said, "Meow." Weiwei Bai said, "Speak human language." Meow Me said, "Meow woo woo." The system said, "It said it was hungry." Weiwei Bai said, "Oh, Ojinma is gone." The system said, "His body is awake, so his soul will automatically return to his body. Then the cat will become the original cat." Weiwei Bai said, "Can't this function make Ojinma a cat?" Bad review. The system was speechless. It was possible when it was first bought, but it broke down later on, so it could only be like this. The system silently looked at its pile of trash. They were all semi-defective goods. It silently tidied up its own garbage. Although it was semi-defective, it was still a poor ghost. They were all treasures that could be used to fool the host, who asked the host to only have it as a system, so it didn't have much experience. Without seeing good things, there was no way to compare. Thinking of the host forum, its host didn't have the authority to access it. It felt lucky. If he saw those hosts on the forum who were living a life of debauchery and were so happy that they could go to heaven, the host would definitely not want it. Weiwei Bai went online and found that her Weibo was filled with all kinds of personal attacks. There were fans of Jiangro, but most of them were fans of the little angel, Ojinma. Ojinma's fans were unique in the entertainment industry because of Ojinma's persona. A bunch of retarded guardian angels formed the Retarded Alliance and doted on Ojinma like their own son. Every one of them felt that they were the messengers of justice. Their MO wouldn't scold people and wouldn't retaliate when hurt. So Ojinma's fan club was full of aggressive fans. For example, The previous time when the host sneaked into the audience of the award ceremony, she was spotted by Oh Jinma's fans. That was why the tragedy of the award ceremony happened. Wei Wei Bai browsed through the comments. Then she stared at the computer and pondered. Most of the comments were focused on how shameless she was for daring to use Oh Jinma's relationship to gain fame. Jiang Ro's plagiarism was less conspicuous because she didn't have many fans. Crossover system, Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1133. And the plagiarism of Jiang Ro was the fuse that made Oh Jinma fall out with her. He had always thought that the original owner was a scheming woman, but when the plagiarism incident came out, he immediately labeled Wei Wei Bai as a disgusting person. Wei Wei Bai felt that the reason why his favorability towards her increased so quickly last night was because when a person suffered a huge blow, they would instinctively rely on the person who gave them a sense of security. Oh Jinma must have suffered a huge blow when he turned into a cat last night. He almost died under the wheels of a car and was saved by her. That was why he felt less disgusted with her. But his impression of her was still as bad. Wei Wei Bai stared at the plagiarism comments and suddenly asked the system, "Is there anything that can make me sing or create awesome songs?" The system flipped through the products in the discount section. There's an old talent booster recently. Because it's old, it's been replaced in the discount section. You can buy 50 days of life. Wei Wei Bai was about to have a heart attack. 50 days. The system said, it's still on discount. If it's not on discount, we won't be able to afford it. Wei Wei Bai asked, is this thing useful? The system said, of course. It can make you light up 3 talents, and all of them can reach your body's limit. Wei Wei Bai pressed on her heart. Use it, use it. Luckily, her current life points were in thousands. Otherwise, at the rate at which she earned 30 days worth of HP in a single plane, killing her would not have cost her that much HP. Although the original owner had some talent. But this talent was poured into the song that Jiang Ro plagiarized. Some people could write such a good song in their lifetime. This was still considered a talented person. Unfortunately, the original owner only had this bit of talent. Her voice wasn't particularly good either. It couldn't even compare to Jiang Ro's voice. So Wei Wei Bai didn't have a choice. Singing and writing songs required a lot of practice, and it required a lot of talent to succeed. He had no choice but to use his savings. The system clicked by, and Wei Wei Bai received the talent booster. She did not hesitate to put her talents into singing and composing. When he lit up the compose button, the lyrics button also lit up. The system said, after your composing talent increases, the talent tool will give you a lyricist talent. Wei Wei Bai only had one skill left. She chose the pet skill. After all, she had to raise a cat. If she didn't have the ability to raise a pet, it was possible that she would raise the pet to death. She thought about how she had raised Oh Jinma to death. The favorable impression points would probably shoot up into the atmosphere like a rocket. Negative favorable impression points would shake the heavens and earth. After Wei Wei Bai had chosen her talent, she felt that her talent in music composition was soaring. This feeling was very obvious. For example, when he heard a song, he could understand and analyze how many methods were used to produce the song. But when he was writing songs, the moment he raised his pen, it would be a golden song. This was simply too good. The 50 days were not wasted. Wei Wei Bai finally felt that her heart did not hurt so much. She went online to check and found that the recently hyped Hua Nation's Best Song Competition was starting to audition. Hua Nation's Best Song Competition, as the name suggested, was looking for original talents from all over the country. Everyone had to bring their own original songs to participate in the competition. Then, every round, they had to sing their own original songs. During the first season of this competition, it was very amazing in the early stages. It was also the viewership champion that year. But in the second half of the competition, it collapsed. Chapter 1134. That was because all songwriters knew that it was impossible for one person to write many good songs. And this program required all of them to be original works. It also required original songs for more than 10 rounds of competition. In the beginning, the songs that were taken out were the best written songs. Towards the end, the audience's appetite was whetted, but they found that the songs were getting worse and worse. Even on the Champions Night, none of the songs were listenable. This caused the program to fail. And to recover ratings, the program team hyped up, pulled in couples, exposed all kinds of dark secrets of the contestants, and used all kinds of tricks. They did whatever they wanted. This caused the program's reputation to collapse. Although they were scolding, the program still had ratings. Wei Wei Bai watched the recent talent shows launched by several programs. She still decided to go to this original composition competition because the program director of this competition was shameless enough to do anything for ratings. But the director was very insistent on one thing: to eliminate any singers who were not original and plagiarized works. Even the contestants who bought the songs were immediately eliminated once they were found out. The director's bottom line was originality, and he had no bottom line other than originality. So she participated in this program, as long as her works were all original. Then, even if Jiang Ro suppressed her, the director team would not eliminate her. Because she had enough topics, scolding brought ratings. This was also recognized by people in the industry. Wei Wei Bai submitted the registration form online. Seeing that there was still a week before the audition, she put it aside and continued to write songs. She had 50 life points. How could she earn back if she didn't write more? Wei Wei Bai went to feed the cat halfway through writing, and then she ate something to continue writing. The paper in the room was casually thrown on the ground. The talent booster didn't give her songs directly. Instead, she needed to fumble around and write them herself, and guaranteed that the songs she fumbled around would be especially good. This was considered to be talented. When the original owner wrote, she used a guitar. Generally, songwriters would have an instrument. She was afraid that writing a song with a pen would be too weird, so she took the guitar and found that she played well. The original owner had her own skills. The incomplete notes on the paper all over the floor gradually formed 2 or 3 particularly good songs. Wei Wei Bai found that the night was dark. She yawned, rubbed her eyes, and went to cook. When he went to feed the cat, he found that the cat had changed. This change did not need Oh Jinma to say anything. She could see it from the big cat's face. The cat that Oh Jinma possessed had an expression that said, "You bunch of stupid mortals don't deserve to live. Even if I'm a cat, I'm still a cold and noble little angel." To be honest, this expression was really asking for a beating. When Wei Wei Bai saw him, her lazy expression immediately turned into joy and doting. She was a cat lover, and she always kept in mind that she was a lively little animal. "Little tree, you are too skinny. I will get you some meat and fish. Eat some cat food too." Ojinma's face was sluggish. He turned his head, and his expression was hideous and twisted. He just drank a little and went home to sleep early. Why did it turn into a cat? This is impossible. This can't be real. Is this not a dream? No, he didn't believe it. His face was filled with despair. Suddenly, his cat head was rubbed by someone. He immediately covered his head with his paws and looked at Wei Wei Bai with a grimace. "Meow, don't touch me." Wei Wei Bai's smile became friendlier. "Little tree, it's time to eat." "Oh, Jinma, little tree? What's with this lousy name?" He hated his first name the most. Big Tree, this lowly name, was simply a disgrace to him. Chapter 1135. This woman raised a cat and even called him by his childhood name. This was how much she liked him. Oh Xiaoshu's face was full of contempt. He faintly glanced at the plate, then coldly and arrogantly turned around, holding a cat's but towards Bai Wei Wei. He ate when she asked him to. He was really a cat. Suddenly, a hand gently scratched his chin. A wave of numbness and comfort made his whole body go limp, as if he had been electrocuted. His limbs were numb and his eyes were red. He had never felt so comfortable before. Then he suddenly realized that he was lifted up. Wei Wei Bai smiled gently and said softly, "I'm not a bad person. Eat." She was afraid that he was a new cat and would be cautious, so he did not dare to eat. Oh Jinma looked at her with disdain. "Fine, I won't eat." Wei Wei Bai suddenly reached out and touched his belly slowly. Oh Jinma's eyes were wide open. How could there be such a comfortable thing in this world? His cat body approached Wei Wei Bai uncontrollably just to get closer to her. Wei Wei Bai smiled even more happily. Her fingers seemed to have magic. Wherever she touched, he would have an orgasm. How could he use such a vulgar adjective? This was a cat's instinct, not his. Ma suddenly realized that his mouth was stuffed with meat again. He smacked his mouth. It tasted very good. This was a delicacy the human taste buds could not understand. He was fed by Wei Bai until he was full. Wei Bai saw that he had finished eating and put him in the cat bed. If you want to poop, remember to go to the cat litter box. Don't poop everywhere. Ma's comfortable expression suddenly darkened. Would he poop? He would rather die than poop. This was the dignity of a human who had turned into a cat. Wei Bai's phone rang, and she picked it up. Is this the program team of Hua, Country's Best Song? Yes, I'm Wei Bai. I'm sure I want to register. The relaxed expression on Wei Bai's face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. She casually took the note and remembered. All right, I'll prepare at least 10 original songs, okay? I only have 3 songs on hand right now. Can I send them by email first? The other side seemed a little unhappy. Wei Bai begged for a long time before sending the song out. Ma looked at her coldly. She was going to participate in an original song talent show. He knew about the show, and the production team had even invited him to be one of the judges for the second season. The remuneration was very reasonable. Although he was very tempted, the level of this program was not high enough for him to participate. He gave up. After all, this was not in line with his image as a superstar angel. However, he knew that this program still had some integrity. After all, the director insisted on true originality. If someone without talent went up, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. No backing would be of any use. Wei Bai also wanted to participate. Idiot, was she qualified? How would she know what singing and composing were? She was a woman from a small mountain village. Her knowledge was narrow. She probably wouldn't even recognize a staff. She still wanted to participate in such a strong program. What was the point of going up? She was looking for scolding. Wei Bai did not care about the disdainful expression of the big-faced cat beside her. She turned on the recording device on the computer indifferently. Then, she hugged the guitar and started singing softly. Her voice was not sweet, but it was very clear and very recognizable. The song was about a crush. A sweet and sour melody, neither heavy nor bitter, began to play softly and skillfully. Mo's body that was originally tilted suddenly sat up straight. He stared at her. This song. He had never heard of it before. Halfway through the song, Wei Bai suddenly stopped. Then, she took a pen and wrote something on the paper. Then, she continued singing. Mo realized that he was surrounded by papers. He lowered his head to look. It was a familiar, incomplete song that he dealt with every day. He stretched out his cat claws and looked at the papers one by one. This was an original song, and it was a very good song. Every song could be a hit. Ma suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a long time before he looked up at Wei Bai in disbelief. Does she really have the talent to write songs? Chapter 1136. Wei Bai sang an original song and sent it to the program crew. The program crew needed to confirm her singing ability. After she finished singing and sent it over, she realized that Big Face was looking down at the score she wrote. The cat's face was serious, and his eyes were sharp. He looked at it and gritted his teeth as he used his claws to grab another piece of paper to continue reading. She heard him muttering, meow, meow, meow. No, I don't believe it. It's all fake. This is a dream. Wei Bai yawned. She had been thinking about the strategy for the past few days. Also, there were repercussions of a concussion. Her body was not very good, and she could not stay up late. Actually, staying up late was worth it because Ma would definitely enter the cat's body at night many times. This was the best time to gain a good impression of her. Ma read to the end and had to admit that it was not plagiarism. He was a composer, so he was very clear about the process of a person writing a song. These songs were written by Wei Bai. With this kind of talent, she should have been famous long ago. How could she be in such a miserable state? Was it because she was ugly? Ma looked up and saw Wei Bai sitting lazily on the computer chair. She casually reached out to support her face and looked down at the score. A few strands of hair fell to the side of her face. Under the light, her fair face had a kind of softness that was worth looking at. This kind of softness was not offensive, and it was easy to attract fans. It was easy to get both male and female fans. Wei Wei Bai seemed to feel his gaze. She turned her head and happened to meet his eyes. Ojima was nervous and lowered his head guiltily. He could not help but use force with his claws and tore the paper under his claws. He stared blankly at the paper under his claws. It was full of incomplete songs. He remembered that when he was writing songs, he hated it when anyone touched his things. Even the slightest sound could make him angry and throw things. This was the result of long-term stress. There was even an assistant who accidentally stepped on a piece of paper that he threw on the floor and was fired, because that piece of paper had a song written by him. Although he didn't want it, his temper was so bad that he fired him. He gave enough money, and the contract was strict enough. No one dared to spread rumors. They were afraid of the sky-high penalty for breaching the contract. That was why his little angel persona had never crumbled. So when he tore apart Wei Wei Bai's song, he instinctively trembled. Bai Weiwei wouldn't throw him downstairs, right? He knew all too well the irritable feeling of having a piece of music that he had written with all his might destroyed. Wei Wei Bai stood up from the chair. He immediately raised his head and looked at her warily. She walked over and glanced at the paper it had ruined. She picked it up, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Ojima was confused. The next moment, she picked him up and gently stroked his head. "Little tree, it's okay. It's just a piece of paper. I forgot to cut your nails. Are you feeling bad?" Ojima looked at her nervously, unable to react in time. Wasn't she going to step on him? She was obviously a scheming B***tch, yet she still threatened him. How could she be so nice to a cat? Could it be that Wei Wei Bai was a cat lover? Wei Wei Bai placed him on the chair and then went to search for a nail clipper for pets. Her hands had a relaxing magic. Ojima didn't feel anything. She carefully cut off the excess parts of his cat claws. He couldn't help but scratch them. He wasn't used to having such short claws. Wei Wei Bai was extremely gentle. She gently held his cat claws with 2 fingers. Chapter 1137. Don't move, it's not done yet. She smiled, then lowered her head and continued to snip gently. He looked up and saw that her long hair had fallen down, revealing the snow-white skin at the back of her neck. Delicate and weak. A beauty that was completely different from that of a man. Ojima looked at it and wanted to lick it. Lick it? Lick what? Did he turn into a cat? Did the pure and innocent image of an angel completely collapse into a wretched cat? Ojima's face darkened. Suddenly, he pulled his claws and snatched them from Wei Wei Bai's hands. He turned around and swung his tail at Wei Wei Bai's hands. Meow, meow, meow. Don't touch me, you scheming woman. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with his, but facing her. She really didn't have any thoughts about a cat. When Ojima scolded her angrily, if he had scolded her in his human form, she might have wanted to take revenge. But looking at a cat acting like a master cat, she actually felt that it was natural. After the system heard her thoughts, it couldn't help but say, "You're about to become a cat slave." Keeping a dog was a friend of humans. Keeping a cat was a master cat. That was why people who liked to keep cats were called cat slaves. Wei Wei Bai rejected such an unpleasant name. I'm doing this for the strategy. A gentle strategy was so good. She had a year to slowly work on it. What was even better was that she didn't have any deep grudges with Ojima in this world. After all, threatening Ojima only made him lose his self-esteem. Compared to the other targets who were always venting their hatred for their country, this was already considered too light. Wei Wei Bai yawned again. She felt that she couldn't continue with the strategy. She needed to sleep. She placed Ojima on the cat bed, then patted his head and said softly, "I'm going to sleep. You should sleep too. Xiao Shu, good night." Ojima used his claws to push her hand away, refusing to communicate with her. Although he had turned into a cat, Wei Wei Bai was still good to him. However, Ojima still resisted the woman who had threatened him. Wei Wei Bai didn't mind. There was still a long way to go. Love would come out sooner or later. Ojima watched as Wei Wei Bai lay down on the bed. The room was small. When she lay down, her long hair spread all over the pillow, and it glistened under the light. Against her peaceful, sleeping face, she looked exceptionally pure and beautiful. It was a face that had no offensive power, but was very beautiful. It was the kind of appearance that girls love the most, but also the kind of beauty that men love the most for their first love. Ojima looked at the screen and suddenly slapped his eyes with his cat paw. Why was he studying her appearance? Did he want to be her manager? Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was in deep sleep, he sneakily jumped onto the papers again. The more he looked at them, the more shocked he was. These pieces of music were very good. He even felt jealous when he saw this. He was still short of a few songs for his next album and had been stuck on writing them. Because of his genius persona, even if he couldn't write them, he couldn't say them out loud. Seeing that the album was getting closer and closer, he became more anxious. However, the songs written by Wei Wei Bai were full of spirit. He suddenly stretched out his claws and hugged the papers, his cat face cold. Meow, idiot, such good songs should be locked up immediately after writing them, and then applying for copyright protection. How could you throw them around so casually? Even if there was only one cat beside you, you couldn't let your guard down because cats could be transmigrated. Ojima snorted coldly as he used his claws to carefully help her keep the papers. She suddenly breathed heavily and turned over. The blanket slid to the floor. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1138. You can search Transmigration System. Male God come to Sashu. Com in Baidu to find the. Luckily, Wei Wei Bai's smell was soft and nice. He narrowed his eyes, and the thought of running away in his mind became fainter and fainter. Suddenly, a hand gently stroked his head. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be sleepwalking as she closed her eyes and muttered, "Good night." Ojima's first stiffened before he slowly relaxed his body and impatiently hummed, "Meow, got it, woman." Ding, the male lead's affection is at -15. Ojima opened his eyes as the morning sun shined in through the window. His face was dark and his body was stiff for a long time before he suddenly jumped up from the bed. He immediately rushed to the piano room and turned on the piano as he began to think about the scores he saw last night. His memory was very good, and he had already written more than half of the 3 songs. He played the piano and hummed. His voice was like the sound of nature, and it was especially stunning when paired with the high quality of the song. Because Wei Wei Bai didn't have lyrics, he could only hum. After he finished singing, his body was cold as he sat by the piano in a daze. He tightly gripped the paper as he looked at the score. It wasn't a dream. He could clearly feel that it wasn't a dream. He really did become Wei Wei Bai's cat. He knew that it was impossible to write these songs in a dream. Even if he dreamed of it at night, the songs he dreamt of wouldn't be like this, because the style was completely different from his. Ojima heard the sound of the door opening, and then a sweet voice sounded. "Brother, are you awake?" Before Ojima could react, the door to the piano room opened. A beautiful woman wearing jeans and a white shirt walked in with soy milk and youtiao in her hand. Jiang Ro said, "Brother, you're so inspired this early in the morning. What song did you write?" Ojima's talent in composing and writing songs was first class, but because the style was too elegant and difficult, she couldn't find any of the songs. Ojima was the kind of person who was so proud of his work that he was obsessed with cleanliness. She couldn't sing the flavor of his work. He would not have written songs for her. This was also the reason why Jiang Ro didn't have any representative works and couldn't become popular. Of course, this was before she stole Wei Wei Bai's songs. Ojima looked unhappy for a moment. He hated it when people entered his piano room when he was composing. However, when he saw that it was his younger sister, he suppressed his displeasure and revealed a sincere smile. "Xiaoro, you woke up early today." She always slept until the afternoon. Jiang Ro pouted. "I was just wondering if you hadn't eaten breakfast again." Her sharp eyes caught sight of the score in his hand. She reached out and snatched it, immediately flipping through it. "Is that a new song?" she said, humming at once in surprise. "Brother, have you changed your style? It's so gentle and nice. It's not suitable for you to sing. Is it for me?" Ojima's expression changed when he saw her taking it. He immediately reached out and snatched it back. Then, he said in a low voice, "It's not for you." Jiang Ro's smile froze. Her new song was a hit. Her fans were all eagerly waiting for her next song. Because everyone believed that she was Oh Jinma's younger sister, she was able to write such a good song, just like her brother, Genius. Moreover, because she was involved in the plagiarism scandal, her internet water army and fans had settled the matter very well. Furthermore, they had poured dirty water on Wei Wei Bai, making it impossible for her to make a comeback. However, she still needed her next song to be a hit to establish her position as the little diva. She had to continue to stay in this position, because only then would Jinma have a way out when he found out that she wasn't his biological sister. Jiang Ro said shamelessly, "Brother, my singing skills have improved by another level recently. Just give me a song." Jinma was already squeezing the paper in his hand tightly. He said perfunctorily, "I'll give you one next time when I write a song." Jiang Ro looked at the paper in his hand. Jinma placed the score in the box beside the piano. "Okay, let's eat breakfast." This was Wei Wei Bai's song, and it was going to be a song in the competition. No matter how much he hated her, he wouldn't let anything happen to her song. Jiang Ro looked at the song unwillingly. She had just hummed a part, and it was too suitable for her style. Jinma ate his soy milk and fried dough sticks absent-mindedly, thinking about the white meat dried fish. After he finished eating, he suddenly thought of something and called his manager. "I accepted the request from the judge of the good song." After Jinma finished the call, he held his head in despair. What did he do? Just to find out how many good songs Wei Wei Bai could write, he actually accepted an invitation that he shouldn't have accepted. Jiang Ro sneaked into Jinma's piano room when he was on the phone and saw the score in the box. She hesitated for a moment before she secretly took the song at the top. It was just a song, so Jinma definitely wouldn't blame her. He doted on her so much. Chapter 1139. Jinma sat among the judges with a gentle smile on his face. His face was about to stiffen from smiling. Not many of the contestants who came for the preliminary audition could listen. Didn't they say that they were chosen from thousands of people? Either the original song was lousy, the voice was lousy, or the appearance was extremely ugly. His butt was about to hurt from sitting, his smile was about to crack, and his ears were about to explode. But he couldn't even get angry. He was the little angel prince, even if this bastard's original song sounded like he was going to kill someone. He also wanted to give him a knife. Come me a few more times. Because this was a contestant that the program had guaranteed to enter the competition. Damn, couldn't the sponsors have chosen a few capable ones? It was so hard to hear a good song plagiarized. He hated plagiarism the most. Jinma slowly smiled at the plagiarized contestant. Then he said, gently, "Do you think that I haven't listened to the golden songs from 20 years ago? It's not something that can be used in the competition just by changing the prelude." How did the program team not recognize such obvious plagiarism? Jinma was about to explode. Finally, it was time for lunch. Where was Wei Wei Bai? Wasn't she here for the preliminary audition? Where did she go? Did she oversleep? Jinma flipped through the information. There were still 3 contestants before it was Wei Wei Bai's turn. The other 2 judges said, "Let's continue after lunch." Jinma had no appetite at all. His ears had been ravaged the entire morning. He was in urgent need of a good original song to relieve his deafening hearing. So he smiled kindly. "The contestants are already here. Don't let them wait too long. We can eat anytime." The other judges were cursing in their hearts, but they were smiling. "Yes, you're still thinking of the contestants." Jinma, don't think that I can't hear your hypocritical sarcasm. Do you think that the angels won't use their wings to kill you? After enduring for so long, he finally made it past the 3 shitty contestants. He couldn't help but stretch his neck to look at the entrance. He was completely unaware of his own eagerness, like a cat stretching its neck and waiting to be fed. Why wasn't there anyone at the entrance? Jinma almost stuck his body out and grabbed the table with his 2 paws, ready to jump out. The other 2 judges finally dared to speak. "Why don't we eat first?" Originally, this group was only selected in the afternoon. Jinma grinned. "I'm not hungry." Without a good song, he wouldn't be able to eat his mother's rice. "Judge, even if you're not hungry, we're hungry. You're an angel and we're humans, okay? Don't think that we're afraid of you, just because you're famous. Ojima was very friendly. He turned to look at the two of them with a sinister look in his eyes. You must be hungry. Why don't you go and eat first? The two judges cowered at the same time. No, we never eat lunch. Suddenly, a beautiful figure holding a guitar walked in. Ojima changed his attitude almost instantly. The gentle smile on his face disappeared, and his expression was tense. He sat down on the chair, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. The other two judges didn't dare to tilt their bodies and immediately sat up straight. Wei Bai walked in with Big Face Cat in her arms and a guitar in her hand. She saw the three judges looking at her gloomily. Did they enter a funeral parlor? Ojima realized that he was so nervous to see Wei Bai. His gaze slowly landed on the cat in her arms. Big Face Cat was dumbfounded. Meow. Ojima almost stood up. His voice was trembling. Why are you carrying a cat in? Do you think this competition is child's play? Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1140. This was the cat that he transmigrated with every day. The first time he looked at a cat as a human, it was even uglier. Was this how he looked when he turned into a cat? The other two judges looked at the little angel, Ojima, in shock. Didn't he smile at everyone in a friendly manner? Why did he speak so coldly when he saw Wei Bai? Was he hungry? Wei Bai's expression was colder than his. The competition didn't say that I couldn't carry a cat. Ojima looked at the cat in her hands. It was too creepy. He thought that it was a dream, but he realized that the damn cat was real. What was even scarier was that Wei Bai was actually very good at writing songs. Ojima saw the shocked gazes of the people around him. He was afraid that his little angel image would be destroyed, so he immediately smiled. Of course you can carry a cat. You're really different. He looked at the Big Face Cat with a gentle gaze, but a bunch of thoughts flashed through his mind. This cat caused him to transmigrate every day. If he could get the cat, it would be in his house after transmigrating. The more Ojima thought about it, the more he felt that this cat couldn't be in Wei Bai's hands. After all, this concerned his life. The big-faced cat seemed to feel uneasy when it sensed Ojima's covetous gaze. Wei Bai stroked the cat's head. Her fair and slender fingers gently slid through the short gray fur. It was beautiful and delicate. The cat also closed its eyes comfortably. Ojima frowned. His expression was a little dark. Why was this stupid cat so comfortable? Couldn't it have some dignity? After all, he was the one who transmigrated. But when he thought about the feeling of her hand touching him when he was a cat, a numbing feeling appeared on his back. Ojima immediately leaned back in his chair and tried to ignore that feeling. He said, "What song are you going to sing?" He knew the 3 songs that she had written, so he was looking forward to which song she was going to sing. Her voice was not bad, but he had only heard her hum a part of the song. Ojima even knew that he was looking forward to Wei Bai's performance. It had been too long since he had met an original creator with spiritual energy and ability. Wei Bai hugged her guitar and placed the cat by her feet. The cat obediently leaned against her feet. It was extremely obedient. Ojima glared at the cat coldly. "What a useless cat." Wei Bai said, "I just wrote a song for my family that I spend time with day and night." Ojima sneered. He passed through her shabby, rented apartment every day. Where would he find a family to spend time with? Was this woman's mouth full of lies? He picked up the cup and covered the sneer on his face. Then, he said indifferently, "Sing for me." Wei Bai looked down at the cat at her feet. Then, she held the guitar pick with her fingers and played a playful and elegant prelude as nimbly as a butterfly. Before Ojima could react, he heard Wei Bai speak. Meow, with a puff, he spat out the water in his mouth. Although the other 2 judges also felt that this song was very unique, they didn't have as exaggerated a reaction as Ojima. Wei Bai continued to sing the cat song. Big Face Cat, you're so cute. Meow, 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 meow. You're acting cute to me on my bed. Your face is big and round, and your voice is meow, 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 meow. Ojima gripped the cup tightly. You're the one with the big and round face. His voice was clearly cold and elegant. He wouldn't call such a spineless voice like meow, 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 meow. Also, who's acting cute to you? Who's that? The playful and cute melody suddenly flew up. It was so cute that people who listened to it felt like they were going to die. Crossover system. Adonis, come here, crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com/crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com crossover system. Adonis, come here, crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1141. She suddenly lowered her head and revealed a cute smile. She sang to the cat at her feet. You act coquettishly with me. You don't like canned food. You like dried fish. The cat at her feet was very cooperative. Meow, meow, meow. Jean Ma's murderous eyes fell on the cat. He clearly didn't transmigrate. So why was the damn cat so cooperative? And don't lie, the dried fish he liked to eat was canned food. He liked to eat canned food. Jean Ma was about to suffer internal injuries. How could you distort the truth for the sake of blindly writing lyrics? The system was also about to suffer internal injuries. It controlled the cat and bitterly sang with the host. Wei Wei Bai finished singing, but the last line was still meow. Jean Ma's eyes turned into knives. He couldn't wait to chop Wei Wei Bai to death. He clearly didn't care about her when he transmigrated into a cat. How could she have the face to write such a shameless line? What about him acting coquettishly? What about him kissing her? Those were all fabricated. What about him touching her hand with his tail and covering her with a blanket? He really covered her. Scheming woman, pretending to be asleep. The cup in his hand was about to shatter. Wei Wei Bai finished singing. She smiled and said, I've finished singing, judges. One of the judges felt that the song was very well written. He immediately asked, where did your inspiration for this song come from? Wei Wei Bai hugged her guitar and looked at the cat at her feet with a very gentle gaze. I once met a scumbag. I used everything I had to like him. Later, I found that he was hypocritical and vain. Although he had a little bit of talent, his nature was extremely bad. He was simply a scumbag of the highest quality and a scheming man. Ojima, was this an allusion to him? It must be, it must be. Wei Wei Bai bent down and picked up the big-faced cat. She gently patted it and suddenly smiled. She was originally beautiful, but because of her gloomy personality, she didn't attract much attention. Now that she was truly happy, the gloominess in her eyes had completely faded away. She had lost the haze of unhappiness, and there was only a clear and beautiful light. Jean Ma tightened his grip on the blanket until his fingernails turned white. He couldn't help but be attracted by her smile. Wei Wei Bai said gently, at that time, I was completely disheartened, but I met it. It was thrown into the garbage dump by someone, and like me, no one wanted it. Jean Ma saw the cat in her hand. At that time, he had just woken up and realized that he had turned into a cat. He almost broke down. Then she met Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was not at all gloomy after being abandoned, nor was she gloomy because of being scolded. So to me, it is my family. Two homeless people becoming one family is the happiest thing for me. Jean Ma held his breath. His gaze wavered. He didn't expect Wei Wei Bai to treat this cat as family. The impression he had of Wei Wei Bai in the past. Suddenly, he was on the verge of collapsing. Ding, the male lead defection is at -15. So I wrote this cat song for it. After listening to Wei Wei Bai explain her inspiration, the other two judges nodded. They felt that she had the ability to enter the competition. But Ojima didn't smile. He just looked at Wei Wei Bai with a cold expression. He suddenly said, if I say that you can enter the competition and put the cat in a better family, would you be willing? Enter the competition. The other two judges looked at Ojima in shock. Was this an unspoken rule? Wei Wei Bai hugged the cat. Her face showed a rare trace of confusion. Then slowly, her eyelashes trembled and her eyes lit up. / / The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like, Chapter 1142. Even her face started to turn red. Her eyebrows were raised in anger. She stared coldly at Ojima. Would you send your family away in exchange for a chance to succeed? Ojima was embarrassed by her stare. He was just testing her, but he didn't expect Wei Wei Bai to be so angry. Wei Wei Bai laughed coldly. I'm so blind. Why would I like you? She curled her tongue around the last few words and stopped abruptly. Then she suppressed her anger and said, Forget it. If the judges are all people of your standard, I'd better not participate. With that said, she hugged her guitar and cat and turned to leave. She didn't want to miss the opportunity to be on TV. Ojima's face was tense. His eyes were dark and scary. His handsome face didn't have a trace of pretending to be innocent and gentle. Instead, it was sharp and aggressive. He didn't know why he was so angry. She was the one who threatened him. She had only herself to blame for ending up in this state. Why was she looking at him with contempt? Ojima sensed the gazes around him, and his expression changed instinctively. His expression became gentle, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Then we'll stop the primaries for now. Everyone go and eat. Thank you for your hard work. Then he asked his manager and assistant to distribute drinks and shopping vouchers to each of the staff. The two judges were also taken care of. Suddenly, everyone was harmonious and harmonious. Behind Ojima's smile was an indifferent bystander. It was always like this. Even if he suddenly had a small accident, he only needed a small favor. There was absolutely no problem with his reputation. Ojima took advantage of the break and walked out quickly. When he turned the corner, he saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on a chair in the corridor with her guitar bag beside her. She was squatting and feeding cat food to the cat. She lowered her head and revealed the beautiful lines of her neck. Her long hair was tied up, and the accessories were very simple. Her face was also lightly made up. Her entire body was light and clean. In the beginning, when she came out of the mountain village, she still smelled like dirt. Now it was the same as before. Her clothes were cheap. However, there didn't seem to be anything unnecessary. Ojima recalled that when he was young, he did not have a deep impression of Wei Wei Bai. But those days were very difficult because they were living under someone else's roof. When he was very young, he was thrown into the countryside. His mother was a mistress and thought that by giving birth to him, she could hook up with his father, who was a musical genius. In the end, his father refused to acknowledge him for the sake of his reputation. His mistress's mother found him an eyesore, so she threw him to the countryside. His monthly allowance of a few hundred yuan was also deducted by that family, leaving him with very little. He pretended to be cute and well-behaved just to get more food. A particularly painful period of time. Later on, when she was finally recognized, she realized that if she wanted to live a good life, she had to continue pretending to be cute and obedient. The more he pretended, the more he panicked. Later on, it became his persona, and he realized that he could get everything he wanted. He didn't even dare to imagine how he could live without this mask. So when Wei Wei Bai appeared and tried to break his mask, his reaction was so big. Ojima suddenly heard Wei Wei Bai whisper to the cat, "You're really picky. You eat dried fish and white meat at night, but you like cat food during the day. You're going to make me poor." Her voice was soft and gentle. Ojima leaned against the corner of the wall and listened indifferently, but there was a trace of throbbing in his eyes. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1143. He was here during the day. If it wasn't his cat, of course it would be stupid enough to only eat cat food. Ojima was a little annoyed when he heard a message notification from his phone. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would hear it, so he immediately took it out of his pocket and wanted to mute it. Even he didn't know why he had to stay in the corner and watch Wei Wei Bai feed the cat. When he was muting his phone, he accidentally entered Weibo. There were a bunch of fans saying that they loved him on Weibo. He couldn't help but take a few glances, only to find that one comment had been pushed to the top. Let Jima focus on writing songs. We, the angels, have to protect him and not let him be hurt by shameless women. Ojima thought of something and frowned. He finally remembered that Wei Wei Bai was still being attacked by his fans. The plagiarism incident and the relationship incident had pushed her into the center of the storm. Ojima pondered for a moment and thought of the songs written by Wei Wei Bai. His doubts finally surfaced. Jiang Ro's song. Was it really written by her? Ojima sent a private message to Jiang Ro's Weibo. Send me the original draft of your popular song. I want to see how you compose and what songs you have written recently. I want to see if you have improved. After sending the message, Ojima logged out and saw that Jiang Ro's latest Weibo post was that she was going to release a new song. Ojima didn't think much of it and stuffed his phone into his pocket. Then he realized what he had done. Wasn't he suspecting that his sister had plagiarized? Ojima frowned and his breathing became heavier. But songwriters wouldn't lie. Wei Wei Bai had such talent. Why would she slander others for a song that she was sure she could write? Ojima, who was deep in thought, suddenly heard the sound of a cat. He lowered his head and saw a big cat face. The corner of his mouth twitched. Ugly cat. He really wanted to kick it away. Suddenly, he realized something. Where was Wei Wei Bai? He glanced at the corridor and saw that the guitar was still there. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have gone to the bathroom. Ojima started to feel nervous. His breathing became heavier and his heart started to beat faster. He felt that since he had transmigrated into this cat twice, he might transmigrate into it a third time. This cat was his other body. If he didn't keep watch, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. Who knew if this ugly cat would be stupid enough to crash into a car the next time it transmigrated? Ojima bent down and revealed an angelic smile. He stretched out his hand and said, "Little ugly freak, come. Big brother will take you to eat something delicious." No matter what, this was such an important cat. He had to feed himself. As for Bai Weiwei, he bought her the most expensive cat and returned it to her. The big-faced cat looked at him stupidly. Suddenly, it swiped its paw and made 3 bloody marks on the back of his hand. Ojima's fingers trembled in pain. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Do you know who I am? You are me, and I am you. How can we hit each other when we are on the same side?" After saying that, Ojima angrily pinched the big-faced cat's cheeks. "Follow me, and you will live a good life. It's better than suffering. Don't be so ungrateful." The big-faced cat howled and scratched with its paw. Ojima's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick. He grabbed the back of the cat's neck and laughed sinisterly. "You think I can't kill you? With your little cat body, you dare to fight with me? Struggle. No matter how hard you struggle, no one will save you." Cat. Meow, meow, meow. Ojima. Ugly freak with no ambition. You need to be more domineering. Meow, cat. Meow, meow. Ojima was angry. "It's meow. Meow, meow. Meow." The big-faced cat suddenly looked pitiful. "Meow, meow." Ojima finally nodded. Yes, Meow is the domineering one. Then he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai carrying a guitar bag and looking at him blankly. Ojima. Wei Wei Bai looked at the cat in his hand. Then she looked at him. Ojima suddenly thought of the stupid thing he had just done. Teach a cat how to meow? His lips trembled. Listen to my explanation. Anxious, he couldn't control his mouth. Meow, meow. Wei Wei Bai trembled and looked at him in disbelief. What are you going to do to my cat? Then she suddenly rushed over and snatched the cat away from his hand. She protected it tightly and looked at him as if he was a pervert. Ojima's lips and hands trembled. Listen to my explanation. Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back and looked at him warily. Then she suddenly turned around and ran. Ojima felt that the way Wei Wei looked at him just now was like looking at a psychopath. That must be it. Ojima choked on a mouthful of blood. He really wanted to die. What kind of stupid thing did he do? Don't go and listen to his explanation. Chapter 1144. Ojima was trembling all over. His perfect persona of elegance, purity, innocence, and genius had collapsed. The first time it collapsed was when she called Big Tree. The second time it collapsed was when he meowed like a cat. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ojima's mind. He even had thoughts of killing her and committing suicide. But in the next second, his legs were almost out of control, and he rushed out. His persona could not be completely destroyed in front of Wei Wei Bai. He would never allow the humiliation of meowing like a cat to happen to him. Wei Wei Bai carried Big Face Cat and chatted with the system. Come, learn how to sing for mommy. The system said, fuck off. Although it could not transmigrate into a cat's body, It was humiliating to open the cat's mouth and meow like a cat. If it was not for the host, would it have opened its mouth? The host actually repaid its kindness with ingratitude. Bai Weiwei stroked the big-faced cat with a calm and pleasant expression. Capturing a cat in this plane really makes people feel comfortable all over. The system reminded, "You've been poisoned by cat poison. Wake up." Bai Weiwei didn't even look at the objective of the strategy at all. It was a strategy to capture the cat. Weiwei Bai said, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to the cat." The system was shocked. Would a normal person emphasize this? Weiwei Bai did not have much money in her pocket. She was very poor in this world and only had half a month's worth of living expenses left in her account. To maintain her living expenses, Weiwei Bai had already started thinking about whether she should start a live stream and let Jinma's fans curse her and then collect money. In this era, traffic was the way to go. Traffic from cursing was also traffic. When the time came, Jinma and Jiang Rose fans would curse her while she accepted advertisements. It was really a good way to get rich. Weiwei Bai had just walked to the bus stop when a black sports car stopped in front of her. She stopped in her tracks and saw the man in the driver's seat. Perhaps it was because he was a judge today, but it was rare for him to wear a formal suit. His sapphire blue suit jacket wasn't as meticulous as others, and the collar of his white shirt was even unbuttoned. He placed his hand on the steering wheel, and there was a ring with a black gem on his little finger. His white finger and the black ring gave off a strange feeling. The man's amber eyes were like honey, but there was a hint of hidden impatience. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then he said coldly, "Get in." Weiwei Bai turned a deaf ear. Jinma frowned. What was going on? Shouldn't she be jumping at him happily in the past? His fans were especially fanatical, and Weiwei Bai was also one of his fans. Although she had been scolded to the point of withdrawing from the fan circle, it was not to the extent that she would really become an anti-fan. He thought about how she had thrown his poster into the trash can and hugged him while crying. Even her cat was called Little Tree. Jinma was confident that she was just angry and not a fan of him. But in fact, she still wanted to get his attention. The little angel Jinma, who was spoiled by his fans, opened the car door and said again, "Weiwei Bai, I'll give you a ride." Weiwei Bai didn't look at him at all. Instead, she slowly stroked the cat and looked at the road, completely ignoring him. Jinma's face was stiff and cold, thinking that she was definitely hesitating. In the end, she would definitely get in the car. He thought about how there were times in the past when he left a large number of fans, but he personally appeared in front of those fans and smiled at them. He even greeted them in a friendly manner. Chapter 1145. In the end, those fans who wanted to switch over were now his loyal fans. He believed that he was the best at brainwashing fans in the entertainment industry. His fans loved him. Jinma lifted the corners of his mouth and revealed a beautiful brainwashing smile. His amber eyes were filled with a warm smile, and even his hair was as beautiful as if it was dyed with light. "Weiwei Bai, I think you have some misunderstandings about me. I want to explain it to you." Weiwei Bai finally raised her head and looked at his smile expressionlessly. It was as if she was looking at the McDonald's delivery man. Jinma felt that his smile wasn't working. He softened his attitude. "I only found out recently that you were being bullied online. It's all my fault. I didn't restrain my fans and caused you trouble." Weiwei Bai didn't look at the road anymore. Instead, she looked at him indifferently, as if she was looking at a stranger. Jinma felt that he couldn't smile under her cold gaze. He coughed lightly to hide his awkwardness. "I will restrain my fans." That was touching enough. It was time to get in the car. Weiwei Bai sized up the car and suddenly asked, "You want to send me back?" Jinma breathed a sigh of relief. She finally softened. In fact, looking at Bai Weiwei's songwriting talent, as well as her character of loving cats, his dislike for her was not as strong. Weiwei Bai walked forward and opened the back door. She got in and said coldly, "Then drive." Jinma immediately started driving. Wait, why did he feel like he was a chauffeur? Jinma couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror as he drove. The big-faced cat was meowing at Weiwei Bai in a friendly manner. Its ugly face was rubbing against her palm. Weiwei Bai's cold expression slowly softened. She looked at it as if she was looking at a child. Then, she took out some jerky from her pocket and fed it. She really liked cats. Ojinma's fingers curled nervously. He was at a loss as to why he had chased after her and insisted on giving her a ride home. He seemed to be here to redeem his image. Ojinma pursed his lips and said carefully, "Your song is not bad." The song Cat was indeed written in a fresh and unconventional way. It was full of pure and sweet childlike innocence. Most importantly, it sounded good. In this era, the only criterion for a song was whether it was good or not. Whether a song was popular or not was related to how good the song was. Wei Wei Bai hugged her cat tightly and looked up. There was a trace of repulsion in her eyes. "What do you want?" "Ojinma, he just wanted to chat." "What else could he do? Was he going to molest her?" Ojinma smiled. "I was actually teaching your cat how to sing. It's amazing that your cat can sing." Yes, that was the reason. After saying that, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was teaching her cat how to sing, not how to meow. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying seriously, "Ojinma, you don't have to do this. No one will believe anything I say in the future, so you don't have to seal my mouth." Ojinma almost couldn't breathe. Honey's eyes were as cold as topaz. His smile disappeared. "What do you mean?" "Wei Wei Bai, I won't talk about how we used to be neighbors. I'll definitely pretend that I don't know you in the future, and—" She took a deep breath and sadness flashed across her eyes. Her voice was calm but firm. "I won't like you anymore." Ojinma's fingers were on the steering wheel. His thin lips were pursed. His face was gentle and pure. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness and viciousness in the shadows. Chapter 1146. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness in the shadows. "Oh, she doesn't like me anymore," he repeated softly to himself. He even recalled how he had thought that Wei Wei Bai was fanatically in love with him just a moment ago. This sentence was a slap to his face and even made him feel a little embarrassed. Wei Wei Bai hugged the cat and stared blankly at him for a few seconds. Then she turned her face away and said softly, "You're a big star now. I'm just a street rat that everyone hates. I don't even have enough for next month's living expenses. You can rest assured." Ojinma was about to break the steering wheel. "Of course I can rest assured. No one will believe your words. If you want to debut now, you can only beg me." He was the judge of this competition, and he had a lot of power. If he didn't accept her, the director would give him face. It was impossible that Wei Wei Bai didn't know. He suddenly realized what he had done. His pupils constricted. He had actually revealed his most selfish and dark side. Wasn't this a threat? Ojinma immediately glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw that Wei Wei Bai's face was slightly pale and her eyes were as dark as the night sky. She hugged the cat and lowered her head in loneliness without saying a word. Ojinma's chest tightened for a moment. He gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator without saying a word. Then with a turn, they entered the slum area of the cheap rental house whereby Wei Wei lived. It was late at night. He casually took a baseball cap from the front of the car and put it on to cover his gloomy eyes. Then he got out of the car and opened the back door. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in shock. Ojinma leaned against the car door. His fingers gripped the door so tightly that they turned white. He pulled at his collar impatiently and said, "We're here. You can go back now." Wei Wei Bai looked outside and nodded. She opened the other door and got out of the car. Ojinma, who opened the door for a rare gentleman. Then he slammed the door shut and leaned against the car with a gloomy face. His slender body cast a long shadow on the ground. Wei Wei Bai carried the guitar and carried the cat forward. After a few steps, her frail figure began to tremble. Ojinma had been watching from the sidelines, but when he saw her like this, he immediately stood up straight. He was just about to ask what was wrong. However, Wei Wei Bai rushed forward as if she was going to rush through the door. Ojinma saw that she was walking briskly and knew that nothing had happened to her. He immediately snorted gloomily. Did he think he was a wolf? She ran so fast, afraid that he would eat her up. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei's footsteps stopped. She had just stopped under the streetlight. Her back was to him, and her voice sounded a little fragile in the night. "Ojinma, I'm sorry." Ojinma looked up. His expression was tense, and his handsome face was not as gentle as usual. There was only a bottomless evil aura. His tone was not very pleasant. Why? Are you begging for mercy? Do you want me to let you go on TV? Otherwise, why would she apologize for no reason? Bai Weiwei was silent. Her slender and thin back seemed somewhat lonely and elongated. There was a silent pressure that made Jinma feel very uncomfortable. Perhaps he had pretended to be an angel for too long. When he saw Weiwei Bai, who knew his true colors, he wondered if he wanted to vent his stress. He actually threw all his bad temper at her. Jinma suddenly reflected on himself. He felt that he had caught her and bullied her. Did he know that she could not resist? He curved his lips coldly, and his gaze was even a little cold. He was really evil. Chapter 1147. Suddenly, he heard Weiwei Bai's slightly hoarse and cold voice. Jinma, at that time, I just came from the countryside. Other than bringing 2 sets of clothes and a month's worth of living expenses, I only brought your poster and walked into the city without any hesitation. Jinma raised his chin. His fair and delicate face looked confused for a moment. He didn't seem to understand what she was saying. Weiwei Bai turned her head. Her bright black eyes were a little moist. She smiled, and the moist tears became as clear and beautiful as the Milky Way. At that time, I really liked you. I felt that my neighbor, Dashu, was really amazing. He had become such a good singer. Jinma's throat moved uncontrollably. He leaned against the car door tightly, not knowing what to say. Weiwei Bai smiled helplessly. The first time I joined your fan club, the first time I was hungry and waited in the cold for your autograph session. I waited for an entire day. I was stupid at that time. I didn't know that you also hated poor old neighbors. As she spoke, her smile disappeared and her voice lowered. I just wanted to see you. At that time, you could have just cheered me on. Jinma's mind was a little heavy. He stared blankly at the corner of her moist eyes. She forced a smile. But you hated me so much. That's why I was so angry and said that I wanted to date you. Jinma looked at her and smiled as if he was about to cry. His fingers clenched so tightly that the ring on his hand hurt. Weiwei Bai took a few steps back and walked away from the light into the shadows. As if retreating after the curtain fell, she smiled in relief before leaving. Jinma, I'm sorry. At that time, I was childish and annoying. I shouldn't have liked you and caused you trouble. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly. Her black eyes were as clear as water. There was no trace of greed towards him. Instead, because of her smile, it seemed gentle and warm. Half of Jinma's body was hidden in the darkness, and his light-colored eyes had an obscure light. He suddenly pursed his lips and sneered. You only know how to apologize now. What were you doing earlier? Do you think I'll forgive you just because you apologize? He didn't know why, but he just felt aggrieved. It was as if Weiwei Bai could not forget him and was a threat to him. He felt refreshed. She was so magnanimous, so why did he feel so stifled? The cat in Weiwei Bai's hand meowed uneasily. She immediately lowered her head and gently stroked him. Her attention was no longer on Jinma. Weiwei Bai seemed relaxed and natural because she had let go of something. The beauty of a young girl was blooming on her face. Whether I like you or not has nothing to do with you. Whether you forgive me or not has nothing to do with me anymore. Weiwei Bai turned around and left. My cat is hungry, so I won't entertain you. Goodbye. Jinma stared at her back as she ran away. Cats were more important than him. Why didn't she ask if he was hungry? You should at least give her a ride, right? Jinma returned to the car with a stomach full of anger. Suddenly, he slammed the steering wheel and spat out a few vulgarities. His breathing was messy and heavy. His mind was in a mess. Jinma leaned against the back of the seat. He wanted to calm down, but he found that his mind was firmly occupied by a scene. It was when Weiwei Bai smiled at him just now. He didn't even dare to admit that this country bumpkin from the countryside smiled more like an angel than he did. And it was especially good looking. It was much better looking than his forced smile. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -5. Is at https://www.sashu.com//. Chapter 1148. Now that it was inappropriate to dress up, Bai Weiwei, who was used to seeing big scenes, acted as if nothing had happened. She reached out and brushed aside her hair, then stretched out her slender arm, her fingers holding a rubber band, and tied up her long hair. Her black hair was tied up. Her seductive and beautiful body was exposed in front of Ojinma without any concealment. Ojinma's paws could not cover the cat's eyes. He looked at her in a daze. His heartbeat quickened, his body heated up, and his eyes were dark and scary. He found it difficult to breathe and couldn't control himself. He opened his mouth and howled loudly. After howling, Ojinma suddenly froze. This howl was no different from a cat in heat. Wei Bai was pouring warm water for him when she heard his howl. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "Little tree, you're in heat." Ojinma quickly retorted, "Ow, ow, 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 ow. You're the one in heat. Who would be in heat with you?" Who knew that his howl was not only lewd, but it also sounded like a cat's. Ojinma was shocked. What was wrong with his howl? What was with the burning fire in his body? Could it be that this damned cat was in heat? Wei Bai reached out and patted his head. Ojinma was furious. Wherever her fingers touched, it was as if she was setting his body on fire. That numbing feeling was more than 10 times stronger. It made him tremble uncontrollably. He slapped her hand away with his paws. "Oh wow, get lost." It was clearly a scolding, but why was his voice so soft? Suddenly, a high-pitched howl came from outside the window. Ojinma froze and looked out the window in disbelief. What was that sound? Then, another howl came from not far away. This was the sound of a female cat in heat. It seemed like his howl, when he was in heat, had attracted many female cats. The female cats began to cry out one after another, forming a horrifyingly horny chorus outside the window. Wei Bai smiled lovingly. "My little tree has grown up. Look at how popular you are. All the female cats outside like you." Ojinma was scared out of his wits. Like my ass. He thought of the scene of a female cat pouncing on him. Ojinma was trembling. He hurriedly grabbed by Wei Wei's hand and glared fiercely at her with big amber eyes. "Oh, don't touch it anymore. Damn, woman, you're playing with fire." Wei Bai looked at him as if nothing had happened. Her smile deepened. Her fingers seemed to have accidentally touched the hair on his back, and then below, Ojinma howled, and the whole group of cats crawled out of the basin. Then, they staggered towards the door. But before he could even take 3 steps forward, a pair of arms hugged him, and a voice filled with cold laughter. "Run, struggle. No one will come to save you, even if you scream yourself hoarse." Ojinma's limbs were stiff as he was carried into by Wei Wei's unclothed embrace. Her fragrance was even stronger. His cat hair stood on end. Wei Bai thought he was afraid and immediately laughed. Then, she reached out and patted his head to comfort him. "All right, I'm just kidding. I know you don't like bathing." After speaking, she used a large towel to wipe his body clean. Then, she wrapped a large towel around herself, walked out, and placed the cat on a chair. Then, she turned her back to him and started to wear her clothes. Her fair and delicate back was flawless. Her seductive back lines were prettier than any other female celebrity he had ever seen. Ojinma was wrapped in a large towel, and only his sneaky eyes could be seen. He turned his eyes away, but he couldn't help but sneak a peek. Chapter 1149. Wei Bai suddenly turned around. Her cheeks were flushed from the shower, and her long ponytail swept across her neck. It was as fresh and tender as a rose that had just bloomed. Ojinma's cat face was embarrassed. He immediately lowered his head and scratched the chair with his cat paws, pretending that he had not peeked. Wei Bai put on her pajamas, then hugged the cat and took the hairdryer. She turned on the slowest wind speed and slowly blew for him. Ojinma was originally still nervous, but when she held him in her arms, he let her slowly and gently rub his hair to dry him. That kind of comfortable feeling made him want to close his eyes and fall asleep immediately. After drying his fur, Wei Bai did not immediately carry him away. Instead, she took her phone and went on the shopping app. Then, she started to buy cat food and snacks for the cat. She hummed a song softly. It was the cat song that she had sung during the primary election. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. It was so cheerful that it made people feel happy. Ojinma curled up on her lap and happened to see that there was not much money left in her account. Wei Wei Bai opened the shopping cart. More than half of it was for the cat. After she finished shopping for the cat's things, she realized that there was only a little money left in her account. Wei Wei Bai counted with her fingers and said, I only sold one song for 3,000 yuan. I can only get the money at the end of the month. After the cat's food and clothes, I only have enough money left to buy a box of instant noodles. Ojima looked up at her with a complicated expression. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and smiled optimistically as she rubbed his face. Little Shu, why do you look so unhappy? Mommy will work hard to buy better dried fish for you. Then, she took out the dried meat from the cat's snack bag and passed it to Ojima. Ojima did not want to eat it first. He was not hungry. How could he eat these things? But when he thought about how little money Wei Wei Bai had left, she didn't even hesitate when she bought that box of instant noodles. Ojima hesitated for a moment. Other people didn't know that he was human, so it wasn't a big deal for him to eat some cat snacks. He shyly picked up the dried meat and smacked his lips. The taste was really good. Wei Wei Bai's smile became even gentler. She treated cats with infinite patience. The furry little animals were too cute. She was much cuter than men. If only Ojima was a cat. Ojima felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if someone was cursing him. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wei Wei Bai put the phone to her ear. Due to the poor quality of the phone, the sound was amplified. Ojima heard the other side, vaguely, saying that they were going to reject Wei Wei Bai's song. The smile on Wei Wei Bai's face faded a little, but she was very calm, as if she was not surprised at all. The person on the other end suddenly hesitated. Actually, your song is very well written. Ojima frowned. Of course, Wei Wei Bai's song was well written. Selling a song for 3,000 was a cheap price. Furthermore, it was a robbery price to take advantage of a newcomer who was in need of money. Even so, he was rejected. It didn't make sense. Then, with his sharp cat ears, he suddenly heard the person on the other end say, You have offended someone. Someone wants to make it impossible for you to survive in this industry. Everyone has to give face to each other, so you should change your career. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale. After a moment of silence, she said, I won't tell anyone. Can I trouble you to reveal a name? The person on the other end hesitated again. Please don't say that I said it. It's Ojima. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She lowered her eyes, and there was a hint of gloominess in her eyes. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Chapter 1150. Wei Wei Bai hung up the phone and stared blankly at the wall. She was in a daze. Ojima was filled with doubt and anger. He did not let Wei Wei Bai down at all. That person was lying. He did not do such a thing. Damn it. Why did he reject someone else's song and frame him? If he found out who framed him, he would make sure that the Astra-starred would not be able to survive. Ojima saw the sadness in Wei Wei Bai's eyes. He quickly placed his 2 paws on her arm and shook it. Meow, it's not me. I'm so busy. Why would I have the time to torture you? Wei Wei Bai woke up with a start. The sadness on her face disappeared, and she smiled at Ojima. Xiao Shu, are you worried about me? It's okay. It's just a small setback. If you don't have 3,000 yuan, I'll go to work tomorrow. I won't let you go hungry. Ojima bared his teeth at her. Meow, who told you that? Stupid woman. Call him and scold him. He would immediately explain that he had never done such a lowly thing. Why was she not angry at all? Was she used to being bullied? Ojima looked at her in disappointment. Seeing that she did not seem to care that she was banned, and even started to tidy up the papers on the table, he bit her finger and rubbed it. Idiot. Why are you so stupid when you're banned? Don't you know how to resist? Wei Wei Bai frowned. Xiao Shu, you're hurting me. Ojima instinctively loosened his teeth and turned to face her with his butt. She did not know what was good for her. Why was he worried? Wei Wei Bai patted his head. He flung her away. Don't touch me. He was extremely arrogant. Wei Wei Bai did not care and started to write the song. Under the light, her side profile was delicate and serious. Her slender and fair fingers held the pen and wrote a piece of music on the paper. Ojima turned to look at her. His feelings toward her were getting more and more complicated. The more he understood a woman, the less disgust he had for her. During the time when she had requested to date him, he had wondered how there could be such an annoying and scheming woman in this world. However, After turning into a cat, he saw a different side of her. Talented, gentle, and fond of cats. He realized that his first impression of her might have been too arbitrary and overboard. Maybe she really liked him at that time, to the point that she lost her mind? Ojima was confident that he had the charisma to drive people crazy. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that Wei Wei Bai's threat to him at that time was actually justified. Perhaps it was because he was too nice that she was going crazy. Ojima looked at Wei Wei Bai sympathetically. A trace of sadness and guilt appeared on her pancake-like cat face. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 0. Wei Wei Bai, who was in the midst of writing a song, looked at Zero's favorability and felt smug. Tongzi, didn't I tell you that my charm is unstoppable? Just take it off and your favorability will increase. The system looked at the guilt on big-faced cat's face. Huh, why did it feel like this cat didn't mean that at all? Also, host, are you proud of taking off your clothes to seduce others? Can you not be so proud of such a despicable trick? Wei Wei Bai yawned. It was about time to get to 0. There was plenty of time anyway. Ojinma couldn't run away even if he turned into a cat, so she wasn't afraid of not getting enough favorability. Wei Wei Bai was in a very good mood. She picked up Ojinma and put him in the cat bed. Then she patted his head. Time to sleep. Good night. Ojinma's eyes couldn't help but follow her. He looked at her feet that were wearing slippers. Her exposed ankles were very white and cute. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / transmigration system. Male God, come here. / transmigration system. Male God, come here. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 1151. He thought back to the scene he had just seen. That impact had suddenly hit him, and he had only just realized it now. It was the first time he had seen a woman's naked body so directly. After all, as an angel, he was afraid that his image would be ruined. He didn't even dare to download adult films. He could hold it in even more than a monk. Ojinma felt the fire in his body come back to life. He felt his nose wet and quickly reached out to touch it. Luckily, there was no nosebleed. Ojinma waited for a while before hesitantly jumping onto the bed and looking at her. She looked quite good sleeping. She didn't have the bad habit of grinding her teeth or snoring at all. She was quiet, pretty, and clean. Her skin was as soft as jelly. He lowered his head and couldn't help but lick it. It wasn't sweet and tasteless, but it was quite nice to lick. Ojinma trembled. What was he doing? Wasn't it perverted to be indecent to a sleeping girl in the middle of the night? Ojinma immediately jumped off the bed as if he had seen a ghost. He was irritated and walked around in circles. He walked until his head was dizzy. He rushed to the door and jumped up to open the door. In the end, he bumped into the door. His head was almost crippled by the impact. Ojinma covered his head. He bent his legs and staggered forward a few steps. He realized that he couldn't walk on his 2 legs. He had no choice but to walk on all 4s. Then, he glanced at Wei Wei Bai on the bed. He hesitated for a while before holding his breath and silently climbing up the window. Ojinma decided that he had to go back. This was the 3rd time he had transmigrated into this big-faced cat. Perhaps he would transmigrate into a cat again in the future. He couldn't put himself here. Ojinma had a strong sense of insecurity in his heart. He still felt that he had to raise such an important cat himself. Although he felt sorry for Wei Wei Bai, he still climbed over the window and looked at Wei Wei Bai's quiet sleeping face. After looking for a while, he sighed and suppressed the trace of guilt in his heart. Then, he followed the pipe and ran down. He quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. However, the warm images of him interacting with Wei Wei Bai began to appear in his mind. He probably wouldn't cross paths with her anymore. Ojinma thought so, but for some reason, he felt a little sad. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 5. Wei Wei Bai was in a deep sleep. When she heard the notification, she wiped her saliva and turned around to continue sleeping. The system had dark circles under its eyes. It ate the leftover potato chips from the previous world, wondering if it should remind the host that the male lead had run away, but seeing the host sleeping like a pig. In the end, the system decided to let her have a good rest, as if. The system munched on potato chips. Wei Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with killing intent. 004, you're stealing my snacks again. The host was still so stingy. It was relieved. It was only then that Wei Wei Bai realized where her cat was. The new cat slave Wei Wei Bai jumped up murderously. Where's my cat? Where's my little tree? The system was stunned as it watched her open the door and run out. It immediately said, "Clothes, put on your clothes." Wei Wei Bai rushed back to change. Which cat thief came in? Why didn't I know? The system told her that Jinmo ran off by himself. Wei Wei Bai staggered and leaned against the door with a sad face. Am I not good enough to him? He even wants to abandon me. The system said this is pretty good. For a cat, Wei Wei Bai was very thoughtful. Wei Wei Bai lowered its head. Its face was sad and gloomy. The system knew that some people really liked their pets and treated them as family. It was just about to comfort its sad host, but it heard the host muttering numbers. 1,500, 2,300, 2,800, $2,853.32. Bai Wei Wei gloomily raised her head, a ghostly fire burning in her eyes. I spent 28.53, 32 renminbi on him, and he actually ran away like that. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't spit out the money for me? System, seeing that the host was so stingy that she forgot to worry, it suddenly felt relieved. Jinmo ran back to his house happily. After running for half the night, he suddenly realized that his house was too far away. The distance between the slums and the wealthy was like the Milky Way. His legs were about to break from exhaustion. Jinmo had no choice but to run to Jiang Ro's house, which was closer. It was not easy to see Jiang Ro's house, and this was with his money. After all, he only had one sister, so it was okay to treat her better. Moreover, his sister was kind and gentle. Even if he was a stray, she would still take him in. Jinmo climbed over the windowsill with difficulty and was about to jump into the house. Just as he was about to jump in, he heard his sister, Jiang Ro, throwing a tantrum. D***, I got someone to ban that Wei Wei Bai. Jinmo, ? Jiang Ro held a glass of red wine and sneered. What's the point of saying that I plagiarized? What's wrong with me using her song? Shouldn't she be grateful to me, a little diva, for singing her song? Jinmo. // Chapter 1152. In front of Jiang Ro was her mother. The middle-aged Jiang La was wearing a nightgown that was gorgeously dressed. The jewelry on her hands and neck were all given to her by Jinmo on his birthday. Jiang La frowned as she painted her wrinkled fingernails. All right, Xiaoro, don't use your brother's name to block others. Be careful not to let him find out. Jiang Ro finished the wine in one gulp and said with a smile, My brother dotes on me so much. Why would he be angry with me? I pretend to be honest and weak in front of him. All men like to have an obedient, sensible, and pure sister. She was indeed pretty, so it was easy for her to pretend to be cute. Jiang Ro cupped her face. When Dad brought him home, I knew he was a genius when I listened to his songs in the piano room. That's why I deliberately got close to him. Jiang La sneered. You've been the most scheming since you were young. Jiang Ro's expression changed. So what if I'm scheming? Without my scheming, would you be able to live such a good life now? Jiang La's smile became gentle. All right, I know you've been under a lot of pressure recently. Don't lose your temper. You were indeed scheming back then. That's why your brother trusts you so much now. Jiang Ro was proud when she thought of that incident. She poured herself another glass of wine. This was Jinmo's wine cellar. It was extremely expensive. Before drinking, she deliberately took a photo and showed off her wealth on Weibo. With a brother who could lay golden eggs, she was able to navigate the entertainment industry with ease. Back then, my brother wanted to enter Sancheng Entertainment. He thought it would be difficult, but I know that the company had already contacted him several times and planned to sign him with the best contract. At that time, Jinmo was brimming with talent, and the songs he wrote were simply epic-making. But he didn't know why he felt that no company wanted him. Jiang Ro also received a call from Sanqing Entertainment. Only then did she know that Sanqing Entertainment was sincere and wanted to sign Oh Jinma. An evil thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately rejected Sanqing Company. They said that Oh Jinma looked down on their company. Sanqing Company was considered the leading company in the entertainment industry. Her bad attitude made Sanqing Company very angry. But because of Oh Jinma's talent, Sanqing Corporation still called several times to ask for cooperation. The conditions were better and better each time. Because Oh Jinma was busy writing songs, she often locked herself in the piano room for the whole day. She didn't know about the phone call at all. He had just finished writing a few new songs and was about to go to Sanqing Company for an interview. Jiang Ro asked her mother to come forward and say that it was not easy to enter Sanqing Company. Moreover, the attitude of the people there was very bad. One needed very good connections to get in. Oh Jinma, this naive and sweet, actually believed it. Later, she called and agreed to let Sanqing Company come over to sign the contract. Jiang Ro smiled proudly. My brother still thinks that he was able to enter Sanqing Company back then because of his mother. Jiang La smiled as well. You're so smart. Jiang Ro said, he's so gullible. Although Dad said that he lived abroad since he was young and then brought him back, I always felt that he was more like a country boy. A small decorative flower pot fell from the window. Jiang Ro suddenly stood up and looked at the window fiercely. Who's there? But she saw a pair of amber eyes that were so angry that they were about to burn. Jiang Ro's scalp tensed up. The color of the eyes was the same as her brother's. Chapter 1153. Jiang Ro looked in fear and saw a grayish-blue short-haired cat lying on the windowsill. Its fur was standing on end, and it was glaring at her fiercely. It hated her like a rat. Jiang Ro heaved a sigh of relief. She thought it was her brother. He heard what she said. She still relied on Oh Jinma for her life. The Oh family had already declined. Although her cheap father was once powerful, he still ruined himself because of gambling and smoking marijuana. He dragged the family into the abyss. Later on, that cheap father committed suicide. If this family didn't have Oh Jinma's explosive songwriting talent, how could it be more glorious than before? Therefore, she definitely had to maintain a beautiful and pure appearance in front of Oh Jinma. After Jiang Ro heaved a sigh of relief, she was furious. She had a bad temper. She ran over angrily and grabbed the cat's neck with one hand. She dug her sharp nails into the cat's neck and sneered. Where did this stray cat come from? It's so dirty. Let me wash it for you. Oh Jinma only felt her nails digging into his neck. It was so painful that his whole body trembled. He meowed and slapped the back of Jiang Ro's hand with his cat paw. Jiang Ro flinched. There was blood on the back of her hand. Her smile turned sinister, and she immediately rushed out of the door. There was a fountain in the courtyard. She immediately pressed the cat into the water. Oh Jinma was now a cat that was afraid of water. He was drowned by the water. His body was about to explode. The pain, suffocation, and the intense pain of death attacked him. Jiang Ro scolded loudly. You'd dare to scratch me, you'd asterisk and min cat. There was no trace of her usual gentle and pure appearance. She was vicious and ruthless. Her methods were cruel and inhumane. Oh Jinma struggled in the water. He was in pain and angry. It was fake. She was gentle and friendly to him. It was just because he was valuable. It was also fake that she worked hard for him when he was still a newcomer and let him enter the biggest company. That opportunity was his to begin with. It wasn't given by Jiang Ro and her mother. When he was brought back, he saw his younger sister who was 1 year younger than him. As for Jiang La, who was the main wife, she was actually feeling guilty. After all, his mother was a mistress. Because his mother had died in a car accident, his father had brought him home. After returning, he was very careful, afraid that Jiang La would see him as a thorn in his side. At first, it was true. Later on, for some reason, Jiang Ro started to treat him better. He thought that she was very kind and was glad that his sister was such an easy woman to get along with. The results were all fake. At this moment, Oh Jinma's pain in his heart was greater than his physical pain. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He felt as if he had become a joke. Water entered his nose and mouth. He was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to struggle. This was the first time he was so close to death. Suddenly, Jianghua shouted, "Xiao Rou, do you still want to eat supper? Is the cat dead? If it's dead, throw it away. Don't dirty the water." When Jiang Rou heard this, her attention was diverted. Jinma immediately seized the opportunity to survive. His limbs exploded with the strength to survive. He jumped up from the water and jumped onto Jiang Rou's face. Then he clawed down viciously. Jiang Rou let out a scream. She grabbed Jinma and threw him out. Jinma was thrown to the ground heavily. He couldn't help but whimper in pain. Jiang Rou touched the blood on her face. She, who valued her face the most, was almost crazy. She ran over to Jinma and wanted to trample him to death. Jinma endured the pain and immediately jumped up from the ground. Then he ran out. / is at https://m Sashu. Save button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1154. It took him a lot of effort to jump up the wall. When he turned around, he saw that Jiang Rou could not catch up with him. For the first time, he was glad that he was a cat. He jumped down the wall and finally staggered weakly. A car's headlights shone and a car sped over. It knocked Jinma out of the way. The car passed by without stopping. Jinma was knocked to the side of the road, his body twitching. Although he jumped onto the front of the car at the last moment, the momentum of the car still sent him flying. The pain of being beaten up by Jiang Rou and the impact of the car made him completely paralyzed. Jinma bent his back, his body twitching and trembling. He suddenly thought of Wei Bai. At that time, he had just turned into a cat. He was almost killed by the car, but Wei Bai rushed over without hesitation and hugged him, protecting him. At that time, her embrace was so warm and soft, giving him a huge sense of security. Jinma did not know if he would die. His mind was in a mess. In the dark night, his small body was soaked in blood. The pain slowly disappeared, but the cold and wet enveloped him. He then realized that he had lost a lot of blood, and his fur was soaked and soft. Jinma opened his mouth weakly. His lively eyes slowly lost their light. If he could not return to his body, he would probably die in the dark night where no one would know. He suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Would Wei Bai come save him? Would she already know that he had escaped? Would she come out to find him? Or would she be angry at him and not want him anymore? Jinma thought that he was a joke. He was so desperate that he hoped that a woman he did not like would come to save him. Jinma's vision started to turn dark. He seemed to hear hurried footsteps. He vaguely heard Wei Bai's voice. Little tree, little tree. Jinma felt that he was really going to die. He was hallucinating before he died. Suddenly, he raised his head and struggled to open his mouth. Meow. It seemed to be responding to those illusions. Jinma leaned his head against the cold ground. Before he died, he realized that Wei Bai was a woman who liked him so much that she dared to threaten him. How adorable. At least she wouldn't lie to him. She would not stab him in the back. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged him gently. The warm and familiar embrace stunned Jinma. She trembled as she gently held him in her warm embrace. Sapling. Her voice trembled and choked. Jinma opened his mouth weakly, but he couldn't make a sound like a cat. Cold tears fell onto the top of his head. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't cry. Why was she crying? Women were indeed sentimental. Jinma struggled to lift his paw and touch her arm to comfort her. However, the last claw that was raised fell down powerlessly. Before the darkness came, he was suddenly not afraid. It was as if his insecurity disappeared when he was in her arms. She would protect him. Jinma had never been so sure of something. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 15. Wei Bai anxiously carried Jinma to the veterinary hospital. The system said, if Jinma doesn't wake up and maintain a healthy mental state, he won't be able to go back. This was the missing part of the reward. Wei Bai asked, what if the cat dies? The system said, he might become a vegetable. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1155. You can search Transmigration System, Adonis come to Sashu. Come on Baidu to find the S. Wei Wei Bai swallowed the word fuck in her mouth. What kind of stupid reward was this? How was she going to get the male lead into a vegetative state? It was 3 in the morning, but the veterinary hospital was not open. Wei Wei Bai hugged Jinma and felt the cat's vitality waning. Just as she was about to ask the system to look for products that could save the cat, a car suddenly stopped beside her. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wei Wei Bai turned around and saw the man sitting in the driver's seat. The man looked quite tall even when he was sitting. He had handsome features, and his eyes were calm and clear. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Wei Wei Bai thought for a long time, but she still couldn't remember who this guy was. The system said, Su Yedwan, the doctor in charge of your concussion. Wei Wei Bai said, I don't have any impression of this random person. Wei Wei Bai then turned to Su Yedwan and looked like she was about to cry. Dr. Su, my cat is dying, but the hospital is not open. Su Yedwan saw the bleeding cat in her hands and saw that she was alone in the middle of the night. He was worried. If you trust me, get in the car. I'll take a look at your cat. Wei Wei Bai quickly opened the door to the passenger seat and sat in. She said anxiously, Of course I trust you. Let's go quickly. Su Yedwan frowned. Some doctors weren't good people. Why wasn't she worried that he was a bad guy? Wei Wei Bai had the information given by the system. Su Yedwan had been a decent person since he was young. Even when he was a doctor, he served the people. Who wouldn't trust this kind of man? Su Yedwan quickly returned home. It was too late to go back to the hospital now. His house was nearby. He carried the cat and opened his drawer to take out the surgical tools he usually used for practice. There were also some painkillers. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was very skilled. Dr. Su, were you a veterinarian before? Su Yedwan's fingers froze. No, but I used to operate on animals to practice my hand. He picked up some injured stray cats and dogs to suture. Only after they were saved would they be given away for adoption. Therefore, he was very experienced in treating animals. Wei Wei Bai also found the information about the cats and dogs he had saved before. She immediately felt relieved. Su Yedwan checked the cat's body. Fortunately, its bones were not broken. However, there was a large wound in his flesh. If he was not sutured quickly, he would die from excessive blood loss. He glanced at Wei Wei Bai. Her face was deathly pale, and her slender body was frail and on the verge of collapsing. She looked at the cat worriedly. Su Yedwan suddenly felt a sense of responsibility and decided not to save the cat. He was worried that the next person he had to rescue would be the heartbroken Wei Wei Bai. Go outside. The scene is a little bloody, Su Yedwan said softly. Wei Wei Bai shook her head and reached out a finger to gently stroke Jinma's paw. The pads of his claws were covered in blood. She said sadly, I want to accompany him. I'm not afraid. Jinma's drooping ears twitched. He seemed to want to wake up, but he could not. Su Yedwan nodded. Then he put on gloves, disinfected, and started to clean the cat's wound. Then he operated and sutured. The series of actions was smooth and fluid. The surgery was very successful. Jinma even woke up. He struggled to open his eyes. His eyes were wet and very pitiful. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai beside him. She looked at him with a worried face and red eyes. Jinma stared at her for a long time. The moisture in his eyes finally condensed into tears and fell. He stretched out his soft cat paws and placed them on her fingers with great effort. He meowed softly. I'm tough. Next time, I won't make you sad. Transmigration System. Adonis, come here. Transmigration System. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com transmigration system. Adonis, come here say button at the bottom to record this reading. Transmigration System. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1156. Jinma didn't know how he fainted. After he woke up, he stared at the ceiling for a long time before realizing that he was lying on a bed. His own bed. Jinma's breathing became heavy and chaotic. He thought about his experience of turning into a cat. He didn't know what happened to the cat after he left. Would Wei Wei Bai be sad? He really believed that Wei Wei Bai treated the cat as family. She could find him in the middle of the night and even find a doctor to save him. He didn't know how much effort she had put in. He thought about how Wei Wei Bai might be carrying the cat and running on the deserted streets in the middle of the night. He felt a lump in his throat and his eyes became wet. He had never been treasured so much before. Ojima got up and went to brush his teeth and wash his face in a daze. He looked at himself in the mirror. His black hair was messy and his amber eyes had a kind of pure charm. The corners of his mouth twitched and the purity in his eyes changed. They became gloomy and cold, and even a kind of emotionless abyss. Ojima wanted to make his eyes look closer to the little angels. He practiced his eye muscles for a long time. Now that he didn't pretend, he was gloomy and cold. He looked at himself in the mirror for a long time before picking up a towel to wipe his face. After throwing the towel away, he walked to the living room. Then he walked to the door and started to change the passcode. Jiang Ro and Jiang La knew the passcode to his door. After changing the passcode, he called the director of Good Songs. Is Wei Wei Bai in the list of qualified contestants? No. Jinma laughed coldly and suddenly said angrily, "How could I tell you that such a good contestant couldn't enter the competition? Who told you? My manager?" Ojima didn't expect that Jiang Ro wasn't only in the industry. She didn't want people to accept Wei Wei Bai's songs. She even interfered in the Good Songs competition that he had just participated in. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have thought so much. But when he started to investigate, he found out that his agent had already hooked up with his good sister. Ojima was just not in charge. He likes to write songs, compose songs, and sing songs. All of these required a lot of time and brain power to create. As a result, he didn't care about anything. But that didn't mean that he was a fool. When he was in the countryside, he had suffered a lot to live a good life. He matured faster than many of his peers. She even had to maintain the image of a gentle angel for so many years without breaking down. It was not something a normal person could do. Ojima's thick eyelashes drooped down, and his amber eyes gave off a bone-chilling coldness. He tapped on his phone and made a call to the higher-ups at the Sanchin Company. He fired his manager. All the bad things that Jiang Ro had done under his name must have been done by his agent. Otherwise, why would those companies listen to her? Ojima decided to fire his manager. He flipped to Jiang Ro's first hit song. He put on his headphones and crossed his arms as he sat on the chair. The song was sung by Jiang Ro's sweet voice. It was sweet and disgusting. He sat on the chair expressionlessly and listened to the song. Then he took out a pen and started to write the song score on a piece of paper. He knew Jiang Ro's standards very well, but he didn't pay attention to it before. And he felt that no matter what, she was still his sister, so he had to stand by her family when something happened. That was why he never cared about Wei Wei Bai's plagiarism. Chapter 11:57. After all, at that time, he felt that Wei Wei Bai was a scheming woman. She was someone who posed a threat to him. He instinctively and selfishly avoided the question of plagiarism and didn't think too much about it. After he finished writing the song, he tapped the pen lightly on the paper. Then he took off his earphones and picked up his phone to call Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro picked up the call quickly and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, you're calling me so early in the morning. Do you miss me?" Ojima heard her voice. He thought of the scene last night when she grabbed his neck and pressed him into the fountain. His chest tightened, he felt a sharp pain, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to strangle her. "Didn't I ask you to give me the original manuscript of Tender Love last time?" She didn't reply to his private message. Jiang Ro was silent for a while before she smiled and said, "Brother, you know my personality. I don't know where I threw it after I finished writing it." Ojima's eyes were half closed. His back was facing the light, and his handsome and gentle face was cold. He lowered his voice. It was still gentle, but there was a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, this song of yours is in the plagiarism case. How can you throw away such important evidence? Don't tell me you don't have the original manuscript?" Jiang Ro froze and suddenly laughed. "Brother, what are you talking about? How can I not have the original manuscript? Do you suspect me of plagiarism?" Oh, Jinma smiled coldly, and his tone became gentler. How can I suspect you? Someone is framing my sister, so of course I have to seek justice. To seek justice. Cold and heavy, as if he was going to bite someone's bones. Jiang Ro was delighted when she heard this. Her brother still doted on her. He actually wanted to go against Wei Wei Bai. She had long disliked Wei Wei Bai. After all, the song that made her popular was Wei Wei Bai's. If she didn't completely suppress Wei Wei Bai, she would never be able to make a comeback. If she were to never be able to rise again, then she would never be safe. She rolled her eyes and immediately said, "Brother, I know where the original manuscript is. I'm going to look for it now." Oh, Jinma was expressionless and said faintly, "Go and look for it." After that, he hung up the phone. Jiang Ro didn't think much of it. She didn't have the original manuscript. She had stolen Wei Wei Bai's song. It was the song that Bai Weiwei composed, and all the manuscripts were brought over, because he was afraid that people would know that the song was written by Bai Weiwei. She put the completed song. He burned the paper Bai Weiwei used to write the song. She couldn't let Wei Wei Bai have evidence to prove that the song was hers. Jiang Ro held the pen and racked her brains. She was very clear about the process of writing a song. She took out a few pieces of paper and started to write a few broken pieces of the song. Then, she wrote the completed song on the last piece of paper. She was very scheming and rubbed the paper. She rubbed it until it was old and dirty. Then, she took photos of the papers and sent them to Ojima. "Brother, I threw the papers under the sofa. They're all dirty." After sending the photos, Jiang Ro sneered. "Wei Wei Bai, if my brother wants to go against you, do you think you can make a comeback?" She was just using Oh Jinma's name. No one dared to buy Wei Wei Bai's song. Not to mention Oh Jinma himself. After sending the photos, Jiang Ro happily went to do her makeup. She still had to buy clothes with her friends. This year's Fashion Week's latest spring clothes were newly released. Chapter 1158. Oh Jinma closed his eyes. The image of Wei Wei Bai's red eyes from last night kept replaying in his mind, and the way she looked so worried that she was about to cry. There were some unbearable emotions surging in his heart. He couldn't explain what it was, but there was one feeling that was very clear. He didn't want to see her in such pain anymore. His phone beeped with a message notification. Oh Jinma looked at his phone coldly. After he turned it on, he saw the song score that Jiang Ro had sent him. He laughed in disdain after reading half of it, and there was a sharp anger in his cold eyes. In the final song score, there were even 3 wrong notes at the climax. Not to mention that there were only a few pieces of incomplete music scores. For such a complete song, who knew how long it would take to complete the song from the first note to the final song? These few pieces of paper that were fabricated at the last minute definitely weren't enough. Of course, there were geniuses who could complete the song within 5 minutes. But Jiang Ro wasn't that kind of person. She didn't write that song herself. That meant that Wei Wei Bai wrote it herself. The songs that Wei Wei Bai wrote after that were more mature than this song. The style was also more refreshing and elegant. She had been improving all this time. As long as she was given a stage and a chance to debut, she would definitely become popular. Oh Jinma pursed his thin lips and said softly, "This time, no one can stop you from debuting." This was his way of repaying his debt of gratitude. Oh Jinma wasn't sure if he was repaying his debt of gratitude. Oh Jinma had a fan meeting today. He smiled until his face was stiff. His hands also hurt from signing autographs. When he finally managed to get away, it was already past 7 at night. He was still worried about the cat in Wei Wei Bai's hands. But if he suddenly called her, it would be very abrupt. Also, he thought about how Wei Wei Bai was still eating instant noodles. He didn't know if she had the money for the cat's medical bills. If she didn't, would she need to borrow it? Oh Jinma hesitated for a moment before he drove to Wei Wei Bai's apartment. He saw that her rented apartment was brightly lit. He knew she was here. Oh Jinma got out of the car. He was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a cap. They were basically fully armed. If he didn't do that, it would be troublesome if someone recognized him. He leaned against the car and paced back and forth a few times before finally coming up with an excuse. Oh Jinma immediately quickened his pace and rushed towards her door. He looked around, but there was no one. He He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would mistake him for a criminal and refuse to open the door. He took off his mask and sunglasses, then took a deep breath. He didn't know why he was nervous, but he raised his hand and knocked on the door that didn't have a doorbell. The door did not open. Jinma was not discouraged and continued to knock on the door. Finally, the door opened a crack, but the chain at the back of the door was not unlocked. A pair of eyes cautiously peeked out from behind the door. It was clear and beautiful, almond-shaped, and attractive as if it was filled with fragments of light. Wei Wei Bai seemed a little surprised. She frowned. Jinma's fingers were clenched unnaturally. He instinctively revealed a harmless, angelic smile. Wei Wei Bai, I'm here to inform you that you've passed the preliminary audition for the good song. You'll be on TV in 3 days. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before she said indifferently, Thank you for informing me. Actually, you could have called me. Jinma felt that his palms were sweating. He was clearly on cloud 9 in front of 100,000 people singing together, but he didn't feel nervous at all. But why was he nervous when facing Wei Wei Bai? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said shamelessly, Can I go in? I need to tell you the flow of the good song in detail. / You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1159. Wei Wei Bai was extremely vigilant. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone. I'll just call the production crew and ask. Why was she so guarded against him? Jinma was a little confused. She was clearly so nice to him. Suddenly, he realized that she was nice to him because he was a cat. Wei Wei Bai didn't know that he was. Little Tree. This name didn't sound old-fashioned at all. Jinma even thought that it sounded quite nice. Jinma shook his head. He was really bewitched. No matter if it was a big tree or a small tree, it was extremely old-fashioned. Why would he think that it sounded nice? Jinma pursed his lips and suddenly turned his head. His expression changed. Oh no, someone is coming. They will recognize me. Wei Wei Bai frowned. After a moment of silence, she opened the door. Jinma immediately rushed in and closed the door forcefully. Actually, there was no one outside. As soon as he fooled around, Wei Wei opened the door. Indeed, she was the most soft-hearted. Jinma held back his laughter and then turned around with a serious expression. He raised his head and pretended to look around casually. He realized that the cat was gone. Could it be that the cat had died from its injuries? Jinma's heart tightened, but he said casually, Where's your cat? It ran away from home. Wei Wei Bai sat on the chair and picked up her chopsticks. When she heard his words, her fingers froze, but she only twitched the corners of her mouth. It's injured and needs to be changed. I'll leave it with the doctor. I'll go and pick it up after dinner. Jinma stood at the door. He was a little uneasy. When he wasn't a cat, he didn't seem to get along well with Wei Wei Bai. He had a lot to say. He wanted to say that he knew that she didn't wrongly accuse Jiang Ro. That song was indeed stolen by Jiang Ro. He also wanted to say thank you. But his mouth was stuffed with a bunch of words, all stimulated by her lowering her head to eat instant noodles. His gaze rested on her fair and slender fingers. She picked up the chopsticks and slowly ate the noodles. It was an unhealthy instant noodles. Her expression was calm, but she ate it very seriously. Jinma's throat was dry. Why are you eating this? After saying this, he wanted to beat himself up. As expected, Wei Wei Bai looked up faintly. I don't have money. If it's an eyesore, you can help me out a little. If the song could not be sold, of course there would be no money. On the other hand, Jinma, this big face cat, had eaten until she was broke. It was good enough that she had instant noodles to eat. Jinma realized that Wei Wei Bai was much more casual with him. She wasn't nervous at all. She wasn't blushing at all. She wasn't trying to maintain her elegance either. His heart was gloomy, but he took a few steps forward, snatched the instant noodles from her, and threw them into the nearby trash can. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. The trash can was full of soup, so it was very troublesome to clean it up. Young Master O did not feel that he was causing trouble for others at all. Instead, he felt that he was very handsome. He pulled down his mask, revealing his eyebrows and the faint outline of his face. They were all exquisite and perfect. Jinma had been playing the role of an angel for so many years. His perfect face which was inclined towards the androgynous side of the 2D world, had a great advantage. Basically, his smile was more gentle. Standing there, he looked like a little prince without wings. Ojima looked up and said in a muffled voice, "I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go." This was the first time he had invited a girl to a meal, so he was a little nervous. He did not even know that his attitude was especially arrogant. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the small table. Some soup had spilled on it, but she took a tissue and wiped it as if nothing had happened. Then she turned to look at Ojima with a strange look in her eyes. To read the at https://www.sashu.com/ to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m. Sashu.com. Chapter 1160. Ojima secretly looked at the search results to find out where to eat on their first date. Many of them were couples' restaurants, and some even gave free tickets for romance movies. So considerate, Ojima was struggling. There were so many good restaurants. Where should they go? He pretended to be experienced and asked, "Do you like the Japanese couple restaurant in West City?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Stop the car." Ojima panicked and almost drove the car into a tree. His face was tense as he looked at her doubtfully. "Why, you don't like it? There's also that famous flower restaurant in the south. Why don't we go there?" Wei Wei Bai almost rolled her eyes. He was so hungry that he was left with only a layer of his stomach. Why would they go to a Japanese flower restaurant? Would they be able to fill their stomachs at those places? What was the point? She said again, "Stop the car. There was a local hot pot restaurant just now." It was a rather famous hot pot restaurant. It was clean and had private rooms. It was just that the price was higher. Ojima's Adam's apple bobbed when he heard the words hot pot restaurant. He was practically drooling. It wasn't that he didn't live up to expectations, but he hadn't had the chance to eat hot pot for many years. The last time he ate it was 3 years ago when he sneaked around like a thief and ordered hot pot takeout. Although it wasn't authentic, it still satisfied his craving. But he was almost found out, so he didn't dare to eat it again. Ojima stopped the car and said in a reserved manner, "Actually, I don't really eat hot pot, I bang." Wei Wei Bai had already slammed the car door and got out of the car. Ojima sat alone in the car, pretending that no one appreciated him. Was his angelic image so worthless? Why wasn't Wei Wei Bai touched by his sacrifice to eat hot pot with her? Ojima secretly hid behind Wei Wei Bai, not daring to make a sound or show his face. He even bent over when he walked. He was afraid that someone would recognize him. Wei Wei Bai calmly ordered the dishes and even booked a private room. The dishes were all the most expensive and the best. It was fine if the two of them couldn't finish the food. They could pack it up. A private room was a must. Otherwise, Ojima would have to wear a mask throughout the meal. Thinking of that scene, Wei Wei Bai wanted to laugh. However, for the sake of her strategy, she had no choice but to make Ojima more comfortable. Although she still felt that he was cuter as a cat, it would be more enjoyable to tame a cat. In a private room, the waiter served the hot pot ingredients and prepared the hot pot soup base. It was a Mandarin duck pot, with one side red and the other white. After confirming that the waiter would not return, Ojima could finally breathe a sigh of relief and take off his mask. The aroma of the hot pot lingered around the tip of his nose. Ojima realized that he had gone to look for Wei Wei Bai without eating dinner. His stomach started to growl. Wei Wei Bai calmly picked up the serving chopsticks and added the dishes into the soup. Ojima saw that she was already at the bottom of the pot. Feeling a little anxious, he immediately put a plate of mutton into the chili soup. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai had already put in the clear soup. He loved spicy food the most. In the past few years, he had been eating bland food. Once, he couldn't take it anymore and secretly went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. In the end, he hadn't eaten it yet. His manager saw it. He could only pretend that the cook had left it behind and endure the heartache as his manager threw it away. Ojima ate a piece of cooked mutton. The spiciness exploded from the tip of his tongue. This was the enjoyment of a top-notch feast. He was so moved that his eyes filled with hot tears. He was touched that he had finally eaten the food of his dreams. At the same time, he nimbly chopped down his favorite dishes and stuffed them into his mouth in one gulp. He disliked that his sleeves were too long and rolled up to his elbows. He was just short of stepping on the chair with one foot and holding a beer in his hand. Wei Wei Bai stared at him in shock. This was like a completely different person. The transformation between an angel and a rough man didn't give anyone time to react. Jinma saw that Wei Wei Bai was staring at him blankly. He stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said vaguely, "Eat, eat, eat quickly. Don't starve." After saying that, he even thoughtfully picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth. Wei Wei Bai quietly asked the system, "Fuck, Jinma doesn't have schizophrenia, right?" The system said, "No, he's just driven crazy by the food." Anyone who had dieted for so many years and still couldn't eat anything they liked. They would go crazy when they saw their favorite food. Wei Wei Bai sympathized, so pitiful. If she wasn't given good food, she would go crazy too. The system nodded. If it wasn't given food, not only would it go crazy, it would go crazy in a creative way. Jinma ate until he was full before he remembered that he had a guest. Wait, his image, his whole body stiffened and immediately looked up at Wei Wei Bai. However, he found that she wasn't looking at him. Instead, she lowered her head and ate the fish balls in small bites. Her thin red lips contrasted with the whiteness of the fish balls. There was a hint of redness. He suddenly felt dry and immediately took a sip of the frozen fruit juice beside him. Only then did he manage to suppress the inexplicable fire in him. Wei Wei Bai picked up a plate of lettuce and was about to put it into the hot pot, but her hands weren't long enough, so she had to stand up. Jinma also stood up immediately and eagerly reached out to take the plate from her. He was afraid that she would remember how hungry she looked when she reincarnated. I'll do it. Wei Wei Bai wasn't paying attention, and the plate slipped out of her hands. Jinma was shocked and immediately reached out to hold her body, afraid that she would be scalded. He lowered his head, and her alluring lips were actually by his lips. He kissed her lips that had the taste of the hot pot soup. Delicious and soft, sweeter and more fragrant than the spicy mutton just now. Jinma's chest was hit hard. His brain was in a daze, and his heart started to beat faster. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the https://www.sashu.com/transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com/transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the full article. https://www.sashu. Chapter 1161. Her breath blew against the tip of his nose. Her eyes, which were just inches away, carried a clear and bright mist. His lips were close to hers, and his hands were hugging her back, almost trapping her in his embrace. Jinma trembled for a moment before realizing what he had done. He immediately let go of his hands, and the two of them separated. Wei Wei Bai immediately took a few steps back and looked at him in surprise. Jinma pursed his lips, but when he smelled her breath on his lips, he immediately let go of her lips, and his pale face couldn't help but blush. His voice trembled. I didn't do it on purpose. His heart was still beating wildly, and he couldn't stop at all. This caused his mind to be in a mess, and for the first time, he really wanted to run out of the door. Wei Wei Bai was a little slow to react, and she reached out to touch her lips. Jinma saw her actions, and his eyes darkened. His jaw tightened, and the boiling heat in his body almost exploded. His voice became hoarse, and he stuttered. Are you full? Let's get the bill. Wei Wei Bai finally reacted, and a suspicious blush appeared on her face. Then she lowered her head, covered her eyes with her fringe, and said in a muffled voice, Okay. Both of them became restrained. The atmosphere was very tense. Jinma quickly put on a mask and a cap to cover his boiling hot face. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would see something strange about him. After paying the bill, the two of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant with a distance of at least half a meter between them. Jinma silently looked at Wei Wei Bai's back. Her long black hair was tied up, revealing her fair neck and half of her ears. His heart was beating faster and faster, making it difficult for him to breathe. After getting into the car, Wei Wei Bai turned around to look at him. "Can you give me a ride? I want to pick up my cat." Oh Jinma's eyes flickered as he nodded. Under Wei Wei Bai's guidance, they arrived in front of Su Yehuan's house. Oh Jinma was still wearing his mask and hat. He did not wear his sunglasses. After all, wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night was not something a normal person would do. Wei Wei Bai pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a while, she heard the sound of a car driving up. A man was casually draped in a bathrobe with a white towel hanging around his neck. The water in his hair dripped down his cheeks and into his clothes. When Oh Jinma saw this, his pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth. Opening the door like this, was he trying to blind people? He couldn't help but glance at Wei Wei Bai, only to find that Wei Wei Bai's face was a little red. She pursed her lips, looked away, and said with a smile, "Dr. Su, I'm here to see my cat." Su Yehuan immediately smiled warmly. "The little tree is fine. Go back and have a good rest. I'll just prescribe some medicine for it." Wei Wei Bai immediately looked at him happily. "Thank you, Dr. Su." The admiration in her voice was overflowing. Su Yehuan casually wiped his hair. The aura of a mature man was indescribably sexy. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Oh Jinma, who had been ignored, looked at one person, then the other. His beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed. There was a hint of coldness in them, and there was a sense of eeriness. Suddenly, he reached out and placed his hand on Wei Wei Bai's shoulder. He pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tightly. Then he stretched out his index finger and pulled down his mask, revealing his cold and handsome face. Su Yehuan then noticed him. He seemed a little surprised. Oh Jinma snorted coldly. "I'm here to see our cat, doctor." He purposely emphasized the word "our." The full article is at https://www.sashu.com/ the save button. Chapter 1162. Afraid that Wei Wei Bai would resist his actions, his fingers were very strong and did not give her a chance to escape. Su Yehuan smiled gently. "Come in." Oh Jinmo realized that he did not seem to recognize him. In this day and age, there was actually someone who did not recognize him. Oh Jinma very calmly carried Wei Wei Bai in and saw a cat wrapped in bandages curled up on the sofa. When it saw Wei Wei Bai, it meekly. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. She immediately pushed Oh Jinma away, rushed to the sofa, and hugged the cat gently. "Little tree, are you feeling better?" Oh Jinma's fingers were still in midair, and his expression froze for a moment. He could not even compare to a cat. When Su Yehuan saw this scene, he seemed to be holding back his laughter. Then he said, "I'll get you a glass of water." Oh Jinma wanted to say no, but Su Yehuan had already turned and left. His slender legs were faintly discernible under the bathrobe. When Oh Jinma saw this, his expression darkened. He had long legs too, even longer than this fellow's. Thus, Oh Jinma stepped in front of Wei Wei Bai, blocking her from seeing what she was not supposed to see. The moment Oh Jinma leaned over, Wei Wei Bai froze. She quickly glanced at him. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her brows were furrowed. She seemed to be very resistant to his approach. Oh Jinma was not stupid. How could he not understand her resistance? But when he thought about what he had done to her, it was not something that a person should do. He could understand why she was so against it. Now, in Wei Wei Bai's eyes, he was probably a jerk. Wei Wei Bai did not know that he had been her cat. Oh Jinma lowered his head to look at the big-faced cat in her arms. This ugly cat was actually leaning against her chest. He even had a wretched expression of satisfaction on his face. Oh Jinma's eyes were sharp and murderous, but he smiled warmly. "This is Xiao Shu. Did you get into an accident? Come, let me give you a hug." With that, he took the cat from Wei Wei Bai's hands without hesitation. Big Face meowed and tried to struggle back into its owner's arms. But in the next second, its whole body stiffened. It was like an animal's instinct, especially sensitive to killing intent. It didn't dare to move and obediently curled up in Oh Jinma's arms. Oh Jinma looked at the cat coldly. The murderous look in his eyes was so terrifying that it was terrifying. Su Yehuan walked over and handed a glass of water to Ojinma. Then, she handed a glass of juice to Wei Wei Bai. Ojinma saw the difference in treatment and felt sour in his mouth. He snorted coldly. Wei Wei Bai thanked him softly and said, "Dr. Su, how much is the medical fee?" Su Yahuan sat on the sofa and smiled. "I really like small animals. I've done surgery for them before. Do I need to charge for those cats and dogs? I don't need money. I'm not a real veterinarian." Wei Wei Bai's face was a little red, as if she was shy. "How can I accept that?" Su Yahuan said, "You can treat me to a meal as a thank you." Wei Wei Bai was about to nod when Ojinma slammed his phone on the table. He looked at Su Yahuan with a murderous look and said with a fake smile, "Doctor, how much is your Alipay account? I'll transfer the medical fee to you. Doctors are very poor these days. How can a meal be enough? It's better to charge more and receive more red packets to survive." Su Yahuan's smile disappeared, and she became serious. "No need. I'm willing to do the surgery for the cats. I don't want to earn extra money. No matter how poor I am, I don't need to earn money." Ojinma said, "If you don't want to earn money, then you have to earn money from others." Don't think that he didn't know. Using the excuse of a meal, there would be a meal after that. A meal after that. He didn't know that this Su Yahuan was trying to flirt with Wei Wei Bai. Ojinma decided to cut off all signs. He saw that Su Yahuan wasn't going to accept money. He immediately took out a few hundred yuan from his wallet and slammed it on the table. "The medical fee still needs to be paid. It's already so late, we won't disturb you. Goodbye." // Chapter 1163. Ojinma got up with the cat in his arms. Then, he reached out and dragged Wei Wei Bai out of the room. Wei Wei Bai was dragged along. She couldn't resist at all. Su Yahuan quickly got up. Wei Wei Bai also opened her mouth. "Dr. Su," Ojinma frowned and interrupted them harshly. "Don't send us off. Our legs aren't broken. We can walk on our own." With that said, he dashed out of the room with Wei Wei Bai as if he was flying. Ojinma's expression was cold as he stuffed Wei Wei Bai into the car. Then, he placed the cat in her arms. When he got into the car, his expression immediately darkened. He said coldly, "It's already so late and you're still here to pick up the cat? That doctor is a man. Don't you have any sense of safety?" When he saw Su Yahuan, his hair was about to explode. If he hadn't come today, that D***Mn doctor would have worn a bathrobe. Then, he would have used the cat as an excuse to seduce Wei Wei Bai. He knew best what kind of things men were. If he wasn't interested in a woman, he wouldn't have opened the door in a bathrobe. Unless that woman was his mother. Wei Wei Bai really didn't have her guard up at all. Ojinma attributed all his sour and uncomfortable feelings to Wei Wei Bai's lack of vigilance. He didn't think deeply about why he was so angry. Wei Wei Bai carefully hugged the cat and realized that the cat's wounds were professionally wrapped. When she heard Ojinma's words, she finally couldn't suppress the doubt in her eyes. "Ojinma, my safety doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Ojinma had just started the car. When he heard Wei Wei Bai's words, he instinctively stepped on the brakes, and the car came to a sudden stop. Wei Wei Bai immediately hugged the cat tightly and was almost thrown out. She immediately turned to look at him, but all she saw was Ojinma's cold face. He stared straight ahead, his beautiful eyes reflecting the light from the street lamps outside. There was a kind of crystal-clear dullness in them. He was just stunned. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, "It has nothing to do with me, but I have to care. I'm an angel. How can I watch strangers fall into danger? I am an angel, such a powerful reason." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Suddenly, a woman screamed outside the car. "My underwear was taken away by a garbage truck. Don't go, my underwear." The garbage truck in front slowly drove away. Wei Wei Bai, "Angel, someone's underwear needs your help." Ojinma, "Wei Wei Bai, don't think that I don't hit women." Damn it. He was kind enough to save her from the danger of being hurt by bad men. She didn't appreciate it at all. Wei Wei Bai's lips curved, but she didn't say anything. She just hugged the cat and looked out of the window in a daze. Ojinma drove sullenly. It was very quiet in the car. He looked at her from the corner of his eye. Her side profile was very beautiful and delicate. Her small nose and bright red lips formed a perfect curve. Many female celebrities looked good from the front, but their side profile showed flaws. She had the most delicate and gentle side profile he had ever seen. Oh Jin-ma felt nervous again, his heart beating erratically. He took a deep breath and turned on the music in the car. It was a radio station. Next, let's listen to a song from Jeong-ro, Gentle Love. This is a song about a secret love. It's sweet with a touch of sadness, full of youthfulness and... Oh, Jin-ma's face darkened. This song was copied by Jeong-ro from Wei Wei Bai. As expected, Wei Wei Bai looked up. Her expression stiffened, but she didn't say anything in the end. // save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 11, 64. She didn't even ask Oh Jin-ma to change the radio station. Oh Jin-ma's fingers were a little unnatural. He immediately changed to the next radio station, which was about health advertisements. No matter what, she was better than Jeong-ro. He vaguely had the idea of completely eliminating Jeong-ro from the music industry, but it was still in the planning stage, so Jeong-ro was still active. Oh Jin-ma thought about the past. He was the one who pushed Wei Wei Bai to the forefront of public opinion. Although Jeong-ro also added fuel to the fire, Jeong-ro didn't have many fans. Most importantly, his fans were scolding Wei Wei Bai. As a result, Wei Wei Bai was now being criticized on the internet. Oh Jin-ma didn't dare to stare at Wei Wei Bai. He turned to look in front of the car. The street lights cast interweaving shadows on his face. Suddenly, his voice was a little hoarse. That song just now, was it written by you? He carefully probed, afraid that Wei Wei Bai would suddenly be sad and angry. Wei Wei Bai hugged the cat and suddenly sneered. If I said that I wrote it, would anyone believe me? Would you? If it was in the past, he wouldn't even have the time to dump Wei Wei Bai, let alone believe it or not. He wouldn't even think about this question. But after experiencing a series of magical events, he had a lot of words stuck in his throat. He wanted to say it, but he didn't dare to say it. In the end, Oh Jin-ma said softly and seriously, I believe you. He had never suppressed his emotions and said such a serious sentence. After saying that, he didn't dare to turn to look at Wei Wei Bai. He lowered his thick and long eyelashes. He knew that he had changed too much. To Wei Wei Bai, his attitude was really confusing, but he still couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Just think of it as repaying a debt of gratitude. Bai Weiwei was silent for a long time before she said, I once liked a person and used him as my motivation to move forward. To make myself stand in a place where I could see him, I took a broken guitar, took a 3-day-long bus ride from the countryside, and came to the city where he was covered in dirt and grime. Oh, Jin-ma's amber eyes started to throb. There was a traffic light in front of him, so he was able to stop the car just in time to hide his trembling fingers from excitement. Wei Wei Bai's voice was faint and soft, as if she was reminiscing, but there was no trace of resentment. When I saw him, the incomplete melody in my head turned into a song. That was how the song was written. It was a song written for him. When the original owner wrote this song, it was coincidentally when she saw Oh Jin-ma. However, it was not written for Oh Jin-ma. It was just a coincidence that the timing was right. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she unhurriedly stroked the cat. Then, she heard the sound of her favorability increasing. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 25. Oh Jin-ma's throat was dry. He was unable to face the story behind the song. Seeing that he could drive, he immediately started the car in a panic, and the car sped off. Wei Wei Bai. There will be an accident sooner or later. They returned to Wei Wei Bai's broken-down rental house. Wei Wei Bai got out of the car and said to Oh Jin-ma through the window, You can go back. If the production team needs anything in the future, just call them. You don't have to come personally. If someone sees you, I won't even be able to stay here. She stood in the darkness with a helpless expression on her face. It seemed like she was very troubled, but she held it in until now. Oh Jin-ma held the steering wheel and pursed his lips. His delicate face was frozen for a moment, like a beautiful oil painting, motionless. Everything she said was right. If someone saw her, she would be scolded to death. She might even be attacked by his crazy fans. But there was a breath stuck in her chest. It was very uncomfortable. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 1165. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she turned and left. Oh, Jean Ma suddenly leaned out and couldn't help but ask, "Do you still like him?" That him was the one who wrote the song for her. If Oh Jean Ma couldn't tell that she was talking about himself, he would be an idiot. Wei Wei Bai didn't turn around. She stood there in a daze for a long time before she laughed softly and said, "I don't like him anymore. I don't like him anymore, oh Jean Ma." Then she opened the door, went in, and didn't come out again. She suddenly realized her feelings and couldn't let go of the romantic scene of him. She didn't appear at all. Oh Jean Ma waited for a long time. He waited until he turned into a fossil, but the door didn't open. He drove home in a daze. Then he lay on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling light. His mind was filled with her indifferent and pale face and the back view of her saying that she didn't like him anymore. She didn't seem to care that her song was taken away by Jiang Ro. Was it because she didn't like him anymore? Therefore, she abandoned the song that she had written because of him. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly hurt. Oh Jean Ma frowned. He took a deep breath and felt that there was something wrong with him. Why was his mind filled with Wei Wei Bai recently? Even if he became her cat, it didn't mean that she was his master. Suddenly, his phone rang. Oh Jean Ma jumped up and immediately picked up his phone. He didn't even look at the caller ID. Was it Wei Wei Bai? However, the voice that came from the other end of the line made his excited expression turn cold. His amber eyes turned much colder. "Brother, why is my card frozen?" It was Jiang Ro's exasperated voice. Oh Jean Ma sneered. Of course, he was the one who froze it. Jiang Ro's card was a supplementary card that he had given her. He could stop it whenever he wanted. He had raised a vicious and merciless ingrate. If it weren't for the fact that they were related by blood, he would have been blind. He could even find someone to break her legs. Now, he was only freezing her card. In the future, he would want her to withdraw from the entertainment industry. In any case, he wouldn't be responsible for anything between her and Jiang La lying to him would cost his life. These two matters were enough to blacklist the two of them. Oh Jean Ma held back his murderous intent. After all, this woman was still his sister. He wasn't so bad that his soles were oozing with pus, so he didn't take the most vicious step to take revenge on her. Oh Jean Ma's voice softened. "Oh, my manager is in charge of this. He recently resigned, so I'm not too sure." Jiang Ro was anxious. She was eating in a high-class restaurant. I invited a bunch of sisters. She rushed to pay the bill, but her card froze. There were so many pairs of eyes looking at her. Wouldn't it be awkward if she couldn't pay? "Brother, can you drive me home? It's too dark now, I'm scared." The card was frozen, but wasn't there still Oh Jean Ma? If he came to pick her up, he would definitely pay the bill and treat her. At that time, when others saw Oh Jean Ma coming to pick her up, that kind of vanity was enough to make the women behind her jealous. Oh Jean Ma's voice turned cold. "I'm rushing to an event. I've been recording songs all day, so I'm very tired. Aren't you the most considerate? You still want me to go?" Jiang Ro had always been sweet, gentle, and obedient in front of him. She was a perfect sister, and she played the role very well. She shouldn't have gone to sing, but to act. Sure enough, Jiang Ro didn't dare to say anything. She immediately smiled awkwardly. "Brother, you're tired. Why don't you ask your assistant to beep beep?" Jiang Ro froze and looked at the phone in disbelief. // Chapter 1166. She hung up just like that. What about her bill? "Xiao Ro, don't you have enough money?" The sisters behind her said sarcastically. Jiang Ro had always been generous. How could she let others see her predicament? She immediately said, "It's all because of the manager's resignation. I call my brother. He's too tired, so he asked my mom to come and pick me up." Then, she sent a message to Jiang La to pay the bill. Jiang La's card was also Oh Jean Ma's secondary card. It was impossible for two cards to have problems just because one card had problems. Jiang Ro looked at her sisters and smiled with an unamused expression. Oh Jean Ma threw away his phone and lay on the bed in a bad mood. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Suddenly, he felt someone touching his head. He didn't open his eyes and didn't dare to move. Then, he slowly opened one eye. Sure enough, he saw Wei Wei by wiping the table. He sat on the bed. His tail and abdomen were bandaged. The faint pain made him unable to move. After transmigrating into a cat so many times, he didn't have any strong emotions. Wei Wei Bai finished wiping the table and went to the bathroom. The clear sound of a shower came from the bathroom. His cat tail froze, and he couldn't help but stare at the bathroom door. Wei Wei Bai showered quickly and came out in less than 10 minutes. She was wearing pajamas with trousers and a long shirt. Her hair was a little wet and fell to the side of her neck. Her fresh and pleasant appearance was private and beautiful. She rarely put on makeup, so her skin was unusually clear and white. Wei Wei Bai came to the bedside and rubbed his hair. She reached out and gently touched his cat head. "Xiao Shu, does it still hurt?" Oh Jima immediately shook his head and opened his mouth wide. "Meow, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore." It was more flattering than a dog. Wei Wei Bai heard the cat's meow. Without the system's reminder, she knew that Oh Jinma was here again. This reward was automatic if she didn't stop it. Oh Jinma would always be sleeping when he transmigrated. Wei Wei Bai acted as if nothing had happened. While drying her hair, she sat beside the cat. Her legs were rubbing against the cat's fur. Oh Jinma's entire body stiffened and her hair stood on end. A faint fragrance wafted from her body. Was it the smell of shower gel? It smelled like oranges. He sniffed and thought that it was very delicious. Oh Jinma gritted his teeth and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to show his wretched side. He wasn't wrong. Bai Weiwei just wasn't on guard. Even if it was a cat, it was still a male cat. How could he lean on it so casually? Weiwei Bai suddenly said, "Xiao Shu, what do you think he means?" "Oh Jinma?" Question mark. Weiwei Bai sighed. "I thought he hated me, but he suddenly came to find me tonight. He even said that he believed me and that I wrote that song." Oh Jima immediately reacted and hurriedly said, "Meow, meow, you wrote it. You really did write it." Jiang Ro was so shameless. She couldn't have written such a fresh and sweet song. Weiwei Bai's voice was low and sad. Maybe he felt that it wasn't appropriate for me to stay in this city, so he wanted to treat me better. He wanted to get someone to take photos of us meeting in the middle of the night and spread the news. When that happened, I would have to leave the city. Ojima's eyes froze. He immediately stretched out his paws and laid on her knees. He looked at her with his watery, amber-colored eyes, looking pitifully at her. "Meow, I didn't." Chapter 1167. Weiwei Bai burst out laughing when she saw him like this. "All right, it's okay. I'll just go back to the countryside and farm." Oh Jinma was anxious and hugged her leg tightly. "Meow, don't go." But Bai Weiwei gently picked him up and rubbed her nose against his little nose. It was soft and warm. Oh Jinma was stunned. He forgot what he was going to say. Weiwei Bai's eyes were full of gentleness. "Go to sleep and recuperate well. I'll work hard to earn money to support you." Oh Jinma looked at her with a complicated expression. "Meow, I don't need you to support me. I should be the one supporting you." This sentence was too ambiguous. Oh Jinma shivered and wondered why he was thinking about this. Weiwei Bai put him back in the cat bed and then lay down on the bed to sleep. She turned her body sideways and said to him, "Although I know that he hates me, I feel that it's already good enough that I can have a meal with him." She slowly closed her eyes because she was tired. Her voice also softened. "It's a pity that you'll wake up from your dreams. We won't have any interaction tomorrow." Oh Jinma squatted in the cat's nest, his beautiful cat, eyes motionlessly watching Bai Weiwei sleep quietly. He looked at her for a long time before looking down at his injured leg. She didn't know what he was thinking. In the morning, Weiwei Bai threw away the rubbish and carried the cat and the guitar out of the house. Today was the day of the recording of a good song. Just as she stepped out of the house, she saw a blue car appear. It seemed that the car had been waiting for her for a long time. The door opened and a long leg wrapped in a black suit stepped out. He was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt underneath. He didn't wear a tie and wore a thin, black high-collared shirt, revealing only a small part of his neck. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. There was a hint of impatience on his face. His sunglasses covered his eyes, revealing only his beautiful and delicate lips, nose, and lower jaw. When he saw Wei Wei Bai, he said, "Get in." Wei Wei Bai stood there in a daze. Oh Jinma, who felt that he looked especially handsome, leaned against the car and struck a perfect pose. He tilted his head and said, "I'll send you to the set. You're going to be late." Wei Wei Bai hesitated, not daring to move forward. Oh Jinma frowned and stretched out his hand. A beautiful watch appeared on his wrist. This watch cost more than 1,000,000 yuan, and it was found by Oh Jinma early in the morning. He rarely wore this thing. However, she wanted to make herself look more mature and charming, so she took it out and wore it. Actually, watches were really not that useful. He was used to using his phone, so who would look at watches? However, acting cool was useful. He stretched out his hand and raised his eyebrows. "I'll send you. Don't be afraid that I'll eat you up, and don't think that my fans will kill you. I promise that once you get in my car, no one will dare to challenge you." His movements were indescribably elegant. Although his words were a little ruffian, it added to his unbridled charm. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say to the system, "If I get in his car, he won't challenge me. If I get in his car, will he challenge me?" The system said, "It's only 25 points. Calm down. 25 points." Her heart started to move. It wasn't something that could be done easily. With this kind of favorability, the host would be scared away if she was too anxious. Wei Wei Bai looked at the favorability and felt pity. Actually, she was just teasing the system. If she really got in his car, she would need to use stickers. In this world, she didn't believe that she wouldn't have enough time to use stickers. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before slowly walking over. She didn't want to get in Oh Jinma's car. Oh Jinma stretched out his hand and felt awkward for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled open the door of the passenger seat and rushed forward. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai by the waist and stuffed her into the car. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She only realized that Oh Jinma had already gotten in the car when she was fastened with a seatbelt. She closed the door, fastened her seatbelt, and immediately drove away. Her lips trembled. "Oh Jinma, what are you doing?" Oh Jinma's face darkened. "What can I do? I'm sending you. Do you think that after last night's sex, we won't interact anymore?" "Humph." Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. "But we really don't interact anymore." Oh Jinma said, "Wrong. You're my fan. It's not right for an idol to send his fan on a show." Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm not your fan." Oh Jinma panicked. "I'll kiss you if you continue." Wei Wei Bai said, "Go ahead and kiss me." Oh Jinma was so shocked that he almost hit the railing by the roadside. He immediately stepped on the brakes and looked at Wei Wei Bai with a pale face. But he saw that she was calm, and there was a faint smile on her lips. It seemed like she was mocking him and didn't care about him at all. Oh Jinma's brain heated up. He suddenly pulled her over and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He just wanted to make the smile on her lips disappear. But her lips were still sweet. It was so sweet that it seeped into his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 30. Chapter 1168. Slap. A slap landed on his face. Oh Jinma woke up from his stupor. He widened his eyes and saw Wei Wei Bai's cold and angry gaze. It was as if a sharp knife was about to pierce his eyes. Oh Jinma finally reacted. He held her face with both hands. He used so much force that her face was deformed. Her face was deformed. He even kissed her. Oh Jinma's fingers froze. He then let go of her face and stepped back. His face was flushed and his heart was racing like an engine. He quickly started driving again and pretended that it was an accident. His hands and feet were shaking like he had Parkinson's disease. He was too flustered. Wei Wei Bai's voice suddenly sounded. "Oh Jinma." Oh Jinma thought that Wei Wei Bai was scolding him. He panicked and said, "You said that I would kiss you." He threw the blame to Wei Wei Bai so well that she was about to faint. After Oh Jinma said that, he also felt that he was shameless. She was obviously joking. If he really kissed her, he would be no different from a hooligan. Actually, he was just being impulsive. His mind had been filled with Wei Wei by these few days. She was like a dog-skin plaster. He couldn't get rid of her. Even when he was writing songs, he started to have ideas. They were all songs about sweet and sour love. After he finished writing, he tore them up and wanted to stuff them into his mouth and swallow them. His songs were rarely about love. Even if they were written for others. Moreover, they were very cold and didn't have the sour taste of love. He didn't do this on purpose. He didn't have any love experience, so he couldn't come up with any good love songs. What was going on these few days? He hadn't written the last few songs for the new album. When he had ideas, all the songs he wrote were "Do you love me? Do you love me?" Rip, rip. He tore them up and threw them into the bin. As he tore them up, he got angry. He felt that Wei Bai still treated him as a stranger. Why was he thinking about her so much? This was completely unfair. Therefore, when he saw Wei Bai, he began to feel unbalanced. He wished that she was as flustered as he was. Wei Bai carefully looked at Jin Ma's face. Light and darkness crisscrossed in his amber eyes. His lips were pursed, and there was a terrifying sense of tension. A handsome and neutral face. The usual purity and beauty had disappeared, leaving only a slightly twisted expression of struggle. He couldn't be planning to kill her just because he kissed her, right? After all, this man was obsessed with the idea that he was an old virgin who didn't know anything about the world and could fly with wings. But he was very persistent. Wei Bai pondered for a moment and felt that it was safer to capture the cat. So she said coldly, "I want to get off." Jin Ma stepped on the accelerator and pretended not to hear anything. Wei Bai looked at him angrily. This is considered kidnapping. Jin Ma's lips curled downwards, and he almost looked aggrieved. He said sullenly, "Other people don't even have the chance to sit in my car." Fans turning anti-fans were the most annoying. After Wei Bai turned anti-fan, she looked at him as if he was a hooligan. She didn't show any signs of turning into a fan. Wei Wei's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she finally couldn't help but say, Jin Ma, I told you very clearly, I really don't want to have half a connection with you. Can you not appear in my life again?" These words were simply heart-wrenching. Jin Ma's heart was bleeding from the rejection. He moved his fingers and realized that they were terrifyingly stiff. Seeing that they were about to reach the recording location, he stopped at a corner where there weren't many people. Chapter 11:69. Then, he took a few deep breaths to suppress the discomfort. Then, he didn't look at Wei Bai. His face was as cold as ice as he looked at her. He said coldly, "Get out of the car." Wei Bai immediately hugged the cat, opened the door, and got out of the car. She also took her guitar. She felt like he was a human trafficker who wanted to sell her. Jin Ma didn't expect Wei Bai to run so fast. He couldn't help but look out of the car window. He saw Wei Bai lower her head, pat the cat's head, and whisper something to it gently. She didn't turn back and walk straight to the corner. It was as if she was glad to be rid of him. When she turned the corner, the cat meowed softly. Wei Bai immediately smiled. The girl's youthful and pure face had a pure and warm allure under the morning light. It directly hit one's heart. Then, she quickened her pace and disappeared around the corner. Jin Ma stayed in the car with both hands on the steering wheel. He lowered his eyelashes. His light-colored eyes started to darken. Because of the gloominess, there was even a hint of coldness. He was silent for a long time before the corners of his lips curled up. There was a hint of ridicule in his voice. What's so good about that stupid cat? I'm not in the cat. You're hugging a fake. What's so funny about it? She was so cold to him. She clearly met him when he was in cat form. So, he was the one she wanted to raise. Not the cat that didn't have any domineering aura, only knew how to eat cat food, and was so soft when it meowed. The system looked at the affection level of 30 and was disappointed that the host didn't live up to its expectations. When we were kissing just now, you should have pounced on Soar and given him a French kiss. Then, you should have given him a few stickers to ensure that the affection level would increase. Jin Ma was just a little chick with no experience in love. Once this kind of man had his first love, he would definitely want to die. In addition, he was a songwriter and had a lot of emotions. The favorable impression points wouldn't come and go as he pleased. Wei Bai stroked the system's cat head. You don't understand. The older a virgin is, the more cautious he is. If I take the initiative, he will think that I am a scheming person and will be scared away. Jin Ma, that guy, don't be fooled by his appearance. No one knew how dark, sinister, and selfish he was inside. He was actually able to endure the temptation of hot pot, lao gan ma, and all kinds of Sichuan dishes to maintain his angelic persona. What was even more frightening was that he didn't even watch porn. This kind of man's perseverance was astonishing to the point of being abnormal. How could such a freak be dealt with using common sense? Moreover, what he did to the original owner in the beginning, although he didn't know if the song was plagiarized, but he took the opportunity to suppress the original owner. She knew that this man was not a good person at all. Although he wasn't so bad as to commit murder and arson, his heart was definitely cold and dark. For this kind of man, gaining his trust was the key to gaining his favorability. Wei Wei Bai felt that the reward this time was too good. Without the cat, Ojima wouldn't have believed her if he hadn't seen the other side of her. He wouldn't have let down his guard against her. These 30 points of favorability were all due to Ojima gradually believing in her and started to rise. Wei Wei Bai stroked the cat's head and sighed. It's lonely, the system. Wei Wei Bai, it's so lonely to be invincible. Ojima was originally very difficult to deal with. Perhaps his acting skills could be compared to hers. But in the end, he was defeated by a cat. The recording location for good songs was on a certain floor of the TV station. The production team was rich and the stage effects were one of the best in the country. The sound equipment was in line with international standards. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1170. This program received a lot of attention when it started broadcasting. It was a program with a sponsorship fee of 300 million yuan. It was the station's most important trump card program. When Wei Wei Bai appeared with her guitar, the director immediately came over. Quickly go to the dressing room and put on your makeup and change your clothes. The station has held a meeting and decided to change the first song from a recording to a live broadcast. This simply did not give them any time to prepare. Many of the contestants were notified as soon as they arrived. Many of them turned pale. After all, the process of a live broadcast was different from a recording. If they were not mentally strong, they would be so nervous that they would break their voices when they could sing the song well. To increase the viewership ratings, the program team did not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was a gimmick and news that could be hyped up. The director of this program could come up with all kinds of cheap tricks. The only thing that could be guaranteed was that everyone would sing for real and that it was an original song. When Wei Wei Bai heard his notification, she just looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "Okay, can you please point me to the dressing room?" The director looked at her in surprise. She was much calmer than the other contestants. After pointing her to the location, Wei Wei Bai carried her guitar and the cat and walked away unhurriedly. Although her back view was thin, it was unusually delicate and pleasing to the eye. The director gestured to a location where a recording camera was hidden behind a curtain. Although the program was called an original song talent show, however, it was more of a reality show. So from just now, the program had actually started. The reactions of every contestant who was notified of the live broadcast had already been broadcasted. This time, the station put in a lot of effort and put all their eggs in one basket to push the program to the top of the year. So the internet and the TV station broadcasted at the same time. There were many old viewers waiting in front of the live broadcast. There were also new viewers who were fooled by other advertisements. More of them were the fans of the little angel, Ojima. The fans were valiant, but Ojima did not appear. They had already posted 6 trending topics on the internet. Superstar Ojima participates in the 2nd season of Hua Nation's Best Songs. Ojima is handsome again recently. I watched the songs just to see Ojima. At the beginning of the program, the contestants were notified to change the live broadcast location. I'm dying of laughter. The production team is really ruthless. The contestants are so scared that they're about to cry. There's a big sister who's so calm. Ah, she's pretty, and she's even carrying a cat. He looks a little familiar. Isn't this woman that shameless Wei Wei Bai who used MO to create hype? This caused an uproar. This kind of woman who relies on low-level hype and uses all kinds of underhanded methods just to become popular. How can the production team let her participate in the show? Come up with a good song, Wei Wei Bai. After seeing her, I don't even want to watch the show anymore. Is it because MOMO is here that she shamelessly came to the show? Stop her! Get her out of here! Very soon, the angels formed a huge wave of resistance. At the top of the search list was Oh Jinma participated in good songs. It was replaced by the trending topic of Wei Wei Bai being kicked out of the show. Wei Wei Bai became popular the moment the program was broadcasted. It was so red that it turned black. The media department on the Good Songs website immediately reported the matter to the production team. The director was extremely calm. Let them boycott. Anti-fans are the best publicity tools. Keep Wei Wei Bai. When the boycott threatened the show, Wei Wei Bai had not made a comeback. Then eliminate her. Everyone was very familiar with the flow of the program. Chapter 1171. As for what Wei Wei Bai thought, a contestant with no background was not important to them at all. Wei Wei Bai was done with her makeup. Her makeup was much lighter than the others. Because the makeup artist felt that her skin was good and did not need to be overly touched up. Wei Wei Bai felt that there were too many people who needed to do makeup, and it would be better to have one less person to do it with. She saw that the dressing room was very busy and walked out. The cat was placed with the production team, and there was a team that was in charge of the contestants' personal belongings. Pets were also under protection and management. Wei Wei Bai had just walked out when she saw a familiar figure walking over, surrounded by people. She stopped in her tracks, and a faint smile flashed across her face, but disappeared very quickly. The woman who walked in front was wearing a red dress and thin, light-colored high heels. Her long hair was combed, and the ends were curled. She looked especially sweet. It was Jiang Ro. When Jiang Ro saw Wei Wei Bai, she stopped in her tracks and looked at her coldly. She suddenly took out her cell phone and opened Weibo. Then she smiled and said to her assistant beside her, "It's so funny. I heard that among the contestants who came to participate this time, there's an especially shameless one. She even sold her body for publicity." On the internet, there were all kinds of scandals about Wei Wei Bai. They appeared out of thin air from various anonymous sources. Ridiculous rumors like Wei Wei Bai had worked before, sold her body, and slept with the entire production team. They were all hyped up. Now, there were already 3 trending searches on Weibo to boycott Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless as she looked at her with a calm gaze. Jiang Ro said sarcastically, "I wonder who she has to sleep with to become popular. She couldn't have slept with the entire production team, right? So dirty." The people around her immediately agreed and laughed at her. For a moment, Wei Wei Bai stood alone opposite Jiang Ro. But what was strange was that Wei Wei didn't show any embarrassment. Instead, her eyes were indifferent as she looked at them indifferently. It was as if they were a bunch of clowns. Jiang Ro smiled and felt like a fool. She gripped her phone and glared at Wei Wei Bai. Because there were cameras everywhere, she didn't do anything too overboard. Her image as the little heavenly queen could not be destroyed. Jiang Ro smiled stiffly. "Let's go. I still have to sing for the finale." Then, she walked past Wei Wei Bai loftily. Wei Wei Bai said in a flat voice, "I'm really looking forward to your second hit original song." Jiang Ro's smile almost disappeared from her face. A trace of guilt flashed through her eyes as she glared fiercely at Wei Wei Bai. She sneered and said, "You will hear it very soon." Jiang Ro left with her head held high. Wei Wei Bai didn't feel bad about being looked down upon. She looked calm. "Tongzi, what is the song that Jiang Ro is going to sing for the finale?" The system said, "It's one of the 3 songs that you wrote, Confession." The system then told her about how the song that Jinmo wrote for her was stolen by Jiang Ro. Wei Wei Bai nodded. "You're saying that on her Weibo, she's going to broadcast the song that she sang during the live broadcast?" The system said, "Yes, that's the plan." Wei Wei Bai thought for a while before she smiled evilly. "If I don't kill her, I'll be letting down my talent." Her songwriting talent was bought with 50 life points. Jiang Ro wanted to take it away when she couldn't split it. How could she? Stingy Wei planned out how to deal with others before she walked forward. /save button below to record this reading record. Chapter 1172. Before she could take 2 steps, the system was about to remind her. A hand appeared from a dark corner and pulled her in. She was pressed against the wall. The light bulb was broken. In the dark, the man's tall and slender figure loomed over her. She could even smell the faint smell of cigarettes. Ojima smoked, but he never inhaled because he would be smelled. It might violate his character setting. Wei Wei Bai looked up in surprise, but saw that he was looking down. His eyes were cold and even a little angry. You just stood there and let him bully you? The system said he was standing here the whole time. I was looking at Weibo and forgot to tell you. Wei Wei Bai expressed her understanding. The system was a dumb system and couldn't multitask. Her expression was still cold and indifferent. She had a delicate and gentle face. But to him, she never had a good expression. When she thought of him as a cat, she smiled gently at him, coaxed him, ate for him, and even sacrificed her life for him. Why was the difference so big? Ojima felt bitter in his mouth. Bai Weiwei said indifferently, She stole my song. I can only shrink back. Don't say that she bullied me. Who would help me, unless I really want to sleep with a gold sponsor to bully back? Ojima muttered softly, Sleep with a sugar daddy. Is that what you really think? When he saw those scandals, his eyes turned red. Although he didn't believe it, just thinking about it made his heart ache. He didn't like this feeling of being pulled by Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai's words were like adding oil to the fire. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he asked, Have you really thought about sleeping with a sugar daddy? There were many in the entertainment industry. She was pretty and could easily climb into anyone's bed. Ojima's eyes started to distort. The cold shadow that had been hidden under his pure and beautiful appearance started to spread. The man in the shadows had a frighteningly sharp gaze. His exquisite face became much colder. He didn't look like an angel anymore. He looked like a devil. Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to notice the change and said indifferently, This has nothing to do with you. Even if I sleep with him, he won't sleep with you. Just as she finished speaking, a finger pressed down hard on her lips. It was so hard that she frowned in pain. Then she heard a cold voice close to her ear. If you didn't sleep with him, how do you know he won't sleep with me? Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She couldn't believe that her voice to tremble. Ojima, let go of me. I'm going to record. He finally saw a different expression on her face. A frightened expression was better than a polite and distant attitude. Ojima's heart was filled with viciousness. He didn't know that there were so many terrible thoughts hidden in his heart. She had been pretending to be an angel for so long that she thought she was really a little angel. Who knows what dirty swamps are hidden in his heart? Ojima even felt relaxed because this side of him was only shown to her. He actually believed her and wouldn't tell anyone. He smiled. His smile wasn't pure at all. He noticed that she kept shrinking her neck, trying to resist his closeness. Ojima pressed his lips against her neck. He felt her delicate skin and trembled in fear. Tell me, if I bite here and leave a bite mark, the rumor of you sleeping with a sugar daddy will be confirmed. Wei Wei Bai immediately retorted, I didn't. Ojima narrowed his eyes. His amber eyes were filled with anger. They were shockingly beautiful. You can actually consider it. He paused for a moment before his tone became serious. I've recently been thinking of keeping a young singer who can sing. Do you want to consider it? Wei Wei Bai, this person's persona was broken. How shameless. /download mobile. Chapter 1173. She knew that Ojima wasn't as pure as he looked, but he wasn't a hooligan. Wei Wei Bai thought that since he could pretend to be an angel for so long, even if he was perverted, he definitely had a pure side to him. His warm breath was on her neck, and his fingers were pressing on her arm. He was so familiar with the way he held her captive. Oh my God, the pure side might have been eaten up by the pervert. Now, only the pervert was supporting him. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps and the scriptwriter shouting that the show was about to start. Although they were close to the corner of the stairs, it was a blind spot due to the broken lights. But it was very likely that they would be seen by passers-by. Wei Wei Bai's body tensed up, and her breathing became more erratic. She suppressed her voice and said, Ojima, let go of me. I'm going to go on the show. She didn't see that the man leaning on her had his eyes half closed, and his eyelashes were covering the heat in his eyes. He was always so close to her because of the cat. Her scent was so familiar and comfortable that he couldn't help but want to cling on to her and not leave. Ojima. Her voice started to sound nervous. Ojima whispered hoarsely, Do you still want to sleep with Sugar Daddy? If she really wanted to sleep with him, he would be angry. Wei Wei Bai heard the sound of people walking in, and it seemed that someone from the show was calling her name. She finally couldn't hold it in and wasn't as calm as Ojin Ma. I'm just kidding. If I really had such thoughts, would I still be able to survive on instant noodles? Ojin Ma's throat tightened when he heard her mention instant noodles. Then, he gently let go of her. Wei Wei Bai felt that his grip on her loosened and immediately pushed him away. She glared at him and said, "You're so ridiculous." Then, she turned around and was about to leave, but before she could take 3 steps, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Wei Wei Bai was so shocked that her body trembled, and she was about to explode in anger. However, she heard the man behind her slowly stretch out his fingers and tidy up her clothes. If you go out like this, people will be suspicious. Wei Wei Bai stood still and did not resist his actions, but her voice was suppressed. It was obvious that she was very angry. "Ojin Ma, if you just want to help Jiang Ro get back at me, you've succeeded. If people find out that I'm with you, I don't need to participate in the show." Now, she was being condemned by the netizens on the internet. Ojin Ma was still adding fuel to the fire. The man behind her was silent for a moment before saying in a muffled voice, "No one saw it." After saying those words, he gently pushed Zhang Xian. He pushed her out. Wei Wei Bai looked outside. Although there were people coming and going, no one was paying attention to them. This was even a blind spot for surveillance cameras. Ojin Ma was indeed someone who had been in the entertainment industry for many years. He was indeed very familiar with this aspect. Wei Wei Bai did not turn around, but her footsteps still hesitated for a moment before she walked away. After she left, Ojin Ma leaned against the dark wall and threw a cigarette, but at his feet. He had bought the cigarette from a random small store. There were no surveillance cameras, and the seller was an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was very careful to avoid any danger that would make him the news. It was almost instinctive. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and held it in his hand as if he was thinking about something. His eyes were dark, and there was a hint of confusion. Wei Wei Bai was right. If he really did it for her good, he would not have come looking for her, even if he became her cat and received her care. Crossover system. Adonis, come here for the https://www. Sashu. com/crossover system. Adonis, come here for the full article. https://www. Sashu. com//crossover system. Adonis, come here for the full article. https://www. Sashu. crossover system. Adonis, come here for the full article on crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1174. He could also give her a lot of convenience in other ways. After all, his status in the entertainment industry and the resources in his hands were enough to push her up. He didn't need to do anything. But why was he so unwilling and shamelessly stuck to her? He even said things like being a kept woman. He was already a piece of trash in Wei Wei Bai's heart, and now he was even more of a piece of trash. Ojin Ma silently took a puff of his cigarette, then looked up and gently blew a smoke ring towards the sky. He actually didn't fail. What he liked to do the most during his rebellious period was to pretend to be a good student in front of others and do all the bad things that a bad student would do behind the scenes. And he hadn't been caught doing anything against him. He hadn't smoked in a long time, and in a moment of impulse, he actually bought cigarettes. This was simply unimaginable for someone like him who had restrained himself. Ojin Ma couldn't help but smile. His body was a little loose as he leaned against the wall, absent-mindedly smoking. Could it be that his rebellious period hadn't passed yet? So he liked to bully. He was starting to like the girl he liked. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. The system listened to the favorability notification. You're not a kept woman? Why did his favorability increase? Could it be that he feels that you're a clean and honest lotus flower, and that's why his admiration for you increased? Wei Wei Bai was holding her guitar and wiping it. She calmly shook her head. No, it should be that Ojin Ma found out and started to like me. 35 favorability, it meant that he started to like her. This liking wasn't deep, but Ojin Ma was a little special. Even if it wasn't deep, it had to be compared. He was a super 10,000-year-old virgin. He was also a selfish, persistent, and perverted pervert who insisted on his pure image. This caused him to have no experience in love, and he was a super stoned man who had never been moved by any woman. This kind of man, once he liked someone, even if it wasn't deep, it was very passionate and proactive. Although Wei Wei Bai was a strategy cat, she had also done research on Ojima. The system looked at the host's calm and indifferent appearance. It felt that the host had matured again. The broadcast of the good song began. The first contestant to go on stage was viciously criticized by the judges. For the sake of viewership ratings, other than the comedic host, all the judges had to do their best. As for the remaining two, one was in charge of venomous words, while the other was in charge of praising. It was all a ploy. The second contestant went on stage and sang a fast song. Because of his nervousness, he made a few wrong intonations. Halfway through the song, the judges stopped with a ding-ding-ding-ding sound. The contestant's face paled as he was eliminated. The elimination system of the competition was particularly cruel. Although there was a revival round, the conditions to enter the revival round were also harsh. Most of them were eliminated on the spot. Wei Wei Bai was originally ranked 7th. However, the production team informed her that she would be the last to appear. As for the last one, the judges were all very tired. If the song was not amazing enough, they could be eliminated at any time. Wei Wei Bai did not mind and waited quietly. Meanwhile, the production team also broadcasted what happened behind the station, including the crying faces of the eliminated contestants. The contestants who entered the second round were wild with joy. Also, Wei Wei Bai was very indifferent, so indifferent that no one could hate her. Regardless of whether it was the change of position or order of appearance, she was exceptionally cooperative and did not have a trace of dissatisfaction. Even the staff felt that her attitude was very good. While the internet was crazily boycotting Wei Wei Bai, a small group of passers-by, fans began to appear. I still like that little sister number 7. I feel comfortable just looking at her. To the person above, +1. Out of all the contestants, she is the most pleasing to the eye. +10089. Chapter 1175. However, the passers-by fans were quickly drowned out by the Angel Group's criticism. Those above are all trash. A woman like Wei Wei Bai is not worth liking. She has no talent and only knows how to create hype. Her singing must be terrible. Yes. If she really knows how to sing, how can she create hype? It must be terrible. She will definitely be eliminated. I don't think she will be eliminated. Didn't she sleep with a sugar daddy? Ojima looked at the comments for a long time and finally called the higher-ups of Sanqing. The team in charge of my publicity sent someone. Yes, I am useful. He started to collect shares of Sanqing in his early years. By the time Sanqing reacted, most of the company's shares had been silently eaten away by him. Hence, he had absolute autonomy in the company now. After the call, he opened his Weibo. After a moment of silence, he finally wrote a Weibo. What does it feel like to have your heart stirred? After posting, he realized that his fingers were trembling. He had maintained his image of being pure and innocent for 10,000 years. Now it was starting to collapse. He realized that he was still nervous. He was nervous that he was different. Now, all the praise he received would become a sharp blade to attack him. Ojima took a deep breath and stuffed his phone into his pocket. If he did not attract the attention of his fans, then Wei Wei Bai would always be in the center of the storm. This was the first time that Ojima was so considerate of someone. Thinking of Wei Wei Bai's cold face, he lowered his head and stepped on the cigarette butt. He snorted. There are many people who want to be my mistress. You don't know what's good for you. But she was not tempted. He was actually quite assured. She was not tempted by his conditions. Who in the entertainment industry could tempt her? Thinking of this, Ojima smiled. Then he left the spot with light footsteps and even forgot that his image was starting to collapse. In his simple Weibo post, it instantly covered all the news. Wei Wei Bai, good song livestream. Little diva singing at the end. Everything disappeared. There was only one thing on the hot search. Ojima has someone he likes. No matter how turbulent the internet was. It was also time for Wei Wei Bai to go on stage. She was still chatting with the system. I'm good looking, my compositions are top-notch, and my singing is top-notch. I feel that Ojinma's position is in danger. The system was chatting on Weibo. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, even the system was convinced by her. She was suddenly full of confidence. She was the last contestant. When it was time to go on stage, Jiang Ro was sitting below the stage with a smug look on her face. Jiang Ro was behind Wei Wei Bai. However, Wei Wei Bai was here to participate in the competition. She was invited to participate in the singing program. This time, the new song that she had prepared was the one written by Ojinma. When she first received this song from Ojinma, there were no lyrics. She had even specially asked Gunnar to write the lyrics. Although the song didn't have lyrics, it had a name. It was called Confession. She had also called it Confession. The song would be written under Ojinma's name, so it would be considered stolen. Ojinma would definitely not be angry if he saw that she had specially written the song for him. Of course, the lyrics were written by her. Jiang Ro could almost imagine that if this song became popular again, her status would definitely rise. She didn't know why, but ever since she changed managers, she never saw Ojinma again. She never saw Ojinma again, and even those frozen cards were not restored. Jiang Ro had a bad feeling in her heart, but she still suppressed it. In front of Ojinma, she was definitely the perfect sister. There wouldn't be any mistakes. Is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1176. She looked around. Ojinma was one of the judges, but he only appeared in the second round. Today, he was only here to show his face at the end of the show. So Jiang Ro knew that Ojinma was here too. But there were too many people, so she didn't see him at all. Jiang Ro saw Wei Wei Bai on stage, but she looked down on her. What good songs could she have? So she didn't pay attention to Wei Wei Bai. But suddenly, a familiar prelude shattered her hearing. What was this? Why did this song sound so familiar? Jiang Ro turned around abruptly and saw the stage. She sat quietly in front of the microphone in the middle of the huge and gorgeous stage. She was holding a guitar, wearing a simple long dress and a white long-sleeve top. Her long hair cascaded down her back. She lowered her eyes, holding a plectrum with her slender and fair fingers, sliding across the guitar like flowing water. A series of simple yet beautiful notes appeared. The notes connected into a line, and she spoke tirelessly. Although it was a confession, it was so calm and peaceful. Occasionally, there was a hint of nervousness, but it was all in the melody. Delicate and beautiful, it was so warm to the bone. Wei Wei Bai gently hummed the prelude, and the sound was so comfortable that people's ears were about to fall asleep. Then she opened her mouth, and her beautiful voice soared. Holding your beauty in my hands, I'm careful not to break it. It's easy to love you, but a confession makes me back off. The lyrics were simple and straightforward. It was a sweet cookie, but it made the tired judges and audience immediately straighten their backs and listen carefully. The song, the lyrics, and even the person singing. It was just right. This kind of temperament swept away the impetuous noise of the competition. There was only a simple guitar and a girl. He listened to her sing a stumbling but sweet confession journey. The stage was so big, but her voice stole everyone's attention. There was a kind of light, not necessarily the sun, but it was impossible to ignore and even made people feel happy. This was a natural stage sense, an innate talent. Ojinma had just walked behind the scenes when he heard her singing. His footsteps paused, and his heart skipped a beat. Was this song going to confess to him? After Wei Wei Bai finished her song, she got off the stage and glanced at Jiang Ro, who was sitting below. Jiang Ro's expression changed. Her fingers trembled as she looked at Wei Wei Bai in disbelief. How could this be? How could a song composed by Ojinma be in Wei Wei Bai's hands? The song she was going to sing was Wei Wei Bai's song. If Wei Wei Bai sang first and she sang later, wouldn't she be considered a plagiarist? History repeated itself, but this time, her and Wei Wei Bai's positions were reversed. Jiang Ro was so angry that she took out her phone and called Ojinma. Did Ojinma give her the song? Impossible. She knew how much her brother hated this woman. So Wei Wei Bai was the one who stole it. It must be. Her brother was so unguarded. It was possible that Wei Wei Bai stole the song. The call did not go through. Jiang Ro started to panic. What should she do? Wei Wei Bai sang the song. As for what she was going to sing later, she had no choice but to ask her manager for help. She had to negotiate with the production team to change the song. Luckily, her new song had not been released on Weibo yet. Otherwise, it would be the same as Wei Wei Bai's song, and she would be accused of plagiarism again. After Wei Wei Bai walked out, she said to the system, "Tongzi, help Jiang Ro release her new song." The system nodded. "Okay, I've helped her release it." It was familiar with Weibo, so it went behind the scenes. It helped Jiang Ro release the song. It also changed the song's composer to Jiang Ro. This time, Jiang Ro was the one who wrote the song. Chapter 1177. On the internet, fans who were crusading against Wei Wei Bai had been watching the live broadcast. They wanted to see Wei Wei Bai make a fool of herself. In the end, it was too good, too warm, too sweet. What should they do when they were going to be anti-fans? This song is not bad, even though the singer is ugly. Carrot, don't be blind. How can that be called ugly? Did your aesthetic standards get into a car accident? Ugly is ugly. Not only is she ugly, but she also has a bad character. She's a kept woman. You saw that she's a kept woman. Where's the evidence? You're being anti-fans. A new round of public opinion war was about to begin. In the end, Jiang Ro's new song was released. It gave anti-fans, fans, passers-by, and onlookers a shock. This song was also called Confession, although the lyrics were different. But the tune was basically the same as Wei Wei Bai's song. And what was even more tragic was that Wei Wei Bai's song actually sounded better than Jiang Ro's. Being good was one thing. Jiang Ro's new song was released even later than Wei Wei Bai's. And the song's author was Jiang Ro. As for Bai Weiwei's good songs, the lyrics were also her own. Who on earth wrote this song? For a moment, everyone on the internet was dumbfounded. They had just experienced the impact of Oh Jin Ma's budding love. The bomb of Jiang Ro and Wei Wei Bai clashing songs came again. The trending searches were so busy. Jiang Ro still didn't know what was happening on the internet. She heard the host start to introduce her. After a series of polite compliments, the host said, "Let's welcome the little diva Jiang Ro to bring us her new song, Confession." Jiang Ro was already smiling as she went on stage with the microphone. But just as she was about to sing, the host's introduction made her freeze. Confession? Didn't she ask the program team to change the song? How could there be a mistake in the introduction? Surprisingly, the song was not changed. The program group's orchestra began to play the same accompaniment as Wei Wei Bai's Confession. Jiang Ro stood on the stage with a pale face. This was a live broadcast. She had no choice but to open her mouth and sing. She stared at everyone's puzzled eyes and began to sing. Because she was too flustered, the song was not interesting at all. This song had a gentle tune to begin with. What was beautiful about it was that kind of light sweetness, but it was also especially heartwarming. Jiang Ro did not sing at all, and compared to Wei Wei Bai's song, the lyrics were too cumbersome. Jiang Ro held back her anger and finished singing the song. Then, she didn't finish singing. Instead, he stood on the stage and glared angrily at the audience. I was originally very happy to be here today, because it was the release day of my new song. But I realized that my song was stolen by someone. How could such a vile contestant participate in this show? Everyone looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was below the stage. Wei Wei Bai looked back indifferently. Then, with a push of her hand, she jumped onto the stage. She did not have stage fright at all and took the microphone from the host. Then, she walked in front of Jiang Ro and looked at her coldly. Coincidentally, I was also very happy today because it was my first time participating in a show. But I realized that my song was stolen by someone. Such a vile thief. And she's actually a heavenly queen of the music industry? This was a confrontation. In an instant, the entire venue and the audience watching the live broadcast exploded. Jiang Ro's expression was fierce. Wei Wei Bai, you know very well how this song came about. It couldn't have been written by you. Wei Wei Bai was extremely calm. It really was written by me. Don't tell me it was written by you. Jiang Ro was so angry that she couldn't calm down. Suddenly, she saw Oh Jin Ma below the stage. She immediately shouted aggrievedly, "Brother, someone stole your song." This song was clearly written by you, and you were the one who gave it to me. This woman stole your song. Everyone looked at Oh Jinma, who was below the stage. The director was also excited. Quick, quick, give a camera to Oh Jinma. Oh Jinma stood under the lights. His amber eyes reflected the light, and there was a clear coldness to them. His skin was as white as porcelain. He should have had an innocent and beautiful face, but at this moment, there was a hint of coldness. Then, he slowly revealed a smile. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by an innocent look. His thin lips moved slightly. His voice was so gentle, but the words that came out of his mouth were extremely cruel. I've never written this song, and I've never given it to you, sister. Chapter 1178. Jiang Ro's ears started ringing. She staggered a few steps, and her legs almost turned to jelly on the stage. Her voice trembled as she said, "Brother, this song was clearly written by you. I still have the original manuscript." Oh Jinma's thick and long eyelashes drooped down, and a shadow appeared under his eyes. However, his amber eyes were still beautiful and puzzled. He tilted his head a little absent-mindedly and habitually used his most innocent and pure side to face the camera. His voice was gentle and at a loss. Original manuscript? Oh, you mean the piece of paper you picked up on the floor? Jiang Ro trembled. She had stolen it, but he had said that he had picked it up. Her brother still felt sorry for her. Her expression immediately turned joyful. Yes, brother. Didn't you write that song? It's your handwriting. She had to quickly put that piece of paper on Weibo to prove her innocence. Oh Jinma lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Then he seemed to remember something and casually tugged at his turtleneck shirt, revealing his fair neck and Adam's apple. He was seductive but unaware. His actions carried a hint of innocence. People couldn't help but follow his every movement. He made sure that everyone's gaze was captured by him. The man pretended to be suddenly enlightened and looked up with a smile. Sister, I think you've got it wrong. That song was clearly written by Wei Bai. Aren't I the judge for the second round of good songs? Her songs were handed to the program team in advance, and I just happened to see them. He paused for a moment, and his smile disappeared as if he had finally reacted. I thought that her songs were very good, so I wrote them down from memory. I think that her songs are very beautiful and can even inspire me. These words directly elevated Wei Bai's status. Even Oh Jinma admitted that the songs could inspire him. It was enough for Wei Bai's fans to brag about it. But Oh Jinma didn't seem to know the effect of this sentence. He finally looked at Jiang Ro on the stage. His expression changed from puzzlement to surprise. You actually took the song I put at home without my permission and published it as your new song. How could you? Oh Jinma paused and frowned. Then his expression became sad. Don't you hate people who plagiarize and steal? How could he do such a thing? Oh Jinma was still on Weibo just now. Of course, he knew about Jiang Ro's new song. When he heard the prelude, he was about to explode with anger. Isn't this Wei Bai's song? Then he thought about it and realized that she might have taken the song that he had written down from memory the last time she entered his house. He was so used to being casual that he didn't notice her little movements. If Wei Bai had not sung this song first, would she have to bear the bad name of plagiarism again? Oh Jinma suppressed the sneer on his face. He wanted to change the song at the last minute, but he did not agree. Would the host offend him for Jiang Ro? Jiang Ro's face was pale. She almost couldn't hold the microphone, and her whole body was trembling. She saw that everyone below the stage was looking at her coldly. She couldn't help but tremble as she looked at Oh Jinma. But she realized that her brother, who she thought was naive and sweet, was standing below the stage. His cold, thin lips were slightly curved as he gave her a mocking smile. That smile disappeared in a flash. Only she saw it. Jiang Ro widened her eyes in disbelief. Her heart instantly fell into an ice cellar. On the other hand, there was a temporary silence on the internet. The netizens who had regained their senses completely collapsed. They flooded Jiang Ro's Weibo like a tidal wave. Damn, what did I just hear? Jiang Ro, you actually plagiarized? Chapter 1179. I can't believe it. I've been your fan for so many years, but now you're turning against me. Get lost. You're disgusting. But Ojima's Weibo was full of comforting comments. I didn't expect Jiang Ro to steal your song and put her name on it. MOMO, don't be sad. The one above, she stole Wei Wei Bai's song, but Jiang Ro misunderstood that it was MOMO's song. I didn't expect MOMO to be so righteous. If it's not her song, she won't be biased even if it's her sister. In that case, Wei Wei Bai is also considered talented. MO acknowledges her. Last time, she said that Jiang Ro stole her song. Is there any evidence? I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel that Jiang Ro's Red song is very similar to Wei Wei Bai's song this time. But the completion of the confession is much better than that of Love. Could it be that the previous song was also stolen by Jiang Ro? Slowly, under the guidance of some internet trolls, the topic started to turn to suppressing Jiang Ro, praising Wei Wei Bai's direction of public opinion. And the internet trolls behind the scenes were a little curious. Why is brother Mo suppressing his sister and supporting Wei Wei Bai? The leader of the internet trolls said, "Shut up. Take your money and do more. Don't compare." The internet trolls, they let the public opinion on the internet explode. After singing the song, Wei Wei Bai didn't care. She ran to hug her cat and then left the TV station with her guitar. At the end of the first round of the live broadcast, her back view was seen calmly leaving. Under the setting sun, it was indescribably cool and calm. The camera zoomed out, and she gradually disappeared. Passerby fans, loyal fans. With just this back view, Wei Wei Bai made the small group of passerby fans bigger and bigger, and then directly jumped to loyal fans. Her Weibo fans also increased rapidly. With public opinion, traffic was king. She started to become popular in just the first round of the program, Good Songs. He was slowly being washed clean. Many people who had a bad impression of her started to like her. All of this was due to Wei Wei Bai's strength and Jiang Ro's courting death. More importantly, it was Ojima's internet water army that was manipulating the situation. He was a superstar in the entertainment industry and a major shareholder of Sanqing. Ojima was very familiar with this set of moves. When Ojima saw that the public opinion was starting to turn for the better, he called Sanqing Corporation and called for a meeting. The content of the meeting was to sign a contract with Wei Wei Bai and give all of Jiang Ro's resources to her. As for Jiang Ro, her contract was terminated, her reputation was tarnished, her resources were cut off, and the last step was to kick her out of the entertainment industry. The higher-ups of Sanqing who were in the meeting felt a chill in their hearts. The way they looked at Ojima started to change. Even though Ojima had used thunderous means to acquire Sanqing's shares, he wanted to make Sanqing his master. But most people still had a good impression of Ojima. They felt that he had a good personality. Apart from his shares, Ojima was very gentle and didn't seem to care about anything. He was very compatible with his angelic image. After a long time, everyone felt that his personality was still very good. But this series of suppression and tarnishing of Jiang Ro was simply like a demon. Although these were all conventional methods in the entertainment industry, when Ojima did it, it seemed especially ruthless. Ojima only heaved a sigh of relief after doing all of this. He stared at his phone and wanted to call Wei Wei Bai several times, but he didn't know what reason to use. He had done so much to settle the public opinion for her and started to reopen the case of her song being stolen by Jiang Ro. He also wanted to take revenge on Jiang Ro. Everything was carried out according to his plan in an orderly manner. Chapter 1180. He even had a draft for Wei Wei Bai to become a superstar. But Wei Wei Bai didn't know about this. Ojima scratched his head in frustration. He had a pitiful expression on his face. This was the first time he had done so much for a woman. But she didn't know. He wasn't a real angel. He still cared about his own gains and losses. Ojima mustered up his courage and started to key in the numbers. He knew her phone number. He only knew it because he had become her cat. After dialing the number, he held the phone tightly. His palms were sweaty. His heart started to beat faster, and his fingers started to tremble uncontrollably. What should he say later? He should be high and mighty and let her know that everything she had now was given to her by him. Then, he should tell her in a condescending manner that he wanted to sign her. He would make her famous. She would definitely be happy. She might even start to worship him and become his fan. Oh, Ma couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. The call went through. A faint voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this takeout? Was it takeout? Was it takeout? Oh, Ma's good-looking lips twitched, and he pursed his lips. Did she forget his phone number? Didn't she spend a lot of effort to get his number when she was still a fan? It had only been a few days, and he had become takeout. Maybe it was because, Ma didn't say anything. Wei Bai's voice sounded apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't order takeout. You must have the wrong number. After that, she seemed to want to hang up. Oh, Ma was hot-headed. Wei Bai, it's me. Wei Bai was silent for a while. May I know who you are? Who you are? Who you are? Damn you. It's only been a few minutes. She had even forgotten his voice. Oh, Ma's fingers started to tremble. It wasn't because he was nervous, but because he was so angry. His eyes hardened as he tugged at his turtleneck and unbuttoned a few buttons on his white shirt. Then he leaned against the wall and gritted his teeth. Who do you think I am? This questioning tone was like that of a man who had been cuckolded, and it was the kind that was particularly irritable. There was a 3-second pause. Wei Bai's voice instantly turned cold. Oh, Ma, how do you know my phone number? He was cold, but she was colder than him. He demanded, and she demanded back even more angrily than he. Oh, Ma furrowed his brows and pursed his lips into a tight line. There was a frightening gloom in his light-colored eyes. He sneered. Why? Is your phone number so special that it's unique in the universe? Why can't I know it? After a moment of silence, Wei Bai said indifferently, Yes, it's really unique. Who had more than one phone number? How do you make a call if you don't have one copy? Oh, Ma. He was rendered speechless by her words. Wei Bai said coldly, If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Oh, Ma felt a lump of anger in his chest that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He leaned against the wall with one hand in his pocket. Strands of hair fell under his eyes, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, Ma hated her cold attitude. It was as if she didn't care about anything he did. He thought that she would be happy just now, but she ruthlessly shattered his thoughts. Oh, Ma's beautiful eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. Sanqing wants to sign you. Are you happy? He drilly tossed the best gift to buy Wei like a brick. Link to the https://www.sashu.com/link to the https://www.sashu.com link to the https://www.sashu.com link to the https://m sashu.com say button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1181. Sanqing was doing very well, and all the artists in the company were popular. Even Jiang Ro will be doing very well if he didn't suppress her. Sanqing would rather not have anything than to have something substandard. They didn't sign any newcomers this year. Everyone knew that once Sanqing signed a newcomer, it would be very popular. They were all supporting them in the direction of becoming popular, so they definitely did not lack resources. Once Sanqing took a liking to them, they would soar to the sky. Wei Bai didn't say anything on the other end of the phone. Oh, Ma thought that she was happy and couldn't help but mock her. Why don't you ask why Sanqing likes you? Hurry up and ask. I'll tell you if you ask. Who is so influential and capable? Wei Bai said calmly. Oh, I'm not signing with Sanqing. Bye. After that, she hung up. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. A cold wind blew, and a few pieces of paper rolled past Oh Ma's feet. Oh Ma stood with his head down, and his expression was still stiff. He held the phone a little further away in disbelief and looked at it. Then he put it to his ear again. There was still no sound. She was really hung up, rejected, and abandoned. Sanqing wanted to sign her. Sanqing, the biggest, best, and strongest company. She didn't want it? Oh Ma stared at the phone for a long time and suddenly smashed it. Smashing it wasn't enough. He even stepped on it. Then he said coldly, Wei Bai, you'll regret it. You don't want the resources I gave you. Are you planning to sleep with a sugar daddy? In this era, there were no resources to support. Geniuses couldn't be popular in the entertainment industry. Popularity and traffic were enough to push any genius down. She didn't want him. How could she become popular? How could she promote her own songs? Rely on the netizens? Don't joke. Without a good company, she wouldn't even be able to sell a decent album. Ojima turned around decisively. His exquisite and handsome face was filled with cold anger. After taking 2 steps, he silently walked back. He picked up the phone again and took out the SIM card. Weiwei must have remembered this phone number. He stuffed the card into his pocket and smashed the phone again. Then he turned around and left. He had decided to forbid all the companies from signing her. He would let her hit a wall and bleed profusely. When the time came, she would come and beg him. Then he asked her to imitate a cat's meow for him. When Ojima drove to the front of the house, a figure rushed out. He slammed on the brakes and looked up. He saw that it was Jiang Ro, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Ojima looked at her indifferently. Then he reached out and touched the back of his neck. The pain of being stabbed into his flesh by Jiang Ro was still there. He smiled coldly and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The car suddenly moved forward. Jiang Ro looked at him in horror and quickly jumped to the side. The car drove past, splashing mud all over her body. Jiang Ro trembled all over as she watched the car enter the garage. She could not believe that the cold and handsome man sitting in the car just now was. It was her gentle brother. Ojima got out of the car and opened the door as if nothing had happened. Jiang Ro had already chased after him. She cried pitifully and grabbed his arm. "Brother, are you angry with me?" Ojima paused and looked at her hand. "Let go." Jiang Ro said, "No, I won't." "Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm your sister. How can you treat me like this?" Ojima did not say anything, but looked up at her. His amber eyes were especially cold and sharp when he looked at her. The download text is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1182. Jiang Ro's hands trembled, and she let go of his hand. Ojima entered the house, and Jiang Ro followed him carefully. He frowned and looked at her. "I don't want to see you these days. You can leave now." If it weren't for the fact that they were blood-related, he would have kicked her out. Jiang Ro smiled pitifully. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Ojima laughed coldly. "Why? Have you forgotten what happened at Sancheng back then? You rejected me. I think you should be the one who rejected them." Jiang Ro froze, and her face turned even paler. Now that he knew about what she had done back then, her image as a good sister would be destroyed. Ojima hated her even more for being so cruel and merciless to kill him when he was still a cat. But he never intended to tell her this secret. Ojima's face was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent. "Don't call me brother in the future. Leave this place in half a minute. Otherwise, I'll ask the security to chase you away." With that, he turned around and walked upstairs impatiently. He was covered in dust. He wanted a shower and change his clothes. Jiang Ro stared blankly at his back view as he left. Ojima was serious. She knew that it was over. Why couldn't he accept that she had lied to him? Without Ojima's support, she was done for. Jiang Ro trembled as she knelt down. She thought about her lost future and those frozen cards, and Ojima's seduction towards her. Her gaze turned vicious. She took out a bag of medicinal powder from her pocket. She had planned to use this medicinal powder on Weiwei Bai. It was a drug that could cause estrus. It was stronger than traditional aphrodisiacs. She didn't expect that it would be used on Ojima. She had planned to feed some to Weiwei Bai and then push a few models to ruin her reputation and make her leave the entertainment industry. In the end, she didn't manage to carry out her plan in time. She was finished. Jiang Ro knew Ojima's habit. He liked to drink water. Furthermore, it was not boiled water, but a very expensive brand of mineral water. She opened the fridge and saw that there was only one bottle of mineral water left. Today was Saturday. Only on Sundays would the assistant send in new mineral water by air. Once a week, it was fixed. On the other hand, Ojima drank more water and would usually finish all the mineral water the day before. She looked at the bottle of mineral water coldly, then took it out and opened it. She poured the powder into it. As long as he took a sip, he would also lose his mind. If she couldn't be his sister, just be his woman. If it wasn't for the fact that she was his younger sister, she would have done everything she could to get him. She was not his sister. Back then, her father cheated on her and had Ojinma. For the sake of his reputation, Ojinma's father didn't want him and even chased away the mistress. But because Jiangla was angry, she also cheated. And then there was her. Even her mother did not know who her biological father was. This matter was successfully hidden from Ojinma's father. This secret was only known by her and her mother. Ojinma didn't know either. He had always treated her as his biological sister and treated her very well. She couldn't bear to reveal this fact. Even if she had feelings for him, she could only endure it. Jiang Rose stuffed the bottle of mineral water into the fridge and closed the door. Then, she revealed a sinister smile. When you find out that the person you're hugging is your own sister, you won't be able to get rid of me. She knew that he wasn't her biological brother. But Ojinma didn't know. She wanted him to take the initiative to hug her. Then, he would blame himself for violating ethics and could only continue to treat her gently out of guilt. Jiang Ro went out to relax Ojinma's heart. She looked at the door with a cold smile and waited silently. After Ojinma finished showering, he casually walked downstairs in a pair of casual pants and a simple round-neck t-shirt. Jiang Ro left. He didn't care. He opened the fridge and took a sip of mineral water out of habit. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Why was the bottle of mineral water so easy to open? Ojinma frowned and looked at the bottle. It seemed that someone had opened it. Jiang Ro waited for about half an hour before the door suddenly opened. She immediately ran over happily and wanted to hug Ojinma. But just as she approached, a foot kicked her in the chest. She was kicked out. Ojinma didn't even look at her. He quickly got into the car and drove away. Chapter 1183. He closed his eyes and opened them. He saw Wei Wei by struggling to put her hands on his body and prop herself up. She seemed to have touched his upper body and blushed. Then she bit her lip and got up from his body. Ojinma stared at her disheveled appearance with the cat's eyes. His saliva was about to flow out. He reached out his paw and touched his mouth silently. He felt a few strands of whiskers. Wei Wei Bai stood up with difficulty. She hurriedly tidied her clothes. Then she gave him a hard kick. Bastard, pervert, hooligan, rapist. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. With that said, Wei Wei Bai picked up the phone that he had dropped. Just as she was about to make the call, she felt a grip on her feet. Then she heard a soft meow. She looked down and realized that it was Ojinma looking at her with teary eyes. He hugged her ankles with his two front paws and rubbed his face against her trousers. Meow, don't call the police to arrest me. I'm very obedient. Wei Wei Bai. After turning into a cat, you don't even have a human's dignity. It's against the rules to act cute. Ojinma saw that her body stiffened and immediately rubbed his body against hers. However, he rubbed against the bandage and grimaced in pain. Wei Wei Bai saw him like this and immediately bent down to carry him. Her soft skin and familiar scent made him a little unable to take it. Although a cat couldn't do anything, he decisively nestled in her arms and revealed a satisfied expression. But after a few seconds, Wei Wei Bai put him in the cat bed and stroked his head. Little Shu, be good. After I call the police, we'll leave this city. She looked down slightly with a tinge of sadness in her eyes. I don't even dare to hope for anything anymore. How can he still bully me like this? Ojinma's body stiffened and he looked at her helplessly. Meow, no. He wasn't bullying her. He was just too upset and his mind was filled with her, which was why he had risked his life to come here. He immediately reached out his paw, wanting to tell her this, but she couldn't understand the cat's voice. When Ojinma was anxious and angry, looking at the paper on the ground, he suddenly had a terrible idea. He could actually use his claws to write. Wait, what should he write? Was it written that he was Ojinma? He acted cute with his cat legs, shamelessly rubbed against her chest, and even saw her naked body. Once she found out that he was Ojinma, even if he was beaten to death, it would not be enough to vent his anger. Ojinma retracted his hand silently. He must not let her know who he was. Right now, in her eyes, he was an attempted rapist. If she knew that he was a cat demon, she would have known that he was a cat demon. Then, he would be a wretched and shameless voyeur and a terrifying cat demon. Wei Wei Bai wouldn't ask a Taoist priest to take him away, right? Oh, Jinma slapped his face with his paws in frustration. His paws were too small, and his face was too big. No matter how much he slapped, it was inappropriate. He sighed. He was indeed a hooligan today. He couldn't blame Wei Wei Bai for wanting to run away. His current power was indeed a little too much for her. Which woman wouldn't be afraid of someone molesting her for no reason? Even he would be afraid of that. Oh, Jinma regained his senses, and his heart of shame surged up. He stole a glance at her in embarrassment. He realized that she was already dialing a number on her phone. If she really called the police, he reckoned that before he could do anything, Wei Wei Bai would be crushed by public opinion. Ojima knew a little about his fans. Just as he was about to reach out his paws to slap her phone away, suddenly, a groan of discomfort sounded. Address of the full article: https://www.sashu. Download of the full article: https://www.sashu. Address of the mobile article: https://m sashu.com//. Chapter 1184. Do you have any objections? What objections can there be? It's all up to you. No matter how intense the discussions were in the higher management of Sanxing, the final decision was up to Ojinma. As the biggest shareholder and the biggest cash cow of the company, it was no different to say that he was the king of the company. He really wanted to do something. Sanxing could not find anyone to stop him. Ever since Ojinma suppressed Jiang Ro, many of the higher management came to their senses. Although Ojinma had an angel persona, but persona was not a part of his nature. Don't look at how soft and pure Ojinma has been all these years. He was also the most popular celebrity in the country for doing charity. But could this represent Ojinma's nature? In the past, Ojinma did not care about anything, so he gave the impression that his character was not bad. Now, no one dared to provoke him. A man who was so ruthless to his own sister. His persona was completely destroyed. After Ojima notified the company, he hesitated for a while and made another call. He asked the company to send someone to buy songs from Wei Wei Bai. He could not let her starve. Her money went to him, the one who raised the cat. If she did not have an income, she might really have to leave the city. After buying the songs, Ojima felt a little guilty. Was he secretly raising her? When this thought came to Ojinma, he could not help but tremble. He even felt that he was a little crazy. Could it be that this was his first time liking a girl? That was why he could not suppress his feelings. Ojima had no experience. His mind was in a mess, but he knew that he treated Wei Wei Bai differently. He drove back and planned to go to the meeting after taking a shower and eating. The reporter who took the photos secretly had probably submitted the photos. He needed to have a clear attitude after the photos were out. He had to prepare the public relations and all kinds of fake reviewers. Ojima drove the car into the garage. Just as he walked out of the garage, a woman squatting in front of his door made him frown. He walked over with an expressionless face. Jiang Ro immediately rushed over. She had been squatting outside for an entire night, and her entire body was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were from last night, and there was a large bruise on his chest, throbbing with pain. She knew that she should go to the hospital, but she remembered that Ojima had disappeared after taking the medicine. She was burning with anxiety. "Brother, which woman did you go to last night?" she demanded angrily. "That drug will make him lose his mind if he goes out and finds another woman. He must have just gotten out of bed." The thought of him hanging out with a woman made the wound in her chest hurt even more. Ojima was still thinking about the content of the meeting. When he heard Jiang Ro's words, he finally reacted. He stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned cold as he glanced at her. "Which woman?" His indifferent tone was strangely cold. "You drugged the mineral water." That was out of my expectations. Even if he wanted to prank him, it should be laxatives or something else that would make him feel uncomfortable. How could it be an aphrodisiac? If it was another woman, he would suspect that it was a clumsy method to get him. But Jiang Ro was his sister. A suspicious thought quickly swept through his mind, but he did not think much about it. He only looked at Jiang Ro's guilty face. He lowered his voice and the coldness in his eyes was finally mixed with anger. It seems that I haven't taught you enough lessons. Not only will your car be frozen, but your contract is also in the company. I will put you directly into the cold storage period. You don't have to work in the entertainment industry anymore. Your monthly living expenses will be $2,000, your and your mother's living expenses. Chapter 1185. 2,000? What could two people do with $2,000 a month? She would spend more than half of it on a meal. Brother, I'm your sister. Jiang didn't expect Jinma to be so ruthless. But Jinma was even more ruthless. He tugged at his sleeves impatiently. Oh yes, you should move out of the house too. I'll get someone to take it over. Go out and rent a house. Rent a house. $2,000 wasn't just for living expenses, but also for rent. How was that possible? Was he trying to dismiss a beggar? Jinma's voice was extremely cold. I've been kind enough to you. Don't think it's too little. Don't you have hands and feet? You have to support yourself. How long have you been an adult? What a vicious sister. He wasn't really a saint. Even his water could be drugged. Would it be arsenic next time? He didn't take revenge on her because they were siblings. Jinma couldn't be bothered to look at Jiang. He casually opened the door. Jiang said in a trembling voice, Brother. Jinma suddenly thought of something and laughed sarcastically. Actually, you can also sell songs. Don't you have the talent to write songs? He emphasized the word write songs coldly. Jiang instinctively realized something. She forced a smile and said, Brother, are you misunderstanding something? Jinma tilted his head. His amber eyes were indifferent and calm. It was as if he didn't have Jiang in his eyes. Then his thin lips curved into a mocking smile. It's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as you know it. After all, if you can steal a song once, you can steal it twice. Don't you think so? Confession was stolen. Of course, Qing Lian was stolen too. It was a pity that Wei Bai, the original author of Confession, sang it first, and Jiang didn't have time to release it. That was why Wei Bai didn't have to be involved in plagiarism again. Jinma's expression turned even colder as he thought of this. Qing Lian's original manuscripts should have been destroyed. It was not easy to get Jiang to admit that she stole the song. Even if everyone doubted her, she insisted that it was her original work. He still couldn't do anything to her. Jinma thought for a while, then pursed his lips and sneered. There was always a way to get the truth out. He walked in and slammed the door shut without hesitation. He shut out Jiang face, which did not resemble him at all, and which was becoming more and more of an eyesore. He thought of Wei Bai. She raised herself, and even ate instant noodles. She didn't mistreat a stray cat. The difference in character between people was too great. He had been too soft on Jiang. But after his parents died, this eyesore of a younger sister was the only one related to him by blood. Jinma suppressed his anger and decided to tolerate Jiang one more time. If she did something that crossed his bottom line again, he would kick her out of his world completely. The second round of good songs will be broadcasted next week. Jiang plagiarism incident was still hot on the internet. The director of Good Songs had tasted the sweetness of high ratings. It was decided that the second round would be broadcasted again. The original songs in By Weiwei's hands could be released several albums. This morning, there were staff members who came to buy songs. The price was very good. Weiwei happily sold 2 songs. She had enough for living expenses. Jinma also received the songs he bought. He touched the music score and couldn't wait to play it. She was very good at writing fresh and beautiful sweet songs. These 2 songs were the same. They were both high-quality sweet songs. She was simply a treasure. How could such a talented piece be written in such a short time? The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1186. Jinma knew that she had only written it recently, because he was her cat. He had a rough idea of how many songs she had written. Jinma sang the song softly and realized that his voice sounded pretty good when he sang this song. His voice was ethereal and high-pitched. There was no pressure at all when he sang the high notes. Also, his voice was so clear that it was almost cold. Hence, most of his songs were fantasy-themed. They were filled with all kinds of intoxicating and dazzling skills. In addition, he had super high stage performance. This made his style especially cool. But when he calmed down and sang a peaceful song, it was very holy. This was also the origin of his angelic persona. People would rather believe that his cold and changeable performance on stage was just for stage effects. They would rather believe that his quiet holiness was his true nature. Ojima took Wei Wei Bai's song. This was not his style. It was the complete opposite of his style. Hence, he bought her song and needed to promote her song. He could not suppress the song and not sing it. But who was suitable to sing it? No one was suitable. When he thought of Wei Wei Bai's song for others to sing, he felt as if he had lice all over his body. He could not sit still and felt uncomfortable. But if she did not sing for others, her song would not be promoted. Wasn't this a trap for her? During the meeting, Ojima was also in a daze. He was thinking hard about who was suitable for this song. Suddenly, the assistant beside him said, "Brother Imo, the meeting is almost over." Ojima looked up blankly and nodded before saying, "I suddenly feel like singing a love song. You don't have any objections, right?" All the executives, Who did not know Ojima's style? Love songs were not his style at all. Angels did not only have to be in love. They also had to sing love songs. It sounded like a logical thing to do. Ojima saw that no one had any objections and nodded satisfactorily. No objections, that's it. I only need 2 songs for my album. Both of them are love songs. One of the executives finally asked with difficulty, "You know how to write love songs?" It wasn't that they were suspicious. It was just that out of all the songs written by Ojima, only a few of them had elements of love songs. He said that it was an element. It was because none of those love songs were normal. The Grim Reaper and the Graveyard could become the main subject of his love song. When others asked, he would still say that love was buried in the grave. Wasn't it romantic? The Grim Reaper cutting off the head of the betrothed was even more romantic. Fall your head off is more like frightening someone to death, all right? Therefore, his love songs were really unlistenable. Ojima crossed his arms and rested them under his chin. He revealed a gentle smile. No, it was written by someone else. The higher-ups, Ojima had never used a song written by someone else. All of them were produced by himself, composed by himself, and even arranged by himself. He was that awesome. After so many years in the industry, this was the first time she heard him wanting to use someone else's song. His genius persona collapsed again. So this meeting was held to ruin his image? Who didn't know how valuable Ojima's image was? The higher-ups looked at each other, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only pray that the 2 songs were of good quality. Another executive asked carefully, "What's the style of the love song? Is it cool?" Ojima's gaze softened. "It's very gentle, and the lyrics are not bad. You're my only sparrow, and I'm your cute cherry." The higher-ups. Why did he start singing while talking? And this love song was too girly and childish. Chapter 1187. After the meeting, the public opinion on the internet exploded once again. The netizens expressed that they had too much gossip and were about to vomit. Ojima spent the night with a woman and left in the morning with messy clothes. This was an exclusive news, and the title was very reasonable. After all, as long as Ojima appeared, it would become a hot news story. There was no need to create any trouble at all. Ojima's angel group would definitely come in and scold this kind of news. But this time, it was a picture. It made people speechless because the man in the picture was wearing a simple t-shirt and trousers, casually standing at the entrance of the road. He calmly turned to look at the camera. His eyes were cold and had a trace of lazy gloominess. There was no trace of smile in his beautiful amber eyes. His short hair was messy and unkempt, and his clothes were wrinkled. His body was slender, and his posture was casual. Sexy, so sexy that people felt like they could drown in his eyes. If it was just this picture, it would be fine. But the next picture was of Ojima coming out of the building. There was also a picture of him driving into the building at night. What was even more irrefutable was the next picture. It was a girl with her back to the camera, carrying a cat as she walked towards the soy milk shop. Ojima followed behind her in his car. The car window was half opened, revealing his impeccable side profile. His expression was gentle, and his gaze was gentle. It was as if the girl in front of him was the one he cared about. There was no need to think about the series of pictures. It was all a drama. Ojima was involved in a scandal for the first time, and it was an undeniable scandal. The angel group was in an uproar. I don't believe it. It must be because of the angle of the picture. My MOMO is not so sexy. Ojima had always given them the impression that he was a pure boy. He was talented, ignorant, and pure. Even angels were not as pure as him. I have goosebumps. In the picture of him standing by the roadside, he didn't even put on his t-shirt properly. His shoulders are exposed, and I can see his muscles. You're going off topic. What's going on between him and that woman? Let's talk after you lick the screen. Bootlicker +1. MO seems to be in love. The fans who were licking their screens were all stunned. Only then did he realize that this photo seemed to be probable dating. The fans were shocked at a loss and even refused to believe it. After all, in this day and age, there were so many real and fake news. Even if one saw a sex scene, it might not be true. These innocent photos might not be real. There was a group leader in the fan club who was in charge of controlling the fans. He immediately restrained the agitated fans. Then, everyone gathered under Ojima's Weibo. They all asked, MO, someone posted a photo of you and said that you spent the night with a woman. They thought that Ojima would not answer. After all, he was so busy. But soon, an answer appeared under the question. We spent the night together, but it was just a chat, nothing else. The fans were excited. Ojima had actually answered personally. Hearing his denial, they were relieved. Are you going to talk about official business? Why are you talking about spending the night together? Under the question, there were a bunch of comments asking him not to work too hard. Ojima, I wanted to do something to her at first, but she was too innocent and didn't let me touch her. The fans. Huh? Wait a minute, what did you say? The fans trembled and asked, You're really in love? Ojima, yes. A calm and indifferent yes. Ojima, she's the first girl I've ever had feelings for. I like her. Quick, ruthless, and accurate. After saying that he was in love, he directly announced it. A sharp-eyed fan tried to ask, That girl isn't by Weiwei, right? After all, the photo was too clear. Even if it was a back view, it was too easy to recognize her. This time, Ojima did not answer, but he posted on Weibo, Weiwei bye, I like you. Will you accept me? This Weibo post was much more shocking than any news. The fans were dizzy and felt that the world was falling apart. Some of the impulsive fans even cursed at Weiwei Bai for stealing Ojima. A large number of fans rushed to Weiwei Bai's Weibo and rolled up their sleeves to scold Weiwei Bai for being shameless for seducing Ojima. Weiwei Bai's latest Weibo post was clearly at the top. Ojima, I don't like you. Get lost. Fan. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here say button crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1188. What should we do when our idol announces his relationship on the internet? What should we do when our idol announces his love on the internet? What should we do when our idol announces his love on the internet? It's a fucking unrequited love. Our idol's unrequited love is over. He confessed, but he was rejected. What should we do? Ojima's fans were brutally ravaged by a piece of news. They were tortured over and over again. They were slapped in the face at their darkest hour. Their faces hurt so much that they didn't even know how to scold others. What should they scold? Should they scold their idol for confessing? Should they scold him for confessing? How could they be rejected? It was too embarrassing. They were simply thrown off the face of the earth. The news was everywhere in the blink of an eye. Even the foreign newspapers specially left the headlines for Ojima. Little angel Ojima's heart was stirred. There was finally a woman he liked. Sorry, he was rejected. Ojima posted on Weibo again. It's fine if you don't accept me, but can you not ask me to leave? The fans had forgotten that Ojima was in a relationship. Their angel core would crush anyone they saw. Whether it was soft power or hard work, Ma could crush the music industry. The album sales and the awards it received were all top-notch in the international market. As a result, the fans of the Angel Group were proud and arrogant at the same time, when they were scolding others who dared to compete with them. After all, Ma was a natural barrier that couldn't be crossed. Hence, the Angel Group had never been slapped in the face because Ma's existence was a nuclear weapon that slapped others in the face. But now they were stabbed again and again and again. Someone actually asked their little angel to leave. Then, their little angel was actually extremely obsequious. He was just short of printing the word lick on his face and begging others not to ask him to leave. The Angel Group felt that they were not only slapped in the face, their hearts were also broken. Even their longtime arrogance was kneeling down. The angry Angel Group squeezed into Wei Bai's Weibo. "Why don't you want my MOMO? He's the best singer in the world. My MOMO has been ranked #1 in Asia for 7 years in a row. His cumulative sales volume is second in the world. His fans are all over the world, and he has won countless awards. He will eventually be recorded in the annals of history and will be remembered by a generation." Although the sales volume was real. However, his tone was no different from a pyramid scheme. Every time MOMO holds a concert, the tickets are sold out within 10 minutes. Scalpers can only buy tickets that are more than 10 times the price. Men and women of all ages like him. He is the hope of reviving the music industry. A bunch of chatter. There is only one sentence in the end. What right do you have to reject him? What right do you have to ask him, Scram? Wei Bai was sorting out the music score when she casually glanced at Weibo. The number of fans increased. The number of comments had also increased. It was now the second most searched topic. She had asked Ma to get lost on Weibo, and there were hundreds of thousands of comments. The top search was Ma's confession on Weibo. The number of comments exceeded 1 million in just half a day. What's more, the comments were still increasing. These are not fake reviewers, but real fan comments. The intensity of the fans' comments was jaw-dropping. Most of the comments below her were asking her not to reject Ma. Wei Bai's lips twitched. She didn't think that if she dated Ma, his favorability towards her might not increase. But because of the fans, her relationship with Ma would definitely not be smooth sailing. When the time came, Ma would not be able to handle the fans' counterattack. He would be frustrated, and his favorability towards her might decrease. After all, his Angela persona was because she didn't have it. Anyway, she could still woo him. That was why she decided to reject Ma, so that her future strategy would be smoother. However, this group of fans was simply crazy. Even though she rejected them, they were even more anxious than Ma. Instead, they were forcing her to accept Ma's confession. Button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1189. Indeed, when a celebrity was sick in the head, their fans were also sick in the head. Wei Bai was too lazy to reply to Weibo. She was here for the strategy, not to be a celebrity. She participated in the singing competition because she could not waste the 50 days of life points. If she did not write more songs, she would lose so much that her heart would bleed. There was no mission for her to become the queen of the entertainment industry. So what was she doing? That was why Wei Bai was so calm. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Her movements paused, and there was even a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Tongzi, the system was classifying its own garbage, and now it had become a garbage collecting system. Hearing the host's gloomy voice, it immediately said, "I didn't spend your life points to buy snacks, really." Wei Bai said, "Well, I just want to ask, why hasn't the side mission appeared this time?" She was really afraid of the crazy side mission. She did not hear the notification of the side mission. She felt uneasy. It was better to have the side mission at the beginning than to wait until she was almost done with the strategy and then come out to give her trouble. The system immediately flipped through the notification. No, the side mission will only be triggered under special circumstances. It hasn't been triggered in this world yet, so let's wait first. Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and pondered. Side mission? Could it be that it was thinking of something to mess with her again? Her biggest enemy now was not the strategy target. It was the side mission. If there were villains in her world, those who blocked her path, such as Jiangro. In front of the main system side mission, they were all vulnerable. The system threw a completely useless piece of garbage into the bin, as if it knew Wei Wei Bai's depression. It comforted her. It's okay, it's just a side mission, you can do it. Wei Wei Bai was touched. You're getting gentler, Tongzi. You used to be like a poisonous snake with a mouth full of venom. The system said, I'm being gentle to you, and you're bringing up old scores with me? Wei Wei Bai said, No, I just miss the evil you used to be. The system said, There's no need to reminisce. I'll let you experience my evil side now. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Wei Wei Bai shuddered. You bought potato chips. The system snorted coldly and elegantly. Yes, I bought the Super Supreme Luxury VIP lobster with diamonds, abalone, and bird's nest flavored potato chips. Wei Wei Bai said, It sounds disgusting. Then it silently hugged its Cheongtong potato chips, turned around, squatted in the trash can, and cried. It couldn't even act cool anymore. The host disdained the name that it came up with to show off. Of course, potato chips with only 3 days of HP wouldn't taste good. In the evening, when Wei Wei Bai came out of the shower, she found her big face cat sitting on the bed gloomily, staring at her. It was obviously Ojinma. Wei Wei Bai acted as if nothing had happened. She wiped her wet hair with a towel and tugged at the collar of her pajamas. Her fair skin was faintly discernible. Seductive. As expected, Ojinma's eyes narrowed. He stretched his neck forward, wanted to take a few more glances. Wei Wei Bai calmly walked over and put the towel aside. She reached out and carried him up, placing him on her lap. Ojinma could only smell the scent of her shower. It smelled so good that it made his heart beat faster. Wei Wei Bai's expression was gentle. She took out a cat's nail clipper and started to trim Ojinma's nails. She gently bent over, and her long hair brushed past his body. Ojinma felt the cat's back being brushed by the tip of her hair. It made him feel numb and refreshing. He couldn't help but let out a low meow. And read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1190. Then she said to Su Yedwan, If you don't treat it, the wound will heal very slowly. After saying that, she took out a medical cotton swab. She dipped it in medical alcohol and cleaned his wound. Su Yedwan immediately sat upright and let Wei Wei Bai clean his wound. Wei Wei Bai had just put on the okay bandage for him. Suddenly, her head felt heavy. Su Yedwan looked up and saw a big face cat that had grown a little meat squatting on Wei Wei Bai's head. The big face cat looked at him with a pair of sinister eyes. She could actually see contempt in a cat's eyes. Su Yedwan really wanted to rub her eyes. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched the cat. She immediately frowned and said, Xiao Shu, stop fooling around. Come down. Ojinma, meow, if you don't want to come down, then so be it. Don't think of hooking up with a man in front of me. Cat said wait too. Wei Wei Bai's neck was about to break. She took a deep breath and reached out to pull Ojinma down. Ojinma used its furry paws to press against her face and its 2 back paws to rub against her neck. Its entire cat belly was on her head. The cat's face rested on her forehead. Then it glared at Su Yedwan with its pair of cat eyes. Coming to hook up with the girl he liked in the middle of the night. What a bastard with bad intentions. Don't even think of taking advantage of Wei Wei Bai. Su Yedwan coughed lightly. He felt that the cat was hostile to him and even had a murderous aura. Was it an illusion? He took 2 steps forward, wanted to help Wei Wei Bai put the cat down. However, just as he reached out, Ojinma immediately reached out with its paws and slapped him away. This time, it didn't use its sharp claws. It just slapped him away because he was going to make this bastard bleed again. Wei Wei Bai was going to put the okay bandage on him again. Sure enough, this cat had a murderous intent towards him. Before Su Yai could think further, Wei Wei Bai had already reached out and touched Ojinma's neck. Then, she lifted him up. Ojinma wanted to struggle, but for some reason, he was being held by the neck. He didn't have any strength at all. He watched helplessly as he left the top of Wei Wei Bai's head. The expression on his face became dejected. Wei Wei Bai placed him on the bed and rubbed his head. Stop fooling around. Little tree. Suyai watched as Wei Wei Bai comforted the cat. His gaze became even gentler. Then he said, "Are you free tomorrow night?" Wei Wei Bai looked up. "I'm going to participate in a singing competition tomorrow, so I'm free at night." After all, the live stream was only in the morning. Su Yetian said gently, "Then can I treat you to a meal?" Wei Wei Bai laughed. "I should be the one treating you. After all, you saved my cat." Su Yahuan didn't argue and immediately nodded. "Then it's settled. You treat." After he finished speaking, he took his jacket and walked out. Wei Wei Bai watched him leave and closed the door. When she turned around, she saw Jinma's cat eyes on fire. He gritted his teeth and looked at her hatefully. The system couldn't bear to look at him. "You're flirting with a man in front of the male lead. Aren't you asking for a beating?" Jinma was about to go crazy. An old virgin like him finally had his first love. His first love was going on a date with a man in the middle of the night. Fuck, he was going to be cuckolded. Wei Wei Bai said, "You don't understand. Sometimes you need to feel nervous so your target will start to move faster. Nervousness, jealousy, sadness. If these emotions were used well, they could turn the tables around." The system said, "You're a devil." Bai Weiwei got on the bed. She took the cat, whose eyes were burning, and placed it in her arms. Then she closed her eyes and said, "Little tree, go to sleep. There's still a competition tomorrow." Ojima wanted to bite her to death. Going on a date with a wild man in the middle of a competition. Did she think he was dead? She slapped him in the face in front of millions of people and rejected him. Now, she was going to meet someone else's eyes again. She still had feelings for him. So how could she go back on her words? Ojima listened to her love songs and felt that every song was written for him. That was why he dared to confess. He felt that she would accept it. When he thought of this, his tears almost fell. Wei Wei Bai fell asleep. Her light breathing made Ojima want to wake her up. But when he thought of the competition tomorrow, he retracted his claws and didn't dare to disturb her. He was left alone in the middle of the night, licking his lonely wound that was emitting a green light. The next day, Wei Wei Bai was ready to go out. She saw a car blocking in front of her house. Ojima was wearing black pants and a black shirt with a long windbreaker and black boots. He looked clean and handsome. He saw Wei Wei Bai walking over. His sunglasses slid down his nose, revealing a pair of cold amber eyes. Then his voice was as cold as ice and snow. "Wei Wei, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner." It was Ojinma's first time inviting someone out for a meal, so he was full of murderous intent. He couldn't wait to chew up Wei Wei Bai and eat her up. Wei Wei Bai. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here //. Chapter 1191. He suddenly confessed and chased after her. If it was a girl with an unstable temperament who was vain, she would have immediately accepted him regardless of the reason behind his change in attitude. However, after she turned against him, she continued to be a hater. Any reaction towards him was a very normal self-protection. He couldn't say that he was her cat. He couldn't say such things even if he was beaten to death. Ojima was so angry that he only wanted to announce their relationship to the world. When he saw her being intimate with the doctor, he became hot-headed and came to bully her. He even brought the reporters along. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed too much. Ojima saw her red face. She was so angry, but why did he feel that she looked good when she blushed? He tried to salvage his image. "Did you see my confession?" Wei Wei Bai almost rolled her eyes. "Wasn't this nonsense?" She looked at him coldly. "Your so-called confession made me angry and scolded by thousands of people every day. Do you hate me that much?" Ojima's smile disappeared. He leaned against the car door and lowered his head dejectedly. His stray hair fell under his eyes. His beautiful and slender figure was like a natural clothes hanger, making the luxury car behind him pale in comparison. He pursed his lips lightly, and there was a trace of sadness in his half-closed amber eyes. Pure and clear, a beautiful pool of sunshine in his eyes. "I just want to tell you that I feel for you. I want to be with you when I see you." His aggrieved look was indescribably pitiful. He was 185 meters tall, but he gave people a soft and pitiful feeling that he needed to be protected. What was even more strange was that he actually looked very good and didn't make people feel disgusted at all. He frowned, and there was a naive expression on his fair face. His gaze softened. Maybe you're surprised, but feelings come suddenly. I'm sincere, and I don't want to make you sad. He said it with sincerity. He said it helplessly and pitifully. It was simply too good. He was just short of wearing a halo and wings behind him. He was so holy that he wanted to fly. But the favorability didn't increase. Wei Wei Bai was helpless against Oh Jinma's strange increase in affinity. If it was someone with a normal personality, she would just go with the flow and accept it. Then, his favorability towards him slowly increased. However, this would not work for Oh Jinma. Oh Jinma was such a fanatic because of his first love. He only had 50 favorable impression points, yet he had already made it known to everyone. He was even more arrogant than someone with 100 favorable impression points. However, Wei Wei Bai analyzed Oh Jinma's personality. He knew that he was not a reliable person. If he truly loved someone, he would not allow her to be in danger. Hence, Oh Jinma's love of 50 favorable impression points was real. But he loved himself more, and that was true. If he succeeded in his confession now, in that case, it wouldn't be easy to increase his favorability in the future. After all, he might not necessarily cherish what he had obtained. Wei Wei Bai thought about it realistically for a moment, and then looked at the cat beside her feet. Distance creates beauty. It was better to continue rejecting him. Hence, Wei Wei Bai's face turned cold, and she looked at him expressionlessly. Oh Jinma, your feelings have nothing to do with me. Please let me go. After saying that, she bent down to hug the cat and turned to leave. Oh Jinma suddenly tugged at her clothes. But you used to like me. The more he spoke, the less confident he became. Wei Wei Bai heard him mention the past, yet he still had the cheek to mention the past. She laughed coldly. You also said that was in the past. After I saw your true colors, I stopped being your fan and I won't see you again. Chapter 1192. Oh Jinma said softly. Is it because I'm not an angel that you don't like me? She used to like his angel persona, so he hated her and revealed his true nature. Did she not like him? Thinking of this, Oh Jinma's heart ached. Sure enough, everyone liked this persona and not him. Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. Her body stiffened for a moment before she suddenly turned around and slapped him in the face. Oh Jinma was stunned and didn't even blink. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai gritting her teeth and saying, Angel my ass, what kind of angel are you? We are old neighbors. It's not like I haven't seen you steal chickens and dogs before. Is there an angel who steals sweet potatoes from my kitchen? She exposed his past. Oh Jinma's old face turned red. Wei Wei Bai sneered. I know you better than you do. I don't care about your persona. I just like you and your music. It was a simple sentence. Oh Jinma was used to seeing protective words from fans. He was used to hearing flattery. He was even more spoiled by fans, companies, managers, and investors. But they all wanted him to maintain a likable persona so that they would continue to invest in him without any complaints, even if fans said that they liked his music. However, he knew very well that a lot of fans would fall for this kind of trick. This made him see many fans saying that they liked his music. He still had doubts in his heart. This fan actually only came because of his genius and angelic contrasting personality. In this era of entertainment to death, he didn't dare to believe in anyone. But Wei Wei Bai used such a cold attitude to say that she only liked his music. Oh Jinma's heart was immediately touched. His heart that didn't trust people was broken. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 55. She lowered her eyes and softened her voice. Oh Jinma, I just thought that you would help me because I am your neighbor, but I didn't expect you to give me such a big blow. Every time I see you, I feel embarrassed. Oh Jinma's eyes reddened. If he was pretending just now, now he really felt that he was pitiful. Being told that he was embarrassed by a woman was more powerful than any words of rejection. Wei Wei Bai said, So, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. The drama on the internet can also stop. Don't mess up my life. Oh Jinma clenched his hands in his pockets. The pitiful look on his face suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was a cold interrogation. Wei Wei Bai, you don't believe that I like you. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before nodding her head. I don't believe you. With that said, she didn't any longer. Jinma did not stop her again. However, his eyes were cold as he slumped down softly. He stared blankly as Wei Wei Bai left. His tall and straight body slumped. He leaned against the car. The car and the people were all very lonely. There was a feeling of being abandoned. Jinma finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. If he hadn't been so malicious towards Wei Wei Bai in the beginning, he wouldn't have been disliked to this extent. He quickly got into the car and sped away. Wei Wei Bai had to squeeze into the bus again. At this time, the bus was the most damn crowded, where she got hurt by the jostling. Meanwhile, the reporters outside Wei Wei Bai's house were already scrambling to publish the headlines. Jinma's confession is rejected again. Bootlicker gets slap slash. Chapter 1193. This title, the angels on the internet were slapped in the face again. Slap, slap, slap. The angels turned into bootlickers. Damn it. Even if you want to change, you should at least inform us. How can you bootlick just like that? The angels immediately howled miserably again. Wei Wei Bai's Weibo fans increased again. Then, her slowly growing fan club started to fight with the angels. The angels, Wei Wei Bai, your character is low and you have no talent at all. Get out of the entertainment industry. Wei Wei Bai fans, your MOMO has been rejected by my Wei Wei. The angels, Wei Wei Bai, your singing is terrible. Wei Wei Bai fans, your MOMO has been rejected by my Wei Wei again. The angels made a big move. Wei Wei Bai, you are not good enough for my MOMO Wei Wei Bai fans. Your MOMO has been rejected by my Wei Wei for being a bootlicker. The angels, damn it, there was no way out. They couldn't even fight anymore. They had no dignity at all. The angels clung to Jinma's Weibo and cried bitterly. Bootlickers don't have a good ending. Wake up. Jinma finally posted on Weibo, collecting proposals on how to confess to the goddess and go on a date. Those who are chosen will get 100,000 yuan in cash. The angel group felt their hearts shatter. But 100,000 yuan, an angel fan couldn't help but come up with an idea. You can continue to bootlick. The goddess will definitely want you. The rest of the angels, so they were not called angels anymore, but bootlickers. Wei Wei Bai's second round of live broadcast went smoothly. Jinma sat in the middle of the judges' table. He was definitely in the center position. He was in charge of praising the contestants. After all, his character was an angel. He wanted to solidify his image as an angel, and at the same time, raise his image of guiding the younger generation. The program team and Sanqing Company were happy. But during the live broadcast, everyone felt that something was wrong. The other contestants went on stage. Jinma's expression was cold. He wore a pair of sunglasses and looked indifferent. When the contestant finished singing, Jinma, I've never heard such a terrible song before. You better not create a new song, or else it'll poison our brains. The contestants and the rest of the judges, what happened to the compliment? Where's the promised angel? One of the contestants went up and was scolded by Jinma. What's more, it was very effective. This left the contestants speechless. Finally, it was Wei Wei Bai's turn. Everyone was waiting anxiously. After all, Wei Wei Bai had rejected Jinma. This superstar might take the opportunity to take revenge. The song that Wei Wei Bai chose was a more touching one. It was still fresh and refreshing. It was very pleasant to hear. Jinma took off his glasses and applauded. Best song of the year. You wrote it better than me. You've advanced. The rest of the judges. Could this bootlicking be any more obvious? Also, they were dead people. How could they advance just because you said so? Jinma then remembered that there were people around. He turned and smiled. Do you have any opinions? The judges all praised her. No, the song is really nice. Bai Wei Wei was incomparably calm. She bowed and said a word of thanks, neither salty nor weak. Then, she turned around and left the stage. Jinma suddenly said, Contestant number 7, your song has inspired me. Why don't you sing a song with me? Wei Wei Bai, I'm not free. After saying that, she walked backstage without even looking at him. Ojima was stunned for a moment. Then, he showed a sad expression. When the next contestant went on stage, he saw Ojima staring at him fiercely. The contestant trembled and forgot about the song. After advancing, she basically had nothing else to do. She went to the appointment. Although it was to provoke Ojima, she still had to abide by the agreement. They agreed to meet at a Japanese restaurant. It was the kind of restaurant with individual tatami rooms. Ojima also received the news. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. When Bai Weiwei arrived at the private room, she opened the Japanese-style wooden door and smiled. "Dr. Su, I'm here." With that, Weiwei Bai looked over. She saw that Su Yehuan was sitting there. There was also someone sitting at the table. It was Ojima, who was eyeing them covetously. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Ojima sneered. "You're here for dinner too? What a coincidence. I just happened to pass by. Let's have a meal together." Weiwei Bai and Su Yehuan. Chapter 1194. This passing by, this coincidence. Su Yehuan was originally embarrassed, but when she saw Weiwei Bai, she couldn't help but smile. He immediately stood up and was about to let Weiwei Bai in. Ojima had already stood up and rushed over to take Weiwei Bai's bag and jacket. He grabbed her hand and led her over. Su Yehuan had already reached out her hand, but Ojima pushed her to the side. Weiwei Bai was forced to sit opposite Su Yehuan. Only then did Ojima calmly sit side by side with her. Then Ojima asked the waiter to come in and order the dishes. He did everything very naturally. Su Yehuan and Weiwei Bai instantly became guests. After the dishes were served, Ojima calmly picked up his chopsticks. "Come eat." The atmosphere was very awkward. Su Yehuan reacted in time and immediately smiled warmly. Then he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of sashimi to put into Weiwei Bai's bowl. "Weiwei, this restaurant's sashimi is very good. Try it." Ojima was expressionless. His long fingers moved and the chopsticks accurately picked up the sashimi. Then he stuffed it into his mouth and ate. After eating, he casually commented, "Not bad." Su Yehuan was speechless. Weiwei Bai felt that the atmosphere was very awkward. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up the sashimi herself. "Let me try it." But just as she picked up the sashimi, Ojima's fingers suddenly trembled and his chopsticks fell on the table. His face was pale as he supported himself with both hands. "Don't eat it. It's poisonous." Weiwei Bai was knocked by his shoulder and the sashimi fell. She turned around and saw him holding his stomach exaggeratedly. His beautiful eyes were filled with pain and the back of his hands were trembling. He looked very uncomfortable. Ojima tilted his face and deliberately chose the prettiest face to face her. Her eyelashes were pressed against her eyes, and the amber color of her pupils was resplendent and beautiful under the light. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his white forehead. His thin lips moved, and he murmured softly and pitifully, "Weiwei, my stomach hurts." Weiwei Bai finally knew where his angel persona came from. His appearance was against the rules. Even if he was a demon, he didn't speak and just smiled. He was so pure and handsome that it made people's legs go weak. A trace of struggle appeared on Weiwei Bai's face as she reached out to support him. Ojima's eyes flashed with a hint of success. His other hand was firmly gripping Ojima's wrist. Ojima's mouth twitched. He saw Su Yehuan leaning over the table and placing her fingers on his wrist. He looked worried. "Does your stomach hurt? Let me take your pulse." My family has been Chinese medicine for generations. Although I studied Western medicine and did surgery, I still know some pulse reading techniques. If I can't find anything wrong with you, you can only go to the hospital. I'll examine you personally. His words were flawless. He was compassionate and friendly. In contrast, Ojima felt like he was the one who was throwing a tantrum. He turned to look at Weiwei Bai. Indeed, her eyes were attracted to Su Yehuan. The sourness in his chest appeared again. Indeed, these two were here for a blind date. Otherwise, why would they book a Japanese private room? Moreover, Weiwei Bai had a very good impression of Su Yehuan. If he didn't come today, would they have gotten married and had to register their marriage? Ojima's hand twitched, and he quickly broke away from Su Yehuan's touch. He even used a tissue to wipe his hand in disdain. I'm fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. Going to the hospital was this guy's territory. When the time came, he would show his mature and elegant charm. Wei Wei Bai was seduced. Ojima thought sourly. If they had the guts, they should have competed in singing instead of medicine. Chapter 1195. Su Yehuan calmly retracted her hand and took advantage of the fact that Ojima was still in a daze to pick up a piece of tofu for Wei Wei Bai. Since the sashimi is poisonous, eat some tofu. The tofu here is very light. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, Thank you, Dr. Su. Su Yehuan said, It's too distant to call me doctor. Just call me by my name. Ojima snorted coldly and stabbed his chopsticks into a piece of vegetable on the plate. Eat tofu? Whose tofu do you want to eat? Su Yehuan said gracefully, Mr. O, do you drink? I asked someone to serve some sake. If you can't drink, then there's no need for a cup. Ojima sneered. Drink, why don't you drink? He wanted to compete with him in drinking. He wouldn't be afraid, even if someone gave him a bottle of white wine. Not to mention the soft Qingjiu. Wei Wei Bai was very calm in this kind of situation. Between the two men, Dr. Su was smiling while Ojima was sneering. Then they drank silently. It was as if they could win if they drank the other party. Wei Wei Bai ate silently, wishing that they would both drink. Japanese food was rare, and if two more men ate, she wouldn't be full. They were almost done eating. She slowed down, trying to figure out who would pay the bill. Although she had 2 songs in her account, she didn't know who would pay the bill. But the days were long. She had to live frugally. Suddenly, Ojima thought of something and looked at her. His face was a little red, and his lips were especially alluring because of the wine. Wei Wei, do you want a drink? Wei Wei Bai came here to eat and didn't want to flirt with men. Ojima, this guy couldn't be too flirty. After all, the stickers in this world cost 100 health points. It was too expensive. She couldn't afford it. He could only slowly bait Ojima and slowly boil the frog in warm water, slowly filling up his favorability. Then she wouldn't have to sell herself. Wei Wei Bai was about to refuse. However, the system said, Here comes the side quest. Wei Wei Bai paused. Then, she heard the automatic notification sound. Ding, I'm a little cutie. How many little secrets do I have? I have many secrets, but I won't tell you. Tui, if you don't want to tell me, so be it. Who cares? Wei Wei Bai despised the side quest in her heart. Host, please find out Su Yetai's little secret and complete the random mission. Small mission activated. Please immediately drink the wine in the male lead's hand in front of Su Yetai. You cannot touch the wine cup. Wei Wei Bai. Why was the side quest about finding Su Yehua's little secret? Shouldn't they be looking for Ojima's secret? Wei Wei Bai's mind was full of doubts, but he still reacted in time. I'll drink. Ojima was a little tipsy. She pursed her lips and gave him a seductive smile. He was holding a wine cup in his hand. There was still wine left in the cup. He didn't think much about it. Just as he was about to put down his wine cup and pour her a cup, a hand gently rested on his wrist. Her fingers were beautiful and fair. The back of her hand was thin and delicate. He could see the green veins. It was such a weak and light hand, but it dragged his hand forward. Then, she lowered her head and drank the remaining wine in his cup. Perhaps the girl didn't know, but when she lowered her head, her exposed neck and thin shoulders formed a particularly beautiful arc. Ojima could hardly look away. Wei Wei Bai finished the wine. Then, she heard the sound of the small mission being completed. Ding, small mission completed. Reward, 1 day of life. Wei Wei Bai, reward, life. The system said, it's New Year in the system world. So during the New Year, all the side quests have red packets as rewards. // Chapter 1196. Wei Wei Bai asked, How long has it been since the New Year? The system replied, Not sure. We spent a lot of time in the last year, but not this year. Wei Wei Bai said, You system world are so unreliable. You don't even know when a new year is. The system replied, This proves that we are free and unrestrained. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Ojima watched as she continued to eat as if nothing had happened after she finished the wine. He watched as she lowered her head to eat. Her red lips moved as she ate. She looked even more delicious than the food. Su Yedwan seemed to be shocked as well. Wei Wei Bai's actions were too natural and too fast. She did not even feel inferior. Instead, she gave off a natural elegance. She was drinking from someone else's glass. Yet, it felt as if it was natural. Su Yedwan could not help but ask, "Do you want another drink?" Wei Wei. Ma's eyes darkened. Anger surged within him. He laughed coldly. "Su Yedwan, what do you mean?" Su Yedwan's expression was calm. He smiled, "Nothing much. I just want to confess to Wei Wei." This sentence was like a bomb. He bluntly broke the oppressive atmosphere. Wei Wei Bai looked up as well. She seemed to be surprised. Actually, she did not feel that Su Yedwan had any feelings for her. That was because she was very sensitive to people's emotional fluctuations. If someone liked her, she would be able to capture that feeling. However, Su Yedwan did not have the emotional fluctuations of liking her. This was also the reason why Bai Wei Wei coexisted with him so naturally. Su Yedwan ignored Ma's murderous gaze. "I'm about the right age. I'm healthy and have a warm family. I'm financially independent and can support my wife and children. So I want to." Ma said, "You want to die?" Su Yedwan paused. Her smile finally disappeared. "Mr. O, I don't think it's appropriate for an outsider to interrupt this topic." The doctor was angry. Ma raised his eyes. His amber eyes were deep and cold. He chuckled and suddenly reached out to hug Wei Wei Bai tightly. Wei Wei Bai didn't notice and was held in his arms. Ma stroked her long hair calmly. "You may not know this, but I've known this silly girl since she was a child. She's innocent and was abducted by bad guys without my supervision. Are you going to take responsibility?" Su Yedwan stared at his hand on Wei Wei Bai and suddenly straightened her face. "I can take responsibility." Ma, even if you want to take responsibility, you're not involved. How much do you have in your bank account?" Su Yedwan paused and said number, and it was quite impressive. However, Ma raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "I'm 100 times more than you. Furthermore, I'll earn more than 10,000 times more than you." His and Su Yedwan's positions. It established a different space for the two of them to soar. Su Yedwan's expression didn't look too good. "I think that money isn't the only thing. There's also character, hobbies, and other factors that can be measured." Ma smiled. His beautiful face had a hint of innocence when he smiled. His words were sharp. "Hobbies? Why would a doctor talk about hobbies with a singer? And character as well. You may know a person's face, but not his heart. Who knows if you're a beast in human clothing?" Wei Wei Bai was in pain from Ma's grip. This was going to start a fight. The system was expressionless as it munched on its potato chips. This side mission is strange. Wei Wei Bai was also expressionless as she was pressed into Ma's arms. "Yeah, Su Yedwan is just a passerby I met. How did she end up on the side mission list?" And the side mission was very strange too. / you'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1197. Drinking Ma's wine in front of Su Yedwan. This was to provoke Su Yedwan, not to provoke Ma. That was why this was not helpful to Wei Wei Bai's main mission. Her target was not Su Yedwan after all. The system racked its brains. Also, little secrets have a wide range of missions. Wei Wei Bai said, "Tell me the truth. Is the main system an old pervert who hasn't had sex for 10,000 years? Those side quests, those sick instructions to torture the targets to death. It was a proper FFF group. They were just short of holding torches to burn the heterosexuals to death." The system said, "It's probably still a virgin. I'm sure." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. How explosive. Was this the gossip of the system world? The two men's eyes burned with passion. Their expressions darkened at the same time. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had become a source of trouble. After a moment of silence, she thought of the cat that was sleeping in her rented apartment. The cat would need to eat in an hour. She did not have time to waste here. She pushed Ma away, reached for the wine bottle on the table, and opened the lid. Then, she poured it into her mouth. She finished all the wine in the bottle. Wei Wei Bai slammed the bottle on the table and said coldly, "All right, I've eaten and drunk. I have something to do. so I have to go. She stood up, her face slightly red. She took her coat. If you two feel like old friends, you can order more wine and continue to chat. I'll go first. The small mission was completed. Plus, with this situation, she might get into trouble. She should leave first. She did not want to play cross-eyed with these two men. Wei Wei Bai walked out, but the wind made her feel dizzy. Oh no, the wine is poisoned. The system could not bear to look. You're drunk. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm not drunk. You're talking nonsense. You're wrongly accusing me. The system didn't want to argue with the drunkard host. It was like a loving father. Okay. You're not drunk. Wei Wei Bai, enough. You lied to me again. If I wasn't drunk, why would I think that the road was curved? System, what the hell do you want me to do? Bai Weiwei covered her head. The road was crooked, and her walking posture was also crooked. A car suddenly stopped beside her. The door opened, and a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her into the car. Wei Wei Bai was dragged into this. Oh Jinma shoved her into the passenger's seat in a daze. Oh Jinma's jaw tightened, and his gaze was cold and sharp. He saw that her face was as red as a monkey's, but sneered, How dare you drink so much when you don't know how to drink? If I wasn't here, no one would have found out that you were dead. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. You are. Oh Jima drove the car. I'm your friend, temporarily. In the future, he would be her temporary boyfriend. Forever lover. When this thought popped up, Oh Jima was surprised. He knew that he liked Wei Wei Bai, but this love actually made him want to be with her forever. When Wei Wei Bai heard him say friend, her face turned red and she started to think. Friend? The system reminded her. Wake up, he's your target. Wei Wei Bai's mind was in a daze, and the strategy had already become her instinct. Although she couldn't see Oh Jinma's face clearly, the strategy was related to flirting with men. So she said, Do you want to date, friend? Oh Jinma was confused. Date for what? Wei Wei Bai. Date for a one-night stand. Oh Jinma. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Button. Chapter 1198. It couldn't be better. This was another kind of happiness that he had never felt before. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 65. Wei Wei Bai had a splitting headache. She breathed heavily as if she had a terrible nightmare. She was crushed by the crane, back and forth. After the dream of being crushed disappeared, she had a dream of being tied up. She couldn't even turn over. Every time she wanted to struggle, she was tied up against the stove. She struggled to open her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. She couldn't help but ask, Why am I transmigrating again? The system couldn't bear to look at her. This is the male lead's house. Wei Wei Bai had already noticed that the arm she raised was full of kiss marks. Kiss marks? Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before asking, How many favorability points are there now? The system, 65. Wei Wei Bai's voice was choked. Selling my body only gave me so little favorability points. The system, selling your body, is not a long-term plan. You need to open your heart to quickly increase favorability points. Isn't this the golden rule? Actually, it was already very good that it increased so much. Wei Wei Bai, why didn't you buy the stickers? The system, last night you guys did it 4 times. Probably. After all, it was just guessing because it was blocked. Wei Wei Bai. Then she nodded in resignation. Luckily you didn't buy it, or else I would have to strangle you. 4 stickers, 400 life points. 1 plane rewarded 30 days of life points. In other words, 400 days was enough for her to desperately transmigrate through more than 10 planes. Not to mention selling her body. She could actually sell her soul too. The system, it knew too well about the host's unscrupulous and immoral level. It watched the host step by step, from a little cutie who couldn't bear to part with her first kiss to a veteran who could pull out her soul to wait for a good price. The system silently praised itself. Under the host's pollution day and night, it didn't become a veteran. It had not become an old driver. It was still that pure and adorable system. Wei Wei Bai looked for her clothes on the floor and found that they were gone. But there was a set of clothes at the bedside. Did he buy it overnight? Wei Wei Bai picked it up and took a look. She was still too naive. These were Jin Ma's own clothes. White shirt and long black pants. She wrapped herself in the bedsheet and felt that Jin Ma's shamelessness had exceeded her expectations. She had no choice but to wear a white shirt with an extra length of sleeve. Not to mention the long pants, they could practically mop the floor. Jin Ma's legs were proportionately long. He was simply a leg demon himself. Walking out of the room, he heard the sound of sizzling coming from the open kitchen. She looked over curiously. She saw a slender figure standing in the kitchen. He lowered his head and was seriously frying an egg. His slender and fair fingers held the spatula and deftly flipped the egg over. After placing the egg on the plate, Jin Ma seemed to have sensed someone and turned around. He was slightly stunned when he saw that Wei Wei Bai was wearing his clothes. The wide shirt was tucked into the pants, and the pants were too long. She rolled them up, revealing her delicate ankles. She casually tied her hair into a bun, and strands of hair fell below her ears. She was fresh and beautiful like a puddle of clear water. She seemed to be a little lost. She didn't seem to know why she was there. Jin Ma was nervous, but when he saw the obvious marks on her neck, he couldn't help but swallow. Wei Wei Bai was so delicate that it made people want to pounce on her. Jin Ma suppressed his beastly nature as a man and revealed a gentle smile. Wei Wei, are you hungry? I made breakfast. To read the ad https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the full article at https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 1199. Bai Weiwei heard his somewhat hoarse voice. She didn't know what he was thinking, but blood rushed out of her face. Her lips trembled. I'm going back. She looked like she couldn't keep her cool. Jin Ma prepared the vegetable salad and poured a glass of milk into his hand. Then he turned a corner from the cooking table, stretched out his long legs, and walked out. Like Wei Wei Bai, he was barefooted. Walking in front of her, Jin Ma narrowed his eyes, and a dark light surged in them. He passed the glass of milk to her. Here, drink some and eat. Wei Wei Bai was shrouded by his tall figure, and an invisible pressure came over her. She couldn't stand it and took a few steps back. Then she said softly, "It's okay, I'm going back. My cat." Jin Ma looked at her expressionlessly and casually drank a sip of milk. Before Wei Wei Bai could react, he had already clasped her neck with one hand and forced her to look up. He lowered his head and captured her lips. He took a sip of milk and passed it to her in a domineering manner. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Her mouth was filled with the taste of milk and his scent. Jin Ma let go of her and looked at her sharply. "Drink, I'll feed you." Wei Wei Bai seemed to be frightened by him and could only reach out to take the glass. Then she was pulled to the dining table by him. Jin Ma didn't sleep the entire night. He was too excited to watch Wei Wei Bai. He was also afraid that he would turn into a cat. Wei Wei Bai's cat was still sleeping in the rented apartment. If he turned into a cat in the middle of the night, wouldn't she be left alone in a strange place? Jin Ma didn't want her to see him sleeping when she woke up. That would make her misunderstand that he didn't have good stamina. Jin Ma placed the breakfast in front of Wei Wei Bai. He said, "There's only Western breakfast left. If you don't like it, I can order takeout." Wei Wei Bai held the glass of milk and had a strange expression. Then she shook her head. "It's okay, this is good enough." Jin Ma was in a good mood. He pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Then he stuck a piece of vegetable with a fork and passed it to her. "Eat." He was feeding her. Wei Wei Bai avoided it and frowned. "It's okay, I'll eat it myself." Jin Ma's eyes darkened, but he calmly stuffed the vegetable into his mouth. Bai Weiwei immediately looked at him warily, as if worried that he would chew and feed her. That image was too disgusting. He couldn't even think about it. Fortunately, Jin Ma knew that it was disgusting and ate it himself. He didn't do anything terrible. Bai Weiwei didn't say much and didn't even mention what happened last night. She lowered her head and finished her food quickly. Ojima didn't eat much. He was staring at Wei Wei Bai. Seeing that she was done eating, he cleaned up the table. Wei Wei Bai saw him put the plate in the sink. She finally stood up and said coldly, Ojima, where are my clothes? She definitely wasn't suited to go out in this outfit. Ojima looked extremely calm. He lowered his eyes and looked at the plate in his hand. He washed it seriously. The nanny was supposed to come over to clean up, but he had called in the morning and told her not to come. He wanted to spend some quality time with Wei Wei Bai. It was a scary thought, but he was like a little boy who had fallen in love for the first time. Just the thought of one person made his fingers tremble with excitement. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She had a bad feeling when he was silent. She suddenly turned around and walked to the door. She reached out to open it. The door was locked with a combination of fingerprint and password. The melancholy in by Wei Wei's eyes deepened. Before she could turn around, a body was already pressed against her back. A hot chest and a man's scent surrounded her. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She turned around and saw Ojima looking at her with dark eyes. His amber eyes didn't feel warm at all. Ojima's expression was cold. His gentle face turned cold. You want to run away after raping me? Wei Wei Bai's expression froze for a moment. Ojima reached out and slowly pulled open his collar, revealing the nail marks on his neck and teeth marks on his chest. He laughed coldly. I said I didn't want to, but you forced yourself on me. Now you don't want to admit it. By Wei Wei, at the / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com say button at the bottom to record your reading record. The Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1200. Ojima lowered his head, his eyes cold. His voice became gentler. Wei Wei Bai, you took my first time, and you dare not want me. I'm going to report you for rape and ruin your reputation. Wei Wei Bai, no, what did she want to say? She had never seen someone who could accuse others in such a matter-of-fact manner. Wei Wei Bai wanted to quickly take out her notebook and write it down as material so that she could use it for herself next time. This was no longer a matter of how thick his skin was, but of different dimensions. Ojima looked down and saw that she was in a daze, as if she really couldn't remember what happened last night. He felt even more at ease and made up a story. I struggled very hard, but you were too strong when you were drunk. I desperately begged you to let me go, but you were a beast that stole my first time. If not for Wei Wei Bai's memory of last night, she would have been fooled by this shameless person. But she thought that if she exposed him, she would lose all the goodwill points she gained from selling her body. She endured it and calmly listened to him describe how she had repeatedly forced herself on him last night. Ojima saw the shocked expression on her face. He knew that she really didn't know. He couldn't help but smile. Then his expression turned cold. I've kept my virginity for so many years to save it for my future wife. Now tell me what to do. Wei Wei Bai sulked for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, It was my first time too. System. How can the host say that? These two bastards are lying right in front of each other. Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? Ojima thought about how she had cried out in pain last night. His face couldn't help but turn red, and his eyes burned. He controlled the impulse in his body and said expressionlessly, So what? You were the one who initiated it, so I won't compensate for your first time. Wei Wei Bai, then I'll compensate you. Ojima's face darkened, as if he had eaten shit. Was he a male host? She actually wanted to use money to buy him? Ojima looked at her from head to toe and sneered. Money? Do you think I could buy my first time with money? Wei Wei Bai seemed to feel that this topic was getting out of hand. Her cheeks were flushed red, and the redness spread across her skin, giving her a delicate and beautiful appearance. Ojima narrowed his eyes. He suddenly lowered his head and reached out to touch her face gently. He took in her bewilderment. She could no longer treat him with such a cold and indifferent attitude. Ojima had no regrets at all. Last night, he had taken advantage of the situation and given away his first time. Because Wei Wei Bai could no longer expressionlessly say that she had nothing to do with him. It didn't matter. He had forcefully created a connection. His voice was low and seductive. I'm not asking you to compensate me. I'm a kind person. I'll forget about you forcing yourself on me. You just need to just be my girlfriend. Just as he was about to say those words, a voice rang out. The doorbell rang. It was sharp and continuous. It was obvious that it was the person who rang the doorbell. He pressed it firmly. Oh Jinma's expression became unhappy. He let go of Wei Wei Bai, walked barefooted to the door, and opened it. Indeed, he saw Jiang Ro standing outside. Jiang Ro was wearing a beautiful dress. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort into dressing up. When she saw Oh Jinma, she immediately put on a fawning smile. Brother. Oh Jinma was expressionless. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to call the security guard. Download the at https://m Sashu. Comsay button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1201. Jiang Ro panicked when she saw him like this. She wanted to snatch his phone away. Oh Jinmo looked at her indifferently and coldly, which made her not dare to move. Jiang Ro's face turned pale as she remembered her motive. I'm not going in, brother. I haven't seen you a long time. I don't know how you're doing. I heard that you told the nanny not to come. How can that do? You can't even take care of yourself. She smiled gently and continued. I made some chicken soup for you and sent it over early. I'm worried that you won't eat and will hurt your stomach. If it weren't for those filthy things and the magical experience of him turning into a cat, he would have been fine. Jiang Ro's performance was really remarkable. He might have been touched by her thoughtfulness. After all, people were naturally not guarded against their loved ones. Moreover, Jiang Ro deliberately got close to him, and he was accidentally fooled. Oh Jinma thought about the past, and his gaze turned even colder. His voice was low and emotionless. Oh, you'll be banned no matter what you do. Jiang Ro froze for a moment before she forced a smile. Brother, it's fine if I don't enter the entertainment industry. I entered the industry because of you. If you don't let me in, I'll give up. She played the sympathy card. She wanted to win Oh Jinma's gentleness. Jiang Ro was very familiar with this tactic. Unfortunately, when Oh Jinma saw her face, he thought of the time when he was a cat and was almost drowned by her in the water. The gentler and more considerate she was, the more he felt that this woman was hypocritical. Oh Jinma was extremely calm. Oh, since you're so kind, I'll give you a raise for your living expenses. Jiang Ro thought that her trick of hurting herself had finally won his favor. She immediately said pretentiously, It's okay. Brother, didn't you say that you want me to be self-reliant? I'll listen to you. Oh Jinma, really? Then I wish you happiness in your self-reliance. I won't give you the rest of your living expenses. After all, you're already self-reliant. You won't be interested in my 2,000 yuan a month, right? Greed was clearly showing in his eyes. His words were so beautiful. She was really a whore, yet she still wanted to build a monument to her chastity. Oh Jinma felt a strong sense of disgust. She regretted that she had been so blind in the past to think that someone like Jiang Ro was actually his younger sister. Perhaps it was genetic. Her mother was not a good person. Their father was not a good person either. Therefore, with Jiang Ro's personality, she didn't seem to be surprised. Even he was not a holy father angel. Don't expect his family to do well. At present, the only one who could make him feel particularly good was Bai Weiwei. She was truly self-reliant and did not want to fall into any mud. In fact, she was no longer moved by him. But so what? With his outstanding acting skills and extraordinary performance, it was impossible for him to win. She was finally with him. Oh Jinma traditionally believed that two people had to be together once they went to bed. He was such a responsible and good man. Jiang Ro's expression changed. Brother, don't tell me you don't care about our sibling relationship at all? Even if I did something wrong, it was because I was young and ignorant. Can't you forgive me? As expected, she turned hostile after taking back 2,000 yuan. Oh Jinma suddenly felt that the woman in the room behind him couldn't be any better. It was all because of the comparison. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Wei Wei Bai was in the room. Oh Jinma stood in front of the door, his body completely blocking the room. Wei Wei Bai and Jiang Ro had never seen each other before. is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1202. Ojima simply didn't want others to see how sexy Wei Wei Bai looked in his clothes. All right, whether you're right or wrong has nothing to do with me. You're an adult, and you should be supporting yourself. Why are you hanging around me like a leech? Ojima sneered as he said this. The only person I can support legally is my woman. And his sister, a sister without feelings, was nothing to him. With that said, Ojima wanted to close the door. Jiang Ro saw how ruthless he was and knew that he really didn't care about their sibling relationship. She had bitterly guarded their sibling relationship because Ojima would dote on his sister. But now, he didn't like his sister at all. Jiang Ro didn't retreat. She nervously took deep breaths. Ojima wasn't in the mood to pay attention to her. He seemed to have heard the sound of Wei Wei by walking away and instinctively turned around to look at her. But he saw that she had only gone to the kitchen to pour a cup of cold water. His gaze softened when he saw her slender and exquisite figure. His empty house. Finally, there was someone he could share with willingly. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. A gust of wind that made him want to vomit rushed towards him. His good exercise habits saved him. Almost instantly, he jumped away. Jiang Ro fell to the ground and hugged his calf with both hands. Ojima reflexively lifted his leg and kicked her out. Wei Wei Bai had just taken a sip of water when she saw this shocking scene. Jiang Ro rolled out of the door like a ball. Ojima's face was gloomy. He didn't give Jiang Ro any chance to speak and slammed the door. Jiang Ro said, "Brother, I like you." She liked a man, not a brother. Before he could say anything, he was kicked out of the door by Ojima. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a familiar figure in Ojima's room. Jiang Ro's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was actually dating Ojima. She had tried her best to stay by Ojima's side for so many years, but she never had the chance to spend the night in his house. However, Wei Wei Bai was wearing his clothes and sitting in his room naturally. She acted like the mistress of the house. Jiang Ro staggered to her feet and saw that the chicken soup she had boiled had spilled all over the floor. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and revealed her ferocious side. Wei Wei Bai, just you wait. Ojima was hers. If he doesn't like her as a sister, then she would be his woman. They were a match made in heaven. No woman had ever stayed by Ojima's side for so many years. Only her. Right now, Ojima only had a momentary misunderstanding of her. As long as she could make him believe that she was still the gentle and pure Jiang Ro, he would still come back to her side. Ojima closed the door. He was in a bad mood. He had been so happy early in the morning, but Jiang Ro had ruined his mood. Ojima was full of grievances. He turned around and was about to complain to Wei Wei Bai, but he saw that she was seriously rolling up his trousers. She had tied her white blouse in a knot around her waist. The loose shirt was cinched around her waist, and the black trousers were rolled up. She looked unusually fresh and cute, even dashing. She didn't seem to notice Ojima's grievances. Instead, she quietly looked up at the door. Wei Wei Bai finally said, "Ojima, I'm going back." Ojima took a deep breath and blinked. He didn't even hide the grievance in his eyes. Chapter 1203. When Wei Wei Bai confirmed her relationship with Ojima, the internet was in an uproar. It had been going on all along, but this time it was a collective uproar, so the effects were continuous. The reason was that Wei Wei Bai's fans started to show off. Our sister Wei is so beautiful in the second round. She's not nervous at all. It's just one person with a guitar, but the stage effects are so good. The song is so good. I Love You has maintained a super high standard of composition. Oh, Mom, look at Ojima's eyes. You can see his desire through his sunglasses. Ha ha. He even asked to sing a duet with Sister Wei. Sister Wei doesn't care about him at all. Long live Sister Wei. Our dog-beating group will always protect you. Wei Wei Bai's writing style and Ojima's were polar opposites. Therefore, their fan groups did not overlap much. As a result, the fans who liked to listen to Wei Wei Bai's songs did not listen to Ojima's songs. Ojima's Angel Group had some fans who listened to Wei Wei Bai's songs. But unlike the dog-beating group, they did not have a fanatical following for Weiwei Bai. So when the two sides fought, they did not hold back at all. Because Weiwei Bai had always been the victim of the angel group's online violence. Before she became popular, she did not have many fans and could not resist such a huge attack. But Good Song, the most watched program in the country, was broadcasted. But Bai Weiwei was a well-deserved dark horse with a good song. Every song was so popular that it was frightening. That Confession became the hottest new song of the year, before Ojinma's new album was released. Her song had simply put all the new songs on the internet to death by 1,000 cuts. The number of downloads, views, and spread started to explode. In the age of the internet, popularity was often something that happened overnight. Anyway, Weiwei Bai's fans increased by a few million. In addition, because of the Angels' attack, Weiwei Bai attracted a lot of attention. Weiwei Bai had always been on the hot search list. The number of fans kept on increasing. After all, black and red were still red. As long as there was a topic, there would be traffic. This was an era where traffic was king. The day that Ojinma announced that he was in a relationship was the day that the dog beating group was formed. Because that was the day that Weiwei Bai had rejected Ojinma. Then Ojinma didn't give up. He desperately tried to hook up with Bai Weiwei, using an awkward way that made people unable to bear to look at him. He desperately tried to stick to Bai Weiwei. This made the dog beating group the only fan group that could go against the Angels and completely crush them. My MOMO is #1 in Asia and #2 in the world. Your MOMO is a lick. Dog. The Angels knelt in unison. If you kneel for too long, you'll also rebel. Especially after the second round of live broadcasts of good songs. Bai Weiwei's dazzling and blinding results, and her straightforward promotion method. Ojinma could not bear to look at his goddess. The Angels knelt until their knees were crushed. They knew that it was useless to shout on Weibo and ask Ojinma not to lick. They had to do something substantial to embarrass Weiwei Bai. They had to make Ojinma dislike Weiwei Bai. Otherwise, they would become a bootlicker group for the rest of their lives and be tortured by the dog-beating group. Spontaneously, the Angels formed a group to collect Weiwei Bai's dirt. Weiwei Bai was not in the industry. Damn it, there was no dirt on her. They dug up the plagiarism incident. However, Jiang Ro revealed that she stole Weiwei Bai's Confession song. This made them not dare to stand on the same side. Chapter 1204. In addition, the gurus on the internet had dug out the two songs Tender Love and Confession for analysis. They had always thought that the melody and style of these two songs were good. They were of the same origin. Jiang Ro's theft had been exposed, although the truth about the plagiarism of Tender Love had not been revealed yet. But the bootlickers, Angels, still had a tacit understanding not to criticize Weiwei Bai. Weiwei Bai used the strength of her songs to slap faces. Every song she participated in was better than Tender Love. They could not criticize her. So the Angels had no choice but to look through Weiwei Bai's Weibo. Because they still remembered that Weiwei Bai had shamelessly tried to blackmail Ojinma and said that she was dating Ojinma. This was something that they had criticized before and did not have a deep impression of. Now, to fight to the death with the dog-beating group, they could only be thick-skinned and dig up old scores. Scandals were not afraid of being old. It was fine as long as it was useful. Then the bootlickers, Angels, finally found the Weibo post that Weiwei Bai used to say that she was dating Ojinma. The strange thing was that this Weibo post was clearly the most badly scolded. But it was not deleted and was still hanging in the air. The Angels immediately took it out. Your Weiwei is shameless. Didn't you see that she used to post that she was dating MOMO? Blackmail, delusional, liar. The dog-beating group also saw this Weibo post. They immediately retaliated. Didn't it all come true? Your Ojinma can't wait to date her now. We don't care. The Angels, look, Weiwei Bai used to have a lot of comments about our MOMO's music. She also reposted many of his Weibo posts. She's the bootlicker. These Weibo posts were dug up one by one. People on the internet slowly realized that Weiwei Bai used to like Ojinma very much. Even her music was because of Ojinma's influence. And besides that Weibo post about blackmail dating, and Jiang Ro's Weibo post, she hardly had any black spots. If he could not sell his songs, he would work to support himself. Before participating in a good song, no matter how miserable it was, they would not make a single mistake. Moreover, the cat she was raising now was a stray cat. Ojima's Weibo posts were all dug up. The most shocking Weibo post was a photo of Wei Wei by squatting at the entrance of Ojima's book signing event. She had been squatting at the door since 3 or 4 in the morning so that she could queue up to see Ojinma. On Weibo, she was holding 2 cold steamed buns in her hands. She didn't even have soy milk for breakfast. She had Ojima's album with her. Moreover, it was a limited edition and very expensive. The Angels and the dog-beating team fell silent at the same time. Everyone was a fan. When they saw her Weibo, they knew that Wei Wei Bai was not pretending. It was only because she was a true fan of Ojinma that she could do this. The Angels, Wei Wei Bai is Ojinma's loyal fan. The dog-beating team, it's all in the past. Our Wei Wei is no longer a fan of Ojinma. This sentence slapped the Angels in the face again. However, many of the Angels could not bear to continue scolding her. After all, Wei Wei Bai was a loyal fan. Even after she scammed Ojinma's Weibo, there were no traces of her being a fan of Ojinma. However, she looked so pitiful as she squatted at the entrance of the book signing event with cold steamed buns in her hands. It still aroused their sympathy. Wei Wei Bai must have been too much a fan of Ojinma. That was why she scammed Ojinma. Then, she was awakened by their scolding and turned into an anti-fan. It was too tragic. Too pitiful. The crossover system, Adonis, come here. 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 The mobile reading is at https://m sashu.com// the crossover system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 1205. Then Ojima started to become a bootlicker, Tui, chaser, no, fall in love. Instantly, fans from both sides came up with a bunch of drama in their minds. Wei Wei Bai was Ojima's fan. She liked Ojinma so much that she wanted to fall in love with him. Everyone understood. Wasn't it natural for one to fantasize about their idol being together with them? It was just that Wei Wei Bai said it out loud. No one laughed at each other. Then, Wei Wei Bai suddenly woke up and stopped being Ojinma's fan. But at this moment, Ojinma woke up. He was an old virgin angel, a pure cutie who didn't know anything about the world. He suddenly felt that the girl who turned from a fan to a hater. She was not pretentious and was completely different from those flirtatious cheese outside. His heart was moved. How could it be wrong when it was written like that on Weibo? Then, he started to chase after his first love and even confessed on Weibo. But Wei Wei Bai had just turned into a hater and was embarrassed, so she rejected him. This was the absolute model of an angel falling in love with a Cinderella. As for Ojima's image, it collapsed. What collapsed? That was growing up. An angel became a bootlicker because of love? Wasn't this normal? He was pure and unpretentious. He was pure and had never been in love. So he didn't know how to fall in love and became a bootlicker. Those who knew how to fall in love and were mature and elegant were all experienced drivers. So, their MO was still a pure and cute little angel who didn't know anything about the world except for love. The filter of the angel group's fans was as thick as the distance between heaven and earth. At a glance, it was boundless. Suddenly, even Wei Wei Bai didn't seem so detestable. In fact, she was a little cute. She was a little talented. She was a little pure. The woman MO liked was also a good person. The dog-beating team watched from beginning to end and suddenly realized. The angel group's change from a bootlicker group was so natural and unpretentious. Shouldn't they struggle? Shouldn't they be angry? They were all holding machetes and sticks, waiting for the angels to counterattack. In the end, the atmosphere became warm. Of course, Ojima's fan club was not just one style. There were also some female fans who couldn't stand it. She even wanted everyone to work together to kick Wei Wei Bai out of the entertainment industry. Then, she would turn Ojima back into that little angel who didn't know anything and didn't feel like a ship with any woman. In the end, most of the angels turned to Wei Wei Bai as passers-by, and some even turned into fans. This made some of his girlfriend's fans unhappy. I've been his fan for so many years. How could he betray us? He stayed up all night to hit the charts, spent all his living expenses, and bought so many albums. How can he fall in love? Quit being fans. We want to quit being fans. The voices of the fans who wanted to call Ojima hubby were getting louder and louder. Even the higher-ups of Songxing were alarmed. This was because Ojima's fans were dropping. Although compared to the huge number of fans, this wasn't a lot. However, this group of fans was the most radical and the loudest. Some fans that didn't have bad feelings towards Ojima's relationship. They were also influenced and started to quit being fans. Some fans were especially easy to incite and would accidentally quit being fans. Moreover, the most important music festival of the year was about to start. Ojima was nominated for Best Album, Best Male Singer, Best Songwriter, Most Popular Male Singer, and more than 10 other awards. This award ceremony was more fair and influential. Say button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1206. With such a big incident happening to Ojima, the company was worried that it would affect the award ceremony. The higher-ups called Ojima. Fans have to leave because the person you're dating is by Weiwei. Weiwei Bai was a newcomer after all, and although her online reputation had improved recently, many people did not have a good impression of her. More importantly, many fans left because they felt that Weiwei Bai was not good enough for Ojima. When Ojima heard this, he tightened his grip on the phone. After a moment of silence, he laughed coldly. So be it. Tell them to get lost. I don't care. With that, he hung up the phone. Then he supported his forehead with his hand in annoyance, and his eyes darkened. Actually, he cared a lot. His fans were his pillar of support. They were the foundation of his foothold in the entertainment industry. He did not even dare to go on Weibo, because he was afraid that his image as a little angel would be destroyed. His fans did not love him. Out of the hundreds of millions of fans, he estimated that 80 million had left. The remaining 10 million fans might still reluctantly follow him because of his songs. What about the remaining 10 million fans? Those were all zombie fans that he had bought. Ojima looked arrogant, but he had an inferiority complex. So he did not know that only a small portion of his fans had left. It was a drop in the ocean compared to his 80 million fans. He did not even believe in his own talent. The experience of being abandoned in his childhood left a deep scar in his heart. Even if he told himself that it was not his fault deep down in his heart, he would still think that he was not good enough. Ojima sat on the sofa for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered that tonight's music awards ceremony. This award ceremony was quite important. Although he had received it a few times, tonight was different, because the female companion he brought to the award ceremony today was by Weiwei. He thought of the evening gown that he had given her. His Adam's apple bobbed. This was the first gift he had given her, although they had just confirmed their relationship. However, she did not agree to live together. She insisted on going back to that shabby rental house to raise that ugly cat. Strangely enough, he did not turn into a cat after catching up on sleep today. This miraculous ability finally lost its effect. Ojima did not know whether to feel relieved or regretful. He put on his suit and tie and tidied his hair. Actually, this was the process of sorting out oneself. After he arrived at the award ceremony, his own packaging team would take care of him in a special dressing room. However, he was going to pick up Weiwei Bai, so he couldn't make things too awkward. A woman is pleased with her own appearance. It was the same for men. Ojima drove to pick her up. As he waited, he couldn't help but lean against the car door. Then, he lit a cigarette and frowned. He was still thinking about the matter of him not being a fan anymore. Moreover, he was worried that Weiwei Bai would once again be caught in a storm of public opinion. Weiwei Bai opened the door and walked out. Her makeup was light and ordinary, and the evening gown she was wearing draped down the contours of her beautiful body. Ojima looked over, but he could not take his eyes off her. Usually, Weiwei Bai would not dress so exquisitely and formally. However, she was already exceptionally elegant and charming. Therefore, he did not know that when she dressed up seriously, she would actually be so stunning. The sapphire blue V-neck gown shone with an exquisite texture of velvet. The fabric that clung to her elegant figure neatly wrapped around her waist, bringing out her slender waist. Her ankle-length skirt had a wavy cut, and every time she moved, it would always be there. As she swayed, her fair and delicate ankles were exposed. She was sexy and innocent. Miraculously, it was a combination of her body. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was staring at her for a long time, but he did not say anything. The cigarette was held between his slender fingers. The smoke enshrouded his beautiful eyes, bringing out a tinge of gentleness. "What's wrong?" She walked over in a few steps and reached out to take the cigarette in his hand. Jin Ma stared at her deeply for a long time before saying, "Nothing. When I see you, everything is fine." He opened the door and let Wei Wei Bai into the car. When he was about to start the car, he thought of something and took out a jewelry box from beside the car's seat. He opened it. It was a sky blue diamond-shaped gem necklace. "Let me put it on for you." Wei Wei Bai glanced at it. "I can't afford to lose it. You don't have to wear it." Jin Ma smiled. "It's not the sponsor's. It's mine." He had specially bought it for her. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. She wanted to reject it, but she could already feel the cold touch on her neck. Jin Ma bent down and put the necklace on for her. His breath caressed her neck. The man's breath invaded her body in a domineering manner. "Wei Wei," he said softly. Wei Wei Bai's attention was still on the necklace. Jin Ma had already lowered his head and planted a kiss on her collarbone. Her body trembled. Jin Ma had already said, "Don't be afraid of losing it. I can afford to raise you." Ding! The male lead defection has increased to 80. When he saw her, his panic and inferiority disappeared. Even if he had 90 million fans and 10 million zombie fans, they all left him. As long as he looked at her, he actually felt happy. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 12:07. Because they had to walk the red carpet, and because Jin Ma was the first to walk the red carpet. Hence, the schedule was very tight. Jin Ma's assistant was very nervous because Jin Ma would usually arrive at this time. But when he called, no one picked up. When he went home, he did not see anyone either. If this continued, there would be news of him acting like a big shot again. Now that there were so many things going on, they really could not let anything happen and tarnish Jin Ma's image. Outside the red carpet, there was a thick circle of fans. They were all holding Jin Ma signs. Because Jin Ma did not have any fan meetings recently, there was no need to pick him up at the airport. The only chance to see their idol was on a red carpet. The red carpet had been specially designed. There was a section that was closer to the fans so that the idol could interact with the fans. And today, the fans came with a mission. They hoped that Jin Ma would give them an explanation for his relationship with Wei Wei Bai. His girlfriend fans were quite strong. They had already occupied the front row and were eagerly waiting for their idol. Mo will walk the red carpet alone today, right? It's like this every year. Of course, he will be alone. Don't tell me he will be walking with Wei Wei Bai. I don't want to. That ugly Wei Wei Bai is not good enough for our Mo, and Wei Wei Bai doesn't seem that ugly. She just looks a little petty and has good skin. Compared to our Mo's good looks, it's like comparing a chicken to a phoenix. Yes. If they walk the red carpet together, Wei Wei Bai's aura will be crushed. In that case, it's fine for them to walk the red carpet once. It'll be best if Mo makes Wei Wei Bai look like a village girl or an internet celebrity. Then, we'll take the photo and throw it at the dog-beating group's faces. Awesome. With that said, everyone was looking forward to seeing them walk the red carpet. After all, they had been chased by the dog-beating group every day and had developed feelings for each other. If they didn't return the favor, they wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Of course, the angels also felt that Jin Ma and Wei Wei Bai would not walk the red carpet together. It was one thing for Wei Wei Bai not to be invited. Jin Ma was still a fucking one-sided love. Talking about it made his heart bleed like a river. Was there such an idol who would stab their fans in such a way? It was one thing for him to fall in love, but if he became a bootlicker, he would be kicked away. This made them lose all face as fans. They lost all face. Suddenly, The reporters in front started to clamor. They're coming, they're coming. Who's here? Ojima's car arrived. As the king of popularity and the king of strength, Ojima himself was a miracle. No one could sing as well as he did. The black car slowly drove in and stopped in front of the red carpet. On the driver's side, the door opened. The angel group immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Although they were here to get rid of their fans, they still had to suck up to them at the same time. It would be a waste not to suck up to them. Ojima swiftly got out of the car. He was wearing a navy blue suit. Under the slim-fit suit jacket was a white shirt without a tie. One button was unbuttoned, revealing his beautiful and fair neck. He calmly raised his eyes and looked around. Under his thick black eyelashes was a pair of amber eyes that were clean and deep. Ojima looked at the reporters and his angel group. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a polite and distant smile. But it was surprisingly stunning. The angel group instantly forgot to get rid of their fans and only remembered to stare at him. Chapter 1208. With that face of his, everyone wanted to forgive him. They thought that Ojima was going to get off the car and walk on the red carpet. In the end, he casually adjusted his sleeves and walked elegantly to the passenger seat. He bent down slightly, and some of his short black hair fell down, making him look a little more wantonly cute for no reason. He opened the car door and placed his hand in front of the car door in a gentlemanly manner. He seemed to be waiting for something. A hand as delicate as white jade reached out from the car. Ojima smiled. It was no longer a polite and distant smile, but an irrepressible gentleness. He clenched his fist and used more strength to pull her out. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with the beautiful sapphire blue. Wei Weibai was caught off guard and was pulled out by Ojima. She stumbled, but he was already close to her, holding her slender waist with one hand. Then he lowered his head, his eyes half closed, and his smile was a little smug from a successful prank. Be careful. If you sprain your ankle, I can only carry you on the red carpet. Humans were all vile and vain. Now that he had her, he couldn't wait to carry her away and announce their relationship everywhere. Wei Weibai blushed and immediately pushed him away. Then she steadied herself. Ojima, on the other hand, held her hand tightly. It was an intimate gesture. The cameras of the reporters started flashing. Wei Weibai seemed to be a little uncomfortable. She looked at the dense crowd in confusion. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was wearing a long dress that was the same color as Ojima's. It was like a galaxy in the dark night. Ojima held her hand and walked step by step towards the red carpet. Under the bright lights, her fair cheeks were flushed and her thin lips were as delicate as a rose. Ojima held her hand and walked towards the reporters. The reporters were frantically taking photos. It was a normal process. Then he continued to hold her hand and walk forward. The red carpet was not long. In the past, Ojima couldn't wait to walk on it. Now, he hated the organizers for being so stingy. Why was the red carpet so short? Did they not have enough funds? The angels stared blankly at them, walking over. Wei Weibai was walking on the red carpet with Ojima. Damn it, they were so compatible that they were completely speechless. She had never seen a female celebrity standing next to Ojima who would not lose out in comparison. Wei Weibai was the first. The angels looked on helplessly as Ojima ignored them and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a fan couldn't take it and started crying. "Mo, are you really in a relationship?" Ojima paused. He turned back and gave him a blissful smile. "Yes, you to wish me well." His usual methods of comforting his fans were well practiced. But this time, he wanted fans. The fans shouted one after another. "How can we bless you? Bai Weiwei doesn't deserve you. We won't admit it. Stop being fans. We want to stop being fans. Boycott Wei Weibai. We won't be fans of you if you're in a relationship." The fans were very agitated. Even the security guards came to chase them away. Ojima's smile didn't change, but his gaze turned colder. Just as he was about to explode, a hand gently caressed his chin. Ojima was caught off guard and lowered his head. A kiss was on his lips. His breathing paused as he saw Bai Weiwei lean on him, raising her head to kiss him. On the long red carpet, there was a lively crowd. The beautiful girl kissed Jinma gently. This scene was so heartwarming and beautiful. It was like a fairy tale. After Wei Wei Bai finished kissing him, she left his lips and turned to look at the fans. It's fine if you guys stop being fans. I'll be his fan. Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1209. Her eyes were still smiling, but her expression was extremely calm. She said coldly, "Even if no one in this world likes him, he still has me. It's not up to you to threaten him." The fans were stunned by Wei Wei Bai's cold words for a moment. She looked away and met Jinma's complicated gaze. "Let's go. Don't be in a bad mood because of these irrelevant things." She actually knew that he was upset because of the fans. Jinma's heart was suddenly thrown into warm water, and a warm feeling filled his eyes. All his emotions turned into a simple action. He held her hand and lifted it. His lips touched the back of her hand, and he planted a sincere kiss on it. And his eyes, from start to finish, never left her. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 85. After walking the red carpet, they entered the venue where the award ceremony was held. The stars were shining brightly, and it was extravagant and gorgeous. Jinma and Wei Wei Bai sat in the front row, and there was a table beside them with champagne and Western food. The waiters were busy refilling the champagne that ran out and changing the dishes that were cold. Although there was a lot of social interaction and not many people were eating, everything was there. The process was very fast. For Wei Wei Bai, it had nothing to do with her. After acting cool for a while, he gained a wave of favorable impression points. Her mind was still thinking about that strange side mission. This mission was really strange. Whatever secret Su Yahuan had, it had nothing to do with Jinma's main mission, although there had been such missions before. But Wei Wei Bai had a sharp feeling. The main system wanted to kill her so much that it wouldn't give her a simple side mission to fool her. She was already used to being tortured. The host on the stage announced the big stars who were giving out the awards. That kind of heavyweight senior would go up and sing a duet with the host. Then they entered the most important stage of the awards ceremony. At the beginning, it was all relatively small awards. Jinma wasn't nervous, and his attention wasn't even on the awards ceremony. She kept staring at Wei Wei Bai. He handed her a towel and asked the waiter to change the cold food. She also ordered some vegetable salad and fruit juice. He poured himself a glass of champagne and did not touch it. Wei Wei Bai ate something. While everyone else was staring at the podium, Jinma was staring at his girlfriend and telling her to eat more. Because Wei Wei Bai had to put on her makeup and put on her gown, she was delayed and had not eaten yet. After he found out, he stared at her as she ate. She had been having a hard time for a long time, and her 3 meals were not normal. He ate a lot of junk food like instant noodles. He was afraid that she would spoil her stomach and would not allow her to live the same life as before. The host called his name twice in a row before he reacted. After that, it was Jinma's turn to leave the stage after receiving her award. She poured Wei Wei Bai an extra glass of juice. He was called up again. She called his name again and again. Every time, he would go up right after he came down. Jinma finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped reciting his lines and said, "What other awards are there? Give them to me together." The host. Jinma held the trophy in his hand. "How many more awards have I won?" His expression was gloomy and his tone was cold. It was the host's first time seeing a celebrity who had just received an award. His expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Under Jinma's threatening gaze, the host made an exception and gave his award to him together. Jinma carried a pile of trophies and hurried off the stage. Button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1210. After stuffing the trophy to his assistant, he sat beside Wei Wei Bai and peeled prawns for her. This prawn meat is very delicious. I've eaten it before. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment before she tasted it. It was indeed delicious. The assistant next to him and the host on the stage were already stunned. If you want to show off your love, go home and do it. Showing off in public? The single Meow Meow was going to protest. Besides, who would eat at an award ceremony? Even if there's a feast on the table, don't you know? Everyone was elegant. They didn't eat and just drank. Did they really think that this was a restaurant? No matter what, Ma still tried his best to awkwardly show off his affection. His entire body exuded the hormones of love. He couldn't wait to hang his name tag on Wei Bai. It was best to let the reporters take a few more photos, so that Wei Bai would not be able to change her mind about liking him. It would be best if they could become the most affectionate couple in the entertainment industry. Even if Wei Bai regretted it in the future, if she dared to abandon him, the public opinion of the entertainment industry would scold her to death. Then she would regret it and turn back. Ma felt that he was really smart. After the awards ceremony ended, Ma personally drove Wei Bai home. You have to move right now. Your rental house is not safe. She would rather die than cohabit with him. Ma wanted to tie her up with a rope. What if something happened to that shabby rental house? Wei Bai said, when I sell the songs and have more money in my account, I'll choose a better location. Ma gripped the steering wheel tightly. Can't you just move over? Actually, if she moved to his house, it would be very beneficial for her to increase her favorability. But when she thought of the side mission, she suppressed her impulse and shook her head gently. I'll support myself. I don't want others to say that you're my sugar daddy. Ma muttered unhappily. I want to be your sugar daddy. Tomorrow, he would ask someone to book a song with Wei Bai at a very high price. She immediately became a rich woman. Wei Bai couldn't help but laugh when she heard his childish complaints. Ma's eyes darkened. Her smile still made him feel unreal. They were really together. Even though the car had slowed down to a snail's pace, he still sent her to the door. After Wei Bai got out of the car, Ma casually lifted the hem of her dress. It's late. You should go back first. Wei Bai stood at the door and looked at him gently. Ma blushed and breathed heavily. How about I stay and protect you? Wei Bai had already opened the door. She looked him up and down and already knew what he was thinking. 100 for a sticker. She couldn't afford it. Therefore, Wei Bai firmly refused. I'm tired. Mo. Just a simple mention of Mo, and he immediately surrendered. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then he complained, I'll definitely make you move. The two of them were reluctant to part. After a while, Wei Bai closed the door. She turned off Ma's resentful face. Wei Bai yawned, removed her makeup, chatted with the system, fed the cat, and posted a song on Weibo. Then she took a shower and went to bed. Ma walked to the car and called the bodyguards. Soon, 3 bodyguards arrived. Ma looked at them coldly. Guard this place well. The 3 of them took turns to guard this place. Nothing serious would happen. Ma had just returned home. Just as the car was about to enter the villa, a female, ghost-like figure rushed over. He immediately stepped on the brakes and took a closer look. It was Jiang Ro. She was haunting him. Ma was about to step on the accelerator and run over her. Anyway, Jiang Ro definitely wouldn't dare to be run over by him. However, Jiang Ro shouted, Brother, I'm here to admit my mistake. I stole the song Qing Lian. Ma was silent for a moment before he drove the car into the garage. Then he said to Jiang Ro, Come in and explain. He opened the door and didn't care about Jiang Ro. He went straight to the TV to find a tape recorder. He hid it so well that no one would find it. He pressed the switch. Jiang Ro had just entered the house and didn't see what he did. Jiang Ro really put in a lot of effort to enter the house. You're saying that you stole the song Qing Lian from Wei Bai? Jiang Ro was afraid of being chased out. She thought of her motive and her eyes hardened. Yes, I stole it. Ma's eyes were extremely cold. He casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and asked casually, How did you steal it? Tell me clearly. Jiang Ro immediately explained the entire process clearly. Ma heard what he wanted and slowly drank the water. Then he sneered, You can leave now. Jiang Ro didn't say anything. Ma turned around and saw a scene that made his 3 views shatter. Jiang Ro actually took off her clothes and stood in front of him naked. Her face was full of tears. Brother, I love you. Ma, even a dog couldn't break him down like this. The save button. Chapter 12:11. Jiang Ro was naked and looked pitiful. She cried pitifully. It's so hard for me to love you. Ma was speechless. She took 2 steps forward and Ma took 3 steps back. Jiang Ro was a little anxious and wanted to pounce on him. "Brother, don't you pity me? I love you so much." Ojima felt that his worldview was crumbling. He was disgusted. He rushed to the house's alarm system and pressed the alarm button without hesitation. Suddenly, the villa was filled with the shrill sound of the alarm. Ojima was separated by the sofa and did not even look at her. He said angrily, "Jiang Ro, stop joking. Don't force me to kill you." He felt that she had the courage to take revenge with a knife. But how did she think of such a despicable and disgusting thing like taking off his clothes in front of her own brother? When he thought of the past, his half-sister by his side, who shared the same father but a different mother, had actually harbored such frightening thoughts about him. Ojima felt like he'd stepped on dog shit. It made him feel disgusted. Jiang Ro saw the disgust in his eyes. Outside the villa, there were many security guards' footsteps. She knew that the alarm system would not stop once it was pressed. It would only stop when the owner was confirmed to be safe. Someone was already pressing the doorbell. Sir, are you okay?" Ojima pointed at the door. "Get lost. Get as far away as you can." Jiang Ro had no choice but to put on her clothes immediately. At the same time, the door opened. The security guards immediately rushed in and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Ojima said to them coldly, "Mark this woman as a key evil guest. Don't let her near this area in the future." The security measures in the villa area were very strict. This was also the reason why the villas here were the most expensive. When the security guards saw that it was Jiang Ro, they were a little surprised. However, the owner of the villa was Ojima. Hence, even though Jiang Ro was Ojima's younger sister, they still followed the rules. Jiang Ro was quickly sent out. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say that she was not his sister. But when she saw the disgust on his face, she knew that if she said it, he wouldn't do it. She might not be able to get Ojima's love, but only his ruthlessness. In fact, she was forced to do such a stupid thing because she was forced into a dead end. Ojima's ban meant that she had no income. She and her mother were used to living a good life and were used to being extravagant. He was not used to such a poor life at all. Moreover, she did not know how to write songs at all. She had no talent, and the songs she wrote were like trash. She also felt that Ojima might have a different opinion of her after being with her for so many years. Unexpectedly, he still lost the bet. He liked Wei Bai and didn't like her. Jiang Ro was thrown out, looking battered and exhausted. She saw others looking at her with disdain. She couldn't stand it and covered her face, then turned around and left. Ojima had goosebumps. He was disgusted. He immediately called the cleaning company and asked them to send someone over to clean the entire place. When the cleaning staff came over and finished cleaning, it was already past midnight. Ojima had the time to record those words. He entered them into the computer. He even deleted the words of Jiang Ro taking off her clothes and saying that she loved him. He couldn't let Wei Bai know. Otherwise, she would think that his family was full of perverts. He cut the process of Jiang Ro stealing Wei Bai's song. He also cut out the words of how to destroy the original manuscript. Then, he immediately opened Weibo. He thought about how to write a good Weibo post to prove Wei Bai's innocence. / Chapter 1212. When Ojima thought of Jiang Ro, he felt disgusted and nauseous. He immediately opened Wei Bai's Weibo. He wanted to look at her Weibo to cleanse his soul. Wei Bai rarely posted on Weibo. She didn't even take selfies. Before Ojima opened her Weibo, he suddenly saw that the comments under his Weibo were weird. "I was wrong. MOMO. I hope you're happy. Congratulations to our bootlickers for finally licking our goddess. Wei Bai is very good. MOMO, we will definitely not stop being fans." Ojima. When he went to attend the awards ceremony tonight, there were still a bunch of fans outside saying that they would no longer be fans. Ojima didn't know how many fans he had lost. He didn't go on Weibo at all during this period. The company's higher-ups had already given up on correcting him. They didn't dare to bother him at all. He looked at his fans. They didn't drop, but increased. Although the number of fans was large, and it didn't increase by much, he had already announced that he wouldn't be an angel anymore. He was going to fall in love. Why were there still so many fans who didn't stop being fans? Ojima looked at Weibo for a while and saw the trending topics. There shouldn't be any suspense about the trending topics. After all, he had won more than 10 awards tonight. 6 of them were heavyweight awards. He should still be the top trending topic. But he was the second trending topic. And the declaration that he would no longer be a fan was the 7th trending topic. The 3rd trending topic was the Angel Group's Weibo congratulating Ojima and Weiwei Bai on their relationship. Ojima stared at the top trending topic. It was Weiwei Bai's. The rest of my life is you. Accompany you, love you. Glory, splendor, wealth, and status are you. Plain T is you. Together, our hearts will never change. Ojima, I still have a long life. Please guide me. She released a new song and posted it on Weibo. The title of the song was The Rest of My Life Is You. There was a photo under the text. It was the hands of the two of them, their fingers interlaced and tightly clasped. Ojima had no idea when she had taken the photo. Looking at this posture, it seemed that he was holding her hand and blocking the cameras of some reporters for her. Weiwei Bai slapped it with one hand. The photo was a little blurry, but it didn't detract from their intimate posture. Ojima stared at her blankly. The warm feeling in his chest finally rushed to his eyes. Was he touched or happy? Even he couldn't explain it clearly. Ojima covered his eyes and put on his earphones. He began to listen to the song. Her voice was gentle and refreshing, and the song was simply a classic. It was better than any of her songs. But more importantly, the love in her singing simply overflowed from the song. This song may be covered by countless people in the future, but there will definitely be no one who can sing it with the feeling of Weiwei Bai. This is not a song. This is love. Ojima supported his eyes with his fingers, and tears welled up in his eyes. He suddenly retracted the evidence of Jiang Ro's theft and did not publish it. It was too warm tonight. It was not suitable for Jiang Ro's disgusting matter to spoil the mood. Ojima felt that he would publish it tomorrow, so he started to play the piano. His fingers played a series of beautiful notes. These weren't the cool and mysterious notes. It wasn't his usual style. It was a different kind of sweet and beautiful melody. Ojima had never felt so happy when composing a song. It was as if pink bubbles were floating in the air. The song was quickly formed and completed in one go. There wasn't a single flaw. // Chapter 12:13. This was the song that Ojima was most satisfied with. He didn't even have time to put down the album. Instead, he turned on his computer and started to record the song. He matched the sound of his piano. The song was completed in one take. He posted it on Weibo. My life with you, morning and night, drinking soy milk and fried dough sticks, talking about lyrics and music, raising a big face cat. Weiwei Bai, I don't dare to teach you. I just want to hold your hand. The song was called The Rest of My Life with You. If Weiwei Bai's Weibo account and classic love song made all the angels acknowledge her, then Ojinma's Weibo account and a love song that successfully became popular made the entire internet go crazy. They were evenly matched. The two songs were actually not inferior to each other in terms of popularity. In the weak music industry, Ojinma was like a precious treasure. Then came the genius Weiwei Bai. In an instant, countless passers-by, fans flooded in. They didn't care about the angels and dog-beating groups. They rushed in and had the absolute advantage. They were the Mabai couple, Wanged Out One. This is a super sweet genius couple worth being fans for a lifetime. Little ones, get up and eat candy. In an instant, all kinds of fans, pictures, and edited videos exploded. The two songs, My Life With You and My Life With You, went on the front page of all the major magazines overnight. The numbers killed any song in seconds. Ojima in Love, Weiwei Bai responded. It became the biggest event of the year in the entertainment industry, forming the biggest craze on the internet. Because of the presence of Bai Weiwei and Ojinma, the Good Songs program instantly became the most eye-catching program. When the director of Good Songs received the news in the middle of the night, he jumped out of bed happily. He knew that even if the program was terrible in the future, as long as Weiwei Bai and Ojima existed, the program would be guaranteed to have the highest viewership ratings of the year. Because who listened to songs? Everyone was looking for Candy. The director was so happy that he even filmed the interaction between Wei Wei Bai and Oh Jin-ma on the show. At that time, Wei Wei Bai had not accepted Oh Jin-ma's advances. So the two of them weren't that sweet. But who was the director? Even enemies could be edited into gay friends. Cut, cut, cut. He must cut out a sweet relationship. The director had become one of the core members of the Ma Bai couple. After Oh Jin-ma posted the song on Weibo, she was so excited that she didn't know what to do. There was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to see her. I really, really want to. Oh Jin-ma even picked up his phone, wanting to call her. Tell her that I miss her very much. It was the first time he liked someone so much that he couldn't stand being apart for even a second. So this was what love was like. He completely understood the feelings of those damn composers who only knew how to write love songs. If he was with Wei Wei Bai, he could come up with a love song in a day, and it didn't even have a credit card. Oh Jin-ma's fingers were already pressing her number in his phone, but he couldn't bear to send it. He was afraid that she was asleep, tired, and resting. If he called her rashly, he would disturb her sleep. Oh Jin-ma's fingers loosened, tightened, and loosened. In the end, he couldn't help but send a text message. I was afraid that you would be asleep, so I didn't dare to call. I just wanted to tell you that I miss you. Good night. He still did such a mushy thing. After Oh Jin-ma sent the text message, he lay on the bed. He still remembered their intertwined memories on this bed. Just the memory of her quietly closing her eyes and lying beside him made his whole body heat up. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1214. He pulled the pillow that she had been using into his arms. He pretended that it was Wei Wei Bai and then buried his face into the pillow. There was no smell of her anymore. Oh Jin-ma was still happily rubbing like a cat. After rubbing for a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did he feel that his face was covered in fur and the pillow was not soft anymore? Oh Jin-ma was shocked. He opened his eyes and found himself in a familiar cat bed. He was holding a piece of dried fish and rubbing his face. Oh Jin-ma was stunned for a moment. He stuffed the dried fish into the cat's mouth and tasted it. It was not bad. Then he carefully jumped out of the cat bed and saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the bed. The blanket on her body had fallen to the ground. He sighed. Why didn't she know how to take care of herself? He struggled to bite the blanket and pull it to climb onto the bed. It took him a lot of effort to cover her body with the blanket again. He sat on the bed and watched her sleep with her eyes closed. Her face, without makeup, was not as exquisite as before, but it was as beautiful as a lotus flower. It made people feel comfortable just looking at her. He gently reached out his paws and retracted them. He used his paws to stroke her hair. Her glossy hair slid under his cat paws. Oh Jin-ma carefully crawled under the blanket and then curled up into a ball beside her. It looked like she was hugging him. Her warm body made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have felt his arrival. In her sleep, her hand gently rested on his furry body. He leaned against her chest and let out a comfortable purr. Then Oh Jin-ma closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Happiness and security occupied his body at the same time. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 90. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and saw the cat beside her. His cat head was shamelessly rubbing against her chest. The corner of her mouth twitched. She really wanted to throw this shameless cat out of here. But seeing the favorability increase, she could only resist this impulse. The system suddenly said, the side mission has been halted. Wei Wei Bai was also vexed by this. Yes, the favorability is rising too quickly. I really don't have a clue about the side quest. After all, it was Su Yehua's little secret. It didn't sound difficult, but the secret was unknown. The person involved tried his best to hide it. But there were so many secrets in a human's life. What kind of secrets did the side quest require? There were no clues at all. The only clue was the side quest. But so far, the only small task was to drink Oh Jin-ma's water in front of Su Yehuan. She felt that this small mission was purely to make Su Yehuan jealous and Oh Jin-ma smug. Could it be that the little secret was that Su Ye loved her to death, and she was too slow to notice? Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She yawned. I don't care. I'll think about it tomorrow. I'm going to rest first. There was still more than half a year left. Her favorability mission was about to be completed, and only a side mission was left. Wei Wei Bai felt that this couldn't be better. She reached out and touched Jinma, then closed her eyes and went to sleep. The system opened its third eye to observe Su Yehua. As expected, it couldn't see her. Once the side quest was involved, it was no longer under its jurisdiction. It couldn't see Su Yehua's situation. The system looked at Wei Wei Bai sleeping soundly, and as it watched, it became sleepy too. When she woke up the next day, Jinma had already gone back. Wei Wei Bai finished feeding the cat and was about to go out to throw the trash. She saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this Su Yehua? Her side quest. When Su Yehua saw Wei Wei Bai, he couldn't help but smile gently. Wei Wei, I'm here to take a look at the cat. Wei Wei Bai immediately opened the door and let him take a look at the cat. Your medical skills are very good. The cat is fine now. Except for the serious injury to its leg, it was a little lame. Basically, the cat had already recovered. Su Yehua squatted down and carefully examined the cat. Then he nodded. It's fine now. I'm relieved. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Doctor, do you want some tea? I'll pour you a cup. Just as she turned around, her hand was suddenly grabbed. Wei Wei Bai turned around and saw Su Yehua nervously holding her hand. The gentle smile on his face was gone, and he looked a little uneasy. Wei Wei, I want to tell you that I like you. Just as he finished speaking, the half-open door was suddenly pushed open, and a cold, handsome face appeared. Who did you say you like? Jinma's voice was low and filled with a dangerous chill. To read the at https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the full article at https://m.sashu.com save but Chapter 1215. After he finished speaking, Jinmo realized what made him angry. Wei Wei Bai stood there in a daze. Her hand was actually being held by Su Yehuan. Jinmo's eyes darkened. If he hadn't come so early in the morning to pick her up, was his head about to turn green? Moreover, Wei Wei Bai didn't resist and just let him hold her hand. He was angry and aggrieved. He rushed forward and pushed Su Yehuan away, then snatched her hand away. Why are you letting him hold your hand? You're being taken advantage of. Jinma quickly used his sleeve to wipe her fair hand. He used so much force that the back of her hand turned red. Wei Wei Bai frowned and hissed, Jinma, it hurts a little. Jinma immediately stopped and lowered his head. I used too much force. It doesn't hurt anymore. Su Yehuan stood alone in front of them. The lonely dog looked at the pair of lovey-dovey lovers. Su Yedo had an awkward and sad expression on his face. He looked at their hands and then at Wei Wei Bai. Then he said softly, I'll go back first, but I still want you to think about it. After all, I think I'm very suitable for you. Without waiting for Wei Wei Bai to reply, Jinma stretched out his long legs and was already in front of Su Yehuan. He was slightly taller than Su Yehuan. His eyes were half closed and filled with darkness. You're courting death by coming here. How dare you covet my woman? You must be tired of living too comfortably. He wasn't boasting. If he really wanted to kill a doctor, he could still fight until Su Yehuan left the city like a stray dog. Su Yehuan pursed her lips and looked at him expressionlessly. Then he turned away and looked at Wei Wei Bai. Are you sure he's suitable for you? Bai Wei Wei was just about to reply to the show of affection. The side mission suddenly sounded. Ding! Please tell Su Yehuan that it's not suitable. You can make up the rest of the conversation. Was this mission mocking her? If she said that it was not suitable, Jinma shouldn't have exploded. She finally understood that Jinma had a very explosive personality. It was just that many people didn't know that he usually suppressed it. He even made up the rest of the conversation. How? I'll make it up for you. Wei Wei Bai sneered in her heart. Then she hesitated and glanced at Jinma. Jinma had already turned around. That look in his eyes was as sharp as a knife, glinting brightly. Bai Wei Wei endured his terrifying gaze and said hesitantly, He's not suitable for me. She didn't even continue to make up the conversation. Ojima's expression changed. He looked at her in disbelief, and then at Su Ye. Could it be that Wei Wei accepted this damn doctor's confession? She didn't want him. Adulterer. Lecher. He couldn't bear to scold Wei Wei Bai. Ojima immediately unleashed all his anger on Su Yehuan. He clenched his fingers into a fist and punched towards Su Yedan's damned white face. Su Yehuan didn't notice and was hit so hard that she staggered a few steps back and fell to the ground. Her nose started to bleed. He looked at Ojima in a daze. He didn't seem to be able to react. Wei Wei Bai felt that Ojima's actions were off the charts. She didn't even finish her sentence. He had already started to use violence against Su Yehuan. She quickly went forward, but she didn't even take a few steps. Ojima had already turned around. His expression was cold and tense. His eyes were dark and scary. There was a sharp hostility. Save button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 12:16. His ferocious aura was similar to that of a murder scene. Wait till I'm done with this bastard mistress. Then I'll settle the score with you. She already said that she was not suitable for him. They were definitely going to break up. No way. Then, Ojima squatted down and grabbed Su Yehuan's collar with a strength that almost strangled him to death. Su Yehuan suffocated and saw his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Yehuan, I'll say it one more time. If you dare to have anything to do with Wei Wei again, I'll kill you. His voice was low and cold, sending chills down one's spine. Su Yehuan's face was full of blood. He breathed heavily and looked at Ojima gloomily. The atmosphere was tense, and there was a chill in the air that could explode at any moment. Suddenly, a slender hand held a handkerchief and gently pressed on Su Yehuan's nose to stop the blood from flowing out. Su Yehuan trembled and looked up in disbelief. However, he saw a slightly worried face appear beside him. When she was close to him, there was a faint fragrance coming from her body. It smelled good. She did not have any makeup on, but her skin was fair and flawless. It was natural and elegant. Su Yehuan looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze for a while. However, he realized that Wei Wei Bai was pressing on his nose with one hand. Her other hand was gently pressing on Ojinma's mouth. Ojinma's eyes were still filled with hostility. However, his mouth was pressed down by Wei Wei Bai. He licked her soft and boneless fingers the moment he opened his mouth. His breathing became heavier. The threatening words were stuck in her fingers, and she could not say them. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Can't you listen to me? Really, you've never had a good temper. Her words were filled with disdain, but they were also intimate. After that, Wei Wei Bai did not care about Ojima anymore. Instead, he squatted beside Su Yehuan and said in a calm voice, Doctor, Ojima and I are indeed not compatible. However, there are more than 7 billion people in this world. Is there anyone whose character is compatible with another person? Her voice was so calm and even cold, but it was surprisingly gentle. Being suitable isn't a necessary condition to love someone. It's just that when I see that person, I feel that there's someone as brilliant as a rainbow in this world. No one can replace him. Her expression was indifferent, but her eyes were filled with love. I met that person who is as beautiful as a rainbow to me. It's my fortune to be with him. Su Yehuan's eyes were filled with astonishment at first, but slowly. However, he couldn't move his eyes away and could only look at Wei Wei Bai. She loosened her grip, and the handkerchief fell into Su Yedan's hand. The nosebleed had stopped. Wei Wei Bai smiled. So, I hope you can meet that person in the future, but it won't be me. Su Yehuan was silent for a while, looking at her with a complicated expression. Wei Wei Bai felt a little strange. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. Dr. Su's eyes seemed to be a little enthusiastic. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and hugged her. A gloomy face appeared over her shoulder. Okay, are you guys done chatting? If you're done, can you get lost quickly? Ojima hugged her tightly, full of possessiveness. Su Yehuan glanced at Ojima, then slowly got up and wiped his nose with the handkerchief. He lowered his eyes, thinking about something. Then, he said gently, I'm leaving first. Wei Wei, you're really what? Wei Wei Bai's ears were about to stand up. The side mission was revealed by Su Yehuan herself. Although there were still a few months to a year, her affinity with him was already so high. /save button. Chapter 12:17. If you are not careful, you will fail the side mission. Once you complete the main mission, you have to complete the side mission too. It was the same in so many different worlds. But Su Yedwan didn't say anything. Instead, he pushed open the door and left. Bai Weiwei anxiously watched him leave. She hated people who left their words hanging. This was no different from the people in TV dramas who said that the murderer was and then died. It was just disgusting. Weiwei Bai's face was suddenly turned around by Ojima. His face was gloomy. What are you looking at? I can't bear to. Weiwei Bai immediately blinked. Her face was distorted by him. Ojima was still angry. He lowered his head and kissed her. After kissing her, she still felt stuffy. He kissed her again. Weiwei Bai couldn't stand him being so clingy. She pushed him away with her hands. Ojima was angry. He hugged her and sat on the floor, refusing to let go. Weiwei Bai rested her head on his chest. She felt that his arms were shockingly strong. His heart was beating very fast. She didn't know if it was because he was angry or excited. Jinma, I don't have any other intentions towards Su Yedwan. I just want to thank him for saving my cat. Ojima snorted. You should give him money instead of owing him a favor. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Weiwei Bai reached out and slid her fingertips across his neck and Adam's apple. Ojima narrowed his eyes. He looked like a lazy big cat, but there was a tinge of aggression in his eyes. Weiwei Bai's voice became soft and sweet. I'm just like this to you. Ojima felt that he was being teased to death. He immediately put his hands under her knees and lifted her up. Then he turned around and pressed her onto the bed. Weiwei Bai, this was too easy to tease. What did he want to do in broad daylight? Ojima's amber eyes were burning with passion. He held her face in his hands and lowered his head, his lips almost touching hers. Am I your rainbow? Weiwei Bai's eyes widened in shock. Then she nodded. Who else could it be but you? Hearing this, Ojima was silent for a while. Then he kissed her on the lips. His breath blew on her face, and his voice was low and hoarse. Yes, you're also my rainbow. Ding, favorability is at 92. Her favorability towards him increased again. The system coughed lightly. Do you want to buy stickers? Weiwei Bai hesitated, but Ojima's hand had already touched her thing. He rested his head on her neck. His muscles were trembling and his voice was hoarse. Weiwei, are you okay? Weiwei Bai rejected him seriously to save the stickers. No. Ojima was silent for a moment before he nodded. Then he took out his belt and tied one of her hands to the railing of the bed. Then he raised his head. His amber eyes were stained with a scorching dark color. His thin lips curved into a seductive smile. I think it's okay. He said no and tied her wrists, afraid that she would run away. It was as if he could tie her up like this. Weiwei Bai felt that she couldn't save the stickers. Should she buy one? Tongzi? Weiwei Bai cried out in pain. The system, it was blocked. Recently, it had increased its efforts to eliminate pornography. Basically, the system would be blocked as soon as it took off half of its clothes. The host should be fine, right? The blocked system thought as it chewed on its instant noodles. Weiwei Bai thought that Weiwei Bai Ojinma would be more restrained and would be able to wrap things up after one round. The save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 12:18. But she was wrong. There was more time in the day, and the sky was bright, so she could see clearly. He was as excited as a wolf, she thought. Fortunately, she didn't buy any stickers. She would have to buy them until she went bankrupt. That wouldn't be enough for Ojima. Weiwei Bai slept for a long time when she heard the sound of a cat. She thought that Ojima had turned into a cat again. She opened her eyes tiredly, but saw a shirtless man feeding the cat with his back facing her. His beautiful back muscles had a delicate glow under the light. When he lowered his head, his black hair fell over his forehead. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Ojinma seemed to have sensed movement behind him. He turned around and saw Weiwei Bai looking at him from the side. The blanket fell to her shoulders. Her delicate collarbone was full of his kiss marks. Ojinma's eyes darkened. He got up and walked to the bedside. He reached out and supported Weiwei Bai's face. Then, He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. After kissing Wei Wei Bai until she was dizzy, he said with a gentle expression, "Get up and eat." He ordered a 5-star dinner in a big hotel. He spent the whole day in bed. During that time, he wanted to let go of her, but when he carried her to the bathroom to wash up, she couldn't help but continue to pester him. For an old virgin, once he found the person he wanted, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. It was like he was crazy. He just wanted to be by her side every day. This was an emotion that Jinma had never felt before. He used to think that it was too troublesome to be too close to others. Furthermore, she was in the creative industry, so she often needed a quiet environment. So after a long time, he became more and more annoyed with people getting close to him. As for Jiang Ro, although he treated her like a real brother, that was only in terms of material things. He had never treated her badly. He was stingy and didn't give her anything else. He didn't even want to give her his own songs. Because her singing was not very good, it took him a lot of effort to write the song. He did not want to waste it on someone like Jiang Ro, who had no talent. Jinma suddenly realized that he was actually cold to everyone. If Wei Wei Bai wanted to sing, he could sing his most classic songs for her. Everyone knew what a good song meant. Some singers could sing for the rest of their lives with just one popular song. Some even gained status in the entertainment industry because of one popular song. But she didn't need his songs. Her talent was no less than his. Wei Wei Bai was afraid that Jinma would be aroused again, so she immediately got up to get dressed and eat. At noon, Jinma actually fed her some porridge. She thought that it was over, but it turned out that this bastard had never seen a woman in his 8 lifetimes. Thinking about it, it was all a bloody history. After dinner, Jinma naturally cleaned up the table and threw away the trash. Wei Wei Bai's rental apartment was still a little small. When Jinma squeezed in, it was much more crowded. It was also much livelier. The cat squatted in the cat bed and ate obediently. It wasn't that Jinma's big-faced cat was especially obedient. Maybe it was because it was homeless, but it was very grateful that it had a new home. And although Jinma didn't like this big-faced cat, he thought that this guy was his matchmaker, so he reluctantly tolerated its existence. But this cat still looked ugly. After dinner, Jinma held her hand. "Are you tired?" Wei Wei Bai's body was still sore. She was about to nod, but when she saw Jinma's expectant gaze, she didn't dare to say anything. Jinma couldn't hold it in. "I'll give you a massage." Wei Wei Bai, a massage was fine, but why was his gaze so lascivious? Chapter 12:19. Wei Wei Bai thought about it, and her gaze turned unfriendly. "Massage my ass." Massage requires physical contact. Once there is physical contact, this guy will be aroused. Moreover, it is nighttime. Can he sleep after a massage? After a day of torment, Wei Wei Bai was also afraid. She immediately said, "I ate too much. I want to go for a walk." Jinma's outstretched hand froze for a moment before retracting it bitterly. Then, he quickly pulled out a mask. He put on for Wei Wei Bai. The mask was black. It was his mask, but it was too big. It would slide off if it was hung. Wei Wei Bai returned the mask to Jinma. Then, she searched her clothes and found a dark gray mask. The weather was cold and the air was not good. Everyone would store a mask. The 2 public figures consciously put on their masks at the same time. Then, Jinma put on a cap for Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai might not know it herself, but Jinma knew that she was completely popular. And because she was newly popular, a large number of new fans were still at the most active time. Therefore, if she went out at this time, she would be recognized in minutes. Jinma himself was wearing a hooded sweater. Once the hood was put on, he put on a mask, revealing his light-colored eyes and perfect facial features. The rest of his features were basically gone. This was also Jinma's first time taking his girlfriend for a walk. He was actually a little nervous, because paparazzi and fans often surrounded them. Therefore, Jinma did not like to go out often. The 2 of them walked out hand in hand. Their clothing styles were similar, and just their backs were pleasing to the eye. Wei Wei Bai and Tong Zi were still looking for a place to go for a date. After all, it was best to go for a walk. Both of them were tired. Jinma, this animal, was exhausted. It was not easy for Tong Zi to find out that the nearby commercial street was a good place for a stroll. There were many couples, and it was very lively. and when she was tired, she could go on a date at a cold drink shop. Wei Wei Bai immediately nodded. In this kind of place, it would be dawn if they spent any time casually. If she hadn't missed Jinma's bedtime, she would have already pressed him into the cat's body. How was he going to deal with animals? Jinma did not have much experience in going out, so he was dragged by Wei Wei Bai to the shopping district. The commercial street was bustling with people. There were neon lights everywhere, and there were also brightly lit shops. The streets were especially lively. However, no one paid special attention to the two of them. Although there were many times when people would turn around to look at them, it was also because this couple was extremely good-looking. Yes, even if the two of them were wearing masks. Her facial features, eyes, and porcelain-like skin were exposed. They all gave people a very beautiful impression. Not to mention, Jinma's model-like figure and Wei Wei Bai's slender figure, but exceptionally well-proportioned back. When the two of them stood together, the onlookers found them pleasing to the eye, and the cameraman, Xiao Wang, who was taking photos of the commercial street, was wiping his lens. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Jinma and Wei Wei Bai. He thought that they looked good, so he raised his camera and took a photo of the two of them from behind. The two of them held hands and stood under the bright lights. The man's face was just turned, his light-colored eyes filled with a gentle smile. He lowered his head and looked at her, as if she was the only one in this world. When Xiao Wang was taking photos, he always focused on the street scenes, and the crowd was just the background for him to take photos of the street scenes. Crossover system, Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1220. But this time he was stunned by the photos he took. He couldn't help but pick up his camera and follow them. He suddenly wanted to take photos of this couple. He had never seen a couple so sweet that he could feel the atmosphere just by looking at their backs. It was Jinma's first time shopping with someone. There were crowds everywhere, so he was actually a little nervous. But feeling the warmth of her fingers, he felt happy. His eyes lit up when he saw the other couples holding drinks in their hands. Jinma was like a silly deer that had just entered the city. He immediately led Wei Wei Bai to buy something. When he saw the ice cream cone, he thought of licking it with the tip of her tongue when she ate it. The man immediately blushed and pointed at a large strawberry ice cream cone. I want this. Wei Wei Bai felt that there was something wrong with this guy's gaze when he held the ice cream cone. He couldn't possibly have a head full of dirty thoughts even when going out on a date. Jinma passed the ice cream cone to Wei Wei Bai. They stood on a flight of stairs with fewer people. At the top of the stairs was a fountain statue. Wei Wei Bai frowned. You eat it. I'm not hungry. Jinma eagerly passed it to her. Eat some. Everyone does this. All other couples did this. Thinking of this, he felt good all over, because they were also a pair of lovers. Jinma was used to the entertainment industry. In fact, his mind was already engraved with the idea of being different. After all, if the entertainment industry didn't have anything special, people would quickly forget about it. But when he was with Wei Wei Bai, he couldn't wait to be like other couples. So what if he was different? It had to be sweet and popular to be happy. Jinma's eyes revealed his desire for happiness. He held the ice cream cone in his hand and passed it to Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai looked at him helplessly. Then she reached out to take off her mask and lowered her head to eat the ice cream. The ice cream melted quickly. She couldn't help but take a few more bites. As for licking with the tip of her tongue, it didn't exist. She had good teeth and had no problem chewing ice cubes. Furthermore, the tragedy of having his teeth frozen and having no choice but to lick them didn't exist. Jinma stared blankly and saw that half of the ice cream was gone. The way she ate was so cute. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yes, they were all adorable. Cough, cough. Jinma frowned when she saw that she had finished the ice cream on the top of the cone. He immediately said, I'll eat the rest. If she didn't like ice cream, he wouldn't force her to eat too much. In fact, Wei Wei Bai had no discrimination against ice cream at all. It was just that she had eaten too much for dinner and was too full. Therefore, he wasn't interested in ice cream. Wei Wei Bai nodded. She raised her head, and there was some ice cream on the corner of her lips. Jinma stared blankly for a few seconds. Suddenly, he pulled down his mask, lowered his head, and licked it. She didn't react in time and was licked by him. Jinma felt very sweet. It was so sweet that it seeped into his bones. He smiled, and in the lamplight, his eyes were full of contentment and pleasure. Wei Wei Bai blushed a little. Then, she couldn't help but smile. Xiao Wang only wanted to take a picture of the street. He saw that this couple looked good and took a picture, but he looked at the camera and then at the couple. He felt that they looked very familiar. Although they didn't chase after celebrities, who wouldn't recognize Jin Ma's face? When he was popular, he was on the streets, on TV, on the news, and on the internet. Unless it was a caveman, everyone would recognize him. Chapter 12:21. Thus, Little Wang immediately recognized Jin Ma after a few seconds. He got excited and glanced at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai had just become popular recently. She became popular because of her good songs. Later on, her entanglement with Jin Ma made her even more popular. Little Wang's hands were trembling. His wife was a fan of this couple. He immediately searched for a pen and paper. What should he do without paper? Toilet paper? No way. If his wife saw Jin Ma and Wei Wei Bai's signatures on the toilet paper, she would beat him to death. Wang Daowan's fans couldn't wait to worship this couple. He glanced at his white shirt that was worth more than 1,000 yuan and immediately took it off. Then, he rushed forward with a pen. If he got the signature, he wouldn't have to buy a Chanel bag for his wife's birthday next week. He could save tens of thousands of yuan. Little Wang rushed in front of Jin Ma and held the white shirt with both hands. "Idol, do me a favor and give me an autograph." Jin Ma wasn't prepared and instinctively pulled Wei Wei Bai behind him. He looked at Little Wang warily. His handsome face made Little Wang speechless for a moment. Comparing a celebrity with a normal person was like killing someone. Not only that, they even pulled him up and whipped his corpse. Little Wang really wanted to put on a mask and ask for an autograph. The photo was also stunning, but when he looked closely, he realized the difference. Jin Ma pulled up his mask and Wei Wei Bai's mask. "You've got the wrong person." He knew that if he was recognized, he had to deny it immediately and leave the scene immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they were surrounded. The police didn't care about celebrities. Whoever made the public panic would have to go to the police station. Little Wang looked at his Chanel bag. No, his autograph was going to fly away. He almost knelt down. "Mo, I'm your fan. I support your relationship with Sister Wei with both hands and feet. I even helped you scold those anti-fans and made love videos for you. I even said love slogans." It was all because of his wife. If he didn't do it, he would have to kneel on the keyboard. His wife only chased after celebrities by shouting slogans. He did the rest of the work. It was not easy for him to become a hardcore fan. Jin Ma froze at the mention of Mo, although his online fans liked to call him by this nickname. But grown man called him that. He shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. However, he heard the fans say that they supported the two of them. Jin Ma's expression softened. Xiao Wang saw that there was hope, so he immediately held up the shirt and said, "Give me your autographs. I'll cut the candy video for you when I get back tonight." Jin Ma thought that there would be a few more sweet videos of him and Wei Wei Bai. He immediately took the pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. In passing, he also helped Wei Wei sign her name. Xiao Wang was speechless. "Damn, you're signing two people's names? Did you ask your girlfriend?" After Jin Ma signed his name, he said meaningfully, "Remember to cut a few good-looking videos. I have high hopes for you." With that said, he held Wei Wei Bai's hand and turned to walk up the stairs. There was a fountain at the top, and they could make wishes. Jin Ma used to think that it was silly, but now that he was with Wei Wei Bai, he felt sweet. The smell of first love filled the air. The air was filled with the smell of strawberries. He smiled as he pulled down half of his mask and ate the rest of the ice cream. As he ate, he smiled at Wei Wei Bai. This smile made Wei Wei Bai feel that something was wrong. Xiao Wang held the shirt and immediately went down the stairs. He couldn't wait to run home and hide. // Chapter 12:22. He wanted to give his wife a big surprise next week. This signature was much better than any bag or accessory. He could save some money on his living expenses. But he ran too fast and knocked into a few girls who were shopping with him. The shirt flew out and a girl immediately caught it. Sorry, he stopped halfway through his apology. The girl saw the signature on the shirt. They were silent for a moment and then looked up the stairs. They saw Jinma's handsome face and the back view of him holding a girl's hand. Jinma, Wei Bai. Xiao Wang realized that they were looking at him like wolves and were afraid that they would steal his shirt. He immediately betrayed Jinma. That's Jinma upstairs. If you want an autograph, hurry up. Wei Bai is here too. He immediately reached out and snatched the shirt from them. They were obviously fans. Who knew if they would steal his shirt or the signature on it? Just as he snatched it, the girls screamed and pushed him away. Mo. Sister Wei, my sister Wei. Wang Daowan reporting. I'm Wang Daowan. The three of them, each shouting a different slogan, dashed straight up. Jinma had just finished the last bit of his ice cream cone when he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. He immediately turned around and saw the girls shouting and running up the stairs. And because of their shouting, the rest of the people heard it too. The shopping street was different from other places. There were a lot of young people, and the more young people there were, the more fans there were. Like a rolling snowball, a group of people suddenly rushed up the stairs. Mo, Sister Wei, all sorts of names. Jinma cursed in his heart. He pulled Wei Bai, who was still in a daze, and rushed up the stairs. His Wei had just become popular and didn't know how scary fans were. He wanted to protect her. Jinma had never felt so noble before. Jinma, I've liked you for 18 years. I've liked you since I was born. Jinma was speechless. It hasn't even been 10 years since he started his career. Are you done talking nonsense for 18 years? Mo, can you not fall in love? You're making me cry so much that my eyes are about to fall out. Jinma, get lost. If you're not a fan of Wang Daowan, I'm going to expel you. Sister Wei, I love you. The songs you sing are so good. Jinma is nothing. You are my faith. The Mabai couple can't be torn apart. If they do, they'll be struck by lightning. Jinma. He finally heard Wang Daowan's voice. He was very pleased. More and more people gathered, surrounding them from top to bottom. Rushing up the stairs was the fountain square. Someone who did not know what was going on saw many people chasing after Jinma and Wei Bai. He was wondering what had happened. They also ran, thinking that they were catching a thief. Jinma's legs were too long. One of his steps was like 3 of hers. Wei Bai's stamina was actually good, but she could not withstand Jinma's one step. Suddenly, she sprained her ankle and fell forward. Jinma immediately turned around and picked her up by the waist. He brought her into his broad arms. Wei Bai's face rubbed against his chest, and she could hear his strong heartbeat. Jinma let go of her, turned around, and squatted down. He immediately pulled her onto his back. Jinma, let go of me. You'll be slower if you run like this. Wei Bai was lying on his back. She could feel the strong, bulging muscles on his back from running at such a high speed. Jinma chuckled. I'm happy. This way, the whole world will know that you're mine. Say button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1223. He carried the girl on his back and ran forward with a smile on his face. Many of the fans following behind took out their phones to take pictures. It was so sweet. It was a scene of public display of affection. They raised their phones and ran after them. Jinma didn't seem to know fatigue. His breathing was heavy, but his footsteps were not slow. Did they think that he ran every day and trained his body for nothing? All these years of training were for the concert. No, it was for carrying Wei Bai on his back today and running with love. Jinma had never felt that he could be so pretentious. He was experienced in avoiding fans, so he quickly rushed into the alley. In a winding and dark alley, he completely shook off the fans. Then he put Wei down and leaned against the wall, his breathing heavy and disorderly. He tilted his head and looked out of the alley. There was a hint of a smile in his beautiful eyes. It was the first time he was so happy to be surrounded by fans. Maybe it was because he was surrounded with Wei Bai. These were the beautiful experiences he had with her. He shook off the fans. The alley was complicated and many people got lost. No one went deep into this kind of place. Jinma crossed his arms and looked a little proud. He leaned against the wall, his shoes touching the wall casually. Sweat dripped from his messy hair. He stretched out his slender and fair fingers and slowly combed his scattered black hair, revealing his sweaty forehead. Then he turned around and was about to show off to Wei Wei by his ability to shake off fans. But he saw a pair of clear eyes. Wei Wei Bai was already in front of him. She was holding a disposable tissue in her hand. Look down. Oh, Jinma looked down blankly. She reached out and gently but earnestly wiped his sweat. Oh, Jinma obediently straightened his neck and maintained the posture of letting her wipe his sweat. Wei Wei Bai was done wiping his sweat and threw the tissue into the bin. Oh, Jinma blinked and suddenly said, Wei Wei, did I scare you just now? Wei Wei Bai raised her eyes to look at him. There was no fluctuation in her eyes. Her voice was soft and calm. No. Oh, Jinma was a little surprised. He knew that this was the first time that Wei Wei Bai had been surrounded by fans. He lowered his head and placed his hand gently on her thin shoulder. Wei Wei, this is my first time dating. Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly, but there was some gentleness in her eyes. Me too. This is my first date with a girl. Me too. This is the first time I like someone so much. He liked it so much that he couldn't stand it. His voice was low and hesitant, as if he was a little shy, but there was more sincerity in it. Wei Wei Bai watched him lower his head. In the dark night, his amber eyes clearly reflected her figure. His handsome face appeared exceptionally pure because of his gentleness. An angelic appearance, if he didn't show any hostility, would always soften people's hearts. As if she was bewitched, she reached out her hands and touched his cheeks. Oh, Jinma, me too. Her voice blended into the night. This was the best voice that Oh Jinma had ever heard. She had already stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Ding! The male lead's affection has increased to 93. Wei Wei Bai paused as she remembered that her side mission hadn't been completed yet. But Oh Jinma had already wrapped his arms around her waist. His hot breath surrounded her as he deepened the kiss. The system's back was facing them alone. Transmigration system. Male God, come here, Transmigration system. Male God, come here, Transmigration system. Male God, come here and read at https://www. Sashu. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 12:24. Then, when it had nothing to do, it would go online and edit sweet CP videos. Yes, it was also a core fan of CP and was even the group leader. It couldn't eat all the dog food. It had to take revenge. Let's eat together. On the internet, a hungry wolf was howling. Why are you sleeping? Wake up and roar at the moon. A super classic photo was circulating everywhere. A member of the CP called Little Bastard Next Door posted a photo that he had taken in the square. It was accompanied by the caption, "The sweetest couple of the year. Even their hair is sweet with strawberries." The angle of the photo was especially good. It was taken with the back of the square illuminated by the dazzling lights. A corner of the fountain on the stairs could be seen. The man was wearing a gray hoodie. His slender figure was perfect. His mask was casually pulled over his exquisite chin. His beautiful amber eyes reflected a little bit of light. His beautiful side profile was stunning. His thin lips were slightly curved, and his smile was unusually gentle. His fair and slender fingers were holding a strawberry-colored ice cream cone. A beautiful girl lowered her head. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Some strands of hair fell down and landed on her white cheeks. She bit on the ice cream cone. Her cheeks were slightly puffed up like a little hamster's. She was so cute that it was unbearable. Wei Wei Bai's appearance was extremely delicate. It was the kind of appearance that was suitable for both young and old. When she was quiet, she was very obedient. When she stood next to Oh Jinma, they were like a young high school couple. These two people's appearance just happened to be the kind that couldn't be tarnished. Therefore, Oh Jinma's female fans were slowly won over by Wang Daowan. From MOMO, if you're in a relationship, I'll cry my eyes out for you. Whatever CP, I'll cry my eyes out for you. To Aya Mom, you're so cute. How can you be so cute? These two cuties are so sweet standing together. The principle of fragrance became the tag of Oh Jinma's fans this year. Wei Wei Bai's fans also changed from "you're all bootlickers" to "sisters. Are there any more candies today?" The expressions of the fans on both sides changed instantly. If there's candy, let's eat it together. Who has edited a Dojin video or written a Dojin cookie. Hurry up and share it. Wei Wei Bai had not released a single album. With the help of these classic songs and Ojinma, the number of fans successfully soared by over 10 million. On the other hand, Ojinma did not lose any fans. Instead, he attracted even more fans. These fans were just passers-by. Although they liked Ojinma's songs, they weren't loyal fans. But because he was in a relationship, she became one of his loyal fans. The higher-ups of Sanxing were practically kneeling as they watched how this couple dominated the entire traffic on the internet. Didn't they say that their public relationship would collapse at any moment? What happened to losing fans? Ojinma had created another terrifying miracle. As for Wei Wei Bai, she was someone that Sanxing couldn't wait to worship. Because no matter which woman he was in a relationship with, there would never be such a national phenomenon. Only Wei Wei Bai could. All the employees of Sanxing had collectively become members of the Wangdao team. They began to edit videos, write doujis, and draw doujis. After all, if this couple continued to be together, Sanxing stock would definitely climb up. While the entire internet was celebrating, a pair of venomous eyes stared fixedly at the strawberry-flavored picture on the internet. Jiang Ro's eyes were extremely vicious. She glanced at her account. There was more money in it than before. Chapter 1225. Because she had sold her jewelry, branded bags, and clothes. That was why she had earned some money recently. Jiang La's face was cold, and she was no longer in the mood to take care of her nails. She pointed and said, "Why are you so useless? You can't even take care of Ojinma and let other women take advantage of you." In the past, when Ojinma was good to them, although Jiang La had thought of treating Ojinma as her son-in-law, but this was related to her cheating. So this matter was put on hold. But now it was different. Ojinma obviously had no kinship. The only way to make Ojinma turn back was for Jiang Ro to be bold enough to chase Ojinma back. Younger sisters were useless, but women were always useful. After all, Jiang Ro was only a little less talented in singing and songwriting. But she was able to stay in the entertainment industry for so long and achieve good results. Her face still played an important role. Jiang La felt that as long as her daughter was willing to take it off, she didn't believe that little brat Ojinma wouldn't be moved. After all, men were all the same. Jiang Ro didn't respond. She took a deep breath and said, "Mom, only by completely ruining Wei Wei Bai's reputation and making it impossible for her to be with Ojinma will I have a chance." She didn't know how to say that she had already taken it off, but she was thrown out by Ojinma's security guards. That was a humiliation. Just thinking about it made her heart bleed. Jiang La said, "Oh, I'm sleepy. You do it yourself. Tell me when you've gotten rid of Wei Wei Bai." She yawned lazily and went to sleep without any sense of crisis. After Jiang La left, Jiang Ro reached out and picked up the cup beside her and smashed it on the ground. Both of them were trash. None of them could help her and would only drag her down. Jiang Ro looked at the photo on the internet. It was Wei Wei Bai's cute and beautiful face. Wasn't she just a little pure-looking? Why did he suddenly approve of her? The fans were a bunch of opportunists who changed the rudder according to the wind. They didn't have any opinions of their own. They should have boycotted Wei Wei Bai. Jiang Ro turned on her communicator and began to contact the leader of the anti-fans. Slander her and ruin Wei Wei Bai's reputation. Didn't she blackmail me for plagiarizing her songs? Regardless of whether everyone believes it or not, she has no evidence to prove that the song is hers. Jiang Ro laughed sinisterly. All the manuscripts were burned by her. Wei Wei Bai couldn't produce any evidence that she was the one who wrote the song Qing Lian. Jiang Ro commanded the Navy. "You must insist that this is Wei Wei Bai's unscrupulous means to create hype. She's clinging on to my popularity and refusing to let go." Soon, a large number of negative comments from the Internet Water Army appeared on the Internet. Are you all blind? How can a Black Lotus who successfully created hype be with MOMO? That's right. We still remember that 2 months ago, Wei Wei Bai framed Jiang Ro for plagiarism. Wei Wei Bai is trash, pretending to be pure. Shameless. I found evidence of Wei Wei Bai's plastic surgery. Compare the photos from a year ago with the photos now. Then there were a bunch of ugly photoshopped photos. There was also a better-looking photo. They tried to brainwash the fans. Wei Wei Bai was a plastic surgery freak. The anti-fans didn't hesitate to fabricate lies for the sake of money. They simply described Wei Wei Bai as a scheming B*TCH, a white lotus, disgusting and creating hype for the sake of fame. Then, the anti-fans unified their statements. Wei Wei Bai is not good enough for the little angel. Mo has been deceived by her. Everyone boycott her. Chapter 1226. The internet trolls were very powerful. This was what they did for a living. They knew how to post, attract attention, and brainwash people. If someone retorted, they would be even happier. Because of the popularity, the post would earn more money. Ojima did not go online. He was still writing songs with Wei Wei Bai. The third round of good songs was about to begin. After the third round, it would be the finals of the top 8. The results of the third round would determine the position of the next round. So when Ojima saw Wei Wei Bai's lazy look, he immediately pulled her to start revising the score. She was talented and her songs were classic. That was why she could get through so easily. But other than her good songs and good looks, her stage effects were so bad that it made Ojima frown. Of course, his wife disliked it. He would beat up anyone who disliked it. Forget about the guitar. Don't think that you can complete the entire show with just a guitar. The audience needs something exciting. You can't be the same. Actually, the songs were good. Wei Wei Bai's talent in writing songs could really make her the champion. But Ojima had high expectations. He started to correct her posture on stage. When you sing, sometimes you have to look at the camera and pretend that the camera is me. Smile sweetly, and the votes will definitely increase. Half of the results of the third round came from the audience's votes. This was specially done for good songs to gain popularity. Ojima's stage effects were of the best in the world. He taught her step by step how to sing on stage, how to walk, how to look up, how to interact with people. Wei Wei Bai's attitude was more relaxed. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Ojima with a gentle gaze. She nodded no matter what he said. Ojima saw her like this and was afraid that she did not know how to do it. He pulled her up and said, "Come, you can occasionally have more body movements. Lean on me. I'll hold you and teach you a few simple movements." Ojima's expression turned serious. His eyes, which usually carried a layer of indifference and gentleness, turned dark. He held her hand and placed it on his chest. During the break between songs, your wrist should be about this far away from me. This is the best pose. Wei Wei Bai frowned, as if she was thinking about the distance. But in the next second, this man had already led her around half a circle. Her footsteps followed his movements at random. Ojima lowered her head, her eyelashes almost touching her forehead. His voice was hoarse and deep, like a cello, with a natural bewitching feeling. This is the most natural action of transitioning the note. It has to be very calm and relaxed to achieve this effect. Then, without waiting for Wei Wei to react, he grabbed her waist with one hand and suddenly bent over. Wei Wei Bai was pressed down by him. Her body leaned back, and her long hair fell down. Although her flexibility was not bad, she was not a dancer, so this posture was a bit strenuous. Look, you don't have a foundation in dancing. You can't even do such simple movements. Ojima pretended to frown in disdain, but suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. "But it's okay, I'll carry you." Wei Wei Bai blushed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ojima, are you taking advantage of me or teaching me?" Ojima's skin was so thick that it was impossible to see through his thick skin. "I'm seriously teaching you how to take advantage of me." Then he lowered his head and kissed her again. In this position, she could not struggle at all and could only be held in his arms. He had a good foundation in dancing, and when he did many of the movements, he could control Wei Wei Bai so that she had no room to escape. To read the ad https://www.sashu.com/to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m/. Sashu. Calm. Chapter 12:27. Ojima looked at her exposed neck and couldn't help but kiss her. Wei Wei Bai was very sensitive to this part of the body. She only felt that Ojima's kiss was a little cold, and it made her tremble. He chuckled softly, and his breath brushed against her neck. It made it even harder for her to suppress her trembling. Ojima, let go of me. Ojima didn't make things difficult for her. After all, it was very difficult for someone who didn't have dance skills to keep leaning back. He pulled her up and put her on the bed. Come home with me. It's not safe to keep staying here. The bed was too small, so Wei Wei Bai sat on it. He half squatted by the bed and rested his head on her lap, as if he was still a cat. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while and felt that she had to solve Su Yehuan's side mission. If she stayed at Ojinma's house, then the chances of seeing Su Yehuan would be even lower. She didn't have a clue about other people's little secrets. So Wei Wei Bai resisted looking at Ojinma's longing eyes. She placed a hand on his hair and rubbed it, saying, I'll think about it after the singing competition. Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of awkwardness in it. The longing in Ojinma's eyes was replaced by disappointment. A thin layer of mist appeared in his eyes, and he actually looked very pitiful and innocent. It was all an act. Although Wei Wei Bai knew that it was all an act, she still felt guilty when she saw his gaze. Why did she feel like she was bullying a pitiful and helpless animal? Indeed, he was a talent to be able to maintain his Angela persona for so many years. This gaze was simply a weapon to arouse a woman's maternal instincts. Wei Wei Bai felt that their relationship couldn't be so easily accepted. Besides the fact that she was too perfect, it was also because Ojima had a lot of mommy fans. Mother fans were different from girlfriend fans. They doted on Ojima more. Therefore, when he got a girlfriend, they would give him their blessings. They could not wait for him to get married and have someone to take care of him. She discussed her thoughts with the system. The system was silent for 3 seconds. If you can get rid of the "you're too perfect" part, that's a good point of view. Narcissism was narcissism. Why you keep talking about it every day? If you have the guts, then keep a low profile and be narcissistic. In this day and age, it was no longer popular to have a main character who was full of narcissism and had a perfect Mary Sue temperament. If the host continues to be like this, there will be no more universal love. The two people were bored for a while, and Ojima saw by Wei Wei yawn. Only then did he get up and let her sleep. Then, he tucked her in and gave her a good-night kiss. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning to take you to the competition. Have a good rest. He also wanted to spend the night on the floor. He wanted to climb onto the bed and hug her even more. However, this small bed was really not enough space. When he was pestering her during the day, he was relying on his own physical fitness. He almost rolled out of bed several times. Moreover, he could not sleep on the floor because he was afraid that he would disturb her rest. The place was small, so it was inconvenient. Ojima watched as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. When he got up, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He was afraid that he would disturb Wei Wei Bai, so his phone was set to vibrate. Ojima casually picked it up and looked at it. After a moment of silence, he reached out and gently touched her hair. Good night, my little angel. After he met her, he did not need to set up an angel persona, because she was his angel. Ojima took the phone, opened the door, and personally checked the door lock. Chapter 12:28. After confirming that there was no problem, he turned his head slightly. The smile on his face had disappeared. Guard this place well. Call me if anything happens. A few bodyguards who had been hiding in the corner responded softly. Ojima walked out with relief. He went down the stairs and arrived in front of his car. He sat in the car and turned on his phone again. There was a message from the higher-ups of Sanxing saying that someone was defaming Wei Wei Bai. There was no other information, just a simple notice. The gentle expression on Ojinma's face towards Wei Wei Bai disappeared. He stretched out his fingers expressionlessly and opened Weibo. Then he leaned against the seat and started to read the messages one by one. Wei Wei Bai, you fucking destroyed your image as a white lotus flower. Don't you have any shame for seducing MOMO? You don't even have an album, and you still want to be on par with Ojima? Your face is bigger than the Pacific Ocean. Those trashy songs about confessions and the power of love. You bought the data, right? I'm an anonymous insider. I bought the data. You even accused Jiang Ro of stealing your songs. Will you die if you don't become popular? Which of your lousy songs are better than love? Many of them were professional ghostwriters, and they were the kind that specialized in defaming fans. Ojima lowered his eyes. He gripped his phone tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand popped out. He slowly raised his head. The streetlights shone on the car window. His perfect side profile was reflected in a halo, and there was a kind of frozen beauty. But this kind of beauty had a murderous aura. His amber eyes were full of hostility. Ojima started the car, and the streetlights swept past him quickly. He suddenly hummed a song softly. This was a song he had written before. This song was not eye-catching among so many popular songs, because the tune and the lyrics were darker. Angel in the Dark Night. He used a lot of metaphors. Other than himself, no one could hear the violence in his song. He had pretended to be an obedient child for too many years, a good angel. Occasionally, he would want to vent, except when he went to the supermarket to steal instant noodles. Just write a few rebellious songs. The song began, "You are the angel of the night, and also the devil." Wrong. How could there be an angel in the dark night? Only demons. Ojima's car sped out. His expression was cold and a little crazy. His voice was cold as he hummed a devil's song. Unexpectedly, it appeared abnormally cold and terrifying. With a whoosh, the car stopped right outside Jiang Ro's door, although he told them to get out of the house. However, he had forgotten to send someone to chase them away, so these two hypocritical women were still living there. Ojima walked directly to the door, stretched out his hand, and pressed the lock. His fingerprints on the lock were of the highest level, and no one could change them. As expected, the door opened. The quality of the door was very good. There was no sound of the door opening. Usually, at this time, there would be a housekeeper. However, because Ojima did not give them any living expenses, no one knew that Ojima had walked in. He heard sounds coming from Jiang Ro's room. Ojima started to wear gloves. It was a pair of gloves that he kept in his car. Usually, if he wanted to change to a motorcycle, he would only wear black gloves when he changed to a motorcycle. These gloves were made of leather, thick and hard. He looked at his hands calmly and moved them as if nothing had happened. He was worried that when he could not control himself later, he would hit someone and dirty his hands. With one look, he knew who the mastermind of this water army was, because he knew all the higher-ups of the ghostwriters. Chapter 1229. When he made a phone call in the car, just now, he had obtained the chat information between Jiang Ro and the paid commenters. Jiang Ro hated Wei Wei Bai to the core. When he saw the chat, the only bit of sympathy he had for his biological sister disappeared. What an evil woman. She didn't deserve to be his sister. Ojima walked to the door, which was half open. He was about to push it open when he heard Jiang La raise her voice. "You spent so much money to hire the paid commenters to slander Wei Wei Bai. Why didn't you give me some money to buy makeup? I don't even have enough lipstick." Then Jiang Ro said impatiently, "That's enough. Mom, you don't know how to do anything other than spend my money. I'm really doing something serious. If Wei Wei Bai is still around, when can I be with my brother?" Ojima, disgusting. Pervert. How could someone have such feelings for his brother? To him, this was unimaginable. If Wei Wei Bai was his sister, he wouldn't have. Stop. He seemed to be a pervert too. If he put himself in Wei Wei Bai's shoes, he would love her even if she was a clam, let alone a sister. So was there a genetic abnormality in his family? You're still calling him brother, you little hussy. You're so excited when you call him brother. He's not even your biological brother. Jiang La said casually. Jiang Ro became impatient. If he's not my biological brother, I won't give birth to a retard. Anyway, Ojima won't know. He's not related to me by blood, so I can't let him know now. I haven't successfully chased Wei Wei Bai away. I can only tell him after I've chased her away and we're close. She wasn't a fool. Once they were close, it would be icing on the cake to say that they weren't biological siblings. If she told him now, Ojima would have no qualms about ditching them all. She wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, everyone knew that they were biological siblings. If Ojima really did not care about her in the end, She went online to smear Ojinma's reputation. How could he abandon his own sister? He was worse than a beast. This was much easier to smear than Wei Wei Bai. Jiang Ro turned on her computer and watched the trolls on Weibo wantonly smear Wei Wei Bai's reputation. She sneered, and from time to time, she would open a side account and tag along with them. I want that be *TCH, Wei Wei Bai, to have no face left in the entertainment industry. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening. She couldn't help but turn around fiercely. Didn't I say not to come in? After scolding her, she came back to her senses and found that all the nannies and aunties had been fired. How could someone push open the door and enter? She took a closer look and saw that familiar figure, but her whole body turned cold. Ojinma's expression was indifferent. As he walked, he adjusted his black gloves. They were bare knuckles. His fair fingertips were exceptionally beautiful. His light-colored eyes were cold and calm as he glanced at them indifferently. Then he walked slowly in front of Jiang Ro. Say that again. Jiang Ro's face turned pale. Brother, Ojima slowly stretched out his index finger and pressed it against his beautiful lips, making a hush sound. We're not biological siblings. Don't try to claim that we're relatives. Jiang Ro trembled all over. Indeed, he had heard it. This house was under Ojinma's name. It was just for them to live in. Hence, the fingerprint lock and the highest authority was set by Ojinma. They had no right to change it. But because Ojinma had too many properties, they thought that he would never use this house for the rest of his life. That was why they were so unscrupulous. They even forgot that Ojinma could come and go freely in this house. /save button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1230. Ojinma revealed a mocking smile. His eyes were dark and gloomy. Say it again. What you said just now. Jiang Ro's mind went blank in fear. What did she say just now? How could she know what Ojinma wanted her to say with so many words? The last sentence. Ojinma's words could even be considered gentle, but it was extremely cold. Jiang Ro then remembered her last sentence. Her voice trembled as she said, "No, brother, you misunderstood." Ojinma narrowed his eyes filled with a dangerous cold light. Say it. Jiang Ro could only say helplessly, "I want to let Wei Wei Bai, that be *. Just as she said the word be *TCH, Ojinma had already kicked her. What did it mean that a man couldn't hit a woman? He had never had such morals. After lying to him for so many years, he had sacrificed so much like a fool. It was fine. He didn't care. He would just treat it as feeding a dog. But he couldn't think of touching Wei Wei Bai. Touching his wife was equivalent to wanting his life. A life for a life. Why couldn't he defend himself when someone wanted to kill him? Jiang Ro fell to the ground. Jiang La immediately ran over and protected her as she scolded. Ojinma, even if she isn't your biological sister, is your relationship all these years fake? How can you hit her? Ojinma looked at them coldly. He smiled and suddenly smashed the computer screen next to him with his fist. Leather gloves protected his fingers. The glass shards smashed on the keyboard and splashed onto Jiang Ro's face. Blood appeared on Jiang Ro's face. She immediately covered her face with her hands in horror. My face, my face. Her face was the only thing left that she could do. Ojinma was expressionless. He didn't even bother to look up. He took out his phone and called his assistant. Send a bodyguard over. I have some personal matters to attend to. Then he hung up the phone and called the moving company. Sent a few more cars. There's a lot of rubbish. Ojinma casually sat on a chair and crossed his long legs. He didn't have any emotions. His beautiful eyes were like glass beads, reflecting a clear light. But it made people feel oppressed for no reason. Jiang Ro immediately knew what he wanted to do when she heard his instructions. Brother, don't chase me away. I was wrong. She immediately pounced over and wanted to hug his leg. However, Ojinma kicked her. He really didn't want to touch this woman. It was disgusting. Just now, he wanted to hit her with his fist, but when he saw her face, he was stunned and didn't hit her. It was too disgusting. If he hit her, it'd dirty her. He didn't want to directly kick her, directly kick. Anyway, there were many shoes. He could throw them directly into the rubbish bin. Jiang Ro felt that her bones were about to break. She howled in pain, and tears flowed down her face. However, the man in front of her casually crossed his arms and looked at the door with his head tilted. It was as if he found her an eyesore. Jiang Ro was indignant. "I've been with you for so many years. Haven't you ever been moved by me?" Ojima finally turned around and sneered. "What right does a piece of rubbish like you have to move my heart?" He didn't say that Jiang Ro was a pervert. After all, he had feelings for Wei Wei Bai. If someone suddenly announced that Wei Wei Bai was his sister, he would probably be a pervert too. Of course, Ojinmo refused to think about such a strange question. He said coldly, "Been with me for so many years? I'm talking about being your ATM machine for so many years." Chapter 1231. He had never really let her into his life. Material things were the best isolator. When she started to take advantage of him without limit material things, he could only treat her as an ordinary relative who didn't have deep feelings for him. He just felt that although she was vain, her heart was still pure. Now that she revealed the darkness in her heart, he felt disgusted. He was disgusted that such a poisonous snake was lurking around him. If it wasn't for Wei Wei Bai's appearance, he would have become a strange cat, with his lazy appearance that basically didn't care about anything. It was only when Jiang Ro did something big that he could discover her true character. Ojima thought of the days when he was Wei Wei Bai's cat. His eyes softened for a moment, then were covered by coldness again. The assistant rushed over with the bodyguards. Ojima took the initiative to ask for a bodyguard. Usually it was for something important. He was afraid that something would happen at Sanqing's most precious treasure, so he couldn't wait to drive a race car over. The bodyguards rushed into the house. Ojinma said coldly, "Tie them up." Jiang Ro and Jiang La's faces turned pale. "What are you doing?" The bodyguards took out a cloth very skillfully, stuffed it into their mouths, and tied them up with a rope. The people from a moving company also came. Ojinma frowned and said to them, "Move all the furniture and miscellaneous things in the house and burn them. Don't leave anything behind." He was disgusted. After dealing with these two women, he still wanted to sell this house. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He would never stay in the place where they had stayed before. The people from a moving company were very professional and immediately moved. Jiang Ro saw her expensive clothes, bags, and some jewelry that she couldn't bear to sell. They were all thrown into the truck by the moving company as garbage. Her heart was about to break. She stared at Ojinma, but couldn't say a word. The wardrobe, TV cabinet, solid wood tables, and chairs were all moved out one by one. They said that they wanted to move everything out, so even the cleaning staff came. They were waiting to start cleaning after moving everything out. This house would soon become a clean and empty house. All traces of Jiang Ro and Jiang La's lives would disappear. Ojima stood up and asked the movers to move the sofa out. Then, he slowly pulled out his gloves, revealing his slender white fingers. He did not look at Jiang Ro. Instead, he said to his assistant, "Go and check what they have been doing all these years. Also, check Jiang Ro's old lover. Whose child is Jiang Ro?" In the past, he had thought that they were related by blood. He even wanted to let her off. He was too lazy to investigate what had happened to Jiang Ro and Jiang La all these years. If he really wanted to take it seriously, it was impossible for them not to be tainted at all. The assistant looked at Jiang Ro with a serious expression. When he heard that Jiang Ro was his daughter, he understood. He had been with Ojinma for so many years. Ojinma did not do anything, so he had to do most of the work. The assistant immediately asked someone to take Jiang Ro and Jiang La away. They had to be locked up temporarily. Ojinma gave the gloves to his assistant. "Throw them in the trash can." Then, he walked out and went straight home. If there was still Jiang Ro's stolen songs at home, Ojinma sent the job offer to his assistant and asked him to start fighting back against the comments that were smearing Wei Wei Bai on the internet. Although the internet trolls had stopped smearing, but the malicious storm that they brought did not stop. Some people who were hidden on the internet and didn't like anyone were also holding on to these unfounded pieces of black material. They began to smear Wei Wei Bai everywhere. To read the full article at https:// www.sashu.com/. To read on your at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1232. Anyway, they didn't care if it was true or not, as long as it made them happy. Under the crazy suppression of the internet water army, the fans tried their best to refute. However, Weiwei Bai's Weibo couldn't deny it. Whether Jiang Rou's first song was stolen or not, there was no evidence to prove it. Therefore, those comments seized this point and tried their best to slander Weiwei Bai and frame Jiang Rou. Trolls, is there any evidence to prove that Jiang Rou's Qing Lian was stolen? No, so Weiwei Bai is framing her. Fans, but Qing Lian's style is indeed similar to Weiwei Bai's style. Jiang Rou also has a history of plagiarism. Bar spirit, if Qing Lian really plagiarized, then asked by Weiwei to come up with evidence. If she really is the original author, there should be the original manuscript, right? She's framing people for no reason. Fans, there is no way to refute this. Without evidence, even if it was stolen, they couldn't just accuse someone of stealing the song. When the trolls saw that the fans were scared, they immediately became arrogant. If it was really stolen, it would have been exposed long ago. Weiwei Bai doesn't have evidence, and she wants to be popular, so she framed Jiang Rou. Weiwei Bai has the guts to show evidence that Qing Lian is hers. If Qing Lian was stolen by Jiang Rou, I'll eat my keyboard live. After the internet water army retreated, it was the haters who tried their best to perform. After all, not everyone liked to eat candy. Some people like to stir up shit. They were happy to see who was unlucky. The fans were speechless. They were so aggrieved that they wanted to bleed. Suddenly, Sanqing's official website posted an apology on Weibo. It was an apology to Weiwei Bai. Due to the company's negligence, Weiwei Bai's song Qing Lian was stolen by Jiang Rou from our company. Sanqing will take full responsibility and terminate the contract with Jiang Rou, never to renew it. Then, there was a series of official words about compensation and an apology in the newspaper. Along with the official Weibo post, Jiang Rou's recording was released. It's true that I stole this song. At that time, Weiwei Bai trusted me, so I asked her to show me the original manuscript, and she gave it to me. There was no trace of guilt in Jiang Rou's voice. Instead, there was a hint of smugness in his eyes. After I copied the song, I burned the original manuscript. It was a conversation between Jinma and Jiang Rou. Moreover, although Jiang Rou said that she wanted to apologize, her attitude was still so casual and insincere. It was obvious that he was patronizing Jinma. It was only a short recording, but it was enough to reveal Jiang Rou's true colors. She was a real green tea bitch with a scheming mind. To gain Weiwei Bai's trust, he stole her song and burned the original manuscript. Jinma's voice could also be heard. In this recording, one could even hear that Jinma was extremely angry. Little Angel's fans were relieved. Jinma did not collude with Jiang Rou just because she was his sister. Jinma posted on Weibo in the middle of the night. I've never been so sad and angry. From the moment I found out that Jiang Rou stole, she was no longer my sister. This Weibo post made the fans very sad. They felt that Jiang Rou had hurt Jinma's heart. They started to post on Weibo to comfort him. And Jiang Rou's Weibo post had already reached a new height of criticism. Who wants to eat keyboards live? Come out and eat. If you don't have keyboards, I'll send you 10,000 keyboards. My family does keyboards wholesale. Jiang Rou, I was blind to be your fan for so many years. Even when you were accused of plagiarism, I didn't stop being your fan. Now, I'm completely an anti-fan. Chapter 1233. You still owe Sister Wei an apology. Come out and apologize. Don't play dead. You're definitely the most disgusting celebrity I've ever been a fan of. There was another bloody storm on Weibo in the middle of the night. Jinma posted on Weibo. Then, he called his assistant and said, "Release the evidence bit by bit. I want to completely expose Red Ginger LA's affair." Didn't they want to be famous? Jinma put down his phone, his eyes cold. Let them be famous enough. Not only would they expose that Jiang La had an affair, but Jiang Rou wasn't their biological daughter. They would also say that they had suppressed newcomers all these years and use his name to do bad things. They would even sign all kinds of contracts that would harm the company. They would also use his trust to rob him of all kinds of international resources, take bribes, and so on. This pair of mother and daughter vampires had benefited a lot from him over the years, but it was still not enough for them to spend. Ojima felt so disgusted that he almost choked. He closed his eyes, looking a little tired. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and picked up his phone again. He sent a text message. "I knew you were asleep, so I didn't want to wake you up. I just wanted to tell you, I became a hero once, just for you." He made Jiang Ro admit to stealing, made the netizens slap their own faces, and made the water army retreat in fear. Let everyone know that she didn't have any black marks. Even if she did, she was wronged. Ojima felt that even if he was as scheming as a demon, he was still a cute demon. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 94. Wei Wei Bai heard the notification and her face drooped. I didn't provoke him. Why did the favorability increase again? The system had just returned from eating melons on the internet. It picked its teeth and said, "Love makes people blind." That's why the favorable impression points increased. This was too casual. Wei Wei Bai wanted to roll her eyes, but she wasn't familiar with her body, so she didn't succeed. She reached out her claws and wiped her mouth. It was just an instinctive reaction. Yes, she was now a cat with a big face. It was the one that Ojima was wearing. She happily ran through the endless night and found Su Yedwan's home. His window was open, and she jumped easily into his house. The lights in Su Yehwa's house were still on. "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" To find out Su Yehwan's secret, Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to turn into a cat and spy on her. Little secret, little secret. He had a little secret. Wei Wei Bai hummed a song in her heart as she carefully hid in the corner of the living room table. As long as Su Yetian didn't come to wipe the table in the middle of the night, she basically wouldn't be seen. This was the first time Wei Wei Bai had turned into a cat. She felt a little weird. Everything seemed to have become bigger, and she couldn't help but want to use the cat's paws to wash her face. This damn bad habit. The cat's face was big, and its paws were small. Washing did not feel good. Wei Wei Bai bit her paw. She couldn't wash her face anymore. She stared with her round cat eyes. Whenever she saw something round, she wanted to touch it. Occasionally, when something swayed, she wanted to pounce over and grab it. This was a scary cat reaction. What was even scarier was that she couldn't help but open her mouth to meow. The system had held back its laughter a few times. She wanted to laugh too, so she couldn't blame anyone else. She held back her urge to act cute and squatted down, refusing to run around. Suddenly, she heard light footsteps. Cat ears were better than human ears. She heard the faint sound of the carpet shaking. Chapter 1234. Wei Wei Bai stretched out its head and carefully peeked out to take a look. It saw Su Yedwan walking out of the bathroom barefooted with a bathrobe draped over his shoulders, his short hair wet. Dr. Su was handsome and his body was well-proportioned and strong. Although Ojinma's incredible looks were closed, he was considered a handsome man among normal people. Wei Wei Bai tried hard to think about their interactions. There seemed to be nothing wrong with him, except for him chasing after her. But she was so charming. There seemed to be nothing wrong with a man chasing after her. Vivian, who is narcissistic out of the universe, thought deeply for a while. She still felt that there was nothing wrong with Su Yedwan, whether it was his medical ethics, temperament, or personality. It was much better than Ojinma, at least in terms of tolerance and self-cultivation. Compared to Ojinma with black sesame fillings, it was more polite and civilized. What kind of secret was this man hiding? Wei Wei Bai said, "Does he have body odor?" The system said, "Wrong guess." Wei Wei Bai said, "Does he have a fetish for cross-dressing and likes to wear stockings at home?" The system said, "Do you see him wearing them?" The white cat looked out, then shrunk back and said sadly, "No, meow meow." The system said, "Fuck, don't use such an ugly cat face to act cute." It was going to call the police. Su Yedwan sat on the sofa. He did not watch TV or eat supper. He just sat there in a daze. The expression on his face was very complicated. There was sadness, there was struggle and annoyance. He looked like he was suffering from some kind of lovesickness. He was in love, but could not say it. Some kind of inspiration faintly appeared. But Wei Wei Bai still did not get the main point. She waited silently. Suddenly, she heard crying. Wei Wei Bai, ? She carefully poked her head out and saw Su Yedwan holding his phone. Then he lowered his head and cried silently. Wei Wei Bai was excited. There was a chance. Could it be that he had some secret that he could not say? So he could only cry in his own living room in the middle of the night? That phone must have the little secret she wanted. Su Yedwan endured silently. Her eyes were red and tears kept flowing. He suddenly said fiercely, "I really want to kill you." Wei Wei Bai trembled and her ears grew long. Be angry and explode. Don't pretend when you're alone. Just yell out your little secret. Su Yedwan stood up abruptly and threw the phone in her hand away. His voice was filled with pain. Why do you have to torture me like this? Wei Wei Bai, this line was a little familiar. It felt like a tragic portrayal of a person with a crush. Wei Wei Bai saw the phone fall to the corner of the table, right under her cat paws. The phone screen was still lit up. It was a group photo. It was Ojima and her. However, in this photo, because she was at the back, the pixels were a little blurry. On the other hand, Ojima's exquisite face was extremely clear. Bai Weiwei blinked, somewhat at a loss. This, Su Yedwan was looking at a photo of them. No, in this photo, Ojima was clearer. Why are you stomping your feet and cursing at Ojima? Could it be that the little secret was Wei Wei Bai was shocked? Could it be that Ojima had an affair with Su Yedwan, and Ojima let her down? The system had thought of the answer earlier, but when it saw the innocent face of the host, it didn't think of the key point at all. It felt nostalgic. This innocent and cute host was rarely seen, so it didn't remind it. But it was wrong. The host was too innocent. Chapter 1235. It had only guessed that Su Yedwan had a crush on Ojima, but Wei Wei Bai's first words were a melodramatic love story. Big boss, it couldn't compare. Wei Wei Bai's cat face was very strange. Although she didn't discriminate against men, she didn't have any contact with them. Indeed, she didn't discriminate against men. Therefore, she did not have such a concept at all. As a result, she had never associated Su Yedwan with Ojima in her mind. When Wei Wei Bai thought about it this way, she felt that there were loopholes everywhere. Su Yedwan knew that she had something to do with Ojima. When she first entered the hospital, Ojima had come to see her. That was why Su Yedwan had approached her and wanted to date her. Actually, it was all because he knew that, through her, he could get to know Ojima. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Su Yedwan was a scheming little bitch. He was really good at hiding things. Step by step, he used his identity as a man to win her over. This way, he could get Ojima's attention. If he succeeded, he could break her and Ojima apart. Then, if the two of them succeeded in holding hands, Su Yedwan would take revenge and dump her, making her suffer so much that she wanted to die, killing many birds with one stone. Good plan, good plan. Wei Wei Bai's eyes showed a trace of admiration. After so long, he didn't reveal any loopholes. If she hadn't turned into a cat, she would have missed out on this despicable little secret of his. Wei Wei Bai smiled proudly. She was indeed smart. Then, just as she was about to open her mouth and tell the system about this secret, she felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Why were the lights dimmed? She looked up and saw Su Yedwan bending over to pick up her phone. His face was facing the fan at the corner of the table, and his face was right in front of hers. The man and the cat were very quiet. Su Yedwan looked at her coldly. There was no gentleness in his eyes at all. Wei Wei Bai trembled. This guy can't be thinking of killing the cat to silence her, right? The system trembled as well. Su Yetian had left so quickly that it hadn't been able to react in time. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, "Let's change back." The system was shocked. You just let go of the innocent and pitiful big-faced cat and run away like that? You're too mean. Wei Wei Bai said, "It's okay. Cats have 9 lives. Even if you die once, you still have 8 more lives." To survive, he betrayed his cat teammate and even shamelessly said such words. Sure enough, it was still that familiar host. The system had no choice but to reveal the truth. Before your body wakes up, you can't change back. Wei Wei Bai, when will my body wake up? The system said, you and Ojima have been going at it for so long, showing off your love in the streets, and even running for a while. Your body probably needs 6 to 7 hours of sleep. This was because Wei Wei Bai was in good health, and she had to participate in the competition the next day, so there was an alarm clock. Wei Wei Bai grimaced. This unreliable system. She was stuck in the crack of the table. When Su Yedwan saw her, he was silent for a long time with a gloomy face. She had nowhere to run, so she could only stare at him with her round cat eyes. Wei Wei Bai seemed to see a complicated emotion in his eyes. She asked the system, Su Yedwan likes that little vixen Ojima. He won't vent his anger on Big Face Cat, right? After all, she was the one who raised Big Face Cat. If Su Yedwan got angry, he would probably stew her. The system said, it's okay. Cat meat isn't delicious. He won't eat you. This consolation was equivalent to nothing. Su Yedwan's hand had already reached over, and he grabbed Wei Wei Bai's neck. Wei Wei Bai couldn't move at all. She could only obediently let him carry her to the sofa. // Chapter 1236. She finally knew how Ojima felt when she was carrying him. Bai Weiwei's claws had already extended. If Su Yidan really wanted to kill, if Su Yu really wanted to kill her, she would slap him a few times. However, Su Yu sat back down on the sofa. Then, he hugged Wei Wei Bai and stared at her blankly. After an unknown amount of time, the tears in his eyes began to fall again. Why do I feel that you are so similar to him? Wei Wei Bai. Is it because I'm similar to Ojima? Well, Ojima had been in this cat for so long. This cat must have touched Ojima's temperament. Su Yu gently stroked her cat face as she cried. I'm in so much pain. Wei Wei Bai shuddered. If a teenage girl said such a scary and pretentious line, it wouldn't be so scary. A man talking about such a disgusting cat. Su Yu cried as he stroked her face. Why did you come here? I'll worry. I'll send you back later. It'll be like sending away my love. Wei Wei Bai, she wanted to vomit. Don't stop her. You're a male animal with hairy legs. Can't you be more manly? Wei Wei Bai's cat face was cold. Su Yu hugged her and cried for half the night. In the end, he really carried her to the car and drove her to her house. Su Yu put her down at the door. Climb in through the window. After saying that, he stood at the door quietly. His expression was complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. Wei Wei Bai shuddered. She wondered if he was so conflicted because he couldn't get what he wanted and wanted to kill her. In the end, although Su Yu struggled, he resolutely turned around and left. Wei Wei Bai finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was great that nothing like silencing them had happened. Wei Wei Bai climbed through the window and returned to her house. Seeing that her body was sleeping peacefully, she jumped onto the bed. Then it lay down beside him with its belly facing up and its 4 limbs stretched out like a human. Then she bit the blanket with her teeth and covered her belly. She smiled easily. My side mission is finally completed. The system said, this little secret is too cunning. Most people wouldn't have thought of it. Just repeat the little secret, and I'll complete the side mission. Wei Wei Bai, Su Yu likes Ojima. The system said, the mission icon is lit up. Half lit up? Wei Wei Bai, what do you mean by half? The system said, that means your answer is correct, but there's still a second half to this little secret. Wei Wei Bai, Su Yahuan is gay. This secret should be complete. The system replied, no. Wei Wei Bai said, he's a pervert. The system said, even though I have a crush on Ojima, it's not to the point of being a pervert. Even the perverted big face cat was cooked by him. Wei Wei Bai was going crazy. How can a man have so many little secrets? Are there upper, middle, and lower secrets? The system said perfunctorily, good luck, I have high hopes for you. Wei Wei Bai looked haggard. What other secrets could he have? What secret could be more explosive than liking Ojima? No matter what, when she woke up again, she heard the sound of someone moving around in the room. She was alarmed. Su Yahuan? He finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to get rid of this perfect love rival of his. However, just as she shouted the name, a cold, intense atmosphere appeared in the air. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and saw Ojima standing by the bed. His eyes were half closed, and there was a dark glow in his eyes. His expression was indifferent. Su Yehuan. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com button. Chapter 1237. He gritted his teeth and spat out the name softly. Wei Wei Bai. This is a melodramatic misunderstanding. Oh, Jinma reached out and grabbed a strand of her black hair that was scattered on the pillow. His voice was low and dangerous. Why? Did you dream of Su Yehuan? Wei Wei Bai. I dreamt that he likes you. To snatch you over, I strangled him to death. Oh, Jinma's fingers paused. His jealous and gloomy expression froze for a moment. Wei Wei Bai reached out and tapped her cheek. Give me a morning kiss, my superstar. Oh, Jinma forgot about the topic of Su Yehuan in an instant. He stared at her pink cheeks for a while before lowering his head and kissing her. He didn't dare to kiss too much, for fear that he wouldn't be able to control the desire in his body. Oh, Jinma came to deliver breakfast to Wei Wei Bai and watched her finish eating. Then he picked up her guitar and cat. Let's go. We're going to participate in the competition. At least 80% of the audience in the third round were here for Oh, Jinma and Wei Wei Bai. As for the remaining 20%, they were hired by the TV station to cry. Wei Wei Bai was the last to appear. It was only her turn after the other contestants had finished singing. Oh, Jinma was wearing a pink-blue jacket, a light-colored t-shirt, and black trousers. Such a casual outfit gave him a leisurely and childish aura. He had no intention of reinstalling his angelic persona. There wasn't a trace of a smile on his delicate and fair face. His coldness revealed a careless seduction. When he looked at people, his amber eyes lacked warmth and were so sharp that people didn't dare to look at him directly. The contestants were especially afraid of this angelic judge, because he didn't just kill people's hearts. After that, he would whip the corpse. After that, he would grind the corpse into ashes. How did you enter the third round with such poor songwriting skills? Did you get in through the back door? Contestant. Fuck, can you not say the truth? Getting in through the back door is also a skill. You look so shabby. Let me give you a piece of advice. Go behind the scenes and become a composer. It's much more impressive. Otherwise, the songs that are barely passable will make you sound like a beggar on the streets when you sing. Contestant. I'm very happy that my songwriting talent has been acknowledged. Of course, there are also good songs. Oh, Jinma's expression was gloomy, but his comments were fair. He was very serious about music, but everyone could see that he was very impatient, no matter how professional the comments were. He couldn't hide the fact that he couldn't wait to fast forward. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, Oh, Jinma would have skipped to the end to watch Wei Wei Bai. Finally, it was Wei Wei Bai's turn. Actually, she didn't feel much about this singing competition anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't afford to waste the 50 days of her life points, she wouldn't have been able to do so. She even wanted to withdraw from the competition. After all, Dr. Su's little secret was more attractive to her. Wei Wei Bai went on stage without a guitar. She simply stood in the center of the stage. However, there was no feeling of emptiness. Her expression was indifferent, and her eyes were clear. She casually placed her hand on the microphone. The stand of the microphone was slightly tilted. Her movements were not restrained at all. It was as if she was born to be an angel on stage. No one could control the rhythm of the entire stage better than her. The flow of the song became louder. It was no longer a simple and elegant tune. Instead, it was a dazzling performance that was beyond anyone's imagination. The audience was shocked and couldn't take their eyes off her. Oh, Jinma leaned against the back of the judge's chair. He tilted his head and looked at her with a doting smile. He had taught her some of the moves, but she had learned them so easily. In fact, she was much better than he had imagined. Crossover system, Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1238. She was like a natural-born superstar. Even if it was just a simple movement, she could capture everyone's attention. This industry required too much talent. Talented people were like kissed by God. They were naturally full of brilliance. Her song went from flashy to plain, and all the tones were melodious. After going through waves and waves, it returned to plane, but it was still gorgeous. After the last note, she slowly raised her eyes and looked at the audience, including Oh Jinma. She did not say anything. The audience was also immersed in the atmosphere she created. The audience was silent. Wei Weibai did not move. She just stood there casually. It was quiet for a whole minute. Suddenly, thunderous applause came from the audience, especially those who were wearing pink and blue jackets. They all stood up. Sister Wei, we are your support group. Wei Weibai's Weibo background was pink and blue, so the fans' jackets were all pink and blue. Wei Weibai smiled, took a few steps back, and bowed to thank them. Then, she stood up straight and looked at the judges. The other judges looked at Oh Jinma obediently. Oh Jinma's smile did not disappear. His eyes were full of smiles, and he could not suppress it. Then he stood up. On the back of his pink and blue jacket was the slogan of the support group. Sister Wei, we will never leave each other. Oh Jinma pulled at his loose sleeves. His white t-shirt collar exposed half of his sexy collarbone. The little angel of the past had now become a real man. Every action revealed a strong metaphor of seduction. He pulled over the microphone, his eyes never leaving Wei Weibai, who was on the stage. Hello, Sister Wei. I am your fan. Little Emo. The rest of the judges' faces were ashen. Did they have to watch a mushy romance drama to participate in a singing competition? There was dog food everywhere, but it was immoral to force it. Wei Weibai sighed to the system. Suyadon disgusted me enough. Now it's Oh Jinma's turn. The system said, it's okay. You are more disgusting than them. It's not a loss to disgust them back. Although the theory was right, but he felt that something was wrong. Oh Jinma's eyes were full of smiles. He pursed his thin lips and suddenly looked pitiful. Seeing that I encourage you on Weibo every day, help you beat away your anti-fans, and even hum your songs every day. Can you sing a song with me? He was now a loyal fan of Wei Weibai. The audience, including the film crew, fell silent for a moment. Everyone was staring at Wei Weibai on stage. This was because Wei Weibai had once refused to sing with them. She wouldn't reject him again, right? Wei Weibai didn't seem to feel any pressure. She reached for the microphone stand and said softly, okay. Everyone was silent for a second. Suddenly, cheers, and applause sounded at the same time. Everyone stood up and shouted, M.O., Sister Wei, we love you. The director was moved to tears. His viewership ratings were going to break records again. He was really embarrassed to face his peers. Ha 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 ha. Oh Jinma took the microphone and walked onto the stage. He took one step at a time, solemn and serious. It was as if there was a galaxy in the middle, shining brightly. Oh Jinma's voice was no longer mysterious and cold. Instead, it was full of emotions. You're my little cherry baby. Wei Weibai continued softly. You're my little sparrow. The system covered its ears. Fuck, what kind of lyrics are these? Such childish and idiotic lyrics. Can't you change them to be more mature? If they were more mature, there wouldn't be the awkwardness of love. Chapter 1239. The song was childish and cute. The melody was soft and sweet, so sweet that it was nauseating. At the end of the song, Oh Jinma finally walked in front of her. They looked at each other in silence. Oh Jinma lowered his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. I've done many terrible things to you. Can you forgive me? Wei Weibai looked at him lightly, then turned and walked off the stage. I don't forgive you. Before Oh Jinma could show a disappointed expression, she turned back. Because I want you to pay me back for a lifetime. Oh Jinma stood there quietly for a while, then threw away the microphone and rushed up to hold her hand. Yes, I'll pay you back. I won't be able to pay you back for a lifetime. Ding. The male lead's affection is at 96. Wang Daowan's videos increased again. Doujinshi comics became popular again, and the classic video of the two of them singing together was shared everywhere. Suyahua held his head in pain as he watched the video on the computer. He didn't even dare to watch the live broadcast of the good song. But why was he connected to the internet? There were news of them everywhere. He had tried his best to suppress himself. When he saw Oh Jinma wearing a fan jacket and running up the stage to sing with Wei Weibai, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, knocking over the chair. He watched coldly as they held hands and walked off the stage. Happy, sweet, perfect. No evaluation could describe them. They were a match made in heaven. She couldn't find such a good couple anymore. When the two of them stood together, it was a beautiful picture, and humans like beautiful things. Wei Wei Bai and O Jinma had become the love religion of many people, but had become his nightmare. Whether it was O Jinma or Wei Wei Bai, these two people were his nightmare. Su Yehua turned and walked to his room. He opened the door and opened the closet. There was a secret door in the closet, and when he opened it, it was a dark basement corridor. This house had a basement in the past, and it was very big. He walked down. The basement was very well decorated, even more comfortable and luxurious than the upstairs. He turned on the lights, and the photos in the basement were revealed. It was a photo of Ojinma, on stage, in magazines, and in news clips. There were all kinds of them. Suyadon was not moved at all when he saw these photos. He stood in front of the largest photo and looked at it for a while. Then, he reached out and tore off the best photo of Ojinma. Another photo was revealed behind the photo. The calmness in Su Yedon's eyes disappeared, and a few strands of twisted struggle appeared. Then he slowly kissed the well-hidden photo. When he kissed her, he finally confirmed his feelings. Wei Wei Bai shuddered, feeling gloomy. Ojima had just left, so she was going to bed after taking a shower. Big-faced cat obediently curled up and slept. She planned to turn into a cat again when she went asleep to search for the second half of Su Yeding's little secret. If he didn't find her, her favorability would be full. Ojima showed off his love to the point that he was on steroids. He didn't even need to do anything to get her favorable impression points. They were already increasing crazily. The doorbell rang. The system said, Su Yedon is here. Wei Wei Bai sat up immediately. My little secret is here. The system was speechless. Shouldn't you be asking if he's plotting something? The system said he brought knockout drugs. All the bodyguards were knocked out. Wei Wei Bai sneered. So he's here to pick a fight. I can steal his man. Why would I be afraid of his knockout drugs? It was too easy for a doctor to bring lethal drugs. Chapter 1240. You can search Transmigration System. Adonis, come to Sashu. Come on Baidu to find the S. So Su Yedwan had chosen to drug her, which meant that he did not want her life at all. Wei Wei Bai could even guess Su Yedwan's motive. He must have finally suppressed more than just his feelings. He wanted to kidnap her and use her to threaten Ojima. Wei Wei Bai pondered over Su Yedwan's intentions and immediately got up to open the door. Anyway, she had to cooperate with Su Yedwan and squeeze his secret out of him. Opening the door, it was indeed Su Yedwan. He was wearing a thin black trench coat and a mask. Because his back was facing the corridor, he avoided all the blind spots. So, he pulled down his mask. His face was a little pale, and the darkness in his eyes was unusually deep. Wei Wei, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. He was courteous and elegant. As Wei Wei Bai was in a hurry, she did not wear shoes, and her beautiful ankles were exposed. Her pink toes were cute. Su Yahuan lowered her head to take a look, then quietly moved her eyes away. She had an anxious expression. Dr. Su, why are you looking for me so late at night? Su Yahuan sighed. I just want to ask you one more time. Do you really not like me? Wei Wei Bai seemed to be at a loss. She nervously crossed her arms and placed them on her abdomen. I'm sorry, we're really not suitable for each other. The person I like is Ojima. Su Yedwan looked at her deeply and suppressed his voice. I know that you two really love each other. Wei Wei Bai revealed a happy smile. I've never felt such beautiful feelings from a person. It's my fortune to be able to meet him. I can't torture you to death. Hurry up and tell me your little secret. As expected, Su Yedwan's face turned even paler. He was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, he could not help but say, Do you know? Actually, I got close to you in the beginning because of Ojinma. Wei Wei Bai looked a little confused, as if she did not know what he was talking about. Do you know Ojinma? Su Yetian smiled gently. I don't know him. To be exact, I'm a fan of his, and a very fanatical one at that. He doesn't even know who I am. Wei Wei Bai showed a look of understanding. What a coincidence, I'm also a fan of his. I came to this city because of him. Su Yedan's expression did not change. He already knew that Wei Wei Bai was Jinma's fan. They were all his fans. However, their fates were completely different. Su Yehua's smile turned cold. His fans didn't treat you well in the past. Wei Wei Bai said, "It's okay. Beating is a sign of affection. Scolding is a sign of love." Su Yedon was speechless. Wei Wei Bai grinned. "Hurry up and reveal your true colors of jealousy. Activate your villain mode." She even revealed the secret of falling in love with Jinma. How perverted could he be? Every time he didn't complete a side quest, there would be all kinds of weird punishments. Punishments? Wei Wei Bai suddenly exploded. "Wait, Tongzi, what's the punishment for this side quest?" When she heard about the side quest, she was so busy completing the side quest that she didn't even think about it. What was the punishment for the side quest? The system was silent for a while before silently flipping through the side quest punishment column. Then it trembled and read aloud with a bitter face. Because it's the new year in the system world. Wei Wei Bai was confused. So, the system said, "It's the new year. Everyone is happy." Wei Wei Bai said so. The system said, "There's no punishment. It's okay if you don't complete the side quest. If you complete it, you'll get a small red packet. You see, the system world is pretty good." Download the at https://m. Sashu. Save button at the bottom to record this chapter. You'll be able to see it next time when you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1241. Bai Weiwei spat out a mouthful of old blood. Without punishment, she would have to complete a side mission. Was a red packet? Was it as big as Yi Yuxuan's loving gaze? It was as stingy as the system realm. It probably only gave her 3 days' worth of life points to send her away. Wei Wei Bai looked up at Su Yedwan and took a step back. "Doctor, it's late. I'm going to rest." She slammed the door after she finished speaking. However, the door was blocked by a shoe, leaving a small gap. Behind the door, Su Yehuan's delicate and pretty face that had turned deathly pale appeared. "Wei Wei, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I used all my strength to put down Jinma." Wei Wei Bai immediately said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Yedwan's voice contained traces of a painful smile. "Yes, you don't know anything. But I have to say that I put him down, but I don't have the strength to put you down anymore." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. "Wait, what did you say?" Su Yedwan was a man after all. He was much stronger than Wei Wei Bai. He pushed the door open and grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm. He covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief that was stained with drugs. Wei Wei Bai struggled and said to the system, "Wait, what did he mean?" The system said, "It's like this. He was bent in the beginning." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. The system said, "Then you turned him straight." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Su Yedwan hugged her and stood there for a while. He then put on his mask and carried her out. Her body was soft and light. Dr. Su, who was carrying a woman for the first time, started to blush. Jinma's new album was released. It went on sale just after midnight. He looked at the sales figures casually. When his album was released, there would be a rush to buy it. He was used to this. The number of albums increased rapidly, faster than any other album. There were 2 names on the cover of the album. It was his and Wei Wei Bai's. There were 4 songs in this album, all written by Wei Wei Bai. "The Rest of My Life Has You" song, and "The Rest of My Life" and "You" song replaced other songs at the last minute. It was directly placed in the position of the title track. Within an hour, the number of albums sold broke the record of the entire music industry. Although Jinma was used to creating miracles by himself, it was a common occurrence. However, when he saw that the data was so good, he was still excited. After all, this was his and Wei Wei Bai's album. He picked up the phone and wanted to share this joy with Wei Wei Bai. But it occurred to him that she might be asleep. He didn't dare to disturb her and called the bodyguard. She hoped to hear something from the bodyguard. But after 3 calls, none of the 3 bodyguards picked up their phones. Jinma looked at his phone with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he jumped up and rushed out. When he arrived at Wei Wei Bai's rented apartment, he saw that the bodyguards he sent were all over the floor. The door was open. He walked in. He found that the lights were on and the blanket was lifted. He could even see where she was lying. But Wei Wei Bai was missing. Jinma's heart sank. He even felt that he couldn't breathe. His fingers started to tremble. Something happened. Something happened to her. Su Yewan lowered her head calmly and was cooking. The food was light. He knew that a singer's voice was very important. Heavy food would ruin the voice. She needed to take good care of it. Chapter 1242. Then, he straightened the plate and walked into the room. He opened the wardrobe and walked to the basement. The lights were on in the basement, and it was very bright. Ojima's photo was casually removed and thrown into a box in a corner, and the photo on the wall turned into Bai Weiwei's. Su Yewan walked down and saw Weiwei Bai's photo on the wall. He couldn't help but smile happily. Then, he kissed Weiwei Bai's cheek in the photo. He was careful not to be too disrespectful. The carpet was very thick and the decor was very warm and simple. There was a couch with a round table and chairs with a soft shell. There was a bathroom, a small bookcase, a television, and a player. There were even baskets of fresh flowers hanging on the wall. On the east side of the basement was a soft bed that was more than 2 meters long. There were a few dolls that girls liked on it, and the pillows were fluffy and comfortable. The person sitting on the bed seemed to be a little frightened. Her bare feet were locked with iron chains. The iron chains were wrapped in cloth so that they wouldn't hurt anyone. Su Yewan walked over and put the plate on the table. "It's time to eat, Sister Wei." Sister Wei, Weiwei Bai looked at Su Yewan expressionlessly. Su Yewan didn't look sad at all. He smiled and said, "You eat first. I'm leaving." He knew that she would be nervous if he was here. If she was nervous, eating would be bad for her stomach. As a doctor, he knew very well how to keep her healthy. Weiwei Bai didn't say anything. She turned her head away as if she didn't want to see him. Su Yewan stared blankly at her for a while. Then, he suddenly walked over and touched her hair. Weiwei Bai frowned and immediately said coldly, "What are you doing?" Su Yewan immediately retracted his hand and was a little embarrassed. He stuttered, "No, nothing." After saying that, he immediately turned and ran away. After closing the wardrobe door, Su Yewan covered his chest with his hands. So nervous but so happy. Su Yewan looked at his hands and blushed. He touched her hair. She touched her idol's hair. If it wasn't for the fact that cooking with dirty fingers might bring in germs and make Weiwei Bai sick, he really wished he could not wash his hands for a year. When Weiwei Bai saw Su Yewan leave, she finally reached out her hand to support her forehead. She said, "Tongzi, I feel that my business is still not up to standard." The system asked, "Which part did you fail?" It felt that the host had passed all the tests. Who would use novice equipment to attack the great demon king? There had to be enough. She was the only one who had never failed. The host sighed. Weiwei Bai was definitely the most awesome and stubborn host it had ever brought along. Weiwei Bai sighed helplessly. "No, I'm still not abnormal enough." Weiwei Bai, if I'm abnormal enough, I wouldn't have failed to guess the little secret of that mentally ill Su Yewan. What do you mean by like Ojima? What homosexuality? They were all terribly wrong. Su Yewan did not have any romantic feelings for Ojima. It was purely an idol-chasing feeling. By Weiwei's side, I should be more perverted so that I can sympathize with this perverted world. The system, sympathize with the abnormal world? What the hell was that? Weiwei Bai, I didn't think that Su Yewan was purely an idol-chasing girl. This is his little secret. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have found Su Yehuan's little secret. You are rewarded with a red packet for 3 days of life. Moi. /say button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1243. Weiwei Bai. Scram. Screw your 3 days of life. Do you think I'm a beggar with this little island of life? Side reward. Because of the host's strong request, the red envelope of 3 days of life has been taken back. Weiwei Bai system. You see, the system realm is very humane. You say you don't want it, and we take it back. Weiwei Bai clutched her chest. She felt like she was going to die from anger. She picked up her food and ate it fiercely. Then she started to think about how to escape. The side mission was done. She only had a little bit of affinity left. She could go out and be sweet with Ojima for a few days. And there were still a few months left. There was too much time. The prerequisite was that she could leave this place. This man, Su Yehuan, was one of those terrifying fanatical groupies that only existed in legends. He chased after idols to the point that they became his religion. He was the kind of fan who would give up everything to chase after them. This kind of fan was very rare and very scary. And Su Yehua was the legendary VIP version of the fanatic fan. Chasing after idols did not count. He could not bear to have them taken away. He chased after Ojinma because of his angelic persona, but because Ojinma had never been in love. Su Yehua was patient and had always been a hardcore fan. But when she appeared, Ojinma showed his true colors. He did not want to be an angel and had a bad temper. He showed his sharp side. For Su Yehua, who had always chased after Ojinma's persona, this was the process of losing his fan. Then, accidentally, she came. She was as perfect as an angel. Su Yehua transferred his fanaticism for Ojinma to her. In the end, he could not bear to see her dating Ojinma. So he tied her up. After tying her up, he put her on a pedestal and served her. She did not fight back, did not talk back, did not complain, did not dare to touch her. Even if he did, he would carefully touch her hair or her sleeves. He was so excited that his face turned red, and his requirements were very low. Don't date, okay? Angels don't need to date. If the favorability level was not full yet. She was about to nod and agree. Su Yehuan, who did not get any response, was not angry. She continued to humbly serve her. Wei Wei Bai thought that she was indeed not perverted enough. That was why he couldn't fit in with the perverted Su Yedon. Wei Wei Bai worriedly stuffed a prawn into her mouth. She wondered if Ojinma would have guessed that she had been caught by Su Yehuan. After all, Su Yetian had hidden himself so deeply that most people wouldn't be able to guess just how monstrous he was. Su Yehua followed the rules and went to work for the surgery. After finishing his work, he was eager to return home. There were papers and pens on his desk. He even bought a new guitar and placed it beside the bed. If Wei Wei Bai wanted to write a song, she could use it. When he thought of her obediently writing songs, he felt exceptionally happy. After returning to the house, he thought that Wei Wei Bai didn't know if she wanted to eat supper, so he immediately rolled up his sleeves to make supper. The supper didn't need to be big, but it had to be delicate and easy to digest. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to fall asleep if she ate too much. Su Yehua was halfway through cooking when the doorbell rang. He looked up, and a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. Then he went to open the door. It was actually the police. The police said, "It's like this. Do you know Wei Wei Bai?" Su Yehua said gently, "Yes, I used to be your doctor." The police said, "Did you know that she went missing?" Su Yehua was shocked. "I don't know. How'd she go missing?" Chapter 1244. The police looked at him from head to toe and saw that his sleeves were rolled up and there were food residue on his fingers. "When was the last time you saw her?" Su Yehuan answered obediently. There were no loopholes. The police left after asking him the usual questions. Su Yehuan heaved a sigh of relief. After the police finished their questioning, they walked to the alley and turned the corner to the main road. A car appeared, and a man with a cigarette in his hand leaned against the car door. His delicate and fair face had a dark and depressed expression in the smoke. He looked at the police coldly. "Did you see anything wrong?" The police shook his head. "What's wrong? It's so late, and he's making supper." Ojinma suppressed the madness in his eyes. He forced himself to think calmly. "What's supper?" The experienced police told him about the traces he had observed. From the residue on Su Yehuan's fingers, he guessed that there were two kinds of food. Ojinma looked at the alley coldly. His eyes were unreadable. He seemed to be relatively calm, but the hand holding the cigarette was trembling. If he knew who took Wei Wei Bai away, he would cut that person into pieces. Wei Wei Bai ate and slept well. Su Yehuan was too decent. When she gave him an autograph, he was so emotional that he almost cried. He took it and framed it. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold. Now that the side mission was completed, she was ready to escape. She observed her surroundings. Yes, the basement was impenetrable. Yes, the door lock was made of titanium alloy, and the door was 5 centimeters thick. Was this like a bank vault? Yes, there were no communication devices. Don't underestimate a doctor. A doctor who could reach Su Yehuan's position was meticulous and logical. He thought about all aspects more than anyone else. She thought deeply for a while before saying to the system, "Do you think Su Yehuan will let me go if I seduce him?" The system thought deeply for a while. Su Yahuan's feelings for you are like a crazy fan. He worships you as an angel. Your status is not the same, so he doesn't have that kind of desire. Su Yahuan carefully touched Wei Wei Bai. It was just because he had met his idol. He was secretly happy that he did not wash his hands for a year. If Wei Wei Bai really seduced him. If you seduce him, he won't think that your idol image has collapsed and try to silence you. Wei Wei Bai, it was possible. She had to be careful in this perverted world. What's Ojima doing now? The system replied, he's been looking for you like crazy. He's so famous now that he's suspicious of a lot of interest groups, including Su Yetung. Bai Wei Wei touched her chin. Where's my cat? 1 OU. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had also opened the door and silently appeared. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, he pulled the blanket over her tightly. Wei Wei Bai's sleeping face was cute and soft. Her face was slightly red. She looked like a pure angel. Angels were not allowed to fall in love. Su Yahuan's plan was to wait until Ojima knew that he could not find her and give up on their relationship. He would let her go out and continue singing. Then he would be her fan for life. Su Yahuan smiled happily. Then she reached out and gently stroked Wei Wei Bai's hair. Download the at https://m/sashu.com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click Save at the bottom to record this chapter. You can see it the next time you open your bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 1245. After touching it, he immediately retracted his hand and turned to leave. Touching his idol's hair, he really wanted to show it off. System, pervert. Wei Wei Bai spread her 4 short legs and ran on the road in the middle of the night. The big-faced cat was dirty all over. Its face looked even more haggard, and its fur was dirty. It was already ugly enough, but now it was even uglier. It probably ran to ask for food from passers-by, and if it failed to act cute, it would probably be kicked away. Where did this ugly cat come from? Scram, scram, scram. This was how Wei Wei Bai felt when her own big-faced cat went through the trash. Ojima was still in her rented apartment, and she heard that he was in a bad mood. She had to find him quickly so that he could save her. Wei Wei Bai saw her apartment. The door was closed, but the lights were on. She snuck in through the window. She saw Ojima's back facing her. He sat on the chair and touched her pillow. His hair was a little messy, and his delicate and handsome face had a hint of gloominess. There were a few phones beside him, as if he was waiting for news. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the big-faced cat squatting by the window. Ojinma's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was replaced by disappointment. He was not even in the mood to care about this ugly cat. Without Wei Wei Bai, what was the use of this ugly cat? Wei Wei Bai said to the system, fairy tales are all lies. System, ? Wei Wei Bai, what happened to true love? Even if you turned into a pig, the male lead would still be able to see it? The system said, read less of those unrealistic things. Wei Wei Bai jumped down from the window and pulled out a piece of paper from the ground. Then, she pulled the pen and pulled. It was so fun. Why couldn't she hold the pen? Wei Wei Bai's cat face was embarrassed. She shook her head left and right anxiously. Where did the ink go? Before she finished shaking, she was lifted by the neck. Ojinma stared at her blankly, as if he was examining something. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with round eyes, as if she wanted to tell him something. Suddenly, Ojinma whispered, Are you Wei Wei? Wei Wei Bai, no, how could he tell? The system said, so this is true love. Wei Wei Bai, is this true love? This is a cheat, right? Ojima looked at her teary eyes. Her ugly face, he didn't know why it looked so cute. If you are blink, Wei Wei Bai could not help but blink. Actually, it was not his words, but her instinct. Ojima froze and looked at her in disbelief. He seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly opened the cabinet and took out the ink bottle. He opened the ink bottle and said to Wei Wei Bai, if you are Wei Wei, then write down what is 1 + 1. Wei Wei Bai, did Ojima think that after she turned into a cat, her IQ would be on par with that of cat? She looked at him with disdain. She dipped her claws in the ink and wrote, Su Ye. The words looked like scribbles, but it was barely visible. Ojima's eyes turned cold. Su Ye. Bai Weiwei laboriously wrote, basement. Oh, Jean Mo repeated. Su Ye kidnapped you and locked you in the basement? He stared at her blankly. Weiwei Bai wrote again. I am a cat demon, not Weiwei. Weiwei Bai wrote too many words. In the end, it was all a mess. Oh, Jean Mo looked at her deeply. After a few seconds, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, yes, you are a cat demon. He had turned into a cat before. Of course, he knew that she didn't want him to find out how she felt. Say button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1246. Because she was too cowardly. Ojimo reached out and pulled her into his arms. Then, he reached out and caressed her gently. He had a gentle expression on his face. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. Then, he made a call and asked them to keep an eye on Su Yedwan. He was going to break down the door to capture Su Yedwan and then rescue Weiwei Bai from the basement. After doing all this, he saw the haggard, big-faced cat. Her ugly face immediately became cute and beautiful in his eyes. She became the most beautiful cat in the world. Ojima said, I'll give you a bath, and then I'll give you some dried fish to eat. Weiwei Bai's face was cold, and she didn't say anything. Ojima smiled. He knew that it was her first time turning into a cat, so she might not be used to it. He carried the soft-haired woman into the bathroom. Then, he soaped her up and used warm water to wash her hair. The big-faced cat had been wandering around for the past few days. He was afraid that she would starve. Weiwei Bai was in a daze as he rubbed her with a smile. After washing her clean, Ojima dried her fur. He saw that there was still some fear in her eyes, as if she didn't know why she had turned into a cat. Her cat face was drooping and listless. Her eyes were narrowed, and the corners of her mouth were drooping. Ojima's heart felt like it was being squeezed. He took out a packet of dried fish and fed it to her. Weiwei Bai was very stubborn. No matter how hungry she was, she wouldn't eat it. She slapped the dried fish away from his hand. Her round cat face was full of disdain. She used her cat claws to push away the dried fish beside her feet. She wouldn't eat it even if she was beaten to death. Anyway, she wasn't hungry when she woke up. Wait until she returned to her body. The big-faced cat would eat it if she wanted to. She wasn't as spineless as Ojinma, who ate the dried fish as soon as she saw it. Ojinma's heart raced. He felt that the big-faced cat had become super cute. She was the cutest in the world. He wanted to hug her and rub her, kiss her. Just as he thought about it, he did it. He hugged her and smiled like a fool. Eat more, you're not hungry. You're a cat now, so you can't eat human food. It'll be very uncomfortable if you have a stomachache. Weiwei Bai's ears were flattened by him. Ojima leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Weiwei Bai, damn pervert. She was on the same level as Su Yekuan. His phone suddenly rang. Ojima quickly answered the call. He hugged Weiwei Bai tightly with one hand. He fled. Ojima immediately stood up with the cat in his arms and rushed out. Follow him, but don't get too close. Weiwei is still in the car. Su Yedan fled, taking Bai Weiwei with her. And Weiwei Bai had turned into a cat, which meant that Weiwei was asleep. He had experience in turning into a cat, so he knew that if the body woke up, the soul in the cat would return to the body. Generally speaking, when Su Yai carried Bai Weiwei around, she should wake up on her own. So Bai Weiwei must have been drugged with sleeping pills or drugged with drugs. Ojima got into the car and immediately stepped on the accelerator. Weiwei Bai squatted between his legs, looking like a cat that had no love left. The system said, Su Yahuan is very vigilant, so she drugged you, put you in the car, and fled. Weiwei Bai said, I don't understand why someone would chase after a celebrity to such an extent. Not only did they kidnap her, they even worshipped her with 3 sticks of incense after getting her autograph. This was something that she saw occasionally. Su Yahuan bowed piously to her signature. This had a huge impact on her worldview, although she did not have much worldview. But this did not stop her from eating whales. // to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1247. The system said, Love to the extreme, it's crazy. Ojima followed his own car. A group of well-trained bodyguards surrounded Su Yeding's car. Weiwei Bai watched from the front window, thinking that Su Yedong would be forced to stop. Ojima's car followed in the middle. He was not in a hurry, but his eyelashes were trembling, and his eyes were as cold as ice. There was no trace of his usual good mood. He calmly watched as Su Yeting's car was surrounded. He immediately ordered, "Force him to stop." Su Yeting had no way of escaping, so he mobilized more than 20 cars. Even if the police had to be alerted, he had to catch Su Yeting. Then he would beat him up until he could not take care of himself. The 3 cars in front approached Su Yeting at the same time. The scene was extremely thrilling. Wei Wei Bai watched without any emotion. Ojima glanced at her. He saw her obediently lying in front of the car window, soft and round. Her ears were even trembling, as if she was frightened by the cars. Ojima thought, how could she be so cute? Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 97. A question mark appeared above by Wei Wei's head. How did the favorability increase? The system said, it's to act cute. Wei Wei Bai thought, this cat is so ugly that it makes people hate it. How is it cute? Suddenly, there was a loud crash in front of them. Ojima's eyes narrowed as he saw Su Yeting's car crash into the railing. Outside the railing was a relatively short and steep sea cliff. Stop him, Ojima shouted, but it was too late. Su Yeting's car crashed into the cliff and fell into the water. All the cars stepped on the brakes. Ojima pulled open the car door, carried Wei Wei Bai, and rushed to the broken railing. The assistant and bodyguards rushed up at the same time, called someone to send a car to salvage it. Ojima's eyes turned red, and he kicked the railing. Wei Wei fell into the sea. The car had fallen into the pit in one piece. The airtight compartment of the car allowed the people inside to hold on for a while. But soon, the car began to sink into the water. Wei Wei would suffocate to death. He picked up Wei Wei Bai and looked into her cat eyes. He said seriously and gently, Xiaohua, I'm going to save you. You stay here, okay? Florit. It was her childhood nickname. Wei Wei Bai was shocked by this tacky name. Then she meowed. There was no need for her to go down. She would be saved as soon as her favorability rose to 100. It was almost impossible to save someone in this situation. Ojima was just a singer. His body was built from training in the gym. Was he looking for death by getting off the car? It meowed softly as if it was encouraging him. Ojima placed Wei Wei Bai in his assistant's hands. Remember, she is your ancestor. Serve her well. If anything happens to me, all my assets will be hers. The assistant was dumbfounded. Huh? What the hell? Ojima had no time to waste. He threw his jacket away and grabbed a metal pipe that had spilled out from the railing. He plunged headfirst into the water. The sea cliff was very low, but the waves were turbulent. They could almost see the spot where the car had fallen into the water. Ojima jumped down without hesitation. When the assistant came back to his senses, his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Quick, save him. Save him. The right thing to do was to save Ojima. If Wei Wei Bai died, the company could bear the loss. But if Ojima were to die, then Sanqing Company would close down immediately. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. / crossover system, Adonis, come here. / crossover system, Adonis, come here. Download crossover system, Adonis, come here. Mobile crossover system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 1248. The assistant was probably dead. The professional bodyguards did not want to go into the water. After all, they might not be able to save the person. However, if Ojima jumped in, the situation would be different. If Ojima died, they would not be able to withstand Sanqing's revenge. The bodyguards who knew how to swim also jumped in to search for the person, mainly looking for Ojima. Wei Wei Bai and the assistant sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the dark sea. The notification of the favorability rating came. Ding! The male lead's favorability rating is at 99. Ojima was not dead yet. According to Wei Wei Bai's experience, if he really failed to save the person, he would be on the verge of death. The favorability rating would go up to 100. Therefore, as long as she did not do anything, she could basically complete the mission. The system said, he is very dangerous. This part of the sea is full of submerged reefs. It will be hard for people to come back up. This was also the reason why the professional bodyguards did not want to jump in to save Ojima before he went in. It was almost impossible to save him. They might even lose their lives. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Is there anything that can let Jinma come up safely? As for me, even if my body is dead, can I continue as long as I am in the cat? The system said, yes, you can continue, but as a cat, it would be hard for you to reach 100. Wei Wei Bai said, as long as I'm not a bacterium, I can succeed no matter what I become. The contempt of the conqueror. The system coughed. There is something on sale that can save Jinma's life. Wei Wei Bai said, what is it? The system cleared its throat. See God's prayer, the See God's prayer that guarantees that you will be safe even if you are thrown into the Mariana Trench. It is now on sale, not $999, only 99 HP. Hurry up and call the hotline 7474744174 to bring it home. Bring it home. Wei Wei Bai said, I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Do you get paid every time you do this kind of advertisement? The system said, you'll get a participation award, a Ruji ammo, and a pack of durian-flavored instant noodles if you're lucky. Wei Wei Bai covered its round face with its paws. Why was her family so poor? Buy it. Let them live. Wei Wei Bai heard her own voice. Surprisingly, she didn't feel any heartache over her 99 HP. He clearly knew that even if he gave up so much HP, the final reward would not even be a third of the current reward. But he still did it. The system bought the prayer of the sea god and threw it into the sea. It accurately hit Jinma. Jinma, who was in the sea, was pulled down by the dark tide. He was not very good at swimming, but he remembered that Wei Wei Bai's body was in the car. Even if he didn't know how to swim, he would still jump down. He suddenly opened his eyes and felt an explosive power surge out from his body. He actually saw the car. Wei Wei. He immediately swam over. He was so anxious that he didn't even think about when his swimming skills improved. He smashed the car window with a metal pipe in his hand and opened the back door. Su Yedwan was sitting in the driver's seat. He had already fainted. Wei Wei Bai was lying in the back seat. Jinma wanted to give Su Yedwan a few more pipes so that he would die a horrible death. But Wei Wei Bai was more important. He hugged her. She closed her eyes and quietly lay in his arms. Jinma's heart clenched. He was afraid that she would stop breathing, so he immediately kissed her lips and passed his breath to her. Save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1249. Then he held on her waist and swam upwards. He kissed her as he swam, so that she would not lack oxygen. Jinma felt that a person's desire to survive in the face of adversity was really scary. He actually felt that he could swim across the entire Pacific Ocean without panting. What a scary illusion. Wei Wei Bai and the assistant stayed by the side of the road, while the bodyguards swam up from the sea. Because the tide was too big, they could not find him at all. Also, it was dark and there was no light, so they could not be sure where he was. The assistant hugged by Wei Wei and cried, "How can you die?" "Ah, go. No matter who dies, you can't die, How can I go out in the future? I will be executed by your fans." Jinma's fans were crazy. It was not like he did not know, and Kenshing would not let him off. "Brother Mo, how can you die?" The assistant hugged the cat and cried with all his might. As he cried, he suddenly realized that on the beach below the cliff, there was a slender black figure slowly walking up from the sea. The assistant trembled and his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately shouted, "Hurry up, where are the lights?" The lights immediately shone down, and the man on the beach looked up. His entire body was wet, and his delicate and handsome face had a sickly and pale look because he had been soaked in the sea. His thin lips had lost some of their red color, but it did not affect the color of his face. He was so beautiful that he looked like a god who had walked out from the sea. Jinma hugged Wei Wei Bai and walked up quickly. After reaching the shore, the tiredness and discomfort came back. Wei Wei Bai lay quietly on his chest, her breathing still there. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. The bodyguards rushed up. The ambulance and traffic police also arrived, and the sound of brakes could be heard. Jinma walked to the road under the protection of the bodyguards. He hugged her and saw the cat beside the assistant. "Wei Wei, I found you," he said softly, revealing a gentle and dazzling smile. Then he fell backward, and the bodyguards immediately protected him. The medical staff rushed over and put them on stretchers. That night was exceptionally chaotic, but the news was tightly sealed. The higher-ups of Sanxing were mobilized to stop the reporters and mediate the situation. Before the matter of Su Yehuan was fully investigated, everyone agreed to keep the news of these two people to themselves. Bai Weiwei was also carried into the ambulance, and then fell asleep in a daze. Jinma did not die, and his affinity with her remained. She sighed in relief. Therefore, she slept soundly. When she woke up, she was in a bright room. It was a ward. Moreover, it was a special ward. A man sat by the bed and stared blankly at the bed. Weiwei Bai frowned. Why was Jinma sitting there? She was behind him? Why didn't he change back? Weiwei Bai realized that she had not changed back at all. She thought that she would directly return to her own body when she woke up. She was too shocked and meowed. Jinma immediately turned around and frowned. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He glanced at the cat and then at Weiwei Bai. Suddenly, he stood up in shock and immediately rushed in front of Weiwei Bai. He carried her and asked carefully, Weiwei. Although Weiwei Bai did not want to admit it, she still nodded unwillingly and meowed softly. Jinma was silent for a while before saying, You can't go back, right? When he turned into a cat, he would always go back when his body woke up. // Chapter 1250. She had been asleep for almost a day. The doctor also said that there was nothing wrong with her body, but her head had been hit. Although they couldn't find any blood clots, they couldn't rule out other hidden dangers. They could only wait for her to wake up. This sentence was the main point of the doctor's statement. Jinma carried Weiwei Bai home. He helped her pack her things. There was a box of manuscript and some of her things. I'll put these manuscripts in the safe for you. Don't trust others so carelessly in the future. If you don't have the manuscripts, how can you prove that you wrote the songs yourself? Jinma sat on the floor and organized the sheet music that he had collected from Weiwei Bai's rented apartment. Weiwei Bai squatted beside him obediently. She watched as he carefully organized the songs and spoke gently to her. She looked at him curiously, then stared blankly at the songs she had written. She reached out her paw to touch the paper. She realized that she couldn't pick it up. Weiwei Bai looked annoyed. She lifted her paw and looked at it in a daze. Jinma immediately laid on the floor and faced her directly. It was as if he had matured overnight. That violent and dark feeling had disappeared, and he still had that innocent and childish face of his. He also had the unique charm of a mature man. Weiwei Bai. Jinma's eyes seemed to be shining. Bai Weiwei raised her cat face to look at him. Her ears drooped, and her soft fur drooped down. She seemed to have become a bereaved cat. Jinma smiled and said, It's okay. Even if you become a cat, you will still be my favorite Weiwei Bai. His words were surprisingly serious. His affection for her had always been at 99 and had never dropped. Even if her body was in a vegetative state, she still lived in a cat's body. He didn't waver at all. He was still full of emotions. Weiwei Bai didn't have any resistance to being a cat. She was against being such an ugly cat. Although the big-faced cat's face was no longer so obtrusive after she put on some weight, she was still not beautiful. For Weiwei Bai, she wanted to become a Persian cat. At least she was pretty. Jinma saw that her ears were still drooping, and her amber cat eyes were full of pitiful sadness. He couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Weiwei Bai finally looked up. Her ears perked up as she cautiously approached him. Jinma did not move, afraid that he would scare her. In the end, Weiwei Bai rubbed her cat face against his hair. It was so soft. When the big-faced cat was him, he felt that it was an ugly cat, but Weiwei Bai accidentally wore it inside. He looked at the cat. No matter how he looked at it, it was cute, beautiful, and unique. Jinma felt that it was time for her to mature. Otherwise, Weiwei Bai would become a cat, and her body would become a vegetable. Who would protect him? Jinma moved Weiwei Bai home with a set of medical equipment. He carried the cat and ran up and down to learn about nursing. He didn't bother to do what he could. Nursing a vegetable was very tiring, but Jinma felt blessed. He knew that she was just tired. When she wasn't tired anymore, she would return to the body. She would be able to return from the cat's body. and he would tell her that everything was ready. He was just waiting for her to wake up. He would kneel down and propose, raising a cat and nursing Wei Wei Bai, tormenting Jiangro and Jiangla. If Su Yehua hadn't drowned, the first person he would torture would have been him. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1251. Su Yehua had also found out that this man had an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He especially yearned for beautiful things. Ojima was also a fan of Su Yehua because of his angelic persona. She thought of her photo being worshipped by people every day. Ojima was silent for a long time. He felt that he was indeed not perverted enough to understand such a scary fan. Even if he was perverted, he was only perverted towards Wei Wei Bai. Unlike Su Yehua, who saw his angelic persona crumble, she immediately became a fan of Wei Wei Bai and stopped the two of them from dating. He had actually embarked on a criminal path of imprisonment. He even caused Wei Wei Bai to be unable to return to her body. Ojima wanted to drag this pervert out and whip his corpse. Anyway, he did everything in an orderly manner. Wei Wei Bai turned into a cat and was his spiritual support. To prevent others from finding it strange, he called Wei Wei Bai a cat as Xiaohua. Many times, he would point at himself and say to Wei Wei Bai, "You can call me Big Tree." He even changed his Weibo name. He was called Big Tree. He even changed Wei Wei Bai's Weibo name to Xiaohua. Big Tree and Xiaohua. The fans all said that this nickname was too cute. Jiang La's matter started to be exposed. The man she cheated on was a singer who was no longer popular. Under Ojima's control, that man started to expose what happened back then on Weibo. He even said that Jiang La seduced him in a good posture. After eating such a big melon, everyone immediately looked up the singer's information. They found that the male singer looked similar to Jiang Ro. It was not surprising that people in the entertainment industry looked similar to each other. But it had just been exposed that Jiang Ro had cheated on him, so it was almost certain that Jiang La was his daughter. Just as everyone was guessing, Ojima directly posted on Weibo, confirming that Jiang Ro was not his sister. It was a certificate of paternity testing. There was no blood relation between him and Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro was forced to delete all her Weibo posts and disappear from everyone's sight. And because Jiang La had lost everything, she went to find trouble with that male singer. In the end, she was disfigured by him. After the biggest melon was eaten, only the marshmallows were left. Everyone happily stuffed dog food into the big tree and the little flower's mouth. But slowly, the fans and netizens found out. Ojima had not appeared in a long time, and Wei Wei Bai had not even updated her Weibo. As for Su Yehua's matter, after the investigation was completed, Su Yehua's expression changed drastically. The news also began to report. On the night of the news report, Ojima posted on Weibo. His hand was tightly holding onto a slender, fair hand. It was a simple photo. His Weibo was, "No matter how long it takes, a lifetime is fine. I'll wait for you to wake up." Only then did the fans find out that Wei Wei Bai had become a vegetable because of this unfortunate accident. And Ojima had been waiting for her for 3 months. 3 months. It was not a long time. It was short and heavy. From then on, Ojima stopped all commercial activities and the promotion of his new album. There was also no celebration party for the album's sales. He gave all his time to his little flower. The favorability level remained at 99. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Are you sure I want to stay in the cat's body until the strategy is complete?" The system said, "Before you go back, your soul will leave your body and return to your body in a short time before you die." Wei Wei Bai said, "How do I die in this world?" The system said, "Because your long-term death method is different from the one given by the main system. The main system is too lazy to waste time arranging your death method and just let you die." The and read the at https://www.sashu.com/the and read the at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the at https://www.sashu.com and read the at https://m. Sashu. com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1252. Wei Wei Bai. Do you have to be so casual? This is too casual. Time passed slowly. In 1 year's time, there were 4 seasons. Wei Wei Bai's body lay in bed for 3 seasons. Ojima's Weibo became cat-bashing. The words on his Weibo were about taking care of Wei Wei Bai. He recorded these things for Wei Wei Bai to see. He wanted to let Wei Wei Bai feel his love and the love of his fans. This way, she would not be afraid and panic. After all, she had turned into a cat and could only eat small dried fish. She must be very sad. Ojima even said carefully, "Actually, I turned into a cat before." Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Was it that great? She had turned into a cat too. Of course, there was still a reaction. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with a hint of surprise. Under Ojima's careful protection, her fur was beautiful. Although her face was still a little big, she was already very cute. That was why not just people with money could be beautiful. Cats could be beautiful too. Ojima reached out and held her face gently. At that time, you picked me up and brought me home to raise me. Wei Wei Bai stared at him. She seemed to have thought of something and looked at him with disdain. Ojima blushed. I didn't see anything. She had seen everything when she was bathing him. Wei Wei Bai sneered. What he said revealed 300 taels of silver. Ojima knew that he was not persuasive. He could only say, "So, when you turned into a cat, I brought you home to raise you. Are we a match made in heaven?" After all, he was the only one who had such a magical experience with Wei Wei Bai. Ojima felt that they were a match made in heaven. Wei Wei Bai nodded her head shamelessly. Ojima laughed, but his favorability didn't increase. Wei Wei Bai, half a year had passed, and it was almost time for the strategy quest. Ojima was stuck in 99 and refused to budge. Wei Wei Bai pondered for a moment before she finally lowered her bottom line. She decided to use her cat body to tempt Ojima. If a gentle strategy wasn't enough, a seductive strategy would definitely be more than enough. Hence, when Ojima was sleeping, she would stay by his side with a serious expression. Then, she forced out a seductive cat smile. Her round cat body was lying on its side, one leg over the other. Then, it used its front paw to support its body and used its other paw to gently stroke its own fur. Ojima had just finished washing Wei Wei Bai's body and was tucking her in. The bed had been remodeled and was especially large. The outermost area was where Wei Wei Bai's body was sleeping. All the medical equipment was placed beside her. The middle was where Ojima slept, and in Ojima's arms was the cat, Wei Wei Bai. After he tucked her in, he saw Wei Wei Bai's face sink. Wei Wei Bai looked like she had nothing to live for. Her paws were too weak and couldn't even maintain a seductive posture. She looked at Ojima in a daze. Ojima didn't think much of it. He carried her up, placed her in front of his chest, and kissed her cat ears. "Go to sleep, little darling." Wei Wei Bai trembled. It was so mushy, but she still closed her eyes and fell asleep. After such a long time, she had gotten used to being surrounded by his scent. A year was about to pass. System notification. You have to leave tomorrow. If she didn't succeed by tomorrow, she would have failed. With a favorability of 99, Bai Wei Wei exhausted all methods. Even the most disdainful act of acting cute rushed up. But it was useless. Wei Wei Bai was in despair. She hugged her cat head and said, "Don't worry about me. Let me be alone." / Chapter 1253. The system said, "Just accept your fate as a cat. Ojima likes you with breasts and buttocks, not a round cat like you." For the past year, Wei Wei Bai had been fed by Ojima until she was chubby and very cute. However, Wei Wei Bai refused to look in a mirror. She had never put on weight before. She hated dried fish. Wei Wei Bai hugged her head and thought for a while. There's no other way. I can only give him a big strategy before we leave tomorrow and make him give me 100%. The system asked, what strategy? Wei Wei Bai said, seduce him. The system was speechless. Ojima put on some nice clothes for Wei Wei Bai and planned to bring her out to get some sun. Of course, the cat had to come along too. The family of 3, too, neatly lined up together. He saw that the cat was still curled up and sleeping quietly. After turning into a cat, Wei Wei Bai was lazy, short-tempered, and loved to sleep. Oh, Jean Ma smiled dotingly and went up to carry her. However, one hand gently hooked onto the corner of his shirt. Oh, Jean Ma froze in his steps and stopped breathing. He did not dare to turn around, afraid that he would be disappointed again. However, he heard a familiar and gentle voice. Jean Ma, I'm awake. Oh, Jean Ma turned around and saw Wei Wei by leaning on the bed, looking up at him with a smile. His fingers were trembling and his expression was stiff. He stared at her without letting go. She was still too thin. No matter how hard he tried, he could not make her fat again. Oh, Jean Ma's eyes became misty. His eyes reddened as he reached out and gently touched her pale face. Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai moved her hands and legs. Although the system said that there were no major problems with her body after special treatment, she even had the physical strength of a normal person. However, she had not felt a human body for a long time and was still unfamiliar with it. Oh, Jean Ma finally confirmed that she was awake. His intense emotions surged out in an instant. Unable to control himself, he immediately reached out and hugged her tightly. Wei Wei, you're awake. He was too agitated. His mature appearance was gone, and he only felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. I've always been afraid that you won't be able to return to your body. A cat's lifespan is too short. I'm so afraid that I'm about to have nightmares. He was not a fool. It was not a good thing for Wei Wei Bai to become a cat. This was because the lifespan of a cat was much shorter than that of a human. What was even more frightening was that the big-faced cat was actually an old cat. Its lifespan was limited. Wei Wei Bai heard the countdown timer. He was leaving in an hour. Her pale fingertips gently stroked his back and said, Jean Ma, let go of me. Oh, Jean Ma immediately let go. Did I hurt you? In the next second, his eyes were softly covered by a kiss. His tears also fell onto her lips. Oh, Jean Ma was pushed onto the bed by her two hands with a light strength. She slowly climbed onto his body. Her long hair was still black and beautiful, and the strands fell onto his body. Oh, Jean Ma lay on the bed. His white neck and Adam's apple could be seen at the collar of his shirt. He suppressed his voice and said, Wei Wei, get down. Wei Wei Bai sat on his body and casually hooked her fingers around his collar. Then she pulled open his buttons and exposed his collarbone. His Adam's apple moved a few times. His muscles started to tense up. Wei Wei, you just woke up. You can't do this kind of thing. He could tell that she was trying to kill him. She was tormenting him like this. Moreover, he had not been relieved for a year. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. The is at https://m/sashu.com//. Chapter 1254. Oh, Jean Ma turned around and saw her fall softly into his arms. At first, he thought that she was just tired and fell asleep. But he suddenly realized that it was impossible for a person to be so active after sleeping for a year. Her muscles had more or less atrophied, so she couldn't be as active as she was. She suddenly woke up as if she had a final burst of lucidity. Oh, Jean Ma hugged her and stared blankly at the cat on the bed. The cat was dead. The system hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul and ran back. In this world, it had been a full year, and it realized that the emotional stripper was loose for a moment, so it had to use a screwdriver to fix it for a while. Fortunately, it was fixed before Wei Wei Bai's emotions ran out, or else she would have been in pain. As for Yi Yuxuan's pain, that was his problem. The system was still worried about Yi Yuxuan's emotions in the previous worlds, but now its thoughts were on Wei Wei Bai. Suddenly, the system stopped and looked up coldly. The huge golden wheel of fate was filled with golden powder. The needle in the middle of the wheel of fate was placed steadily at the position it wanted. But a terrifying force from an unknown source started to slowly change the needle's position. Although the position was not obvious, it was enough to make the system scared. It hurriedly extended its bone-white fingertips and gently moved the changed position back to its original position. With it here, no one should be deluded enough to think that they could tamper with Bai Weiwei's fate. However, when the system's hand touched the pointer of destiny, an extremely cold voice rang out, shattering the system's actions. Found it. After this voice, a golden ribbon suddenly appeared from the dark and boundless space. It wrapped around the system's hand. The system protected Wei Wei Bai's soul with one hand and scolded through gritted teeth, "Fuck you, Yi Yuxuan, awakening my ass. Don't kill my host." It turned its wrist, and the ribbon broke. A scorching red flame burned away the power of the ribbon. With such a small amount of awakened soul, it was not qualified to touch Wei Wei Bai's soul in front of it. No matter what, it was still the big boss that everyone in the system world called Fourth Brother. The host it was protecting was not just the Chosen One, but also the Chosen One. Even if the main system came, it would not give up. Although the power of the ribbon was destroyed, the needle's position was still loose. The system endured the pain and was about to dial back. However, he discovered that the soul channel was beginning to shatter. The system glanced at the fate roulette unwillingly. It carried the clueless Wei Wei Bai and sped towards the end of the tunnel. Its body began to crumble in the next round. Sure enough, the system couldn't go against the destined genius. Every time it clashed with Yi Yuxuan, it had to shrink back. He had already tortured Yi Yuxuan to this extent. How could this man be so resilient? He was actually beginning to awaken. The system carefully placed Wei Wei Bai's soul back into her body. There was a terrifying power surging in the room. The system glanced and found that Yi Yuxuan was lying on the bed asleep. Under the bed, there was a faint golden light flowing. Suddenly, Yi Yuxuan seemed to feel something. He slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils stretched out and a few golden patterns appeared. The patterns were like the pattern on the fate roulette. The system rolled and crawled back to its trash, to prevent its existence from being exposed. Yi Yuxuan blinked and felt unusually sleepy. His head was a little dizzy. Chapter 1255. It was as if he didn't know where he was. He didn't know when his hand reached out, as if he wanted to grab something. He wanted to grab something. The gold in his eyes disappeared, and his mind still couldn't find an answer. Only a small part of his soul had been awakened, and he couldn't remember what he had done. But the dream of that cat still existed, although he was already very familiar with this kind of dream. But every time he lost her, he still couldn't bear it. Yi Yuxuan reached out and held her finger. The warm sensation made his cold brows loosen a little. It's been 3 days. She should wake up today. Yi Yuxuan rationally calculated the time when she woke up. He saw her eyelashes tremble, and the pain in her chest started to ease. Her eyes slowly opened, and there was still sleepiness in them. Yi Yuxuan silently sighed in relief. Every time he woke up from his dream, he was afraid that she would become the her in his dream. Once he fell asleep, he wouldn't wake up. And Wei Wei Bai's first reaction when she woke up was to check her life points. In the end, the system disappeared without a sound. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled, and she seemed to see something from the corner of her eyes. She turned her head in a daze, and a handsome and cold face appeared beside her. Yi Yuxuan had just slept for a while, and his originally neat short hair was a little messy. He looked at her indifferently, and his eyes were like bottomless abyss, but strangely gave people a feeling of gentleness. "You're awake." His voice was a little hoarse, and he couldn't help but smile. This smile was simply against the rules, and it crashed into the depths of Wei Wei Bai's heart. She took a deep breath and ordered her heart not to overdrive. When she woke up, she saw a handsome face smiling at her. She was about to lose control of her evil thoughts. Thinking about her heart disease, she finally forced herself to calm down. This place is Wei Wei Bai looked at the room blankly. This room was especially black, gray, and white, and the design was classy and smooth, but there was no trace of femininity. It was full of a postmodern design style. Cold, simple, and beautiful. That was her first impression of the room. Yi Yuxuan seemed to see her confusion and said lightly, "This is my house in the center of the city. You slept for 3 days, so I moved you here." Wei Wei Bai propped herself up and looked up at him. "What do you mean by moving here?" "Yi Yuxuan, I'll take good care of you. I spend most of my time in the city and have a lot of work. It's more suitable for you to live here." "Oh, right." He paused quietly for a moment before saying, "Father-in-law also agrees." "Father-in-law also agreed?" Wei Wei Bai refused to believe it. "My dad won't agree. We have nothing to do with each other." She had already rejected marriage. Moreover, Bai Changyan had also given up on doing business with the Yi family and was content to be a middle-level merchant. Therefore, Bai Changyan would never agree to Yi Yuxuan moving her away. Yi Yuxuan's voice was low and gentle with a hint of coaxing sweetness. He agreed. I told him that I'm still very innocent. I've never had a girlfriend before, and I haven't even had any physical contact with other women. Even when women pounced on him occasionally, he would pull them away and throw them away at the first moment. Wei Weibai was confused. What did this have to do with her father's agreement? Yi Yuxuan pretended to frown in distress. So you were the one who taught me how to kiss for the first time. You were the one who gave me a hug for the first time. You were also the one who saw me naked for the first time. The first time I was crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click save at the bottom to record this reading. Quick. Chapter 1256. What was it? Other than touching, kissing, and hugging, there was nothing else. Yi Yuxuan pretended to be helpless. He sighed pretentiously. After saying all this, father-in-law directly asked me to move you away, saying that he wanted to be responsible for me. I refused, but I was embarrassed, so I moved you away. Wei Weibai, seeing her like this, Yi Yuxuan was afraid that she wouldn't believe him, so he picked up his phone and called Bai Changyan. The call was quickly connected. When Bai Changyan heard that Wei Weibai was awake, he said happily, Wei Wei, Dad is going to find his second love. Comfort Xianxian well. He's a pure and good child. Even if you want to reject him, you have to be gentle. He gave his first time to you. Wei Weibai, what first time? What second love? She just slept for 3 days, and the world turned upside down again. Wei Weibai's mouth twitched. She held back her doubts and asked, Dad, what does a second love mean? Bai Changyan said, Wei Wei, I'm old. Xianxian told me that to not be a burden to you in my old age, I must have a partner. Otherwise, wouldn't I be a burden to you? So I plan to find a partner to take care of each other. You can go and find your happiness. Wei Weibai, no, you won't be a burden, Dad. Bai Changyan, good child, I know your intentions. Communicate well with Xianxian. After all, so many of his first times have been taken away by you. He's actually a good person. Wei Weibai, what kind of poison did Xianxian feed you to make you betray him? After communicating with her father, she turned to glare at Yi Yuxuan. He had convinced her father. Well, a robot like him usually didn't care. If he really cared about something or wanted to please someone, it wouldn't be easy. Even the psychiatrist would cry because of him. Not to mention that her father was an honest and loyal old man who didn't know anything other than business. As long as Yi Yuxuan lowered herself, she would be tricked in minutes. Wei Weibai put down the phone expressionlessly. She was really not suitable to talk about marriage now. If it was possible, it would be a high-quality man like Yi Yuxuan. He pounced on her in a matter of minutes. After all, there weren't many good men in this world. Yi Yuxuan didn't gamble, whore, or mess around. He was handsome, rich, and could cook. Previously, he still had the problem of facial paralysis and indifference, but now it was all gone. Wei Weibai covered her chest and asked herself, who wouldn't be tempted by such a man? She couldn't be tempted. Wei Weibai wanted to get off the bed, but Yi Yuxuan stepped back and held her hand to support her. She looked at Yi Yuxuan awkwardly. Such a feast for the eyes. She turned her head away and told herself not to be swayed. Not to be swayed. This kind of man would never turn back once he was swayed. Wei Weibai calmly suppressed her inner thoughts and let down her guard. Her current state was not suitable to be a burden to others, and she had to let Yi Yuxuan know that her soul transmigrated every day to woo other men. Not to mention being together, he would probably feel that his hair was glowing like a green light bulb, illuminating the world. Who asked her to woo so many men? Wei Weibai was very vague and calm about the matters of the plane, but she still knew that when she had no bottom line, she wasn't human. Yi Yuxuan slowly rubbed his fingers against her fingertips and said casually, "Get up and eat something first, then I'll take you out to bask in the sun." Your body has been lying down all this time. Fortunately, you wake up once every 3 days, so your body has a buffer period. Otherwise, your muscles might have atrophied. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Download of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1257. Wei Wei Bai only felt that her fingers were numb. She thought that Yi Yuxuan was seducing her, but looking at his calm and serious face, could it be a misunderstanding? Wei Wei Bai touched her dry stomach and bowed her head to the food. Let's talk about it later. As a result, when she followed Yi Yuxuan out, she saw Qin Xiu with a bitter face setting the table. He was wearing a small apron, with his sleeves rolled up, and was scooping porridge. Qin Xiu saw Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei, come and eat. It's medicinal porridge. I specially made it for you. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. What's going on? Why did Qin Xiu come to cook for Yi Yuxuan like a little wife? And everyone knew that she would wake up in 3 days. Every time she woke up or fainted, she didn't get any surprised reaction. Yi Yuxuan walked slowly to the chair and pulled it out. Eat, Wei Wei. Bai Wei Wei didn't think too much about it. She walked over and sat down. But Yi Yuxuan's fingers slowly slid across the back of her neck. So light. He didn't give Wei Wei Bai any time to react at all, but it succeeded in making Wei Wei Bai tremble. She immediately looked back at Yi Yuxuan, only to find that he calmly pulled out the chair beside him, without showing a trace of strangeness. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. What's with this kind of seduction technique? It's not like Yi Yuxuan style. Qin Xiu immediately sat down. Eat, I got up early in the morning to cook for you. I knew you would definitely wake up in 3 days. Wei Wei Bai was a little surprised. You cooked for me? Qin Xiu picked up the bowl. Yes, your dad asked me to take care of you, so I cooked. After eating, I'm going to the hospital. If your dad asks, you must say that I took care of you. Taking care of Yi Yuxuan, when it came to cooking, was the limit of what she could bear. If he continued to care for her, Yi Yuxuan would definitely hang him up and strangle him. Wei Wei Bai, why are you so obedient when my dad asked you to take care of him? Qin Xiu's craftsmanship was not as good as Yi Yuxuan's perversely accurate taste, but it was still not bad. Wei Wei Bai felt ashamed. Men nowadays were better at cooking than the other. Why was her food so disgusting? Was it a matter of talent? While Wei Wei Bai was eating, Yi Yuxuan gently nudged Wei Wei Bai's arm when she wanted to take the chopsticks. It was a touch that was neither light nor heavy. This kind of seductive but silent action that made it impossible for others to catch hold of. It was so alluring that it made one itch. Wei Wei Bai looked up and glanced at Yi Yuxuan. She found that his side profile was still very calm, without a trace of shyness from doing something bad. Wei Wei Bai smiled coldly. This little trick was simply at the kindergarten level. She didn't know what Yi Yuxuan's HP was like. After all, it was a stable period recently. Even if his HP increased, it shouldn't be much. She sighed. She couldn't be moved by this little goblin in front of her. She still didn't have enough HP. She had to at least live until she was 80 years old to not be a burden. When her HP was full, if Yi Yuxuan still found her pleasing to the eye, then they could be together. Thinking like this, Yi Yuxuan dropped his chopsticks. He casually lowered his body and stretched out his slender and beautiful fingers to take the chopsticks. But the chopsticks were a little far away. He whispered, Wei Wei, the chopsticks are at your feet. Take them. Qin Xiu, who was eating and wanted to go to the hospital quickly, was a little confused. The chopsticks fell. Didn't Yi Yuxuan never care? Anyway, there were servants who would clean up. No, Yi Yuxuan never dropped his chopsticks. Chapter 1258. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before she bent down and reached for the chopsticks. When she lowered her head, Yi Yuxuan looked up as if nothing had happened. His lips brushed past her delicate lips. Wei Wei Bai, Yi Yuxuan's eyes darkened, but there was a hint of surprise in his voice. It's too close. This is an accident. Wei Wei Bai endured. She grabbed the chopsticks and was about to put them back on the table to get a new one. However, just as she lifted her body, Yi Yuxuan hurried over to take the chopsticks from her hand. Just give it to me. Just like that, His head bumped right into hers. It wasn't heavy, but still made Wei Wei Bai unable to come back to her senses. Yi Yuxuan's face flashed with a hint of annoyance. He immediately reached out to touch her forehead. Why does it hurt? His fingers were warm, and when they touched her slightly cold forehead, it was a kind of silent comfort. But his fingertips gently caressed her hairline. It made her scalp tingle. This little action was a god-level seduction. Wei Wei Bai didn't want to push it away, but when she didn't, Yi Yuxuan succeeded. Yi Yuxuan saw that she was in a daze and let go of his hand. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Then, he gently kissed her forehead. Her forehead didn't hurt. His kiss just made her feel more impactful. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She was really stunned by his seemingly normal but especially obvious seduction. Yi Yuxuan sighed beautifully. It won't hurt anymore after a kiss. Wei Wei Bai, Qin Shan, who was eating at the side. Could there be a more obvious lie? Yi Yuxuan let go of her and then naturally took a new chopstick. He didn't have a trace of pride in taking advantage of her. He was still calm, rational, and could even be said to be full of damned abstinence. He glanced at her indifferently. Let's eat. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and glared at him for a while before gulping down the porridge to nourish her stomach. Qin Xiu also finished eating. He wiped his mouth with a paper towel and said, "You guys continue to talk about love. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I won't see you two again. Don't you feel bad for bullying a single dog like me? What do you mean by touching his head and kissing his forehead?" Damn it, he would protest too. He also wanted to find someone to kiss on the forehead. Qin Xiu ran away, leaving only Wei Wei Bai and Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan felt a little better. Wei Wei Bai felt gloomy. She struggled between reason and insanity. Sometimes, Yi Yuxuan's damned seduction method was especially irritable. It felt like there was a damned little goblin around, shyly stripping off her clothes to seduce you, but when you really pounce on her, he would only look confused and innocent, completely not admitting that he was seducing people. Shameless. Yi Yuxuan saw her annoyed face, and his eyes flashed with a few traces of laughter. After the meal, the servant also cleaned up the table. Then, the well-trained servant disappeared again. If it wasn't for the cleaning, the servant wouldn't come back. Yi Yuxuan opened his laptop and began to deal with some things. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do. She held the juice and pondered how to open her mouth. Yi Yuxuan finished dealing with a project when he heard her voice with some hesitation. Yi Yuxuan, it's not appropriate for us to live together now. Yi Yuxuan didn't raise his head. His fingers quickly began to deal with the next important official business. He casually replied, "It's not living together. I'm taking care of you." Your father agreed. Wei Wei Bai, I'm an adult. Guardians can't interfere with my decisions. Chapter 1259. Yi Yuxuan looked up, his eyes soft. No, you have a guardian. Your illness is classified as a mental illness, so you're not a fully independent adult. You are a child who needs a guardian to take care of you. A mentally ill person needed a guardian. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. Mental illness? Yi Yuxuan nodded. My doctor said so. Wei Wei Bai, you were the one who said it, right? This made-up story is so calm and even wants to throw the blame on you. Your doctor, isn't he Qin Xiu? Yi Yuxuan's distressed voice sounded. So now, you should listen to your father. Wei Wei Bai snorted. What can you do if I don't listen to you? Using her father to threaten her? There was no deterrence at all. Yi Yuxuan's fake distress disappeared, and he looked at her without any expression. Then he stood up, came in front of her, and put his hands gently on her shoulders. The warmth of his palms passed through her clothes, and there was a kind of friction. Wei Wei Bai couldn't move, and her breathing was a little messy. Yi Yuxuan had already bent down gracefully, and his thin lips were close to her ear. He said softly, if you don't listen to your father, then I can only change your guardian. For example, me. Is that okay? Clearly, he asked if she was okay, but his actions were restrained, and his tone was domineering. It felt like her answer was not important at all. He had the final say. At this moment, Wei Wei Bai was suppressed by his aura. Yi Yuxuan saw that she didn't dare to make a sound, so he chuckled softly and let go of her. His fingers slid over her shoulders, and he succeeded in making her tremble. There was a hint of heat in his eyes, but he didn't do anything excessive. Take it slow, don't scare her. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that Yi Yuxuan's entire attitude had changed. He seemed to have become more proactive and seductive. Wasn't she the one who took the initiative? When she didn't want to flirt with him, he rushed to flirt with her. Indeed, every dog has its day. Yi Yuxuan's attitude was very clear. If she was not obedient, he would not live with her. He was about to change guardians. What did guardian mean? Apart from her parents, it was her husband, so he was brazenly proposing to her. Wei Wei Bai touched her face. It was a little hot. She said to the silent system, "Sigh, seriously, I clearly don't want a relationship, but this man is forcing it on me." The system saw that Yi Yuxuan's attention was diverted to work. Finally, he dared to say in a low voice, "Just refuse directly." Wei Wei Bai said, "You don't understand. This is a problem that only perfect people have. If I refuse, and he doesn't let go, then the situation will be very awkward. We can't be so rude. After all, Yi Yuxuan is my life." "You're perfect. What a perfect narcissist." Wei Wei Bai said, "It's good that you know." The system turned around. The host was as thick-skinned as always. Wei Wei Bai said, "How's my life points?" The system saw that Yi Yuxuan was not paying attention to it, so it immediately said, as usual, "Now your external life points can be expanded to 2,500 days. You received 30 days of life points from the previous mission, 2 days of small mission rewards, and 10 days of Chinese New Year red packet rewards. You have a total of 1562 HP, innate HP. After deducting the life points spent on the mission, you have 1,400 days of life points left. /T. Chapter 1260. Wei Wei Bai did some mental calculations. You ate more than 10 days of my life points. System. Why was the host able to accurately calculate how much instant noodles it ate, even though it was so vague? Wei Wei Bai. Forget it. It's not easy for you either. Eat it. Her family's Tongzi was so pitiful that she was too embarrassed to blame it. The system was touched. The host was still a good person. It said emotionally, "Oh right, Yi Yuxuan's life points are off the charts again. When he was flirting with you just now, his life points automatically increased by about 500. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up and looked straight at Yi Yuxuan. She wanted to kneel down and call him daddy. She was attacking the plane, and in the end, she even lost her life points. In the end, Yi Yuxuan, this master, casually increased her life points to 2,000. Wei Wei Bai. If it weren't for the fact that I can't be moved, I would have been unable to control myself and flirted with him to increase my life points." The system didn't dare to say anything again, because Yi Yuxuan turned back to look at Wei Wei Bai again. He saw Wei Wei Bai obediently sitting on the sofa, holding her fruit juice in a daze. Like a lazy cat, it only stayed in his domain. This feeling was really good. Yi Yuxuan looked down lightly and looked at the chat screen on the laptop. "Tell me more specifically, what did you see?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes darkened. Thinking about what the person over there did, he typed the characters. "Boundless gold. Golden powder sprinkled down from the dark void." That person asked, "What's in the gold?" Yi Yuxuan. "Red flames." Red flames appeared from the gold. That person said, "Boundless void darkness. Red flames fate." Yi Yuxuan asked, "Fate?" The man said, "My eyes can only see this much. The power of what you see is too great for my ability to bear." Yi Yuxuan expressionlessly propped up her chin and thought for a while. His rational mind was constantly calculating and repeatedly analyzing what he was seeing. Finally, he typed, "Can you leave your place?" The man said, "No, I'm blind and can't go out. But you can bring her here and see if I can predict her future." Yi Yuxuan. "Oh, the future. I heard that you don't even need to come into contact with others to know their fate. Can you see my future now?" The man said, No. The two no's carried an incomparable coldness. Yi Yuxuan stared at the word no. That person continued, "Your future is a gigantic and terrifying abyss, an abyss that even my eyes cannot peer into." Yi Yuxuan didn't show much emotion. "I want to know if there's a way to change the dream." The man said, Dream. That's not a dream, not a dream." Yi Yuxuan didn't seem surprised at all. as if she already knew this fact. The man said, "How do you want to change it?" Yi Yuxuan tilted her head and glanced at Wei Wei Bai, who was drinking fruit juice with her head down. She didn't know where her mind was wandering. His expression was gentle for a moment. Then he turned back and typed, "I want her to never be able to leave me." She kept on leaving him, risking everything to obtain his love, just to leave his world. Yi Yuxuan accurately guessed. I already know what she wants to do. She needs my love. No matter how much I hurt her, she will take the initiative to chase after me and make me fall in love with her. Then she will just abandon me like she's abandoning trash. /save button below to record this reading.